It is Seth Manfield, a Pro Tour champion 2 times over.
Our Pro Tour champion, Yoshihiko Ikawa!
Congratulations to Simon Nielsen, the champion of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3.
And that's it! Javier Dominguez is a 2-time world champion.
Welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Aetherdrift live from Chicago, Illinois. We have 348 of the best Magic the Gathering players on the planet here in the building this weekend to compete in Standard and Draft, and for the lion's share of a $500,000 prize pool. It might be cold and snowy outside, but the Magic is heating up here in the Convention Center. We also have MagicCon Chicago happening this weekend as thousands and thousands of Magic players stream on into the building to play the best game of all time. I am so excited to kick off the 2025 Magic season with you all. Maria Bartholdi here at the News Desk with Monty DeVuti and Riley Knight here on Pro Tour Friday. Riley, what are you most looking forward to this weekend?
Thanks, Maria. Good to be here and welcome along, everyone. Can't wait to get stuck into the action across this weekend, in particular Standard. Aetherdrift now live and in play, and some of the older decks in Standard we've seen for quite a while receiving a bit of a refresh, a bit of an update with some of the new cards in the new set. So looking forward to seeing how Standard shapes up.
All right, Standard for Riley. What about you, Monty?
The name of the game for me, Maria, is a clean slate. Clean draft format, new standard format, and new pro season. This is the first event of the 2025 Pro Tour season, and I'm really excited to see how this year shapes up.
Yes, so am I, and it gets underway this weekend. Let's take a look at how things are going to shake out as far as our tournament schedule is concerned, how we're going to do, what we're going to do, and when we're going to do it, starting with today, Monty.
Well, Maria, we'll kick things off, as we always do at the Pro Tour, with 3 rounds of draft, and this weekend, Aetherdrift is the format. Then we swap over to Standard for the final 5 rounds of the afternoon, at the end of which all players with 12 match points or better will be coming back for day 2.
Similar story on day 2, Money, as we get stuck into another 3 rounds of Aetherdrift draft, if you will, or if you won't. And then 5 rounds of Standard to follow that up before, Maria, a pretty savage cut made towards our top 8. We winnow the field down to just 8 players for Sunday.
Yes, you're not going to want to miss a minute of the action on Sunday. It is single elimination Standard, best 3 out of 5 games, and a lot of money on the line. But what kind of money are we talking about? Let's take a look at the prizes here. First place goes home with a cool $50,000. Not bad for a weekend of work. $30,000 for second place, $15,000 and $9,000 going down the way there. Well, as we kick off a new season here, we've got a bunch of players to watch, and those players are the players who did very well in our Player of the Year race in 2024. Let's take a look at our top 8 from the previous season. Javier Dominguez, of course, leading this race. He is your current reigning Player of the Year. Won in a reverse sweep over Seth Manfield in the semifinals. It was a very, very exciting match to clinch that title for Javier Dominguez. Excellent play all season long. But let's take a deeper look here at the top 20 players last year, Riley.
Yes, and this is to set the stage, Maria. This is to give us an idea of who has momentum heading into the new season here. Money talked about a clean slate, but all the same, these players, Yuta Takahashi, Marcio Carvalho, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, world-class players. These are the players with the wind at their backs that did very, very well last year. Heading into 2025, it'll be very interesting to see if they can keep that momentum up.
All right, there's a look at some players to watch, but what about some teams to watch? We've got a lot of big teams here in the building who have been testing together ahead of this weekend. Monty, talk to me about one of those big teams, Handshake.
Well, Maria, when we talk about teams, Team Handshake was the team to watch last year. They are back with many familiar faces and a new sponsor. They are going to be Handshake Moxfield for the 2025 competitive season, and they are still going to feature the powerhouse players of Simon Nielsen, Eli Cassis, Jesse Hampton, Arna Huschenbeth, Carl Serap, and newly back on the Pro Tour, Alan Wu.
All right, that's a look at Handshake Moxfield. What about Cosmos here, Riley?
Yeah, this is a team I'm really excited about. This is a global team. It represents a great many of the world's regions from across the globe, but it also has some huge names. We've got Hall of Fame. We've got world champions. We've got Pro Tour champions. We've got an Australian. Maria, What more could you want in a Magic the Gathering team? Very, very excited to see this new team, Cosmos Heavy Play, get it done in 2025.
I'll tell you what more I could want, Wiley. What about 7 Hall of Famers? All right, Team CFB Ultimate Guard. These are some of the biggest names in the game, captained by none other than Mr. Reed Duke himself. Watch out for these players this weekend. What about Team Moriyama Japan, another heavy hitter team here, Monty?
Yeah, absolute powerhouse team coming out of Japan, of course, and really spanning the history of Japanese Magic. We have legendary names like Shuhei Nakamura, Ken Yukihiro. We have players that have really made a name for themselves over the past 5 years, like Yoshihiko Ikawa and Kenta Hirane. And then we have the new rising stars of the Japanese Magic scene, players like Rei Hirayama, Takumi Matsuura, who had an absolutely massive year last year, and of course, Masahide Moriyama.
All right, there's a look at some teams to watch. Of course, our current reigning player of the year is Javier Dominguez for an absolutely incredible season last year. He talked to Riley ahead of this weekend about that season.
I'm here with world champion, player of the year. What hasn't this man done? Javier Dominguez, a huge year for you, 2024. You're one of the biggest names in Magic right now. As you look back on what must be one of the biggest years of your career, how are you feeling about the last 12 months?
Well, it's been like wild ride. Like, I didn't have much expectations. Last year in Chicago, first Pro Tour, I didn't test as much. I didn't feel very prepared. I eventually ended up 9th, which was like a very good result. And then it just got better. I mean, 10th in Seattle, which also was not going. Like, I didn't have very strong feelings for that PT in terms of like doing well. I was like, you know, I'm not prepared. But then it went well, and then after that, Amsterdam with the Modern Jessica deck and Worlds, where everything went my way. I still think, I still can't believe it in some part.
So obviously this is something that is still, maybe being processed, something you're still sort of dealing with a little bit. So how does that play into your plans for this year, or your goals for this year? As we move into 2025, is this something that is putting a lot of momentum behind you?
Not really. You know, in a way, my biggest goal right now is just to make sure I keep enjoying this as much as I'm doing right now. Because, you know, like tournaments, sometimes you can get into this trap of like tournaments are, you know, better when you win them, which is true at some extent, but like they're still like great adventures. And I think I want to still be living that in the same way. And obviously, acknowledge that it's not very realistic to expect to do as well as I did last year. And that's okay. You know, I want to try to enjoy the ride and do the best as I can, but I don't have any goals, particular goals. I hope to play the PT as long as I can, as long as I enjoy it as much as I do. And that's it. That's really my goal.
There's some real wisdom in that, right? The goal for next year is to just enjoy it. So Javi, thanks very much for your perspective. Congratulations on your success so far, and all the best. Best of luck into 2025.
Thank you very much.
My friends, players in our Pro Tour Hall, if I can have your attention for just one moment here in the middle of these tables, because the time has come for us to recognize and honor one of the game's greats. After one of the most incredible seasons we have seen, last year this player was not only crowned world champion for the second time, but also is the recipient of the Kai Buddha Player of the Year trophy for 2023-2024. My friends, please put your hands together for Javier Dominguez. Javi, is there anything you'd like to say, mate?
Yeah, well, first, let's say it is a huge honor, you know, to be the first captain of the Player of the Year, which he was here also. So that was that one got for Kai as well. Yeah, I mean, I still cannot believe it. Everyone knows how much it takes to get to the PT, or how likely it is to actually do well in different Pro Tours in a row, Worlds, whatever. If you want to say, it's like I'm just, you know, someone from a small town in Spain, and I got there, so that means, you know, with enough luck, and you try it out, anyone can get there. So it goes for you, and I want anyone here. So thanks, everyone. Yeah, that's it.
Once again, everyone, please congratulate the Player of the Year for 2023-2024, the recipient of the Kaibutter Player of the Year trophy, Javier Dominguez.
Congratulations once again to our Player of the Year, Javier Dominguez. So incredibly well-deserved. That journey for someone else begins here this weekend, of course, and it begins with Draft. Now, Aetherdrift Draft has only been out for about 10 days, Monty, so quite a job for these players to get ready for this weekend.
Yeah, definitely a tough job to figure out a brand new limited format in that short of a time. But the one thing players have figured out coming into this weekend, green is the name of the game. So exhaust midrange in Gruul, as well as vehicles and mounts midrange in Selesnya. That's where a lot of players want to be.
And as we cast our eye over some of the other draft archetypes as part of this Aetherdrift limited format, looking at, in particular, Golgari, green-black, Simic, green-blue, these are dominant archetypes. These are arguably the best archetypes that you could hope to be in. And conversely, Boros, red-white, has not been putting up the numbers, Marnie. This is not a format that we have seen very low-to-the-ground aggressive decks flourish so far.
No, definitely not. And as we think about why these green decks have been so good, we do, of course, have to take a look at the signposts on commons. These are the ones that really try to put you in these color combinations. And for this set, they are all extremely powerful. Looking at the Golgari ones, cards like Broodheart Engine and Thundering Broodwagon are incredibly good for what the reanimation archetype is trying to do. And these are the cards that you're going to be looking for to put you in that powerful lane.
And to have a look now at the Selesnya or the Gruul uncommons here, a different approach taken with these decks, certainly more aggressive with the vehicle, the mount-based list you can put together when you're playing, for example, white paired with green. But an important thing to remember as we watch the drafts unfold is the fact that the green colour very deep. There's a lot of playable cards across this card pool, and multiple green drafters can be supported at one table, even if they're paired with different colours, as we see some of these signposts uncommons sort of demonstrate or illustrate for us here.
All right, but not every card goes in every deck. So, Monty, talk to us about how you know where a card goes and finding its home.
Well, Maria, when we talk about limited and we think about draft Magic specifically, cards don't exist in vacuums. Cards exist in the context of the format they live in. And for today, we're going to be looking at Pact Doll Terror. Very powerful 4-mana artifact creature. When it enters, or another artifact you control enters, you drain your opponent for 1. I would say that if we were to judge this card in a vacuum as a common, it's a very good common, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, but this number shifts a bit when we look at it in the context of the color pairs that it can fit into. So we're going to start with Orzhov. Orzhov is a speed archetype, but it is also part of the Esper combination of colors that have a lot of artifact matters themes. In Orzhov, Pact Doll Terror is really on that average of a 7, 8 out of 10. When we move it over to Dimir, which is a dedicated artifact strategy, this is where Pact Doll Terror shines. I would say here, we can really bump this common up to a 9 out of 10. Absolutely fantastic. Next, we look at it in Rakdos. Again, a speed strategy, but definitely less artifact synergies going on here. Pact Doll Terror still completely fine. I would say 6 out of 10 here, but you're starting to look at other pieces. And finally, we move over to Golgari. This is the reanimation archetype. This is the archetype that is really trying to go big, trying to stabilize the board early, make use of the graveyard, and notably, way fewer artifacts that you're going to be having here. Definitely not an unplayable card by any means. It's still a very strong common, but I would say in Golgari, you're looking at a 4 out of 10 from a card that is normally so good.
Okay, really interesting stuff. And curve in this format, Riley, so incredibly important.
Yes, but not in the way that I think a lot of people immediately assume. We've talked about already the fact that this is a slower format, and when you're looking to curve out here, it's not necessarily because you want to really get off to a quick start in terms of being aggressive. A lot of the time you're trying to set up for a longer game, and a good example of this at the 1-drop slot is Stampeding Scurryfoot. 1-mana 1/1s don't tend to do too well in limited. This one, however, with its exhaust ability, with its ability to put meaningful material on the board both early and late, it's a terrific inclusion in any green deck and a great way to open up a game on turn number 1. Turn number 2, you might follow that up with something like Venom Sack Lagak. A good common that's good early, it's good late. In the early turns, it can attack through blockers. It can also block and trade up with Death Touch. But then attacking as a 2/4 when saddled later in the game means that it can push damage through while also just staying back on blocks when you need to take down a big creature that otherwise would be threatening your life total. Green also opens us up to value plays. Things like Pothole Mole. Not the most impressive set of stats on this card, just a 3-mana 2/3, but a card that will fuel graveyard synergies if you're playing Golgari. It'll make sure you're hitting land drops for big late game plays if you're playing, for example, Simic. So these are the sorts of cards that fill out the curve very neatly, providing value and making sure that you're hitting your straps. And then on the when we're looking at 4-drops, another greater illustration of this good early and good late the thing that we're talking about when it comes to Aetherdrift is Hazard of the Dunes. A 4-mana 4/4, trample reach. No one's complaining about that. That's a great aggressive play if you want to put some pressure on. It's a great defensive play if you need to stem the bleeding. But what's really important about this card is its relevance in the late game. This exhaust ability, turning it into a 7/7 trampler. This is the sort of card that wins games. And even when played on turn 4, it can be just as potent down the line, turn 6, turn 7, turn 8, turn 9, turn 10.
Yeah, when we talk about the dream curve in a format, typically we're thinking about curves that win the game. But when we look at Aetherdrift, the dream curve is really to set up the game and begin the game. And that's really highlighted by the fact that this dream curve is not only stabilizing the board, but it's also giving you 11 mana worth of things to do later on, when in a grindy format, a slow format, you could say, that is really nice to have. And as we think about the slowness of this format, we really can look at what other strategies this slowness can enable. We can look at cards like Riverturn Monument, which is a millstone, but also it has that exhaust one-shot ability to try to close out the game. Same with Push the Limit, a 7-mana build-around sorcery in other formats may not be playable even, but in this format, with all the cycling that you have going around and the slowness of the format, this is not only a valid archetype, but it is an actively good archetype, and it is really cool to see a format designed where cards like this can flourish.
This format is so very cool. I am so excited for draft this morning to find out what the pros do down there. Let's take a look at some of our pods that we'll be keeping an eye on this morning in draft. Of course, Journey to the Top starts with draft and starts with pod 1, Riley.
Yes, indeed, a headline act here, and what an act it is. Martin Hughes of the Hall of Fame are featured in draft pod number 1, but he's not our featured player. No prizes for guessing who that's going to be. Javier Dominguez, the reigning world champion, the reigning player of the year. We'll be zooming in on this fellow and his draft as we get into the limited action. Draft pod number 1, sure to entertain.
Excellent pod there. What about pod number 2, Monty?
Well, Maria, when I look at pod number 2, I look at names that we have been seeing on the Pro Tour, like Ken Yukihiro, Masahito Moriyama, and Italian rising star Marco Del Pivo. But I also think of names that we haven't seen on the Pro Tour for quite a while, like Corey Burkhart.
Welcome back!
And multi-game all-star Luna Eason. So this is definitely a pod to watch here, and I'm really excited to see what goes here.
All right, let's take a peek at draft pod number 3. Some heavy hitters in here as well. Simon Nielsen, your 2022-2023 player of the year. Seems like he can't lose a game of Magic normally. Nicole Tippo, top 16, her first Pro Tour as well at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. There's a look at some of our top pods here this morning. And of course, there's always some nerves in the building as we get started for draft. Let's take a look at our players as they arrived this morning at our first feature pod. Hearts pounding probably a little bit for these players as they walk on in, hoping to crack open some good packs here this morning to get their Pro Tour off to a good start. The nerves don't go away, even if you are Javier Dominguez. There he is, our featured drafter here this morning, 2-time world champion, your current reigning world champion, your current reigning player of the year. No pressure, Javi. Let's take a look at his stats here. Started playing in 2001, qualified by top 8 in World Championship 30, 11 top finishes to his name. One of the best to ever do it. Well, it's not just going to be us bringing you here the action from the feature match area. Let's take a look at the rest of our broadcast team who'll be hanging out with you here this weekend. We've got Marshall Sutcliffe, we've got Paul Chian, we have Ailey Loney and Corey Baumeister in the booth with you this weekend. I could not be more excited to kick it off with draft here this morning. It's time to put the pedal to the metal. Marshall and Paul, take it away.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Chian. And of course, this is the time where the rubber meets the road.
Sure.
It is, though, right? This is the point of the tournament where the players have to get really serious. A lot of prep, a lot of time has gone into sitting down for their first draft. And as we know, the first draft actually dictates a lot about how the rest of their tournament potentially could go. Getting off to a good start here is critical.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a pretty deep format. And, you know, the games do go long, so you're going to get to see long, grindy games where you get to see a lot of skill expression. You get to see the players who have been drafting for a long time. I think the more experienced drafters are going to have a huge edge coming into this format.
Javier Dominguez is going to be our featured drafter. He has been expressing his skill on opponents for a long time now. And coming in off of a World Championship / Player of the Year. We're going to get a chance to see him draft and see how he approaches this format. You can see the unlucky players who ended up being at his table and might have to play against a player of his stature. It looks like he's focused and ready to go.
He is, but Javier, he's been...
I'm Bruna, I'm just from Brazil. I'll be calling your draft. So let's get started. Pick up the pack labeled A. Remove the wrapper and count the cards face down.
As you can
Please
see, our Judge
verify you
Bruna
have
is doing
14
our
cards.
called draft here. This is where a judge will tell you each action that you take as you go to make sure that everything is done properly. And so what they're doing now is just simply counting out that the correct number of cards are there, and then we'll see pack one, pick one here from Javier. Let's get underway.
This is the most exciting part of the Pro Tour.
Friday morning Pro Tour
up the
draft,
pack.
pack
You
one,
have
pick
4
one. It doesn't get
seconds.
better than this. Let's
Does
see what he
not.
opens up.
All right, I see a Ride Zen.
Ride Zen pulled to the front immediately, and a Canyon Vaulter as well.
Yeah, there's also a Monument to Endurance, which is a really nice payoff if you want to be in the cycling deck. But that's something that I want to have come to me instead of something I want to move into pack one, pick one.
Right, it's a bit of a niche archetype. It can work.
Absolutely.
It would be very bold, though, to take it here.
Right. Yeah, if it tables or something, you can maybe consider it, or if you
10
get it 5th or
seconds.
6th pick. But here, Ride Zen seems to be the safest pick to
Oh,
me.
he does have it pulled up to the front,
It's powerful, but you know, if you look
Moving
at,
in?
if you look at a card like Ride Zen, it's just you can
Draft.
splash for it too. It's just a really solid removal
Shuffle and
spell. I
pass
think that's what he
13
takes.
cards
White
to your
not
left.
being one of the stronger colors, but remember, you can still splash this. Green-white is still a powerful color combination, and starting with Ride Zen,
Pick
you
up the
could
pack.
do
You
worse.
have 35 seconds.
So Ride Zen, reasonable start here for the draft for Javier. Not what he would have wanted.
No, of
You know,
course.
something in the uncommon and rare slot might have been a little better, but... And it looks like he's got Broadcast Rambler pulled to the front.
There's an explosive getaway, which is really interesting, right? It's a 5-mana sweeper, but you get to save your own creature, which is nice. But then you have arguably one of Green's best common
Right.
in Run Over as well, and that's, of course, a color that a lot of people are going to be fighting over coming into this draft. It is pretty clear that it's the best color,
5 seconds.
but you can take the Broadcast Rambler if you want to stay white, right? You already first pick Ride Zen. Broadcast Rambler
Draft.
is the second best white common, in my
Shuffle
opinion,
and pass
so it's
12
not the
cards
worst to
to your
kind of
left.
just stay in one color and try to read the signals and get a better sense for what's open.
Curious to see how Javier approaches
Pick up the
green
pack.
in the
You have 30
format,
seconds.
as there wasn't really much to speak of in the first pack, and then
Ooh,
just to run over there.
it's a Bossry, 3rd pick.
Ooh,
Yeah, and there's a Ranger's Ether Hive, which is a great kind of payoff in the Simic exhaust deck, but you need to have a ton of exhaust things. And based off of your first 2 picks, I think it's pretty safe to just take a 3rd pick Bossry, solidify yourself in white, hope that nobody else, you're not really fighting anybody else for white, because
5
that
seconds.
white isn't deep enough where it can really support 3 drafters. I mean, I don't even know if it could support 2.
Draft.
1.5
It's
is
really
probably
shallow.
the number. Yeah, so
Shuffle and pass
Bossry hits the
11
pile
cards
here.
to your left.
Wow, if you're going to be in white, this is a reasonable start.
Yeah, absolutely. I try to avoid
Pick up the
white
pack.
when
You
possible,
have
but when you do
25
get a
seconds.
3rd pick Bossry, that's a pretty good sign that you're going to probably see more white cards moving forward.
Speaking of, do we see any here?
Some interesting blue cards. There's a Broadside Barrage, which is a premium removal spell, but of course that's 2 colors off of what you currently have as a base. So
Right.
it's kind of rough. right? If you
5
first pick the
seconds.
Monument, maybe you could take it here, but there's either the Leonian Surveyor there, there's also Risen Necro Regent, which is
Draft.
interesting for the black-white speed deck, but looks
Shuffle and
like
pass 10 cards to your left.
Just going to keep it simple.
just stay the course to your Surveyor, totally fine 2-mana play, right? You get to start your engines early if you're aggressive. 2-drop for a 2-2 that has first strike when it attacks. That's kind of everything you want in the white strategy, because there's not really a slow white deck. White kind of wants to attack, and so Surveyor is a totally fine 2-mana play for that deck. But curious to see, I mean, just based on what we saw out of that pack, there was also the Risen Necro Regent. Now, if you are looking to play the speed mechanic or the speed deck, that is one of the best payoff cards. Where I play against a speed deck, oftentimes the payoffs are just like, they don't look that exciting.
No.
But then when they get to max speed and then on turn 5, they start tapping all their lands, and I'm like, uh-oh. If they play the 5-4 and they get to make a zombie every single turn, then you're talking.
Yeah, that's a classic build around payoff. All right, looks like we have one of our players just step away from the table for a moment here, but we're back in action.
Pick up the pack. You have 25 seconds.
Okay, there's a Dune Drifter. And is that Road Rage as well?
Yeah, it's a pretty late Road Rage. 5th pick Road Rage.
Yeah.
Now, this is the interesting part. Boros is the worst color combination in the format, but getting a 5th pick Road Rage could be a sign. Road Rage is a very, very solid removal spell that you could be interested in
5
playing.
seconds.
But Dune Drifter is also pretty strong. And you did see the Risen Necro Regent in the previous pack, so that could
Draft.
also be a sign that you can move
Shuffle
into
and
black.
pass
So
9 cards
that
to
is
your
kind of a
left.
pivotal pick there, right? You either take the Road Rage or the Dune Drifter, and that will really kind of shape which
Pick up the
direction you
pack.
end up going.
You have 20 seconds.
Goes with the Road Rage. Like you said, it is a late one and a 3rd pick boss tree. I mean, if you're going to be red-white, this does seem to be what you need to happen, right?
Right.
You need premium rares and uncommons and stuff coming to you in the middle part of the pack.
5 seconds.
Yeah, and Javier just needs to hope that the red and white uncommons continue to flow here, because just a red-white deck with commons,
Shuffle and pass 8
No way.
cards to your
it just
left.
doesn't work out, just because the commons they fall off a cliff, honestly.
They
when you
really
look
do.
when you look
Pick
at
up
those
the
two
pack.
colors,
You have 20
the
seconds.
premium commons, the top 2 commons are okay, but once you start, it's just a bunch of filler 2-mana level creatures.
And it's a
so-
hostile environment for aggressive decks as well. Everything, it feels like every other creature has Death Touch or Reach.
Yeah.
Or 4 toughness or whatever. You
5
just can't seem to
seconds.
get through once you get to turn 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's really hard to push through damage.
That's right. All right, well,
Draft.
Night Market's going to hit the
Pass
top here.
7 cards to your left.
Little mana fixing, maybe keeping the options open. We saw Scoured Barons the
Pick up the
pick
pack.
prior
You
to
have
that,
15
so
seconds.
you know maybe Javier's still keeping options open. Only the 1 red card right now still.
Okay, that's an interesting card. That is a fairly late End Rider
5
Spike Spitter.
seconds.
In the red-white aggressive deck, you do have the Leonin Surveyor. So if you can get to maximum speed and
Draft.
use that as a card advantage
Pass 6
engine,
cards to
I
your
mean,
left.
you know, if you're getting kind of signposty
up the
uncommons
pack,
late,
you have
this
10
could be the
seconds.
lane that you can end up in. Now notice,
Oh,
what is that?
that's a monument.
But you're white. I guess you
Yeah.
take it here, but it's
Draft.
not doing a whole lot
Pass
here. You
5
don't have a whole
cards
lot
to
of
your
cycling.
left.
The monument is really good in blue-red, but
Pick up the
he's
pack,
so
you
heavy
have
on
10
white. I mean,
seconds.
Yeah, maybe it's just not destined. That was the monument that Javier opened. He wheeled it.
yeah.
I wonder,
Draft.
it makes me wonder
Pass 4
about
cards
going
to
into
your
pack
left.
2 where Javier's mind state will be, because he picked
Pick up
that
the
very
pack. You have
quickly.
5
Yeah,
seconds.
if the draft doesn't go well, right, and you start seeing more cycling payoff
Draft.
cards,
Yeah.
I can see moving in that direction.
Pass
It's just
3
a really
cards to
tough
your
ask
left.
right now, given that Javier's base white. If
up
Javier
the
was base
pack. You
blue
have
or
5
base
seconds.
red, then that would, or because he only has a handful of red cards, he's
That's
mostly
right.
base white.
Draft.
It's just kind of really tough to
Pass
pull off
2
the
cards
cycling
to your
deck if you're
Pick up
red
the
white.
pack. You have 5 seconds.
I mean, what even cycler, like he has boss?
The boss
Draft.
recycles and all the red. There's a
Pass the
bunch
last
of red
card.
cyclers, but the problem is
But
there's
I'm
not a
saying,
ton
what
of
does he
white.
You have now
have?
60 seconds
Right
to
now,
review
he
your
just has a
picks.
boss striker. So.
Okay, right. So let's take a quick look at the pack here. This is the portion in between packs where the players get to review their picks. You're not allowed to look at that pack in the middle. You know, if you go to a local game store and draft, you know, you can just take a look. If you draft on Arena or Magic Online, I mean, you'll just have the picks right in front of you. But at a professional level draft, you actually get an allotted amount of time to go over your picks, and then they're put face down again, and you don't get to look until after the next pack.
So, at the very least here, Javier seems to have reasonable curve with some, you got the trick in the burner rocket, and you do have an interactive spell here as well. So I think the first thing here, you're just seeing a bunch of white and red cards, and of course we all know what white and red cards want to do. You want to attack, but he did pick up that late monument. That means nobody's interested in doing the cycling thing. So if it's wide open and you do get another monument or some other big signpost card, then you can maybe perhaps look to pivot, but it's going to be tough because that's a lot of playables you're going to need to get to be able to actually get a playable deck, given that you have so many white cards already.
Now, this is a key inflection point here, Paul, in every draft, particularly at this point where you've gotten to the end of pack number 1. And you're not 100% sure exactly where you're going. It's actually rare that you know exactly both of the colors that you're going to pick and that you're completely convinced that that's where it's going to go. So let's just take one quick minute here before we get into pack number 2 to kind of map out some of the directions maybe that this draft could go. And, this is one of those things where you might have some dreams, you might have some wishes, right? So let's start with the commons. What are some of the cards that Javier might have in his mind that he hopes to pick up going forward?
Yeah, so these are some of the best commons if you're looking to be red and white. You see the Lightning Strike and Ride's End, of course. They're just premium removal spells that you want. But notably, one of the biggest risers is Thunderhead Gunner. This card is just fantastic in a format where you always want to be doing things with your mana. This is a 5-mana 4/5 reach creature, blocks absolutely anything, and then if you ever just draw extra lands in the late game, you can rummage that away. Additionally, he got that 9th pick monument, right? So if you do open up something like a Thunderhead Gunner at common, well, maybe you can find enough ways to rummage and cycle where even in your red-white deck, you can find a way to get that monument back into the deck, because if you have 9, 10-ish cyclers in your deck, it's a very powerful build around artifact.
Yeah, it's really, Thunderhead Gunner threads the line between all of the things that Javier may be trying to do here going into the next pack. What about for uncommons? Let's take a look at what Javi might have in mind going forward. Well, there's some raw power for you.
Right, so just we'll save the Detention Chariot here, but just looking at Glory Heath Lynx and Outpace Oblivion, these are some of the best uncommons in white and red. You want to be aggressive, you want to start your engines. There's some nice payoffs here. Glory Heath Lynx, probably the best white uncommon in the entire set. Just you play that thing on turn 2, and you're on the draw, you just look at that thing and you're just like, you have a 2-mana 2/2 in your hand, you're like, man, I am not going to win. They're just going to get a bunch of lands. But the really interesting uncommon that I think Javier could open is Detention Chariot, because we did see the monument there. So if you want a cycling sub-theme, this is the perfect card. This is a perfectly powerful artifact that you can play, but it has cycling, right? And that's really important. So now you have a cycler that's very, very playable, that's very powerful, and a nice top-end card. So if you can open a Detention Chariot, maybe we can see a world where you can do a little bit of the beatdown stuff, but also have a nice late-game cycling engine as well.
Let's go big here, Paul. Commons, uncommons, what's on the wish list? What kind of things would you want to see if you were in Javier's seat? If you left unchecked, what would you want to open?
Yeah, so the 2 cards here on the left are just clearly the best cards in white and red. Perilous Snare, just fantastic removal spell, one of the best rares in the set. It just gets everything. It starts your engines, and whenever you get to maximum speed, you just start distributing +1/+1 counter, so that's really great, particularly in a red-white deck where it shouldn't be too difficult to get to max speed. House Squad Heavy, also just incredible, 3-mana 2/3, another start your engines card, and particularly in red-white where you have a good number of vehicles, when you make that 1/1 token, you can crew the vehicle, so your goblin just doesn't attack to its death, which is really nice and allows you to build that army. And then this is a fun one. He already has 1 copy of Monument to Endurance, so why not a second one, right?
I like it.
Once you have a second one, you have a legitimate game plan, and that might be enough reason for you to try to pivot and draft the cycling deck.
Yeah, there you go. So that's some of the things that maybe is going through the mind of Javier Dominguez. But as we know, in Pack 2, packs can throw you a curveball, and sometimes you end up in places you didn't even expect. So this is just a little bit of that. But we can get back to the action here and see how this Pack 2 actually goes for Javier.
Yeah, I think he generally just wants to probably stay the course with just a proactive red-white aggro deck. But you never know, right? Just depending on what you open, things can change. So there's a Canyon Vaulter in that pack. There's also a Push the Limit, which is a really interesting card if you do end up with a bunch of cycling vehicles. Right now, he doesn't have any. But there's also a Lightning Strike, which is a really, really strong removal spell. So it looks like he's got Lightning Strike and Canyon Vaulter. And I think a lot of people initially in the format would have been like, oh, you just slammed the Lightning Strike. But Javier also considering the Canyon Vaulter. He already has a Broadcast Rambler. So that's an excellent combination, just having a 5/4 flying vehicle.
I think I would take the Vaulter
Draft.
over the Strike here. Also,
Shuffle and pass
he does
13
have
cards to
quite a
your
few
right.
more white cards that he really wants to play versus the red. He has about equal number of cards total, but
Pick up the pack. You have 35
you know,
seconds.
cards like Bostry and stuff make you really want to solidify your chances in white.
Yeah, absolutely. You just want to get to a good start.
Captain Howler.
I mean, no way you take that, right? Well, let's see what the rest of the pack has. It doesn't look like there's a ton of other good red or white cards. So it is the most powerful card in this pack. But if you take this in your red-white, the thing is, red-white is aggressive, right? If you take the captain, you are moving in a completely different direction because your mana is going to mess with you. And you won't be able to curve out as properly. Now, this could be the...
5 seconds.
This pack isn't very strong, so you could speculate on this and maybe go, you know what?
Draft.
Maybe I can do the cycling thing. Nobody's in it.
If Javier wanted to do it, would it require effectively letting go of white?
You could perhaps go into 3 colors. You do have a night market,
Right.
but you just no longer turn into an aggressive deck, or it's a lot
Shuffle
harder
and
to be an
pass
aggressive deck,
12 cards
given
to
that
your
you're going to
right.
be splashing this card. But
Pick
of
up
course,
the
we
pack.
still don't
You
know if
have
he's going to
30
play it. But
seconds.
Captain Howler is certainly an extremely powerful card.
Right.
So he's going to be on the lookout for some mana fixing, maybe another night market
Oof.
or a land that taps for blue mana.
Wow, not much in this pack either. Geez, pack 2, pick 3? Wreck Remover?
It cycles for
5
2
seconds.
mana.
Course?
Collision Course is okay.
Sure.
Shuffle and pass 11
I guess you
cards
take
to your
collision.
right.
Whoa.
Or you take Wreck Remover.
All right.
All right.
We have pivoted, and now Javier is looking like he might
Pick up
move
the pack. You
into
have
blue-red
25
cycling,
seconds.
perhaps Jeskai cycling. We'll see. Okay, there's a Kaladin.
Kaladin, okay.
Oh.
This will give us an idea of what Javier's thinking about this blue splash.
Right,
Because if he's serious about it at this point, you need to take
5
that land.
seconds.
yeah, if you're looking to do the cycling,
Wow, he is gonna take
because
Tranquil
Kaladin is a
Code.
perfectly fine
Totally.
2-drop in the Boros aggro deck.
Shuffle and pass
And
10
all right, I
cards
guess
to your
we're
right.
moving into
What are we
Jeskai?
moving into?
Well, he took the
Jeskai
cove.
Pick up the pack.
cycling?
You have
Jeskai
25
cycling.
seconds.
I'm just wondering where this leads to. Like, this is not an obvious deck. Just if you haven't had a chance to draft the format yet, this isn't one of the go-tos.
No, absolutely not. Well, you're just going to be looking for things with cycling.
Yeah.
You have the captain, you have the monument here, or just powerful cards in a vacuum, and now you don't need to care as much about trying to start your engines
5
and get to max
seconds.
speed anymore. This is a completely different deck that Javier's looking to perhaps draft here. But
Second
Draft.
Broadcast Rambler.
yeah, that card is just good. 5 mana,
Just
you get a
solid
Thopter,
card.
5/4.
It doesn't
yeah.
really fit much of the maybe theme,
Right.
except for that it's just good and
Shuffle
costs
and
white
pass 9
mana.
cards to
Right,
your
just
right.
just a just
You
a
may pick
power
up the
level
pack.
pick. You just
You
have
have
this in your
20
deck.
seconds.
Let's see what we find here. That's a Cloudspire Sky Cycle.
Yeah, and there's
Sure.
also a nesting bot if you want it to be the really aggressive deck, but I don't think that's where Javier's looking to be. This looks more like a mid-rangey, potentially
5
almost
seconds.
combo-ish type deck. So the Sky Cycle just makes a lot more sense.
Draft.
Solid card.
Yeah.
Again, the mix here are like kind of all-in cyclers or just solid red-white cards.
Right.
And that's a tough balance to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, I've drafted this format over 40 times at this point. I don't think I've had a red-white cycling deck just yet here.
No, there's just not enough cycling in white to support.
Right. This is tough. And you know what? Drafts in this format are a lot more difficult, and I've had most of my train wrecks where I'm not a base green deck. And right now, it's pretty clear green isn't open. Everybody knows it's the best color, and when you
Shuffle and
don't
pass
see it
8
and you try to
cards
put
your
together a deck
left.
that's in
Pick up the
red
pack.
and
You
white,
have 20 seconds.
it's really difficult.
All right, pick 7 here out of pack 2.
Are we taking Howlers heavy?
Colors heavy. That actually costs blue to cycle, right? One in
Yeah.
a blue, like that's not even a colorless
5
cycler.
seconds.
Yeah, the thing is, if you play that, like your mana is just going to be a total train wreck. You like.
Draft.
I'm okay
Pass
taking
7
a bunch of the
cards to
2
your
mana,
right.
the 2 colorless mana cyclers, but Howler's Heavy is rough.
Pick up
I
the
do
pack. You
like the
have
card.
15
It's definitely
seconds.
overperformed for me. But if you're looking to splash this card, then things get a lot dicier.
one of the benefits of being multicolored but
seconds.
also cycling are the colorless cycling costs that at least let you do something. I mean, in
Pass 6
current
cards
era
to your
limited,
right.
cycling a card for 2 mana
Pick
for
up the pack, you
no
have
other
10
effect, like
seconds.
just getting the
Right.
card, is more or less unacceptable. Like, that is too slow, but this is even harder.
All right,
Trade the Helm has cycling.
but there's a push
Is
the
there a
limit.
push the limit?
There is a push the
Draft.
limit here, but we'll note
Pass
that
5
right
cards to
now
your
I
right.
took it.
he took it. It's got a lot of
Pick up the
upside,
pack,
but
you
you
have
need
10
to pick up the
seconds.
cycling vehicles. If you don't, it doesn't
to.
really do a whole lot. But this does act as a legitimate win condition. Now, Sky Crash getting it
more
this late,
cycling.
very, very nice. That's just a really, really solid card with cycling.
Draft.
But Javier's
Pass
going to
4
be
cards
looking
to your
for
right.
some cycling vehicles to make this work. The
up the
the
pack,
thing
you
with
have
a
5
card like
seconds.
Broadcast Rambler is, I mean, oftentimes it's just going to be in play and it won't die,
Draft.
right? So
Pass 3 cards
you
to your
want to
right.
pick up the cycler. So that's going to be what Javier's
Pick up
going to
the
be looking
pack,
for
you
if
have
he
5
wants to get push the
seconds.
limit into his deck.
You're going to need a
Draft
lot of
and pass
discard
2
outlets
cards
to
to
get an
your right.
Apocalypse Runner in
You may
for
pick
the
up the
push
pack,
the
you have
limit.
5
Right.
seconds.
Like, we're deep here.
Yeah.
This could get sketchy.
Draft.
This
and
pack
pass
2
the
was
last
rough.
card.
Really
here
tough.
for
I mean, if
Javier.
I'm in
You have
Javier's
now
seat,
90
I am
seconds to review
worried.
your packs.
Yeah, he didn't even really get any good white cards out of this pack, despite
He got
twi-
a Canyon Vaulter, like
got a
pick
Rambler.
2 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
not
it.
much.
Yeah, so this is tough. Javier's a little bit all over the place here. Kind of has some semblance of an aggressive red-white strategy, but also has some cycling stuff. There's a push to limit that likely won't make it unless you pick up some good cycling vehicles here. There's a little bit of mana fixing. You do have the Tranquil Cove and the Night Market. So with, if you just want to splash the Captain, then maybe you can get away with playing one island, something along those lines. But
It feels, like if you look at the average power level of the cards, it's close enough to a
Right.
functional deck. But game plan wise, they feel so disparate. I mean, there's some overlap with a couple of the build arounds that Javier has. But the problem is you've got this like build around world that he's dabbling in, but then you have this very baseline red-white aggressive deck that doesn't overlap with that very much at all. And
Yeah.
neither are fully fleshed out here. for
right.
him.
Yeah, it's tough because every time you make a pick of, do I take a 2-mana creature or a cycling card, right? And if you keep going back and forth, I think overall you end up with a weaker deck just because you
Right.
kind of your strategies are a little disjointed here.
Right, think of some of the curves, right? Like a
Right.
bossy Canyon Vaulter, Monument to
This is the end of
Endurance,
the
right?
review
Or,
period. Please
you're
put all
curving
your
out and then
cards
you
in a
draw
single
Howlers
face-up
heavy that
pile.
you can at best cycle. It's just, it gets awkward really
Yeah.
quickly. I think this pack 3 is going to
You
need
may
to
now
be
pick the
very
last
kind
pack.
to Javier to salvage
Remove
this.
the wrapper and count the cards face down.
Yeah, we'll
Verify
note though,
again, you
I'm
have 14
I'm trying to
cards.
think about what Javier could have done differently so far. It was just a tough seed.
Very tough seat.
It's not there.
I
It's,
do not envy that
it's
seat.
not like there were just standout signpost
No.
cards that you just
Also,
slam
by the
and
way,
you just
Paul,
take.
Green cards?
Yeah, no green
We've
cards.
seen like one run over.
Right.
Like no good rares, no good uncommons, and not even any of the
Pick up
like
the pack,
6
you have
really
40
great
seconds.
commons outside of that one run over.
Yeah, and he also wanted some maybe cycling payoffs, right? Or Marauding Mako would have been fantastic for him to be able to pick up, but didn't get that. Just got the captain there. So
He's got Ride's End pulled to the front.
there's also a Gallant Strike, and I'm kind of liking
Oh.
the Gallant Strike because it lets you do both, right? It's a nice removal spell, somewhat comparable in power level to Ride's End, but also gives you the cycling where if you do have the captain or the monument in play, there's a lot more upside there.
You're not going to get a lot of playable / good white cards with also cycling on them. I
seconds.
think you have to take it.
Yeah, and this is a format where it's really important to be able to kill large creatures.
Yes.
So Gallant Strike
This
is
one passed
really strong
13
in this
cards
format,
to your
whereas
left.
maybe in some others it wouldn't be.
That's right. Yeah, first Gallant Strike has to be in here, especially over the second Ride's End there
Pick up the pack. You
for
have
Javier. So he
35
picks up
seconds.
Gallant Strike. Hey, that is actually a card that threads the needle between
Right.
these kind of 2 disparate archetypes that he's dabbling in. Oh,
Okay. That gives us a game plan. I mean, there's a push to limit in Javier's side or main deck maybe, but there's also Sky Crash, which is just a really good card, right? This is
yeah. Could
just-
he?
I think he has a higher chance of wheeling the Sky Crash because he got one super late.
Yeah, I
in
think
pack
you're
2.
right. Even though triple white's tough,
But this does give Javier a legitimate win
seconds.
condition because this is kind of a rough draft. I think you just have to try to get lucky here. Take the flagship. It's a
Draft,
cycler.
shuffle
And then
pass
if you
12
get
cards
enough
to your
other
left.
vehicles that cycle, you can push the limit. Imagine pushing this to the limit and getting in. You can just kill your opponents out of nowhere. So,
Pick up the pack.
This had
you
to be
have
one of
30
the
seconds.
better pickups. If you're going to thread this needle,
right.
that is one way to actually do it.
All right, there's a Clamorous Ironclad, which is really nice as well.
And a boosted sloop.
And a boosted sloop, which is really powerful, but it's another blue card. So do you want to take the blue card here just to make sure that you have a good source of discard, or do you want to just take the Clamorous Ironclad, which is a guaranteed cheap cycler to go into your deck? And then you can also just take Crash and Burn
5 seconds.
if you feel like you need another interactive spell.
I like the sloop because it feels like there's not going to be
Draft,
enough cycling.
shuffle and
Like,
pass
so
11
again,
cards
I
to
don't
your
know
left.
if Javier is thinking,
Pick up
okay,
the pack.
red, white, aggro,
You have
or
25
red, white, aggro
seconds.
with cycling sub-theme, or red, white, aggro with cycling sub-theme plus push the limit
Right.
random win con. But if he is trying to do all of those things,
Yeah,
then I think you want the sloop.
The sloop helps, and you have a Canyon Vaulter too to give it flying. So I can see a world where you can take that. So it looks like Javier's really leaning into
5
the
seconds.
cycling nature
Right.
of this deck, and that's kind of what we're going to see here. There are a couple of interesting 4-mana
Draft,
start your engine
shuffle
cards,
and
but
pass 10
wow.
cards.
Another
your
Howler's
left.
Heavy, so that's 2 of those.
I am just curious how his mana is going to work. I'm really concerned about the mana here because
Pick
It
up
you
the
are
doesn't.
pack. You have
you are just
25
straight up
seconds.
3 colors when you take that Howler's Heavy.
Right. He does have 2 fixers. One of them's a dual, and one of them's a I could make it blue if I want.
Okay, that's a good aggressive card here. A great aggressive card even. Burnout Bastronaut. Embalmed Descendant also fantastic, but simply far too late to take anything that's white or black. But remember, there was
5
that point in the
seconds.
draft where Javier could have taken a red card or a black card.
Right.
And,
Way back.
Draft, shuffle and pass 9 cards to your left.
Yeah, he took that
Pick up the
road
pack,
rage,
you
and
have
that sent
20
him down
seconds.
this path.
Now, Burnout Bastronaut is a great card if you're aggressive. If you're not, ooh, there's a Thunderhead Gunner. That's another
Oh.
perfect bridge card. It's just good in any deck, but particularly in a deck that's looking to cycle, right? Because
5
anytime you
seconds.
cycle, so if you just have this in play and you have one of your payoff cards, it is tremendous.
Yeah, and remember, if
Draft,
he does want to play push the
shuffle and pass
limit,
8
these
cards to
discard
your
outlets
left.
are ways to get these vehicles into the graveyard without
Pick up
having
the
to have
pack,
them
you have
die,
20
and for the
seconds.
ones that don't have cycling naturally.
Right, yeah. Well, that's a super late Grim Bauble. I'm really shocked that that's still in the pack. It's one of the
Yeah.
best black commons in the set here, but looks like we're just going to go ahead and take an Endrider Catalyzer here.
Sure.
You know.
5 seconds.
Not a ton of fantastic max speed payoffs here for Javier, but
Yeah.
just a
Draft,
2-mana creature fills the
pass
curve.
7
And if he
cards
wants to get
your
these
left.
blue cards in, I think he's going
Pick
to
up
have
the
to
pack, you
like
have 15
minimize the
seconds.
maximum speed attempts.
Right. Oh, wow. Cloudspire Coordinator. That's a
Okay.
late one. Okay.
Hey, there's power level. I mean, sometimes you can just get power level.
Right. You just play this card, just a 2-mana
5
3/1 that
seconds.
scries 2 when you play it is perfectly strong. And then, of course, if you just run out some Broadcast Ramblers,
Yep.
getting
Draft.
an extra token is obviously very, very strong.
Man, if he can make this House of Cards stand up, he does have some powerful and potentially kind of out of the blue plays. Can you
Right.
imagine playing a few aggressive cards and then a monument, or your opponent thinking, well, my opponent's out of gas,
Right.
they're splashing blue for a couple of rares or whatever, and then you just go push the limit, and what? Where did that come from?
I will say this pack has been very, very good for Javier relative to the
You should be
first 2
passing
packs.
6 cards
Look at his
to your
5th to 8
left.
picks.
Pick up the pack.
They're all
you
just
have 10
solid red and white
seconds.
cards. 5th pick Bastronaut, 8th pick Coordinator. Those are the types of things that you need to have happen to salvage this draft.
Do you think that there's a chance from a playables perspective? Oh,
Draft,
wow, Artillerist here too.
pass 5
That
cards
he
to your
just
left.
ends
Pick up
up
the
just
pack,
being
you have
red-white?
10 seconds.
Like that this whole blue foray ends up being not worth it?
Yeah, it really just comes down to kind of how many playables
If
he
he
ends
hits
up
the right
with.
number.
Because Javier's mana fixing is okay. He has a Tranquil Cove
Draft,
and a Night Market.
pass
It's not
4
perfect.
cards to your
I
left.
can see, the thing is, given
Pick up
what
the
he's
pack,
taken,
you have
he's
5
got to at
seconds.
least play the Captain and the Monument probably,
Okay.
right? And we
Because
will
of his picks.
Right, but
Yeah.
like, for example, that's why I
Draft,
wasn't a huge fan
Pass
of the
3
second
cards to
Howler's
your
heavy
left.
pick,
Yeah.
just because I didn't think it
Pick
was
up the
that
pack, you
realistic
have
that you're
5
going to put that in
seconds.
your deck.
And look at his pack 3. I mean, that just looks like good red-white stuff.
Right.
Right? Like, if his other packs look like that, I would assume
Draft,
that these blue
pass 2
cards
cards to
probably
your
wouldn't
left.
make the cut. But I agree,
Pick up
based
the
on the
pack, you
way
have
that we
5
saw
seconds.
where he took those cards, it was clear he has those in mind.
Yeah.
Draft, and pass the last card.
And those discard outlets, I mean, I have to say, I think that Thunderhead Gunner was like critical if he
Huge.
wants to do these other strategies.
Yeah. And he tabled the Clamorous Ironclad, which is
Uh-huh.
great for the deck.
Oh, that's huge.
Tabling the Magmakin Artillerist, just having another cycler to play on color also helped. Now, again, this is a Boros cycling / aggro-y deck.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, though, this was just kind of his seed. I think if you look at the cards that Javier saw, very clearly you needed to be in some Mardu color combination.
Yes.
And he ended up in red-white. I think he could have had an okay black-white deck as well, given that we saw some of those good black cards table as well. Possibly even Rakdos, but something in that lane. But those are the colors, especially red and white, that aren't so deep. But I think Pack 3 did bail him out a little bit because he needed a lot of playables.
Yeah.
And getting picks 5 through 8 and then tabling some cards, that was really, really huge for him to actually put together what, you draw the Monument, you draw the Cyclers, maybe you can put something together.
Maybe something can come together. Yeah, the two big moments for me were, do you take Road Rage or the Dune Drifter? Basically, do you want to pair red or black? He then took a Scoured Barons right after it, perhaps signaling that there was a little like, well, I want to keep this option open,
Right.
but ended up going in here. And then, of course, the next stage is, well, what did you actually come up with here? Because this is going to be a difficult deck to put together and have it run right. You may have draws that look like one end of the spectrum, say the aggressive end, and then they end up being more of the combo side. And those can be very difficult things to put together. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll be into round number 1, and we get to see this deck in action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Aetherdrift. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I've got Paul Cheon by my side, and we are in Chicago, Illinois. It is chilly outside, but we've got action here at MagicCon. We're drafting. We've got Javier Dominguez, and he just drafted a deck. Not great.
I think he just
Hard to call it great.
It's hard to call it great because you always just want to open bomb rares and be in the right colors for everything. But I will say, given what his options were, I think he just kind of drafted his seat. I think he drafted it to the best of his ability. Maybe 1 or 2 picks you could have done something differently. But this was just a seat. Right, red was open. If you look in the last pack, that was a pack 3 Bastronaut, right? And you got a late Thunderhead Gunner, so he was kind of in the colors that he was supposed to be, but because of the lack of depth in those colors, you had that disaster scenario in pack 2 where he just didn't get anything, and so he's going to have to cobble some things together here. He's got what looks like a somewhat aggressive shell, but some cycling themes. Really curious to kind of see what the end product is for this.
I am too, and we're going to get a chance to see it in the feature. Now, he's going to be sitting down across from his opponent, David Frischer from the United States. A little newer to the scene than Javier Dominguez. You see the 0 top finishes. Qualified via regional championship in Washington, D.C., where David finished in the top 64. This is his first Pro Tour.
Wow.
So, to David, I say welcome. It's great
luck.
to have you along, and good luck, my friend. You're sitting across from arguably the best player in the world. So, have fun with that.
At the very least, Javier doesn't have the best deck in the entire world, so maybe he's got a shot here.
That's right. David looks like, I'm taking a look at the list here, David is actually playing a more dedicated version of one of the things that Javier was doing, which is red-blue.
Oh, so 2 red-blue decks. I am not sure if a draft can actually support 2 blue-red players, so this will be interesting to see.
Definitely. The good news for David is that it doesn't look like Javier crept into that territory too much. Perhaps just the monument, if got stolen from him, but
Okay, that's a good hand.
so he's got his own burnout Bastronaut to kick things off.
Blue.
And Javier has named blue, so that tells us something, because off of his opening hand, we only see red and white, but he has named blue, so that splash is going to be in effect.
And Bastronaut, incredible turn 1 play here. It just doesn't take much here now to get to maximum speed here. And then that becomes a real clock. The Bastronaut gets double strike with fire breathing.
The only good news for Javier is that the only thing David did with his turn 2 is just pump the Bastronaut, so at least you don't have the 1-2 curve.
Yeah. And Javier's hand...
Speed is at 2.
Speed is at 2, and Javier's just hoping that David plays an artifact here. Doesn't really have anything else to do here on turn 2.
No effects. Blocks, table, trigger. Yeah.
And this time, no pump here from Frischer because he does have a follow-up play.
Goblin Surveyor here.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's how often David's probably played against the Wreck Remover.
Right.
He's like, what does this do?
The crazy part is, I'm looking at the list here.
Yeah.
Javi has 2 and is playing both.
Yeah, I mean, so
just
that
for cycling.
He's definitely doing the cycling thing here, and he has to kind of play some cards that you typically don't see that often. But when you're doing the cycling thing, any 2-mana cycler will do. So David has at least a free attack with the Bastronaut because it has Menace. Does he have a removal spell here for the Artillerist?
He does.
Crash and Burn.
Crash and Burn's going to take it down and clear the way for 3 damage.
And we now have maximum speed.
Isn't it 4 already?
It's already at 4.
Wow.
For you. 13, no? Yes, 13.
Yeah, so,
20.
So now the Bastronaut has double strike.
13,
20.
So every time David pumps it, it's going to be just 2 extra points of damage here.
Wow.
And if the Surveyor dies, you can remove that from the graveyard to draw some extra cards.
Yeah, so 2 max speed cards on the battlefield with max speed. That's kind of right where you want to be. And I got to say, killing the 1/4 there was huge for David because the menace now on the Bastronaut is going to become a real problem here for Dominguez.
And David's got an outpace Oblivion here as well. So just a really, really aggressive start here. Kill the 3/4, hit for 5, put Javier down to 8, and then you can sack the Oblivion to deal an additional 2 points of damage.
This is like GG-ish.
Javier is not close to getting to maximum speed here to prevent the taking 2 damage from the Oblivion.
Yeah, no land drop there from Frischer means more action in hand, though he doesn't get to pump up the Bastronaut this turn.
Wait, you're playing 3 colors and you have a colorless land in your deck?
Oh, greedy hobby?
Oh, man.
Oh, no play yet either?
He's got the Valor's flagship, so he can cycle that for 2 pilots. And I imagine that's kind of his play, but it's not great with what's on the board here. You can double block the Bastronaut, but it's got double strike, so it doesn't even really work. And I guess you can double block the Surveyor to trade, but you still take the 1 trample.
Combat. We'll attack for 5. Cycle this.
Cycle Valor's
Use the
flagship.
tokens. So
Make 2 1/1s.
Yeah.
sure. Discard. Blocks.
But what is he going to do with
Yeah,
them?
blocks is fine.
Probably block the
double
3/2.
block the yeah.
You can just pump this twice and put him down to 2, right?
Right.
Yeah, and you trample for, and Javier's down to 1 actually.
Oh, yeah, you're
It
right.
tramples, but I think they might have missed it. But
Well, they counted it as lethal. That was
Wow.
game number 1. Going to the
I
new
think that
guy,
is really good, but I think
David
most
Frischer.
likely
Welcome to the
regardless.
PT.
Yeah, that was good. That was
Good start. That'll get those nerves out. You know,
Are we
like,
allowed to,
hey, I can win.
yeah, great draw, great curve, removal. You just played normal Magic. You just played creatures and removal
Yes.
spells to kind of get things out of the way. I wonder if David just has a blue-red, just normal blue-red tempo deck, maybe not really relying too much on the cycling aspect,
Maybe.
and just playing cards, just curve out and beat you down.
Because I have to say, that was about as clean of a game as you're going to see. I mean,
Right.
Frischer basically curved out, attacked every time, and killed everything that Dominguez put on the battlefield. It's just like exactly what you want in that type of archetype.
Look at this Walking Sarcophagus, not really a card you see often in a blue-red cycling deck, so
No,
I
but
think
the
David just wants to beat down.
Engines are started. There's a boosted sloop now for Dominguez with his perfect mana base, by the way. Look at that, Paul.
One of each.
Respect the game. The sloop, okay on its own here for Dominguez. Given what we saw from Frischer in game 1, it's hard to imagine that he's going to be able to race, but it could play an important role in getting some of these expensive cards into the graveyard for Dominguez. Because, Paul, I have to say, I'm taking a quick look here. I have to double check this. I don't want to say it unless it's for sure true. Yeah, it's for sure true. He's playing Push the Limit.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's in here too.
Hey, I like it. You know, if you go, hey, my deck's just not great enough, I'm going to need to get a little bit lucky. If I cycle the Valor's flagship and cast Push to Limit, that can just end games on the spot.
Huge swing, and cards like the Sloop and the Thunderhead Gunner are ways that he can get some of the vehicles into the graveyard that wouldn't otherwise naturally get there. Although one did just end up there.
Right,
His
right.
Sloop got killed, so.
There are 2 vehicles in the yard right now.
Yeah, let's go.
Ooh.
Frisky.
What kind of attack can this be? If you look at David's hand, he doesn't have anything. There's removal spells and a Howler's Heavy, but a Howler's Heavy doesn't actually do anything. So I think Javier's thinking, what kind of removal can he... Oh, and
got him!
He pushes damage through when he doesn't quite have anything in hand to actually... He doesn't have a combat trick, right? He has removal spells. He could have just used the removal spells, but didn't. Wow.
Oh, man, David. He's got some moves.
Comment.
Just bluffing the world champ your first match at your first PT? Okay. He's gonna, what, crash and burn here?
Yeah, crash and burn's gonna work. And Javier's probably just gonna play an artillerist here to just block 3/2. I don't think you really want to ride. I think you kind of want to save rides in for a bigger or better creature. So you just play a 1/4. And now if David does have a trick, it's like go for it, right? Just like if you use your trick to get my 1/4 out of the way, that's fine.
This is a spot where David needs to recognize that he's going to get called here.
Right. You're
Like,
just blocking 100% of the time.
right. So let's see what he wants to do. Oh, he drew Outpace Oblivion. So he could just take care of business.
And has Broadside Barrage, so just multiple, multiple removal spells here. Now, if you're a Javier seat, really just wants land number 5. You want to just slam Broadcast Rambler just to try to stabilize this board here.
Mm-hmm. Does David continue the game plan that he's been on, which is just remove everything, keep turning?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he does.
Max speed now, right?
Yeah. Wow. He's really good at getting to max speed. It's a kind of tricky thing to do, but his deck seems really well built for it. Is there a land here for Dominguez?
No, there's a monument, but no cycling.
See, this is what we
just
were talking about.
Yeah, look at
right?
his hand. It's just like it's fine Boros cards.
With some random...
With the monument here. Now you have a Cloudspire Sky Cycle with no targets. Basically, Ride's End just being the only thing you can do. And just running out the monument
I mean,
and
can you
hoping just get
imagine
some
how
cycles.
happy David is right now? Tap 3 mana. Oh, is it going to be a blocker, removal spell? It's a monument. You're like,
Okay.
sweet. Yeah, it's tough too because Dominguez, you know, he has to build his deck for the average deck in the format, let's say. That includes a lot of green decks, a lot of slow decks, and he's faced a very aggressive deck here from David, who is just running him over currently. Oh, and he misses land drop again.
2 damage, right?
Sacking this 2 damage.
Might as well. He's down to 7.
This is an attack for 6, and Javier, does he have any? Oh, he has a Ride Zen.
Okay.
So going to be using that on the Surveyor here.
Thinking.
Push to limit is in hand, but we are not close to being able to cast that.
I don't see how he wins if he's drawn Push the Limit plus the Monument and no support for either, you know, either in terms of lands or cycling.
He is down to 4. Does David just have another follow-up? I think he had a Howler's Heavy in hand. Probably just plays it here.
Yeah.
Right. Just to and has a broadside barrage for any creature that if Javier just plays a creature that does set up lethal. Yeah.
There's the land, so he gets to play the Broadcast Rambler.
But
does David have an end step removal spell, the Broadside Barrage, and he can just do it now, and that's it. David Frischer comes onto the big stage at his first Pro Tour against Javier Dominguez and dispatches him in 2 quick games.
Yeah,
what a start for David.
Just a great curve. Just had a nice mix of just decent, just playable creatures with removal. And Javier's deck is just, as you can see, it's a little bit of a mess. It's really rough. He doesn't have a good aggressive start. He just kind of has to hope that his opponents are on slower decks where he can get his cycling engine going and possibly win with push to limits. But if you play against the deck that's trying to curve out, he's just going to get run over in a lot of instances, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this format does lend itself to be on the slower side, so I can see how Javier would come to those conclusions of like, well, these are, you know, his 2 most powerful options. He actually drew that turn, or that game, I should say, but you know, they're not good unless you get the support for them, and that requires time. And he didn't have any of that in game 1 or 2.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a good feeling here. Javier still got to play some cards, and if you look at what David played, it's not like he was playing world-beating creatures, at least in game 2.
No.
We saw a 3-2, we saw some Surveyors. It was just random creatures that he just played on curve, but that plus removal just kind of got it done. Meanwhile, Javier's like, I can't play this card, I can't play this card. I drew a Monument, but I have no Cyclers. There's just a lot of things that need to go right, I think, for Javier to have success with this deck, and I just feel like he's 4 or 5 cyclers short of actually a deck that can win a bunch of matches.
Which is a lot. Yeah, the other way that could have played out is if Javier had drawn more removal. There weren't that many threats. It was a nice balance there from David where he had like just a few threats and then was like removal, removal, removal. But if you take out one of those key threats early, all of a sudden, you know, maximum speed doesn't happen as fast. And of course, your life total stays higher. But that's not how it played out in that one.
No. And I mean, really impressive play from David as well, right? A lot of it was just him playing out his hand. But at the same time, he got a bluff attack through against the world champ. That's got to be the best feeling. Obviously, going 1-0 is great. But being able to bluff 3 damage through, I would, if it was my first port, I'd be like, I got him. I got him for 3 damage.
That'd be your Twitter profile pic or whatever.
The attack, just the screenshot.
Yeah, totally. All right, so we've got another round 1 match to bring you here. We've got Corey Burkhart sitting down across from Ken Yukihiro. So 2 heavy hitters ready to battle as well. And we'll see if their draft went a little bit better for them than Javier's did for him.
And Corey, by the way, on basically no sleep, I found coming into this, broke his finger.
Yeah, he said he got an injury of some sort.
And he's just been at the hospital all day, and hopefully he's doing okay here. I guess he's good enough to play in this event. So.
Oh boy, that does look like a broken finger. A thumb,
That's
maybe.
definitely something.
So looks like, I mean, this is like not relevant to the game, but it does look like he's having to do most of the actions with his left hand, which he's not left-handed, so that's actually really annoying.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully it's not too big of a distraction. Oh, it looks like Ken's on 5 here, by the way.
Oh, geez.
Corey did keep the full 7.
Is that just a turn 2 Dune Drifter?
It is, yeah.
Oh,
he just ran it out cold.
All right.
Suppose when you're on 5, you do what you got to do, but that is not a normal play.
No.
Half cruiser, I'll get a swamp. Your turn.
Well, Corey's looking like he's got a nice little Jund deck going here with Marshall's Path Cruiser, which has actually played out better than it looks. You look at it and you think it's a little bit slow, but the format is a little bit slower. And you know, hey, you crew this thing, it still hits really, really hard.
That's what I call my car now, by the way.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
That's totally fair.
Land number 3 there from Yukihiro.
Wreck remover, no targets, gain 1.
All the wreck removers you can handle here in the feature match area, but you know what? It doesn't really matter. Well, there's land number 4 for Ken.
No play. So now Corey, if he plays a 2-power creature, can just slam in for 6 with your cruiser.
Vanguard.
And crew 5.
Okay.
Attack for 6.
Maybe a Ride's End or something?
Ride's End, nothing.
No.
Ooh, that's a big hit here for Corey.
It's your turn.
And Corey has a reasonable long game plan with the Beast Rider Vanguard if he runs out of gas here as well to just start dumping his mana into it. Ken's got to do something.
I mean, when you're on 5, you just don't have an option, right? He just doesn't even have a creature to crew this vehicle, which is always the issue with vehicles, right? You just need to have that right balance here, but not much you can do when you're...
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting case study,
Cycling.
you know, where the Dune Drifter is kind of one of the ones that people play because you get a spell and then a vehicle left over.
Right.
But you see the opposite here when it's just played as a vehicle. Even if he could crew it,
Yeah.
it's not big enough.
Right. Just can't even block the 3/4.
Exactly.
So no creature follow-up here from Corey, otherwise he would just attack with more creatures.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
So he did find a removal spell here.
Yeah, Siphon Fuel here to get the vehicle. But that feels pretty
Agent
rough
Rat.
for an
Yep.
exchange, though, right? Like,
Go ahead.
Corey got a land out of the deal, got in for 6 damage. It took Ken's turn, so Corey's very, very happy with that exchange. And now, look, we are seeing the mana sinks playing out here. We got
Totally.
Engine Rat and Beast Rider Vanguard in play for Corey. Ken's on 5, not really adding... black and white specifically don't have nearly as many mana sinks, so when the games go long and you don't have maximum speed, it gets really rough and it gets really difficult to try to outgrind these green decks.
Right. If the game gets close damage-wise, then the rat can just start pinging away at you. And if it's a
Three in your hand?
resource battle, well, then the Beast Rider gets to do its thing.
So Corey has the option of putting the Engine Rat in front of the Dune Drifter. Now, Ken Yukihiro does have maximum overdrive and does use it, but...
I mean, that's just not really where you want to be
You have 2 in
either. I
hand
mean,
now?
he'll
Right.
take it, but
Now, does Corey have a removal spell in response?
It's indestructible, right?
Yep.
Okay.
it is
Oh,
indestructible.
-6, I gain 2.
Yep.
Still
We got
works.
25.
It's a big blowout there. That's a
Another
2-for-1.
Fuel, yeah, that's a big 2-for-1 there. I mean, Corey was already significantly ahead, but this one looks like it's about in the books.
Yeah, Ken's going to need a bomb-level card here to come back.
Interestingly, he's in the 2 colors that most commonly have sweepers available
Combat.
to them, but that is
I
not
will
a feature
eat
of this
your
set.
vehicle with
Right.
us, gain 1.
There is a spectacular pileup, I suppose, is
Hitting you for 6.
the one card here
10,
that
26.
Ken can have. So, but
Should
Corey,
I see if he has it or should we not?
you could. They,
Tetradon,
they,
I'll
they
go to
do
30.
they do have access to deck list. Given this Tetradon play,
then it's your
probably
turn.
doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah.
And there we go. Game number 1 going to Corey Burkhart. Broken finger and all. And that wasn't much of a game there. That mulligan to 5 really meant that Ken had to do some plays he wouldn't normally want to do. And
Yeah, that was just a hey. If you when you mull the 5, if you see 2 or 3 lands in your hand, you just keep whatever you have. So that's not necessarily a good indication of whatever Ken's deck is capable of.
okay, Ken's going to say land go here to kick things off in game number 2. He did mulligan again, but this time it was only to 6. So hopefully he's got a fighting chance.
Right.
2 experienced veterans
Black.
facing
You have a
off
token
against
for that,
each other
And then
here.
it's your turn.
No 2-drop here for Ken.
Night Market is going to name black here for Burkhart.
Thank you.
Curious what his red splash is for.
Yeah, I'm curious too. We can look.
21, go ahead.
I would go right to the gold section, but
Chandra.
never mind.
That's a good one. That's a good one to splash.
That is worth splashing. Also notable that Chandra is splashable. I remember when I first saw it, I thought this doesn't cost double red.
Yeah, that is a little surprising.
Start my engines, edict you.
Momentum breaker here.
Yeah, this is well timed. This is when you want it. Your opponent doesn't have a choice. They just have to sack whatever they've got out there.
And I will say this card has certainly overperformed relative to my initial impression of these type of effects, just because edict effects in general aren't the best because your opponents have the choice of what to sacrifice. But that start your engines is real. Getting that going is really strong. And then the life gain is also very relevant.
It actually can matter, yeah. All right, there's that wreck remover. Card of the day. We see a different strategy from Burkhardt. He plays them.
Yeah.
Rather than just cycling them away.
It's like a mini Packdoll terror. You don't deal the damage, but you know.
Yeah, very mini.
Now, the exile effect is relevant, though, against Ken Yukuhiro's deck. You already saw the Dune Drifter here, so just being able to exile any creature should definitely kind of slow him down here. And remember, the wreck remover gains you a life no matter what. You don't have to exile something.
It is up to. We see Wretched Doll here for Ken. Looks like a decent card. Hasn't played out particularly well. Uh-oh, there's Elvish Refueler. Your favorite, Paul.
Oh, I love me an Elvish Refueler. That card, you just never run out of gas. You will always have something to do with your mana. And the kind of wombo combo, it's with a common. You get this with an Elvish Scurryfoot, with a Stampeding Scurryfoot in play, and it is just ridiculous. Just being able to make a 3/3 every single turn is so strong.
Oh yeah, assembling the Elephant Factory is nice. It won't happen this time, though. The Elvish Refueler immediately killed. Ken Yukihiro knows not to let that thing sit around.
Okay, that was a really good sequence of events here for Ken Yukihiro. Corey Burkhardt choosing to main phase activate the Elvish Refueler, which allowed Ken to utilize 2 mana at the end of Corey's turn to cast Gallant Strike into the Broadcast Rambler here.
Interesting, because Corey didn't have any extra mana, right? So he was only going to be activating once anyway.
Right, could have just done that end of turn. Now, he is signifying some kind of a trick here, right? Because he's attacking his Rec Remover into Broadcast Rambler.
I'll Fang Druid to +2/+2.
Oh, geez, 5/6.
Yep. And he gets to keep a 4/2 left over as well.
Oh, that is
This
brutal.
is a combat trick with a body.
I don't gain speed because you blocked.
Yeah, very strong.
Fang Guardian doing work. Wow, that was nice for Corey Burkhardt. It is difficult to set that up, but it happened here.
Absolutely.
And it looks like Ken's got the same follow-up play as last turn.
Another Broadcast Rambler here, so going to be tough to attack with the Rec Remover unless Corey has another trick or removal spell here. Can still attack with the Fang Guardian. I don't think Corey minds if that trades with the doll there, just because that is a way. Yeah, that is just a way for Ken to, try to sculpt some good cards off the top.
Yeah, trade with the doll. There's also the 2 tokens, or even the Rambler itself. Anything trading is fine. And the doll's going to go away.
And I think I saw Hazard of the Dunes in Corey Burkhardt's hand, so probably just slamming that here if he does. No. Oh, this card is so strong.
And he's going to get the Elvish Refueler back.
Oh, this is one of the better. When I first read this card, I thought it might be a little too slow, but given the speed of the format, this is one of the strongest kind of finishers, especially if you're a Golgari-based deck. You're going to have some self-mill, and you just have endless gas. This just blinks all your opponent's removal spells.
Yeah, we're kind of trained, like, modern day limited, like, you need to be doing stuff, right? And so cards like that, we kind of have to give a little bit of a bump down because it feels like they don't affect the board when they enter the battlefield, and they take time to get going, let's just say.
Right.
But when you get a little wiggle room like we have in this format, Aetherdrift is a much slower format.
Yep.
Those type of cards take over. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Corey Burkhardt just sort of not look back from here.
So that Elvish Refueler is currently a 3/4 because it's been embalmed, and the Curse Cloth Wrappings does give +1/+1. But he could have potentially double blocked the Rambler if he wants, or you can just take 7. I mean, you're at 21 life, and you can hit your opponent back, and then Corey Burkhardt just has more plays on the following turns as well. So, and I don't think Ken even he hasn't started his engines yet, so it's not like taking this damage will potentially lead to.
No blocks. 7.
Yeah,
I go 14.
just makes sense.
Thank you.
And you can see we just noted that as embalmed. And like Paul said, it's interesting because the Curse Class Wrappings does give +1/+1 on your zombies, but anything you embalm is a zombie. So the shortcut is, if you happen to have any random zombies, sure, but it's going to give the things that it brings back +1/+1. And don't overlook that. These are better versions of what had already died and probably traded for something or used up a removal spell from the opponent, and now it's coming back even better.
Ooh, it looks like we're getting some Fang Guardian value here. So now that's a 5-3. Getting for a ton of damage.
So this is just a damage push?
This is a damage push, and you're just playing a creature for the turn as well, and you're gaining life because you're attacking with the Wreck Remover.
Yeah, you can Curse Cloth flash creatures and just flash them in, right?
7.
I
8 because it's a zombie.
No, you're embalming.
You're embalming.
So that's
Go to
what
9,
she's
I go to
doing, no
3
matter what.
speed.
At any rate, this is the time to do it because damage is going to matter big time here. Ken, realizing that he's in a bit of a desperate situation against the wrappings and he's not going to be able to outlive it, is getting aggressive, and that has opened the door for Corey to punch back very hard.
Yep.
Ken just dropped down to 9.
Hazard of the
Hazard of the
Dunes.
Dunes, one of the best commons in the set, just hit the battlefield too. Take a look at that guy.
Air response unit, I believe.
on.
Yeah, that is
Air
just not.
This sums up why Air Response Unit has not performed very well. Is look at the board it's facing. I mean, even just one Hazard of the Dunes stops it.
Yeah, I mean, at an uncommon, I feel like this needed an extra keyword or something, especially when at common you have Hazard of the Dunes, Migrating Ketradon, and Thunderhead Gunner, all at common, all premium cards, and then you look at this, and this seems like it should be a good card, but it just isn't.
Right. This is a classic stats vehicle. And if you push that hard enough, low crew, high stats, those can perform quite well. But not in this format.
Right.
That particular combination of stats gets brick walled just too often. Big attack here again from Corey.
Yeah, Ken doesn't have the best blocks. You could kind of put your vehicles in the way. The Rambler is a pretty good block here.
Yeah, don't forget Exhaust as well. We see plenty of mana down below there for Corey, so he can turn that worm into a 7/7.
So I imagine Ken's probably just going to take that one just because you don't have a good block there. But the thing is, this air response unit's also kind of just chump blocking.
That's really
The
tough.
Refueler is a 3/4 currently because it's embalmed, and then can potentially be a 4/5 with the exhaust here as well.
Very difficult spot for Yukihiro. He just has never seemed to get a foothold. In the first game, he mulliganed to 5 and just never got anything going. And in this game, it's felt like Corey has been one step ahead.
Yeah.
Like every turn.
Yeah, this is a horrible, horrible spot for Ken Yukihiro. When you're in the spot where you're at a lower life total with a worse board and you're just chump blocking everything, there's just almost no coming back. Now, Ken he does have 2 mana available, so could have something like a Maximum Overdrive, right, or a Ride's End. That would certainly help him a lot here. But he's still not going to get any favorable exchange here outside of the card that he Maximum Overdrives.
So
he is going to just soak up 3 damage
4,
as well.
3, 3/4 unblocked, and a 5/3 is being blocked by 2/2. I'll pass priority.
Yep.
And there's a...
So if I pump this,
Then
this
it's
is
3
4,
damage
4,
gets
it would
through.
trample for 3, so he for 6 total, put you to 3.
Yes, and you would lose the worm. You also could just pump the Refueler to get in the 1 extra.
And then he has an extra worm. Oh, is that a run over? No way, right?
Oh, it is. That is a run over.
Well,
so
then
he could just respond.
Don't you just win if you do that? Is that just
He
4,
kills
8,
that
and then you
4,
pump
8, and then you
refueler.
pump the Refueler.
Yeah.
Run over.
He's got everything.
He really has it.
Wow, that's game.
5 damage to here.
And that's going to do it. Ken Yukihiro extends the hand, and he gave him the courtesy of the alternate handshake there because poor Corey broke his finger.
Oh, man.
And can't use that one, but he does pick up the victory here. So a loss for his finger, but a win on the record books.
Yeah,
here.
no sleep. Corey right now is powered by pure adrenaline here, but certainly working out for him. He kind of looks like he's got the ideal green deck here. Really deep deck, lots of mana sinks, good tricks, good removal. That's kind of everything everybody's hoping to have going into this format. It's like, can somebody just open a Boros Rare to my right and you just pass me some of these green cards?
No kidding.
And that's just what happens. Corey just kind of had the early, mid, and late game all covered up, and not too much Ken could have done in that spot.
No, that looks like a very difficult position. I like Corey's chances at that table. That deck looks really good. Okay, we're going to take a short break here from Chicago. When we come back, we'll be setting up the next round of action. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Chicago, Illinois, and coverage of Pro Tour Aetherdrift. It is chilly here in Chicago, but the magic is heating up here inside the convention center alongside MagicCon Chicago. We have more than 17,000 people in the building celebrating Magic over at MagicCon. Here they are streaming in this morning, and 348 players battling it out here at the Pro Tour this weekend. Welcome back to the news. That's Marie Bartholdi, Monty DeVuti, and Riley Knight, and we are off to the races here, literally and figuratively, here with Aetherdrift. And it turns out that winning early in a Pro Tour is so very important. But why, Riley?
Well, we've run the numbers, Maria, and we're going to answer the question, what does it take to make a top 8? Across the last 2 years, we've had 8 Premier level events. We've had Pro Tours, we've had World Championships. And of course, each of them has resulted in a top 8. That means there are 48 players who have filled those seats in those top 8 slots across those tournaments. And it's incredible to think that of those 48 seats that have been filled, 38 of them began with a round 1 win, right? In other words, almost 80% of players to make top 8, they won their round 1 matches. So when we talk about the importance of opening a tournament, right? When we talk about the importance of getting off on the right foot, it's so just by the numbers we can see what a difference it makes to start your tournament off with a win, right? Picking up momentum, feeling like, yes, I'm in it, I'm here to win, rather than maybe almost feeling like you're playing catch up, right?
Right.
So for those players who have got up in round number 1, for those players who have got the win in their sails, they're on a great trajectory here towards, this is how they want their tournament to start. That obviously sounds very like, obviously, yes, they want to win their first match, obviously, yes, of course. But when you actually look at what that means from a numerical standpoint, the fact that 80% of people who make a top 8 win round number 1, it's huge. So these players winning round number 1, they're in a great spot. We're going to watch and see how the tournament breaks, how the numbers break, of course. But for the players in the tournament, round number 1, so critical, and the players who have won, they're on their way.
All right, season goals, win round 1, check.
Yeah.
Assuming that's checked off the list, we talked to a lot of our players before the tournament on what their big goal was this season, because of course, here we are debuting our 2025 season. Let's hear from some of them right now.
I'm here with Eli Cassis, who had a stellar run in 2024. Never finished below top 32 at a major event. Top 4 finish at one of them as well. Eli, what are you going to do for us in 2025?
Hopefully at least the same, but my main goal is probably trying to get a world championship. Losing in the finals of the one a couple years ago was heartbreaking. Hoping to one-up myself.
I'm here with Yoshihiko Ikawa, the champion of Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction, and also top 8 competitor at the World Championship last year. After such a fantastic 2024, what are your goals in 2025?
Yes. My goal this year is win the World Championship.
I'm here with Sam Pardee, who had an amazing season last year. 2 Pro Tour top 8s. You're in the finals of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. What's on the docket for 2025? Are you going to go one better?
I really hope to. Yeah, like last year, it was my best season as a pro player. 2 top 8s, was in the Player of the Year race for the whole time up until a disappointing Worlds. I'd really like to get over the hump and actually win a Pro Tour. I've lost 2 finals now. First place is what I'm looking for.
I'm here with Jason Yu, who had an incredible season last year. 2 Pro Tour top 8s. Are you hoping to do even better in 2025?
Yeah. My goal, of course, this year is to win a PT instead of just top 8ing. But beyond that, I'm also fairly invested in continuing to lead Sanctum of All to be the best I can be. I want to show that competitive Magic can be a place for everyone, not just white men. And I think, especially with Wizards no longer supporting the VML, that's more important than ever.
I'm here with Marcio Carvalho, who of course was the finalist in the World Championship last year. I want to talk to you about your goals for 2025. Are you hoping to maybe do one better this year?
Yeah, I want to do one better and maybe be Player of the Year, because I came short 2 on second place 7 years ago. So this year is my year.
I'm here with the former world champion, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, who had a fantastic 2024, 1 top 8, 2 top 16s. I know this year you don't have your nose to the grindstone quite as much, but do you still have a goal for 2025?
I mean, making 1 top 8 or more would be nice. Like you said, I'm not that active competitively. I didn't test that much for this tournament, but I'm still playing a lot of Magic and I still feel sharp, like playing the games themselves, I feel good, so maybe it might happen.
I'm here with former Player of the Year and a Pro Tour champion, Simon Nielsen. Simon, this year your team has undergone a bit of a handshake up.
Yeah.
So has that affected your goals, the goals that you've set for yourself for 2025?
I mean, actually, I don't really have any personal goals for 2025. So I think honestly, the goal is just to try and refine the process, make sure our team just works as best as it can. And I'm really excited to see what the year brings.
Can accomplish their season goals here this weekend. I'm sure many of them will. Let's take a look at our feature match for round number 2 here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. We are in draft here this morning. Both these players starting off with the loss. Javier Dominguez up against Ting Wei Tan. Javier Dominguez, currently one of the most decorated players playing the game with 11 top finishes. Ting Wei Tan, first Pro Tour. So up against a juggernaut here in round number 2. Mani, tell me about these players and their decks.
Well, Javier round 1 faced off against David. It was a David versus Goliath match.
Very nice.
David won that one, Javier lost. And it really does feel like for the player who is the world champion, is the player of the year, starting off with a loss is not great, but honestly, his deck is not great. He called it a bit of a train wreck. We watched Paula Marshall commentate on the Jeskai mess file that was drafted. Javier,
wow. He's been sitting on that one, my friend.
You have outdone yourself there, Mani.
He didn't let us know that was coming, Mani.
Thank you. On the other side, we have Ting Wei Tan playing in his first Pro Tour, as you said, qualified through the SEA Championship Final in Singapore with the top 8 there. His season goal, though, at his first Pro Tour, he is starting off very ambitiously, win a Pro Tour or the World Championship.
He doesn't
you know what? I respect it.
Either's fine.
Yeah.
A World Championship.
Not picky.
I'll take what. I'll take. That's it. And you know what? That's the sort of ambition we want to see.
I respect having your goal and just putting it out there. You got to visualize. You got to manifest it.
Yeah, that's it. And also you got to win games of Magic.
Absolutely.
That's another.
He did not win his first round.
Not off to the best
I will
start.
say.
But there's an entire tournament to play.
He can be the new David against the same Goliath. It's already happened once. I believe he is on a Golgari deck. From what I saw of his deck list, no signposts on commons, which not the best sign, but definitely still a lot of Magic to be played.
All right, round number 2. I'm going to send it on over to the booth with Ailey and Corey. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you, Mani and Riley. Hoping to manifest some wins here indeed, but I do believe that mechanic was from the previous set. So,
yes, touche.
Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney here, taking you through round 2 of our Pro Tour. Thank you so much for joining us once again. We are tagging along with our reigning world champion who didn't have the best draw, Corey.
Yeah, the mess guy there from Mani really got me, I must say. And yeah, it is totally reasonable, but you are definitely hoping to have a better, more cohesive plan going into the start of the draft here for the Pro Tour. So yeah, definitely not ideal. Neither from both sides really. Solid Golgari deck on the other side though. Plenty of good removal, solid curve. Looks a little bit better to me, but of course, plenty of Magic to be played.
Definitely so, and we have seen just how important the limited rounds are here. If Javier drops down to 0-2, that is going to be an incredibly tough hole to dig himself out of.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be starting at 0-2 or 1-2ing the draft. 2 1s, 3 0s. You feel very good about the start of your tournament going into standard. So very big match for these players.
Alrighty, Ting Wei Tan on top of your screen. Javier Dominguez down at the bottom. On the newly formed Team Cosmos, which is basically a team of all-stars.
Yeah, really good. I love the purple as well. It's really nice.
Purple, sweet.
So on Tantan up top, just the 2-lander has both colors, very much wants to surveil into a couple of lands to get that Hazard of the Dune going.
Wreckage Wickerfolk hits the board here now. Just pinging away, potentially, at the life total. Getting the cycle down on the board here. This card is a pain in the butt, being able to give all your cards flying.
Yeah, absolutely. A really, really strong card if you can pair it with any of the Boros vehicles. Really make life really difficult for you, for sure. Easy to kill, you know, having the 1 toughness, so very vulnerable.
It is the one downside to the more aggressive colors in the format is they tend to die pretty easily.
Yes, absolutely. There is the rollerblades. Being able to crew that up or equip it. A really interesting design on that card for sure.
Yeah, it's sweet. It's like the first equipment vehicle, I believe.
Yeah. And first planeswalker equipment.
Yeah.
Aetherdrift is sweet. It's a really fun limited set.
You ever drafted the Ether Spark?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
sick.
it is incredible. All right, so debating to get in here. Just trading with the rat doesn't seem ideal. And Javier's hand's pretty strong. Being able to have that Cloud Spire Sky Cycle for next turn to be able to diversify some counters, very good. And I think flying is going to be very important this game as the 2 rats from Tan here being able to really gum up the battlefield.
Okay, type 4 for Hazard of the Dunes. Okay.
Hazard of the Dunes hits the board here for Tingwei Tan. Another clogger upper of the board.
Yeah.
The exhaust mechanic as well being so good in this format as the game's getting to, mid to late game. It doesn't seem like you run out of things to do with a lot of the archetypes here.
And that's just what really points to an amazing limited format. Being able to have a ton of options, not being too aggressive where you don't have time to really, plant your feet on the ground. Just an all-around incredible set here so far. And yeah, the Hazard of the Dune is just great. Being able to have 4 toughness, reach, and something to do with your mana. It really does everything.
Oh, well, there goes our critter, unfortunately, courtesy of Grim Bauble.
Huge draw there for Tan. Being able to, a little awkward with just having 3 other forests, is not able to do much else here with just the Haunted Hellrider and the Rat in hand, but still, got to get that creature off the battlefield as soon as possible.
Yeah. That one providing the evasion and getting bigger with the counters, just slow Javier down because it hurts to say, but the way that Javier wins is if he's allowed to go fast and not be interacted with.
Yeah, yeah. And being able to send this to the skies, sending our 2/3 to the skies, not great, but getting a 5-power creature flying and the only blocker being the 4/4 is really, really strong.
Yeah.
So getting that out of there is great.
So both players developing their board states. It's getting pretty clogged up here. So let's see where Ting can go from this point onwards. Oh, we're giving our worm double strike. So double striking Trampler, which next turn can be, what, 14 power or something?
Yeah, this is gigantic. Yeah, gonna need 2 lands for that, but still gigantic. And I mean, that's a really tough thing for Javier's deck to deal with.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
especially in hand, just really nothing, and no chump blocking.
Like Broadcast Rambler, sure, it's a big-ish body, but no Ride's End, no exile effects, and red doesn't do nearly enough damage to kill that guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's going to be a really nice threat here. And the Rollerblades, it's pretty clunky, but it can have these late game just take over the game effects. Yeah. And with these rats, if we can top deck 1 land, you're able to do some draining. So definitely all the pressure on Javier to stop what's going on Tan's side.
Haunted Hellride in hand there.
Go ahead.
Unable to cast it right now, no blue source, so looking to take a look on top of the library there with the Grim Bauble.
Interesting. Yeah, you have the option to kind of save that for end step if you maybe draw a brick. And the thing about maybe waiting on that is Tan has so many live draws. You can get land 6 to be able to do some draining or just sack the Bauble here. Or if you draw blue, you can play the vehicle in hand. Or if you top deck any of the large threats, which Tan just drew, I believe, a 5-drop, then you can't really cast it. So that was a cost to sack that at draw step there, before draw step. And now, Tan, if we get in there with the double striker, I mean, it can be taken down. Javier would likely have to lose a couple of permanents, but it would be worth it at this point for sure.
Yeah.
But the more time Tan gives Javier, the more time he can just find a removal spell for it, and then it can really be a blowout.
And the problem is as well, oh, hello. Hello's flagship.
Okay.
Do we have 3 white? We've got some treasures down there. I think we can do it. That seems fun.
Yeah, that is a gigantic threat. that would definitely help out.
Yeah, that'll help with that worm problem we've got here.
Yeah.
Flying first strike, lifelink. Lovely.
Yeah, and imagine we're slamming that one.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you going to do?
Cycling.
Oh, just cycling it. Okay.
Okay.
Trigger speed in 2. Yeah.
Does look like not enough white there, so it makes sense.
17, 11.
Oh, yeah, no treasures.
Getting a ton of pilots here.
Cool. Magmakin Artillerist also going off every time you discard.
But now really still no attacks. These Death Touchers and even just the first strike on the 4-4 is really shutting down the entire board right now for Javier. But Javier gets one, good removal spell, and there's going to be a ton of pressure on Tan.
Ooh. There's a Necro Regent and Wretched Dole in hand here for Ting. So these are two pretty good cards for this archetype or these colors.
Yeah, this is really, like Paul was saying a lot during the draft, this is like the main payoff for the Start Your Engine, for getting to max speed. As this card's just incredible, takes over the game, must be dealt with.
Yes.
Now with Tan only being at 1 speed here, it's gonna be a while as there's not gonna be any great attacks here.
Yeah. Blockers on the ground and in the sky for Javier, so just going to stay at 1 speed for now. Javier's in 2nd gear over on his side, but board stall at this point.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, did draw a Galleon Strike, though.
Oh,
here
okay.
For this.
The worm.
Yeah, for the worm. So now it'll be interesting to see how aggressive Javier wants to get. Killing the worm, maybe you need to kill the 5-4 as well. Probably not at this state, but...
Yeah, the 5-4 is, being held at bay. It's not fully unlocked its potential, so... He's just going to hang on to it for now. Gallant Strike is an answer to either of those creatures, depending on which one gets out of hand first.
Yeah, it looks like Javier wants to maybe set up a end-step destroy a creature, get an attack, or wait to see if Tan's going to attack and exhaust this giant worm and then get it exiled. It's like just being patient for now.
Ugh, no land in hand there for Javier.
Yeah,
and it's tough, yeah, because Wretched Dole, another great way for Tan to just, dig through the top of the deck, filter through, find all of his best threats.
Yeah, really incredible right now. And still has the rats. Javier is not at a super high life total. That is just, 6 turns with a rat activation if they just stare at each other here for a while.
Those rats do an excellent job of protecting your life total, and then as soon as it gets to 6 mana time, well, you're going to start taking damage.
Yep. Nope. They are great, and those kind of cards are really good at slowing down a format. Just which just kind of creates really strong limited formats if they are slower.
And again, it's the kind of 1-drop you don't hate drawing on turn 7 of limited match.
Yeah, exactly.
There's quite a few in the format where it's like, okay, I don't hate this.
Yes.
Because it can either kill a creature. We can have that artifact that can do that, or deal 3 damage to something early on. But yeah, this rat just being able to drain 2 life, and Javier's only at 11.
And upping the speed, upping the speed, being able to create
very relevant.
2/2s, super relevant.
Yeah, because then, inevitability swings towards Tan's side of things, because all of a sudden, he has an army of 2/2s ready and rocking to go.
Exactly. Yeah,
Cloudspire Coordinator here.
Phenomenal card.
Able to scry 2 on top. That's a good sign here for Javier.
Yep, a really, really strong card, and it looked like, Boros was kind of going to be amazing. It had the pieces, like, this is a speed set, a vehicle set.
Oh, of course it's going to be fast.
Yeah, you just kind of think Boros is going to be the go-to, and it ended up not being that way at all. Boros is one of the weaker archetypes, but here at the Pro Tour, you got to draft what you got to draft. So here is this nice setup that Javier is going to do here, and that is trying to put a bunch of creatures in front of this, and see how Tan does this. So Tan's best play would be like, okay, I want to go to first strike damage and kill a creature and then go to exhaust it.
Okay.
That way you would get something.
Yeah.
But, if he just passes priority here, Javier is still going to destroy.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah.
Able to effectively take an entire turn away from Tan, because every single piece of mana used up there on that exhaust, and Gallant Strike just takes care of it.
So I think
straight away.
Tan could have essentially saved 7 mana there by just saying go to first strike damage. Sure. Javier wouldn't have just thrown away a vehicle for no reason. We would have saw him, you know, strike anyways, but Javier gave his opponent to make any kind of misplay possible.
Yeah.
And that's just where, you know, you separate the amazing players from just the elite ones like Javier.
No, it's destroyed.
And Marshall and Paul talking about skill expression throughout the draft and what this format is. It plays well to the more experienced players.
Yes.
In that, yeah, sure, anyone can pick up an aggro deck in most formats where it's just pick the best creatures and win. But in this one, where there's so many decisions to be made, and you know the decks can actually fight against each other as it gets to the mid and late game, it's going to favor the better players.
Exactly. We're going to see, when we look at our 3-0 and 6-0 drafters, we're going to be like, oh, a lot of Pro Tour champions, I imagine. A lot of Worlds champions. A lot of people we've seen a lot of would be my guess.
Now, it'll be super cool to see who does end up trophying these pots. Unfortunately, as it stands, it won't be Javier, as he is 0-1 at the moment if you're just joining us. He is now figuring out how he wants to attack here. Up against Ting Wei Tan, crewing a whole bunch of vehicles, and it looks like we're going to get some swinging done.
Yeah, and it, you know, Javier does have to be a little conscious of, you know, how much he can get in there, because the crackback is still very scary.
Yeah.
I do see we top deck the captain as well, which is a very strong card, you know.
By himself.
By itself, it is just kind of a 4-mana big body. But of course, it can pair with a few things and just go amazing.
So trade. This dice, take 2.
Many things are dying.
Well, take 3, this dice. Take 3, speed goes up, okay? So
Vroom,
this is speed goes up, all these dice, that's correct, and you take 3. So it's 11 to 17, is this correct? Yeah. So this is dead.
There we go. Just getting rid of those rats here was kind of Javier's #1 plan. Just saying, I got these extra vehicles hanging around. I don't want to give you that ability to just go drain, 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 get to max speed, and start, you know, creating a bunch of 2/2s.
Both rats down, huh?
Both rats down.
Man, I would have been holding on to those guys with... Oh, but they might come back.
Yeah.
First cloth
Oh,
wrappings
boy.
drawn
This-
off the top here for Ting.
This card's so amazing.
Yeah, this is nasty. It's like, oh, would you like to reanimate some stuff?
Yeah.
Here you go.
I had to read it like 3 times. Yeah, I get it. I was just like, wait. I was waiting for they die at end step, you know, something like that.
Oh,
It's like, nope, that is not how it works. You just get to keep these cards and they get a boost. So in a format that's a little slower like we have right now.
Yeah, and there's a surprising amount of zombies in this set.
Yeah. And, you know, creating all of them as well very much helps. I mean, all the zombies that this Risen Necro region makes as well gets boosted on
Yeah.
top. So a nice little deck here from Tang.
Can you make sure this is, please?
Make sure this is this.
Yeah, backing up. 7 lands. Correct. So I surveilled this to the graveyard, then I didn't draw a card for turn.
Surveil to the yard and draw a card.
Okay,
Are you sure that's...
Okay, so Surveil on the upkeep. When to draw, didn't draw.
Like you know the hand upkeep. So if you
I'll surveil this to the graveyard.
Okay.
I wondered to myself, I was
sure. Like,
so I have to
Sorry
issue
about that.
game rule violation and the player to maintain game stage.
Okay, sure.
So it looks like just a Surveil didn't draw the card for turn. It got hyped to play. Oh, okay, so there's
Hello, Island.
Source.
Island, Curse Cloth Wrappings, Haunted Hellride.
Messy game again.
Yeah.
So
Complicated
means
Yeah, these games do get really complicated. We've seen some games, you know, just between the broadcast team backstage.
So it's a 2/2 now.
Going to like 5 cards left in library between 2 players. So.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Sure.
All right, so can activate that straight away. No summoning sickness for this hero artifact, which is cool. So
yeah,
we'll be able to get a rack
much
back.
power for it.
That's
Yeah, Golgari ended up being just the archetype that's performing the best right now statistically, and it really makes sense why. I mean, there's just so much value. Green being the best color, so all the green pairs are, of course, amazing.
Yeah.
And when black has all these phenomenal removal spells like Spin Out, all these ways to get to the late game, and then some of these bombs, like we have this artifact on the field, ends up being really, really nice.
You know what we haven't seen in this set, unless I've just missed it entirely? It's like a trumpet blast effect.
Yeah.
There's no buff the entire team, no payoff for going this wide.
Yeah, yeah.
Barring being able to crew tap a bunch of things. I don't know.
Sure. I think I like that. You know,
Yeah, I do too.
Getting cheesed out of games like that is never my favorite. But maybe that is why these Boros kind of go wide decks maybe are not having that kind of success. They don't have one of those good trump cards.
Yeah,
like we've seen a lot in the past for sure.
Because there's certainly combat tricks. You know, we can give things first strike. We can give it trample with the rocket afterburner, whatever it's called. But nothing that affects a lot of creatures at once.
Javier's lining up a nice attack
2-2.
here.
Yeah, Q2.
And looks like Tan has 3 blockers, nothing else available, so it's how much pressure can Javier attack with while still holding enough back. And the problem is now the pressure is on Javier. Getting a creature every single turn out of the yard, and it's, you know, stronger than it was when it died, is a very, very real threat.
Yeah. You know, at this point, all these little tokens, they're kind of just like crash test dummies. It's like, all right, you're going to hit yourself into a brick wall, but some of you will get through and do damage here and get to max speed.
Yeah, and the nice thing with the doll is, let's say you see a mediocre creature on the top, you're probably maybe just any creature you put into the yard, especially if you don't have one to bring back that turn. So you get to bin your creatures to hope to draw your removal, and then you automatically get just that value. So Wretched Doll is basically 1 mana draw card now.
Also, one of the most disturbing card arts in the set.
A little bit, yeah, yeah.
Good job there.
I love it. So big attack here with all the pilots. A couple flyers
so this way
as well.
is going to be effects, whatever. So they will take 5. Yeah.
5 damage
So I
taken
will
down
get
to
speed
12.
4, max speed. Okay. And then 5. You will be at 12.
Wait, hang on. First strike first.
Yeah, but it's gonna. Yeah, everything is gonna happen.
Yeah,
so it dies.
sure.
So,
Yeah, so just 3 creatures got
My guy
eaten,
dies. I will gain 1. So
but a good chunk of damage got through,
And it's max
and
speed.
speed's going up.
And this dies as well. Yeah. This
Speed is maxed out.
Okay. So it's 12, max speed.
Sure.
All right.
The new Basri card's
Wow,
very cool.
there we go. Top decked the removal spell for the artifact. Phenomenal draw here.
Sky Crash.
to
This
take
card
that
is
down. That
sick.
is huge.
Okay, so no more, well, not many worries now about the graveyard here for Ting Wei Tan.
Yeah, best possible draw there for Javier.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Sure. Now, Tan still has a good follow-up here, has the Haunted Hellride, which is fine here. But not too much outside of that. With that longevity of being able to bring something back every single turn, it's a little less than exciting.
I'm seeing if you got any pack dolls. No, none. Okay.
Yeah, none for the...
It's okay. It's destroyed.
That would definitely be great in this deck.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Sure, yep.
There seems to be quite a few artifacts being flung around here, so.
That's good. So
Solid top deck. Wow.
Okay.
Grief. Aha! Our life totals are even. Yep. Got a big old Ketrodon.
So many games look like they're going to be really, really close, and then a Ketrodon comes down and like, okay, halt all the action.
Yep.
As it is just so large, being able to gain the life is phenomenal.
15, 12.
Reach. I don't know if Javier's got any Thopters left. Looks like it's just 4 pilots.
Yeah, looks like just pilots and then the 1/1 lifelinker.
Yeah.
It's all good, right? Yeah. Hunter?
Yeah.
The lands now
Tapped.
able to do their secondary abilities too.
So, throw step.
Which race has he got there?
You're 15.
Avishkar, so discard draw. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, getting some good stuff going out here.
Okay.
Starting off
Ooh,
the top is
Monument to
great. Monument
Endurance.
is great
With the land available?
Yeah.
Sweet. We could just start, lightning bolt in face.
Exactly, or start drawing a bunch of cards.
Yeah.
That was a phenomenal draw.
All right, Monument, come on. Do cool stuff.
Yeah, Javier's deck is kind of a little bit all over the place, as it has a lot of lines of attack. It's not just one specific, I'm going to be a monument deck, I'm going to be a vehicle deck. Like, its identity is a little up in the air.
Yeah.
But when games go long and the synergies that Javier put into his deck can start getting going, then his deck does look very good.
Yeah, Tan hasn't been able to apply all that much pressure to the life total, and now, you know, Basri's on the board. Sure, he's a little slow and clunky to get the life linkers out, but, you know, one life can make a difference.
Definitely. Broken wings off the top is solid.
No, no monument, no.
Yeah, right
Not
when
like
we were
this.
about to have the fun. And Tan will likely just wait. You know, you can play the Hell Ride, and then you can just say go. Javier is almost assuredly going to activate that land at end step to get the monument going.
Broken wings.
Response.
Sadness. Goes on the stack.
Yep.
Resolves.
So you take
Goodbye,
one
Bastronaut.
first, and
Excellent
I'm
card
going
name
to
there.
choose,
Design team, thank you very much.
I'm going to choose to draw a card, okay? Yeah. So draw a card for the trigger.
Draws a
So
card.
it's gonna
Plus
be also
two.
somewhere. Probably it's not gonna matter, but it's gonna be here. Sure. So I draw a card from this, and then I draw a
Yeah,
card from
two cards, nice.
Yeah, and
Okay,
that is
got
kind-
some value out of it.
That is kind of an extra card for Javier. You know, Tan could have waited, and Javier's still going to activate it, so would have gotten the value, but gets a couple good bodies there.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Boosted
that...
Sloop, that card is, oh man,
Yeah.
that card with Monument would be so good.
Exactly. Javier
Curse
was
you, Broken
about
Wings.
to completely pop off, so Broken Wings off the top was great.
Yeah.
Both players needed to get rid of each other's extremely powerful artifacts and did it immediately.
Gosh, no fun allowed. Wreck Remover, good against graveyards.
Draw a card, discard a card.
Yeah, right away I was like, oh, this card seems perfectly reasonable, nothing special. And I'm like, oh, it's when you attack. It's not when this attack.
Yeah, this doesn't need to attack. This
Yes.
can literally just be an artifact sitting on the board.
Exactly. So the 3-mana, 3/3 vehicle that crews 1 with Menace, that's great. It's okay. You
Cool,
know,
yeah, fine.
vehicles are already, you got to be very selective about them. But when you have these kind of static abilities already attached to them, it ends up being very strong.
I'm gonna attack. This triggers. So draw a card, discard a card.
Whee. Ugh.
Discard,
Chuck some lands out of that hand.
Each card deals combat
Okay.
damage.
So discard a card, trigger. This triggers here, and you take it. So it's 13, 12, and this gets +2/+1.
Yeah, so that's a fortune.
Yeah.
Cast in hand. Cast
Wow.
in hand.
Yeah, 2.
This first game has been pretty nutty.
Yeah, very solid game.
I'll take 4.
Yeah, so attack for 4, you would think, okay, the Ketrodon can get in front of that, but with the activation of the land, could discard again and pump it up to 6 power. So that was an attack that threatened to take down the Ketrodon, so
Draw first.
a nice play from Javier.
Yeah, draw a card.
Yeah.
So this is here, so...
Cycling away.
So this is gonna be a 6.
The 3/1.
And you're at 12, right? So you take 6, you go to 6.
Yep.
Getting, oh,
I
okay.
wanna ask you,
Thunderhead
do
Gunner.
I draw
That's
2
one of
powers
the
or 1?
best cards that
With this.
Javier drafted in the third pack.
Yeah,
think I know
so
one, but-
strong, so strong. Did not seem like this was going to be one of, if not the best red common.
Yeah, I thought
you know,
this
a
was-
5-drop creature, but man, when you start playing with that card in this
Yeah.
slower format, it's really incredible.
You know, decent sized body, has reach, which is relevant in this format.
Yeah.
And, you know, just being able to discard a card for free
Yeah.
each turn, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, so now the captain also draws a card.
Twice.
Twice?
Yes.
Because he discarded, or is it once a turn? No, it's not once a turn.
No,
Right?
it's not once a turn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if it stacks or
Yeah, whenever you discard 1 or more, it gets +2 to end of turn for each card
Draw
discarded.
2 cards because it's 2 triggers? Yes. Okay, and
And then draws a card with damage.
Minute time. Yeah.
Sweet.
So draw 2.
get some extra time, very valuable when it comes to a long game like this.
That is nice. Good. Yeah.
That is nice.
I like that.
That's correct, right? Number of
You know, I
rounds.
do love
Okay.
the launch of a new set when everyone gets
Yes.
to discover the cool things about their opponent's decks at the same time.
Exactly, you know, and I mean, that interaction is definitely not something super common, interaction with a, you know, an is it rare, you know, Boros uncommon here. I mean, I guess it was the is it rare that really did, you know, all the action there. But these players had 9 days to prepare with this limited set, you know, so there is going to be a lot of learning as these players play as well, which I do love, you know. It puts the pressure on them. It definitely helps out the people that put in the work to do the draft or have limited meetings, those kind of things. So,
and, you know, talking about like pressure, this Magmacan Artillerist on the board, each time now that we have any discard, we're dinging Ting Wei Tan. He's at 6.
Yeah, No, a very solid card. You know, you need to have the right kind of deck with it. Otherwise, 3 mana, 1/4, you know, the stats are not that amazing. But in this situation, it's looking great. Javier should have this one all wrapped up.
So, yeah.
So you it's 12, right?
Yeah. No, it's
You know, just being able to
because this gives it
draw, discard with
it's,
the boosted sloop, being able to pump the team, drawing cards, discarding as he pleases. Like, this is probably the best this deck could have performed.
Yeah, absolutely. Javier was, you know, looking a little rough on the early game, especially when creatures are being reanimated left and right, but firmly stabilized at this point.
Yep.
And not a lot that can be done. If Tan still had a trampler to be able to strap with this these rollerblades and then give it death touch with the other vehicle.
That would just be...
I mean, that's really impressive. Trample, double strike, and death touch leads to some, you know, quick turns, to say the least. But Javier's timely removal spell was really strong.
Yeah.
And now we have push the limits in hand to just really, well, you know, do exactly that, push the limits on this game.
Swing everything and then bring it all back.
And this rare has just done a great job, just cranking out 1/1s every turn. Has led to a lot of good stuff.
Oh, and rides in now too. Good grief. Okay, well, that might be signaling the end of this game.
Yeah.
1 here between Tingwei Tan and Javier Dominguez.
Yeah, great game though. Great game for sure. And this is just what this limited set is all about.
Yeah.
Grindy games. Sure, we got to max speed early, and it did some, you know, decent stuff here and there. But it really is about these long, drawn-out games.
Yeah.
How about that giant 7/7 coming in?
Yeah, I think that's enough to make anyone retreat hastily.
Yes.
And Tingwei Tan does exactly that. So game 1 going to reigning world champion and player of the year, Javier Dominguez. What an absolute stellar season he had last year. And I'm sure we'd all love to see him repeat it this year as well.
Oh, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Super cool to watch him win the world championship for a second time.
We need a first 3-0. Oh, well, first 3-timer. That'd be sweet.
Ooh, Tan with a mult of 5 here, though.
Sloop, Rambler, trade the helm, and then looks like we got a lot of fixing for Javier too, which is nice.
Has a Wretched Doll, which is nice, but right now with the Ketrodon as your next threat and just the -2/-2 Grimbauble, not ideal. And if you're Javier and you see a turn, you know, 3 Surveil here, you're feeling pretty strong.
Oh, nice. Monument to Endurance in hand. We've got the land, the Ironclad in the yard. Now, when Javier starts going this fast, you know you're got to start panicking.
Yeah, or, you know, these players could just be approaching time. Like, that was a very long game.
Quite long,
You go to a game 3, you do not want to draw at this stage, and that was a huge draw for Tan. Getting the 4/4 down and just putting some pressure on, because that Monument is screaming, hey, if Javier is given enough time, he's going to take over the game. So drawing 2 cards, almost the first mode you do with this pretty much every time, just getting a bunch of card advantage, finding more cyclers type thing. You know, if you need a treasure to be able to cast one of your spells, sure, but that's just going to be a drawing card machine.
Good lord, look at the difference in the hands here.
Yeah, but here is 7 damage coming in, and you know, there's not a ton of removal right now from Javier, so this is actually very troublesome. This Monument looks good, but the one thing it doesn't do, which it would be too good, is if it dealt with creatures, you know. Dealing 3 damage to the face instead of 3 damage to a creature is a big deal.
It does hurt indeed.
Yes, 22.
Now the Hellride is able to be cast, or you can equip this gigantic creature and start getting 8 damage in. You know, that was kind of how Javier got put up against it.
Yeah, and the Broadcast Rambler, unfortunately, doesn't have the power and toughness switched, so won't be able to block this effectively.
Yeah, no, not at all. So, I mean,
Take an
Javier
8?
is pretty much has to take 8.
Yowza. Okay, down to 3. Tingwei Tan's just like, all right, well, I'm going to try and kill you quicker here, friend.
Yeah, and now it's the spot. Do you have something like a Ride's End? Do you have something to get in the way of that? The Gunner was not bad, as you can, you know, just block with your 4/5 and your 5/4, and then you only lose one of them.
Okay, discard. Yeah, I'm gonna discard a card.
Scardy's got a treasure.
Shark's gonna chuck the mountain.
Oh
get a
yeah,
treasure.
so good with Monument. So the one thing that Tan can do here is if we have this Grim Bobble on the 4-5, then you can kind of still attack in.
Yeah, and not worry about it dying.
And not worrying about it dying. So Tan still has a great attack if he does that. If you bobble the 1-1 Thopter, that's no good as you get to crew and double block. So the -2 on the 4-5 would be huge. Oof, I don't love it. I don't love it. Unless we have something else to back it up. Okay, yeah, of course.
Oh,
that's just amazing. First strike, death touch, trample here. You know, that is just going to close it out.
Does it give +1 as well?
I believe it does, yep.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, so here's 10 damage coming in, and the
And
two
it untaps
blockers,
it.
the two
Pseudo
blockers
baby.
only soaks up 2 damage,
Yeah, no,
so.
you did. Unless there's a way to bounce this guy, which I don't see in hand. Hell it did.
So left touch, so 1-1 trample rest.
Yeah.
Javier's just making sure, and that was a mold to 5.
Jeez. Who needs cards, Corey?
Wow. I mean, death touch, trample, and double strike.
That was
is
sick.
A beautiful concoction
You
of
just-
abilities.
Yeah. Basically assembled, you know, I know it's not Tron, but
yeah,
kinda.
Essentially, yeah. All right, both players kept 7 here at least, so should be in for a good game as these hands populate. And
Sky Crash, good answer for said rollerblades if they show up.
Yep, very solid hands from both players here. Looks like, yeah, we had the Burnout Bastronaut to start, but didn't have the red. And yeah, here's
okay,
2
that's fine.
rares. Is that good?
Well, we'll find out. You know, when it comes to like the power and the quality of the rares in this set, these guys might be a little on the lower side.
Yeah,
but,
a little bit.
We won't tell them that. That's our Wicker folk friend. Is that the flyer? 1-3.
Yeah.
Causes a couple roadblocks for sure.
I don't think we surveilled with it as well, and I mean that is something you can miss, but unless Tan did it really quickly,
Really fast, yeah.
It's like, you know what? I know these are going to be good draws.
Wreckage Wicker folk. Try to say that 10 times
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah, that's a card that sneakily became a pretty solid card as well.
It's real good.
Yeah, it really is.
Doesn't get a lot of the flyers in the format do not get through it. So we got a combat trick, a way to answer an artifact in hand for Tsingwei Tan. Rip Claw Wrangler, that's the vehicle, I believe.
Yep.
And then the Migrating Ketrodon, big ol' 6-drop.
Okay, so if we want to just drop the
Canyon Bolter, neat.
the remover here. And Javier's getting up on speed here, so this this menace creature is a real threat if Tan doesn't have a way to deal with it. You know, being able to have fire breathing on a double striker is quite strong. So, an awesome start for Javier.
Okay, this is already nothing so good.
All right, Broken Wings takes care of Wreck Remover, so no more concerns there for attack triggers.
Top decked, a solid one here. Got the 4/4, got the Hazard of the Dunes.
Nice.
It's kind of been the best card
Yeah.
that Tan's played against Javier here, but I think he has the answer. I think he has the strike to just deal with it right now, if he so chooses. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, looks like has the strike, has another 2-drop to be able to play. So we'll see if Javier wants to just tap out, play a couple spells, or keep the value of exerting your creature and keep getting 1/1s.
Yeah, I kind of like getting to max speed. Like, I don't think any of the...
Yeah, I think Galleon Strike on the 4/4, get max speed, seems like the kind of obvious play, but, you know, the obvious play is not always the right one for sure. And Javier, of course, taking his time. And yeah, goes to just blow up the Sky Crash to get max speed here.
Max speed.
Yep.
Yeah. Here you go.
And now leaves this removal spell available in case Tan wants to do any kind of tricks. But it does become a little vulnerable in case there is any tricks from Tan as well, which there is the maximum overdrive.
Yeah. Just didn't have the mana for it at the end step there, I don't think.
Oh, I really want to do this.
Yes.
Maximum overdrive giving Death Touch indestructible and a counter to the one creature he has on board if he wants to do that. Here's the Ripclaw Wrangler.
So yeah,
And discarding time.
And now I'm sure we'll see the strike, as there's no way to protect it.
Turn.
Or you just exert and then you strike during your turn if you have nothing else to do. Okay. Throwing pilots.
That's what they do. They fly. You know?
Good call, yeah.
Crash land sometimes, but you know.
All right.
Riders Spike Spitter. Oh, nice. Okay, there's another source of card draw.
Yeah, now that's a little brutal. If Javier knew that was on top, he would have definitely strike down that 4/4.
Yeah, for sure, because he can't do it now.
Yeah.
So perhaps opportunity missed, but now is the decision. Do we continue developing our board, or do I deal with a threat while I can?
Probably develop by drawing that threat, and Javier is going to be paid off because the Ketrodon next turn is going to be a much better target. I mean, kind of better, I guess. You know, this can become a 7/7 the turn after, but either way, going to be a very solid target here for this strike. But yeah, the Spike Spitter is so strong.
Yeah, being able to essentially free card, free draw
2
at
basically.
the beginning. Yeah.
Yep. A little worse than draw 2, as sometimes you can't play the spell, sometimes you don't want to play that land, that kind of thing, but it pretty much reads like draw 2.
I think Javier might still be interested in killing the worm, honestly, because you can jump block the 6/6. It doesn't have trample. The worm is bigger and more of a problem, especially with Death Touch on the table.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one to see what we want to do, because now with Tan going up to 19, the Ketrodon, like it always does, has stabilized the board.
Oh, yeah. 4 life's a big deal in the
Yeah. I mean, now the Bastronaut does have the ability to start, dealing large chunks.
Nice. Monument to Endurance hits the board. This card actually supercharged a couple of the Jeskai decks we're going to see in Standard later.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully.
Absolutely.
Very keen to see how those decks perform this weekend.
So it looks like Javier is trying to line up kind of what we saw here in game 1, is like, especially if there was, oh, this is going to probably work out perfectly. Goes for the double block. This looks so juicy from Tan to be able to just play this maximum overdrive. And then Javier has the strike for it. So Javier is trying to get max value out of this.
Nice.
And we'll see if Tan kind of bites, you know, because if Tan just says, sure, go to damage, you lose your card that's drawing you 2 card, Javier's going to be like, no, So it all depends on the timing on this. And
nice.
Yeah, Javier's going to have a nice blowout scenario here.
Got him.
Boom.
Oh, man. Imagine if Tan had just not done it, just let it run into him.
Yeah.
Because then that puts Javier in a pickle.
It really does. And Javier might have striked, maybe. And then if Tan's able to protect it, I mean, basically game over. So that these are the minor edges you see at the top of, the game. And I mean, look, there's just a free creature here, a free shark, and now everything's looking
what do you mean
like
just
it's
a free shark? That's Captain Howler.
Exactly, sorry.
Scourge.
The free captain coming off here.
All of them. Sure. My pump.
Get it right, Scalawag.
4.
There's a big swing coming in here now.
10. Yep, 10.
Javier just played this whole match masterfully.
It's such a joy watching him play.
It really is, yeah. Every spot where there's a situation where he could gain some more value, he has eked out that bit of value. He didn't cast that strike early, and look at how amazing it was to be able to hold off. Yeah,
perfectly for him. Valor's flagship again sitting in hand. Doubtless, if we don't feel like casting it, or can't cast it, we're going to make a couple pilots again.
Getting close. You can also cycle it to deal 3 damage with the monument.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think this is basically done this turn.
Be GG here very, very soon, allowing Javier to improve his record to 1-1.
Impressive stuff. Monument and Shark. And the Shark is just an incredible combo.
Yeah.
And when you put the captain in there too, then it just gets absolutely nutty here.
I know the green decks are the best decks by a fair margin, but it's so cool to see the other archetypes in the format do their thing.
Oh, and when green is as popular and as powerful, the players know it, so the people that know how to draft these other decks usually get rewarded when it comes to Pro Tour drafts like this. The people that try to force green, and there's 4 other green drafters, those are the decks that end up not looking very good.
Ting Wei Tan down to 5. Javier has the superior board state. He's digging now is Tan, trying to find an answer, anything that can help here. It's not going to be the Haunted Hell Ride because that island hits the bin. A vehicle at this point in the game does not help him out. So it's just going to be Deadly Pilot. And a handshake there from Ting Wei Tan. World champion Javier Dominguez picks up the win in game number 2 here, or match number 2. So
yeah.
Awesome stuff there for him.
Yep, saves his draft. You know, starting 0-2 is always really rough when it comes to the Pro Tour. You know, if you can get out after you lose round 1 with a 2-1 record, start to play, you know, whatever really cool standard deck you have, which there's a lot of spikes we're going to be seeing later on for sure. So yeah, big match to win there from Javier.
Definitely. So congratulations to Javier. That was a sweet match of Magic. If you just missed it, if you're just joining us, be sure to go back and watch that one. And yeah, just a thank you as well to everyone who is watching for joining us for the best part of the Pro Tour, which is the limited part.
Gotta love it. This Aetherdrift limited format is phenomenal.
It's
so
sweet.
We gotta go do some drafting, I think.
I think. Yeah. Okay, let's go do that. So we'll be right back. Quick commercial break, grab a beverage, come back.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Chicago, Illinois and Pro Tour Aetherdrift. We have 348 players competing here in the Windy City for the lion's share of a $500,000 prize pool in standard and draft here today. Also 17,000 people here in the convention center, more than that even, for MagicCon Chicago, checking out the cosplayers, the panels, the live shows, getting artist signatures. You know what? I'll be back in just a few minutes, everybody. I gotta head over there and see what's up. Seems very, very cool. Well, everyone, prove you're the best the multiverse has seen with standard constructed matches at your local game store, March 8th through March 30th. Participants will get a Deep Cavern Bat promo card. Top 8 players will receive a Preacher of the Schism promo card, and the store champion will take home a full art promo, Virtue of Persistence, while supplies last. Welcome back to the News Desk here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Marie Bartholdi, Mani Davudia, and Riley Knight hanging out with you here in Draft this morning. Riley, give us a roundup of what's happening at the top tables.
Yes, indeed. We can turn our attention now to our top tables and see who has flourished and who has fallen by the wayside. Of course, plenty of Magic to play across the day. So if your draft doesn't get off to the start you want, you're not dead in the water, but all the same, of course, picking up the 3-0 in draft is what we're all here to do. Let's cast our eyes now to our first featured table here, our first pod, which of course featured our reigning world champion, Javier Dominguez. But the undefeated players at this stage we'll be watching in our next round. Martin User playing off against David Frischer. These are 2-0 players. Martin User, of course, a man who needs no introduction. Hall of Famer, 32 Grand Prix top 8s.
Unreal.
If that impresses anyone at all, 5 wins, 4 top finishes as well. This is a bloke who's been around the traps. David Frischer, however, first Pro Tour. He wants to play at every single event this year, and he's doing very well to do it. Qualified at Regional Championship in Washington, D.C. with a top 64 finish. And he's off to a flyer here, Pro Tour Aetherdrift. We move on now. Masahiro Moriyama and Luna Eason are the undefeated players who will be facing off with a 3-0 finish on this table. Moriyama, the Japan national champion in 2018, qualified through a solid performance across 2024. Luna Eason, a name that'll be familiar to gamers across the world. Tremendous card gamer she is. Unsurprising to see her picked up by Channel Fireball. And she qualified also through a great performance at a US Regional Championship in Dallas. Finally, draft board number 3, our undefeated players here, Simon Nielsen and Nicole Tipple. She's got up a top 16 performance at her first ever Pro Tour last year. Rock solid performance after that has seen her return in 2025. However, she'll have her work cut out for her because Simon Nielsen, one of the best in the biz, Player of the Year, Pro Tour champion. He qualified. So we asked all the players how they qualified for this event, right? And I'll read verbatim what Simon wrote. He wrote, I won a Pro Tour. It was pretty cool. So Simon's never been one to mince his words, and certainly, you know, I was surprised at the restraint he showed in referring to his Pro Tour winners being merely pretty cool. As far as I remember it, he was jumping out of his skin, but, you know, maybe in time he's managed to have a little more measured approach to...
I think that was pretty cool.
Oh, look, I'm not disputing the fact that it was indeed pretty cool. I'm just surprised that we didn't get a page and a half exactly how cool it was. Maybe it was pressed for time. We don't know. In any case, some big matches coming up this round. Maria.
Absolutely, and starting off your Pro Tour with a 3-0 in draft would be a goal for any of our players here this weekend. But of course, some of them have their sights set much, much higher. We talked to them before the tournament.
I'm here with Brian Boss, a fantastic finish to last year's season, top 24 at Worlds. But I want to know, Brian, what are your goals for 2025?
So my goals are always the same for all these events. I'm mostly just here to collect draft trophies. It's the number one thing that I'm trying to get at every single one of these events. In order to do that, I always want to make sure that I'm making day 2 because you can't get the second draft trophy without getting to day 2. And then I always want to try to just finish the event with a winning record. I've never had a losing record at any Pro Tour that I've competed in. So as long as I end up with a winning record, no matter how small a margin that it is, I'll, you know, stay on the train, can keep collecting more draft trophies, and that's all we're here for.
I'm here with one of the most consistent players on the Pro Tour, Marco Del Pivo. You have made day 2 of 7 of the last 8 events. What are your goals for 2025?
Just continue to make day 2. I just want to play better, have an healthy thought, so just keep going, and I don't care about the result. Just keep going.
I'm here with Adam Edelson, who of course made the top 8 of a Pro Tour last year in 2024. But Adam, I want to ask, what are your goals for 2025?
So my goal this year is to play the World Championship again. I had, a really amazing year last year, top 8 in the first Pro Tour of the year with Phoenix, and then top 16 the Pro Tour after that, my Esper mid-range deck, and then got 100th place at MH3. So really strong, awesome year. Played the 5th Arena Championship as well. So went out last year with a bang as well, qualifying for Arena Championship 8. So my goal is to, keep having strong finishes at these Pro Tours. turn that into a World Championship invite and prove myself there this year. So extremely excited.
I'm here with Alex Fredrickson, who top 8'd the last time we were here in Chicago for a Pro Tour, and since then has maintained a 71% win rate in Limited. That is absurd. Alex, what are your goals for 2025?
Well, first, gonna win this PT. But ultimately, the ultimate goal always is to get to the World Championships and win that. So win the PT to get to the World Championships and win those, and all while representing Team Handshake Moxfield.
I'm here with Daniel Gertschel, who made the semi-finals of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 last year. Daniel, what are your goals for 2025?
I like to have really low expectations. I go into every PT. Mentally, I'm 08. Any win I get is big for me. I told my team, pretend you're Jun playing against Tron every round. Every matchup's a hard win, and I'll be happy to get 2 or 3 wins per PT. Yeah, that's my goals.
I'm here with Christopher Larson, the big Dane himself. Chris, after a great finish last year at Chicago Pro Tour Murders of Karlov Manor, where you made the semi-finals, some of the other results you had last year probably not ideal. What are your goals for 2025?
My goal was always be to play all the events, get to Worlds. Going back-to-back in Chicago would be a dream. Making it to 8 games instead of 7, winning. But I also hitting Worlds once again. Great tournament, being part of the circus. That's where we are.
I'm here with the Brazilian Hall of Famer, Willie Adel. Willie, a strong finish to last year, top 16 at Worlds, and now a brand new team, Cosmos Heavy, play into 2025. What are your goals for this year?
I'd rather qualify for the 3 Pro Tours of this year. So my personal goal is to qualify for Worlds as well. And on the team perspective, I hope that Team Cosmos can evolve during the year. It's the first Pro Tour we are playing together. So we need to get used to to each other, to know how people like to pass, how people like to play, how people like to behave. So it's the beginning of a relationship, and I think this relationship has a great chance to bring a lot of fruits, like Channel Fire, but it's around forever and dominating. So maybe Cosmos is this generation Channel Fireball. And I think the team is very good because I probably own the bottom half of the team. So usually I always am one of the best players of the team, one of the captains, and this time I'm not. So I'm super excited to learn with new people and to evolve with them.
I'm here with Quinn Tonole, who made the semi-finals of the World Championship last year. Really consistent results across 2024. Quinn, what are you hoping to achieve in 2025?
Just like every year, I'm trying to qualify for all 4 pro events. So all 3 Pro Tours and Worlds. That would be great.
Mentally, I'm 0-8, but here I am at the Pro Tour desk with you.
Legend.
That's a quote of the weekend.
It was incredible, the breadth of the goals that people had. Oh, I'm going to win the Pro Tour. I'm going to win Worlds. Mentally, when I arrived at the tournament, I am 0-8. So every win is a blessing. It was incredible talking to just the breadth of players and just how broad the spectrum of goals they had was. It was amazing.
Gold Ducat, the legend.
Just excellent.
Undoing a loss
Good.
each round.
So good.
All right, everybody, it's time to play for the pod here in Draft this morning. Let's find out who our next feature match area will be. It is our 2 undefeated players from our first feature pod, Martin Yuza up against David Frischer. Martin Yuza, 4 top finishes to his name. He's in the Hall of Fame. He has 32 Grand Prix top 8s and 5 wins under his belt, so he is a crusher. David Frischer, on the other hand, has been killing it here this morning. Beat Javier Dominguez in round number 1, his first Pro Tour, Monty. Talk to me about these players and their decks.
Yeah, I mean, starting with Martin Juza, maybe a name that we haven't seen as much on the Pro Tour recently, but he is in the Hall of Fame for a reason, and there was definitely a time where Martin was considered the best limited player in the world. Just full stop. So the fact that he is here 2-0 right now, not a surprise at all. His season goal, make a top 8. It starts here. He is using his Hall of Fame invite, I believe, for this Pro Tour, so will have to get a good result to continue. But he is definitely a player that is very capable of doing that, and he ended up in one of the best colors in blue-green. On the other side, David, playing in his first Pro Tour, qualified from that RC in Washington, D.C. His season goal is to play in all 4 events, the 3 Pro Tours, as well as the World Championships, which, of course, again, starting here with a 2-0. And the nice thing for David is we know that he's already shaken off the nerves because he's already beat Javier Dominguez. That's the best start you could have to the tournament. From here, another Hall of Famer, best limited player in the world in
big
2014. We're in 2025. That's in the past.
I don't think this young fella is mentally 0-8. I think he's mentally 8-0. I think it's starting to show.
Absolutely. Let's find out what happens and who starts off this tournament 3-0. I'm going to send it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. Do you start out your day 0-8 or 8-0, Paul?
I do not go with the approach that I lose every single match. I'll just put it that way.
You start off on a high note.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's not slowing him down, right? He's been doing fantastically at all these events.
No, I thought that was kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it was pretty funny. It stood out to me as well. But, yeah, we've got two players who have started off their tournament 2-0 here, Martin Yuza versus David Fischer. Particularly, I'm looking over at the right-hand side of your screen there at David, who's playing in his first Pro Tour ever. His first round, he had to fight against Javier Dominguez, dispatched him quite easily, and now finds himself in the finals of his opening draft pod against yet another ringer in Martin Yuza. I mean, this is a very tough start to your Pro Tour career, yet David seems to be handling it very nicely.
Yeah, nice little welcome to the Pro Tour moment. Like, you expect to play against some great players, but this is about as tough of a start as you can get, especially playing against, you know, as Monty alluded to, one of the endgame bosses when it comes to limited Magic. Martin's still extremely, extremely sharp, still one of the better limited players in the field, so no surprise to see him here at 2-0.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah.
Taking a look here, Martin with blue-green, one of the strongest color combinations in the entire format. Now, we'll have a couple of cards you don't see as often in kind of the quote-unquote ideal decks, but of course, we are doing an in-pod Pro Tour draft, so nobody's deck is going to look like the drafts that you normally see. So you see cards like Stall Out and Alacrian Jaguar in Martin's hand, which are not typically the best cards, but if you need some ways to push damage through, Stall Out works. It also cycles, and then if you need some ways to kind of win the game in the late game, Alacrian Jaguar can still be a serviceable top-end threat.
Here's a Gibberg Omnivore to start things off for Yuza on turn 2. David Fischer had the same start that we actually saw against him a couple of rounds ago, where he played out the Bastronaut on turn 1, and then the next turn he just used his mana to get in. So his maximum speed is almost there. He's at 3.
He's at 3, but David Fischer
pumped again.
Missed a land drop here, and this is horrible news here for David. I mean, he's got a couple of 3-drops in hand here, but if you're on Martin's side, you have to be thrilled here that David didn't add another permanent to the battlefield here. So Martin can come back here, you know, as long as he can play another creature here, just so that David doesn't get to maximum speed. I mean, David's in a really tough spot.
This is huge already for Yuza. Can he leverage this stumble? The only good news for David is that he has actually been able to use up all of his mana for these first 3 turns, but the bad news is turns 2 and 3 were just a pump to get 1 additional damage in. Not a great use of mana.
Yeah. Now Martin also doesn't have land number 4 in hand, but still has a perfectly fine card here. And if David doesn't play more permanents, Martin's going to be ahead on the race here.
For sure.
Not only that, if David is just going to rely on the Burnout Bastronaut with max speed, Martin can just fire off some of those stall outs just to freeze the Bastronaut for a long, long time.
There it is, land off the top, and it's a mountain. David's working with effectively a mono red hand here, so getting the chance now to start deploying these things is going to be huge. He is going to get to max speed here regardless.
15 max speed.
Yeah, and now has the option to either just run out Surveyor or cast a Gastel Blockbuster just to kill the diversion unit if that's what you want to do.
He's going to go with the Surveyor, pass the turn back. You see that.
Oh, big draw here for Martin. Land number 4 allows him to double spell this turn potentially. You've got Stall Out, you have the Venom Sac Lagak. You can also just go Venom Sac Lagak plus Skystreak Engineer this turn.
That's got to be tempting, especially putting out the Engineer with 3 toughness.
Ooh.
Oh, never mind. We did talk about Yuza being able to take advantage of the fact that David effectively had to just burn turn 2 and turn 3 doing not very much. So Yuza's going to take this opportunity to stall out on the Surveyor, and that's going to get him in for 5.
Yeah, if you're in a racing situation, 3 stun counters is a ton.
It's almost just a removal spell at this point.
Absolutely, especially given Martin's hand. He's got a second copy too, so he can just play the tempo game here and just try to outrace David, who that one stumble is kind of all it took here, and now David's going to be kind of on the back foot.
Yeah, stall out's been fringe playable, I'd call it, but it is a high leverage card in the right situation. And, you know, a tempo war or a race situation like we see here is definitely where it shines.
Now David
Martin's got another one too.
Yeah, David did find a removal spell here if he is interested in slowing things down. Could just fire off an Outpace Oblivion in hand to just, you know, maybe just kill a 3-power creature here, just because if you think Martin's on the stall out plan, maybe you just want to have this game go a little bit longer just so you can unlock your Surveyor. Also has the Gastel Blockbuster. Sure.
That'll work. He's going to just bail altogether on his tap down creature and use it to throw.
Now Martin has an interesting choice here again with the Alacrian Jaguar in hand. You can either just run that out because you have land number 5, or you can just go double spell, stall out your 3/2 again, beat you down, and try to race. Now, Martin is at 13. The Bastronaut is very, very annoying. However, if Martin just runs out the Jaguar, it's kind of hard for David to get in a good attack with the Bastronaut.
Mm-hmm.
Saddle.
He's actually going to saddle
the
Lagak and get it in. So no clean blocks available there for Frischer, so it's going to be 2 damage coming in.
This is the best case scenario here for Frischer, though, because now he can go Outpace Oblivion to just get the Jaguar out of the way, and Martin has no blockers, meaning David's going to be able to get in for 5 damage here with the 2 creatures he has in play.
Yeah, Martin's sticking to his I'm going to try to race you line, but this is risky, and he's going to pay a pretty big price this turn.
Also, one thing to be mindful of here is the pedal to the metal in David Frischer's hand. If you can find some extra lands, I mean, the Bastronaut's menace. So if Martin just lets that go through, we could see David potentially just kill Martin out of nowhere with the pedal to the metal.
This is one of those situations where David hopes that Martin just taps out for 1 big creature.
Right.
And then he may be able to just kill him, particularly if David were ever find a 4th land to give it that X equals 3.
Oof,
it would be lethal as it stands.
Right.
Martin's in a sticky situation here. You know, that first time that he fired it off, it seemed like a good, clean race situation, but it has changed. You know, David has really taken some pretty big life total chunks out these last couple of turns, having answers for those last 2 creatures from Yuza.
Now, this attack will get David down to 5, right? Which means Martin is representing a lethal attack next turn and still has the ability to play 2 things this turn. So attacking makes sense here if you're on Martin's side. The question is, what do you stall out? Right? Do you just stall out the 3-power creature, or do you stall out the Bastronaut, because that one's got menace and that can potentially kill you out of nowhere?
It feels like it would be difficult for Yuza to die unless there's shenanigans with double strike, basically.
Right, especially because it's menace, it's so hard to block.
Exactly. Where he would have blocking options, or Frischer, who's sitting on only 3 lands here, can only have up to 4 mana next turn. It's difficult to see Martin dying from that situation unless he gets hit with a double striker that gets pumped up.
Yeah.
Which, that could definitely happen here.
Right. But you can see Martin just thinking, which one? He's going to cast the stall out. It's just, which one do I target here? If you get the Bastronaut, if the 3/2 attacks, that puts you down to 5. What kind of combat tricks can you have to actually get you dead? Maybe a land plus a burner rocket plus the sacrifice on the
right,
Outpace
something
Oblivion.
like that. Yeah.
You could still block though if you're really scared. And
Yuza says, well, I know I'm going to cast this, but now the real question here is, what do you target with stall out?
now, if David draws, okay, that's great,
Yes.
because if David top decks a land, he just wins.
He would have
right?
just won the game on the spot.
With pedal to the metal.
That's right. But now that's not going to be the case. So we have a game here because Martin Yuza is really good at this.
David really wants to land, get that nimble Thopterist in play just so you can have a ton of blockers available.
He hit it.
Because he is not able to win the game this turn. He is just a little bit short.
Yeah, it's interesting because even though this has been a race, take a look at the cards in hand right now. Hughes is out of gas. He has nothing going, while David actually has a pretty stacked hand going all the way up to Dracosaur Auxiliary.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, if you're David, I wonder if you just attack here. Get him down to 5, play the Thopterist. You have 2 blockers.
Yeah.
Martin's got no cards in hand. So, of course, if Martin top decks a removal spell, it's game over.
Yeah.
But right now, he has nothing. So that is the way that you can try to steal this game. Get him low, maybe win with a pedal to the metal through an unblocked creature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, how excited is Use It to block here? He would like to have that threat. It's also the one place he has to put mana.
Is he going to take it? Ooh.
No blocks, but it's still not quite enough,
Not
right?
quite enough, but Thopterist here is huge.
Yeah, Use It just goes, not that one. 2 blockers, including a flyer.
A cheap interactive spell here, maybe?
Yeah, some way to bounce, get rid of a Thopter, something. Market back Walker.
So that means Martin does not have lethal here.
No, we may be transitioning into a little bit slower of a game now. Like, if he doesn't, I guess he can attack and just.
Yeah, but if you
it's actually still not lethal, is it?
It's not. If you attack with the flyer, David can just take it.
He can just take it, and even if you pump it, David survives.
Because if you take it and you draw a land here, the unblocked Thopter with pedal to the metal would be lethal.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, looks like Martin might be lining up attack with no, it looks like he's got the Lagak back.
Yeah. So you want maybe keep 2 ground blockers back because you can now play this Market Bat Walker for a lot as well.
Oh, what's that?
I imagine David's going to probably want to block the Gibberic Omnivore with his Nimble Thopterist. The big thing if you're David is you want that Thopter. You want to keep that Thopter because you have pedal to the metal, right?
Absolutely.
So if you just draw a land, you win the game if Martin has nothing.
Exactly.
So that's the one I think you want to keep in play. And if you want to block anything, well, you have to block because this is a lethal attack for Martin because he can just pump this Skystreak Engineer.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it makes just a lot of sense here to just put Thopterist on the Gibberic Omnivore. But will David sack the Thopter here instead?
He's picked it up twice. Makes me nervous for that Thopter's life.
Yeah. I mean, just think about it. Martin top decked. I do not like blocking with the Thopter here.
I agree.
Oh, this is rough.
Blocks like this. Yeah, take one.
He says, sure. Take 1.
3 counters.
And he's going to play a 3/3 Market back Walker.
Yeah, and
that's an excellent blocker on the ground.
You can block both things. Now, if you had a Thopter and if David top decks a land here, that would have been the game.
Yep.
Is that a land?
It's a mountain.
Oh my gosh. That is brutal.
Yeah, Paul's going to have heartburn.
I am.
That's a tough one.
I can't handle this, Marshall. I cannot handle this.
He did hit the mountain.
Okay.
Yeah, these close games are very unforgiving in that way.
Absolutely. Now, I mean, David's hand is still full of action, and Martin's down to nothing. Remember, Martin fired off 2 stall outs here. He's down 2 cards. If the game goes on for a few more turns, Martin is net negative 2 cards here.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Frischer's so close. He has 2 damage sitting on the battlefield, plus some amount of combat. Like, he is really close.
Now, land number 5 plus Thunderhead Gunner is quite strong, right? Because you can block the Skystreak Engineer.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're not worried about taking 3 in the air that way. So if you can still find some way to get some damage through, even get Martin down to 2, then the Outpace Oblivion can also deal 2 damage to Martin. So, but right now, I don't think you want to make a ground attack. You don't have a lethal. If Market blocks with the Walker, he draws 3 cards. You kind of want that creature in play. So you don't have a good attack this turn.
Yeah, and I think Frischer is slowly coming to that realization here.
Yeah, I think Gunner makes a lot of sense here. Maybe discard the Goblin Surveyor. Doesn't look particularly strong on this board.
Yeah, you know, another card that... Oh, he didn't discard anything?
Wow. likes everything in hand. I'm pretty sure you want to discard there, especially with the Dracosaur Auxiliary in hand.
Totally.
You want to get to land number 6 next
Yeah,
turn.
the other thing is Frischer also has a copy of Lightning Strike in his deck.
Oh, yeah, you want to get
in
to that too.
conjunction with the 2 damage, that would be enough as well.
Hey, you know what? Look, you're 2-0, first Pro Tour, playing against Martin Yuza.
I mean, Martin's a GOAT tier limited player.
Absolutely.
It's got to have been a bumpy ride here for David. I mean, just getting to this point already is impressive. What did Martin find? He found Wild Roads.
I wonder if Martin just wants to attack with the Walker. It's like he can't kill the Gunner, but you can draw 3 cards.
Or 4.
Right, or 4. I imagine 3 because you want to play more to the board, or you might just get run over.
You don't want to leave yourself with just 2 mana.
But
that's fair.
But the thing is, you don't really have any other great attacks here, right? If you look at the other creatures, the Engineer gets blocked by the 4/5. I suppose you could saddle the Lagak, but I don't think at 5 life, you're really not in a position to saddle either.
Is there a world where he settles in?
It's tough. I mean, David just
yeah,
has so much more
David
action.
has so much more cards in hand. Yeah, when you're sitting there on nothing, drew a land for the turn, and your opponent has 3 spells, and you know their spells, by the way, and also declined to discard.
Right.
Yeah, you need to make something happen now.
And if you're David here, you just block with the Gunner. You just go, look, if you somehow draw a combat trick, so be it.
Right.
But like, I'm just going to block with this. I think you're just attacking me here just to try to draw cards. Of course, he has to block because Martin is representing a lethal attack here. But if you single block here, then Martin can just pump up the Walker or just be happy with the trade.
Yeah.
Trade my 3/3 for your 3/2 and draw 3 cards.
I think if you put the Thopterus in front, Martin goes past priority.
Exactly. So the Gunner is just the only decent block here, in my opinion.
Right. David may be thinking of a double block here. Things get a little sketchy there.
Yeah, you don't have a great attack on the fall. You still, Martin still has a Lagak here.
Totally.
So I guess he's just really valuing that Gunner.
It's tough because he may be optimistically thinking, okay, well, if Martin pumps, then I'm okay here. But Martin's not going to do that. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Frischer came to that same conclusion that you did, Paul.
He's just been top decking. You have to assume he has nothing.
Yeah.
You just do that, and then Martin now can make the decision. Do I
Okay,
want to draw an
Martin
extra card?
does want to get another card out of the deal.
All right.
I mean, he has a land drop to give this turn as well, so he's likely to hit a land anyway.
And he's got a Wild Roads in hand, which actually comes into play untapped because of the Saddleback Lagak.
You're right.
So he could, even if he totally whiffed, he had the out of making a 1/1 blocker
just
here.
making a 1/1, but he
found
didn't
something.
whiff. He found Afterburner Expert.
Okay. All right, David, can you find...
Surprisingly, quite a good blocker,
Yeah.
the Expert.
Land
Maybe a
number
Lightning
6.
Strike?
Land number 6 would just be great, given that you have the Dracosaur Auxiliary.
Right.
And he did find the land here. Now, is there some world where you attack with everything and Martin doesn't block anything? Probably not, given the Outpace Oblivion, so everything will get blocked if you choose to attack that way. So do you just want to go to the skies? Alternatively, you can play the Goblin Surveyor, and it's a trampling creature.
Yeah.
Right? So if that one just gets blocked by a random Gibber Gomnivore on the following turn, you can just first strike trample through and go for lethal that way.
Yeah, totally.
And honestly, if you go Surveyor, you can go Surveyor, end of turn, sack the Outpace Oblivion, get Juza down to 3,
and that's
which makes it
totally
way
different
easier.
game. Yeah.
And the Bastronaut is online next turn.
Bastronaut's online, plus a Trampler, plus the Auxiliary for an additional 2 damage. Like, the walls are closing in very quickly here on Yuza. And he found an Alacrian Jaguar as well as a Scrap Compactor. He needs to steal this game back if he's going to win it, and it has to be next turn.
Now David thinking, well, the thing is, if you want to saddle, you leave yourself kind of vulnerable here. You can deal 2 damage to Martin's face here, put him down to 3, which forces the Skystreak Engineer block.
One card Martin does have access to is Bestow Greatness.
That would be a great
It's not in hand, but he could combine that with the Lagak to likely get through for lethal.
This is big here. Just David deciding what to deal the 2 damage to here.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you go to the face, Martin's at 3, and you have to block with the Engineer.
Mm-hmm.
You have to. And killing the Omnivore means Martin can just take all of the damage, go to 1, and potentially crack back for lethal if he can find something.
Yeah, you would much rather get the flyer off the battlefield anyway, and this even moves you closer to just victory.
Oh, this is so remember, Martin has a scrap compactor in hand. He can get a blocker out of the way.
Yes, he can.
And then can he attack back for lethal?
1, 2, 3. He's a man. He needs 5 mana to grow.
The Sky Streak no, he's 1 mana short if he plays a land. Because Scrap Compactor is 4 mana, Sky Streak Engineer is 5 mana to activate.
Yeah, I think he needed to go upstairs with that activation. Is there a Bestow Greatness perhaps off the top?
I think that was a Rover Blades.
You're right, it was. Nothing has Trample.
And Martin has to win this turn. He's at 1.
Yeah.
There's an Outpace Oblivion in play on David's side.
Not seeing a way out here for Yuza. He had some outs there.
He definitely did.
But the Gunner with reach is
so
big
strong.
problem.
Doesn't even need to use ability.
Yeah, he still hasn't.
Yeah, you can kill the 3/2 here, but then the Gunner just blocks the Afterburner Expert.
Right.
And Martin is 1 damage short of lethal here.
So
1 damage.
Kill the big guy.
He's going to pay the extra mana to kill the Gunner.
Okay.
And then just force David to make the blocks.
Right, but
1 blue mana up doesn't signify anything scary here
not.
from Fischer's perspective. So he just needs to block. And that is going to be game number 1 going to David. Fischer finds his way through a very difficult board step, and Martin's still digging for that pump spell, Bestow Greatness. Where was it? Was it in there somewhere? He was still digging. Game number 2 coming up. That was a crazy game 1 out of our decider here, by the way. If you're just joining us, this is round 3 of draft here from Chicago, and this is our feature pod. David Fischer had to play against Javier Dominguez in the first round, dispatched him in short order, won his next round, and now is facing Martin Yuza to try to win his pod in his first Pro Tour ever.
And he is up a game. That was a really close one. I mean, David did kind of have some inevitability there. Martin was kind of out of cards, and David just had 5 cards or 4 cards in hand. So if the games did go a little bit longer, Martin couldn't close out the game with those stall-outs, it was just so likely for David to turn it around.
So many different ways for David to get through there. Yeah, there was a point at which Martin had 1 land in hand and David had 5 spells.
Right.
Even though that game ended up being a little bit of a tempo fight in the early to mid game, the late game was very much in David's hands.
Yeah, tough spot here for Martin. He's got 3 green cards in hand with 3 islands in play.
He cycled the Ketrodon there, just digging for a forest.
Still couldn't find the green source here.
Yikes. Lagak, Surveyor. His hand's not very good. And even if he does find green, that's just kind of a bunch of okay cards. Did he? Yeah, it looks like he did.
Yeah, I think he found a Glitch Go Surveyor here, so it's something, right? You can still just put something in play. It does trade with the Surveyor on David's side. If Martin's interested, I don't think he is. He could get in with the he can also get in with the Engineer to get his speed up to 2, but I don't think that's necessarily the game that he's looking to play. He actually just wants to control the board here and just use the compactor. Blue-red just doesn't have a whole lot of ways, no combat tricks to kind of get blown out here, so Martin can be patient here with the scrap compactor. If you play against a green or a black deck, you kind of want to fire it off right away.
Yeah, those pump spells will get you, but not good. And he's going to take out the trash here.
Second phase.
David just looks like a Thopterist. Thopter seems quite nice here.
That was the key card, actually, of the first game.
Right. Oh, never mind. Another solid card here. 3/4, really great sizing here. Needs a green source.
No go.
No go, and this is a tough spot. And with the creatures that Martin has, that Spike Spitter just gets a free attack because Martin only has 3 total power in play.
Right. Boy, missing land drops and not having the color you need is really brutal here for Yuza. if Frischer can find a way to just impact the board significantly on this turn and the next, it feels like the door would be pretty well closed on Yuza. It's a lot of work to do to try to even get back to even.
Yeah, David has a great attack here. Martin's not going to block. He can't really block. No good blocks. Then you can follow. David will follow this up with a Nimble Thopterist and has a removal spell in Flood the Engine and a really solid combat trick in Howler's Heavy. It's going to be very impactful here because the most likely thing to happen next turn when David attacks with a Thopterist is a block from the Glitch Ghost Surveyor. And then all of a sudden, you kill their creature and you draw a card. Green.
There's a forest off the top. So do we have a game on our hands here from Yuza is the question.
The thing is, Martin's hand, it's not even like they're super high impact cards. And this is the interaction that I've really been enjoying in Limited. Howler's Heavy is not a card that I thought was particularly strong going into this format.
Right.
But given how powerful Death Touch creatures are in this format in a world that's dominated by giant green monsters, Howler's Heavy is an excellent answer to those Death Touch creatures. So being able to kill this Lagak and draw a card and not be down anything is really, really strong.
Yeah, that is the nightmare scenario as the green player, or if you've got an engine rat.
Not realizing it has reached before. So just making sure.
Just making sure.
Just making sure.
Makes sense, makes sense. All right, on top.
Martin doing a secret reach check.
There's a lot of reach in this
This
format.
is a minefield for Flyers, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think if you're on David's side, you just get in there with basically all three creatures on the right side. Seems fairly... Oh, you drew a Lightning Strike too? Might want to just kill the Surveyor, because then you can attack with kind of everything.
It's a little weird.
You give it away, though.
Yeah. But also, like, what is Martin supposed to do?
Right.
Like, yeah, so he's just going to take the more straightforward play.
It's just you can't attack with the Thopter this way unless you just kill everything. Oh,
wow,
just going with
flood
kill
the
everything.
engine too. Okay, get everything out of the way and jam.
6, 7, 8, 9.
That is more than half of your remaining life total, Martin.
Yep. Go. Cycle. Yeah.
He's going to cycle on end step, just trying to find anything to help get him back in this game. But, you know, green-blue, not the best at restabilizing a board that's kind of gotten away from you. You can do a few things, you know, migrating Ketradon helps out, stuff like that, but it's going to be tough.
David can find maybe just one other way to push damage through. Not that he necessarily needs it here. He's got a lot of great resources in play. That Howler's Heavy is going to be very, very strong here.
So he plays Loxodon, Surveyor, and another
Wow, and he drew a Thunderhead Gunner here? That's so strong. Get rid of that Kaelorna, Coral Tyrant.
Yeah, why is that there anyway?
23rd card.
Green.
23rd card.
Oh, it's main deck. Okay.
It's a main deck card, which is literally the antithesis of what David's strategy is. So it's a little bit of an odd inclusion. I would play almost any other card, but if you play against a red-green deck, they really can't do much if you play one of those.
Yeah, it's just he's trying to be assertive, so yeah.
Right.
Uh-oh. We're going to get Howler heavied.
Looks like Martin's played a bit of the format.
Yeah. Like, why else would you attack with the 3/4 here, right?
So can he play around it?
He can try, but I don't know. He's not really in a position. He's at 8 life here. Do you just put the Death Toucher on the right side and just hope? And then when you block with the Surveyor,
he knows what's coming.
It is coming.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
And the brutal part is that you draw a card off of that cycling.
Right.
I mean, like their creature just gets put in the bin and you get a 2-for-1 off of it. Yuza knew it was coming, and he also knows that he's all but lost this one. You can see shaking his head a little bit there. Is there anything? It's just a forest.
Well, you can play a 3/3 Market Walker.
Yes.
So that
he is still at 8.
So that makes it hard for David to attack, right? Because you can double block the 3/4 here, and David's out of action for now.
For 1 turn reprieve.
Oh, geez.
Wow, Dracosaur Auxiliary off the top, too. He doesn't have the 6th land, I don't think, but
the thing is, the Auxiliary, you can still attack through the 3/5, right? When if you just saddle up the Auxiliary, you just turn it into, you just deal 2 damage to the Skystreak Engineer. You can still attack. And David's draws have been absolutely unbelievable. His last 3 draw steps were Thunderhead Gunner, Dracosaur Auxiliary, and Broadside Barrage. Wow.
If you're going to 3-0 your first draft ever at the PT, this is how you do it.
Yeah, very tempting to just spend your mana perfectly here. Play the gunner, get rid of your 08.
Yep.
And then just pass.
And then just pass. And you can just win through the air now. Because the way Martin gets back into this game is drawing a ton of cards off the walker.
Right. You just have to keep his resources low. And yeah, he just keeps finding these. This whole draw for him has been kind of his mediocre cards, right? He just got another Loxodon Surveyor.
Yep.
You know, he just had one of those. He's had a couple of Venom Sac Legax, which are fine. These are all fine Magic cards, but you know, these aren't the power hitters that he really wants to draw, the big leverage plays.
Yeah, absolutely. You want the nice exhaust cards, especially the Signpost Uncommons. Those are the types of things you're looking for here, and the Surveyor here on this board, just not the most impressive thing. Martin can also just pass. You just grow the Skystreak Engineer, have a 3/5 that just blocks the Thunderhead Gunner, and then you can also just choose to grow the Walker if you want. David finds land number 6, so now he can deploy the Dracosaur Auxiliary, and that's your route to victory. You just play it, you saddle it up, deal 2 damage to the Engineer, and either Martin chumps, basically, or goes down to 4.
Six mana being tapped, not good news here from the user side of things.
You can rummage first, I guess, if you think you might play something else, right? You can pitch your Surveyor here, for example.
And user says yes. Saddle it.
Tap with these trigger, shoot this for 2.
Okay, well, so now Martin gets to eat the Thopter for free, right?
He does.
So you take the 4. I don't know if
half of his life total.
Right, and David gets to maximum speed now.
Okay.
Right? So you do get to maximum speed here with attacking with the Thopter here. So now the Walking Sarcophagus is a 3/3. You have a Surveyor in hand that you can pitch now to the Gunner and draw a card with it.
Draw a card later. Does he already have one in the yard too? Maybe.
And then
usually does. Anyway.
And then he has a Spike Spitter in play as well. So this is just all kinds of value here from Frischer. Better board, better card advantage, higher life total. Super tough here for Martin to be able to come back from this spot.
Sorry. Judge.
I think he meant to discard.
I just passed the turn. I realized I missed the...
Yeah, so he did discard and draw, but then he forgot to do his max speed counter up.
Only as your player, if the opponent, if you want to put it free on the stack or not. I
think I would rather decline. But I also feel like these days, can't you just rule that, can you still like not miss it or whatever?
Well, you cannot miss the number 1. But 2, 3, or 4, you may miss it because it's a triggered ability.
Really? Okay. Yeah, if
so basically, David missed a triggered ability that was beneficial to him, and Yuza gets to decide whether that goes on the stack or not, and he says no.
Yeah, which is completely reasonable if you're given the choice, right? And that is big because you don't get to draw that extra card.
Totally.
Right? However, oh my gosh, and that's a Silken Strength. So David might just fire off Broadside Barrage here, and then Martin can play Silken Strength. However, because the Dracosaur Auxiliary also deals 2 damage, 5 + 2 is still 7, which would kill the Silken Strength Engineer here. Although you can also use the Silken Strength on your Market Walker.
Yeah.
Give it a reach and draw a bunch of cards. So that's also the option here.
I like that option. Because at this point, if I could cash in that Walker, I would.
Wait, is that a second Auxiliary? Is that just lethal then?
I assume that's from before.
Yeah, then you just saddle both and you just go for the win.
Okay.
These draws.
Yeah.
4 to the face.
Dome, and that's going to be David Frischer picking up the victory. He somehow 3-0'd his first Pro Tour draft, and it was against big-name players in the feature match area as well. You can see he says 2 triggers, both to you, my friend. And we could be looking at the next generation coming in.
I mean, it's certainly possible. Corey, actually, Corey Baumeister said he's very familiar with David. He's played with him, and he jokingly said he's like my protege or whatever. So maybe we have the new coming of a new Corey Baumeister. Watch out, world.
Yeah.
But he is now 3-0 in his very first Pro Tour. Very, very impressive finish. His deck looked awesome, right? Just red was really, really open in his heat, and it seemed like he just got all of it.
He did. I wonder what he's brought for constructed. We're not there yet, though. We're still battling. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we will have Eason against Moriyama. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Aetherdrift. We got a MagicCon going on outside as well. You can see all of the festivities happening out there, but we're over here in the Pro Tour area, and we're just in round number 3 of our booster draft. Look at that, already got a trophy of some sort given out over there. But we got a few days before we're gonna be giving away a trophy on this side. That's Paul Chian, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us. We are in the final round of booster draft here on Friday morning. And down in the feature, we have Luna Eason versus Masahida Moriyama. And you can take a look at their standings here coming in. Interesting decks. We were just taking a look at Moriyama's deck. Really heavy red, in fact, leaning so far as to play a triple red card.
Yeah, playing Count on Luck, which I feel like that's the type of card you can only get away with in a mono red deck, but Masahide playing a touch of blue here as well, doing some of the cycling things that you get kind of when you draft a blue-red deck here.
Luna Eason, she's playing kind of the deck that you hope to get, I think, when you come in here. It's straight green-black with some black removal and some good green commons and creatures, and keep it simple.
Yeah, that's kind of what you want in this format. If it's somewhat open, even if it's slightly contested, you can just end up with a good black-green or blue-green deck. Those are the two archetypes that you really want to be looking for in this format.
See nothing going
here
in the early stages. Whoa! Okay, I didn't think we'd see any of these, but now we have one right now.
He's got 9 mountains in his deck.
That's crazy.
There is a Night Market and a Reef Roads.
At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. So this is... Look, it is a powerful effect when you're not under pressure and when you can actually cast it on 3, and both of those are true here.
Right, your opponent just didn't play anything. Now, that is a Road Rage, but that only deals 2 damage.
Currently only 2.
Oh, so Missed on the first count on luck. As that Ooze Patrol is a 3-3. But still, that's a lot of cards you're going to have to grind through. Now, the Golgari deck is very capable of grinding into the late game, but just kind of I draw an extra card every turn effect on turn 3 is still going to be a lot to fight through. Interesting, the Japanese super team as we know it now just renamed into Masahiro Moriyama here. I asked them too, I said, why did you guys just choose this guy? And one person just said, he's really funny. So he must have just maxed out his charisma because you have some of the best Japanese players in the entire world, and then they just all decide to just name their team name after
I'm on team Paul Cheon. Just, why? Oh, I like him? Okay.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, that's a big compliment.
Wow, but
big hitters here for Luna Eason.
Thundering Broodwagon, just one of the best uncommons in the entire set. It is just so devastating. Casting it feels really rough if you're on the opposing side, and then if you ever just reanimate that thing with a back on track or a Broodheart engine, it is just so strong. It also, by the way, has reach.
It does. Everything does.
Everything has reach.
Okay, well, it will only get away with the 2-for-1 here. But realistically, that thing's going to be responsible for a lot more because it killed the count on luck, and that was the kind of the engine. This matchup doesn't go very well for Moriyama, generally speaking, but that is the type of card that can break that synergy. Oh, not the super combo, but a good combo. Gibberic Omnivore.
Didn't get the Terrian, right?
Yeah, that's Terrian's what you
That's
want.
what you're looking for, Fang Druid Summoner into 9/7. But of course, even if you just have a Gibberic, it's still totally fine. You play a 4-mana 2/4 reach creature. The Gibberic Omnivore is just a totally fine 2-mana creature. And also, if you just happen to draw the Omnivore, you just trade with it. The Fang Druid Summoner doesn't only search your library, you can also get things out of your graveyard as well.
Yeah, it feels like you're getting away with something when you get something out of your yard with it. Also, by the way, poor giant spider, you know, just crying in the corner going, I used to be cool.
That one is officially washed.
That's officially washed.
And Moriyama has just a lot that he needs to fight through. He's at 11 life, facing 8 power. The blue-red deck generally doesn't have very large creatures. Okay. Could you have here a Trip Up for 4 mana, Crash and Burn? Those are some of the cards that...
Crash and Burn would be on my mind if I was in Luna's seat.
That Luna needs to be mindful of in this spot. Maybe a Spectral Interference. Well, that wouldn't be that problematic here.
And nothing to fear here from Luna's side. She's just going to jam. There's the Trip Up.
Sure. And I think Luna just has lands in a run over here, which is still a good spot to be in because you have the run over. And also, if you play the Patrol, it's going to be huge, right? Is that an Achik?
Oh, okay.
Seriously? I
couldn't tell because of the...
know, but that is exactly what that is.
That is not a land.
Wow.
I thought that was a land.
So maybe I was understating it when I said that Luna had the deck that you want. This is like the deck that you want. I mean, this is everything.
You have the Broodwagon, you have the Achik. This deck just looks fantastic here. Saw Run Over in hand as well.
Wow. You're not supposed to be able to get that deck at the Pro Tour.
It should be extremely difficult.
Everybody's supposed to be fighting for it. And
I mean,
it looks like Luna just picked up everything.
Look at Javier's deck, or even look at Martin Yuza's deck. Right.
That's a good example.
That's kind of what you expect. Green, very heavily contested. You have to play some filler level cards because everybody's going to be fighting over it. Every draft table likely going to have 3 to 4 green drafters at the table. But somehow Luna's deck just looks like you have it all.
I mean, Ooze Patrol's pretty good too. Like
in black-green, it certainly can be. You know, turn 3 Pothole Mole into Ooze Patrol is very strong. Or in the late game, it's just a 4-mana 7/7.
Right. And in this format, huge creatures on the ground actually do quite well.
Absolutely. Oh, again?
Jeez, are you kidding me? We just saw this again. Luna had the answer for it, although Masahiro did manage to draw a few extra cards off of it. It didn't run away with the game.
Right.
Oh, there's a Pothole Mole.
Hit the land right away. No stress.
No sweat? Come
no
on.
Stress.
It's always the third one for me.
The third card down is always the most exciting. Okay.
And there was, what, one creature in there?
Right. So if you play an Ooze Patrol, guaranteed to at least be a 3/3. Needs to play to the board here, though.
Keen Buccaneer. Fine.
Yeah, just blocks everything in play, so Luna doesn't have a way to get it off the battlefield, won't be able to attack. I think maybe free rolling this attack, but Masahita's gonna block here, I'm pretty sure. Like what? I guess the follow-up can be if you block and then maybe Luna plays like a Grim Bobble or something to get it off the battlefield.
Sure, but isn't that acceptable?
Wow, he takes it.
I wonder if that would signal to me that Masahita may have like a bunch of lands in hand or something and wants to.
Ooh, double spin out, run over, green belt. This deck is so strong. Oh, lightning strike, incredible hit here, and Luna missing on the ooze is
on the
huge.
Ooze Patrol and only getting it to 3/3.
Because now you can just use that lightning strike here to get this 3/3 off the battlefield.
Yeah, Luna's showing off a little bit with that graveyard, but would much rather have some creatures in there rather than triple removal spell with one creature.
Then now you can attack with the Buccaneer. And this is the game where Count on Luck is being very, very strong. Did he not
did
attack?
The Buccaneer
it's
not
got,
come in?
it's got vigilance.
Oh,
all right.
Missed it.
Well, note, format's been out for 9 days. There are things you will learn just because even if you've done a good number of drafts, there are just some things you will just naturally miss.
Oh, it's a scramble. I mean, even for us to be here in the booth to commentate, it's a lot to try to get in. And these players are playing, you know, the highest level of limited Magic you can play in the whole world. And as we've talked about at the news desk and elsewhere, you know, your start, how you begin your draft has a major impact on your chances for a really top fit. And I'm talking about top 8.
Right.
I'm aiming very high, but admittedly, you know, many of the players here when they come in, that is what they're aiming for.
Ooh, double attack. So now we're thinking maximum velocity, right? That's a card that really comes to mind here.
Yeah, Bestow Greatness.
Bestow Greatness. Ooh.
Oh, Fang Guardian. That's the worst.
That's always the worst case scenario. Now
they get a creature.
You can find a Road Rage here. You loot in response. And if you find a Road Rage to kill off the 2/2, that would work, but nope.
14.
And you have 4 power left over after a winning combat trick. Got to count on some luck here, no doubt about it.
You need to play something big. Just a Thunderhead Gunner, something like that would be quite strong here.
It's wild because Luna's been able to do this through the Count on Luck both games. Now, it did get destroyed at some point in game 1, but still, like, 2 cards a turn adds up really fast. Usually, you know, I would assume if I let my opponent have that for 2 or 3 turns that I'd be at a major disadvantage. But every time you look at the board, Luna's ahead.
Right. And that Fang Guardian was just so big.
Gnarly.
Okay.
Boomobile.
So you get 4 mana.
4 mana, now exhaust.
It will minimum deal 1 damage, and then for every extra mana that you have available, every land, it will deal an extra point of damage. So right now we're at 6 mana, so you can deal 3 damage to something, or 2. So you can do 2 damage, kill the Fang Guardian maybe, just to try to keep your life total as high as possible. Unless you think Luna's out of resources, then you go after the Beast Rider Vanguard.
The Boomobile's crew 2, and it's a 5/5. And yes, it is exhausted, as it says.
Yeah, once you exhaust it, it does get the +1/+1 counter too. So it's wow, what a top deck from Luna!
What was it?
That was an Autarch Mammoth.
Jeez!
Just a perfect card here on turn 6.
Curving into Autarch Mammoth, not bad.
Just relevant plays every single turn, down to 10, and now you put 8 power and 8 toughness into play. Jeez.
Moriyama says, okay, but against, you know, red is your primary removal, like this is tough. You need like a Flood the Engines or something.
Yeah.
And even then you feel like you're behind.
Yeah, it needs multiple things here sitting at 10 life. The Scrounging Skyray, you can't cycle it because it's exiled, so you can just kind of run it out if you want a 1/2 chump blocker. Maybe you do have a cycler here to grow it, and then if you do, then you have a 2-power creature to crew the Boommobile.
And like you said, the Boommobile is 5-5 with a +1/+1 counter, so it would be a 6-6 when crewed.
Which would cleanly block
Actually,
the
a pretty big deal.
Oh, this is 5. Oh!
Switch them up?
Okay.
Nice. So
Right.
we forgot about one other mode there for the 1-2. Send it over.
Yeah, absolutely. And now this just kind of blocks everything. What else does Luna have?
And this is enough, of course, to crew as well. So
Right, you can crew and block the 3-3, and then Luna can get in for 5. Put Masahita down to 5, right? If assuming Masahita blocks the 3-3 token there.
More cards.
Yes.
And this is the point. This is the turn. If Luna finds a removal spell, she can still kind of close out the game just through tempo. But if not, that count on luck is going to just take over the game.
yeah, every turn that goes by, it shifts slowly towards Moriyama. Even though Luna's been able to keep the heat going, it will run out at some point. You're not drawing 2 cards a turn on that side of the table. Moriyama still has 4 cards in hand, and that's largely because he's been able to spend mana on, either hit land drops or spend mana.
Yeah, because the thing is, anytime you hit a spell off of count on luck, you just want to play that card. All right, beat downs. Now here's the question for your Masahita. Do you block with the Mammoth or do you crew? Because if you crew, and let's say Luna has a spin out or something, then you're just taking all the damage.
Yeah, you see 2 spin outs in the yard. I feel like you can get away with it. I mean, it would be really nice to keep the Mammoth around, but it looks like he's not going to take the risk here.
Yep. 6. Oh, taking 1 extra point of damage just so Beast Rider Vanguard doesn't get Luna Val. Another 6-drop? Oh my goodness.
Luna just actively wanted that creature in the yard at the cost of that damage.
I mean, this was just
4 insects. Well, right when we thought the Luna might be like just at the end of the road there, not even close.
This is just too many. Even if you kill the Achik, you're kind of dead, right? That's just
definitely.
What, 7 creatures and you're at 4 life?
Yes. No, this needs to be multiple things happening. And remember, Moriyama at this moment has 1 blocker.
Yeah,
like,
just
that's
1.
it.
And remember, if those insects die, every insect that dies, Masahita takes a point of damage with the Achik in play. So you just send in with the 4 tokens. If Moriyama doesn't have an answer for Achik,
Yeah,
game.
and that's going to do it. Luna Eason overpowering count on luck. That thing stuck from turn 3 till the end of the game, and that game went for a while. Didn't matter.
Yeah, it was one of those spots. It's just Luna just needed to slow down for 1 turn, just not play a relevant threat. But Luna just had a perfect thing to play every single turn. 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, Fang Guardian, 6-drop, 6-drop. If you do that, the green decks just have far more power and toughness for the mana that you spend, and Moriyama was just on the back foot the entire time. If Luna didn't play the Achik, I think he had a shot.
Yes.
He had a real shot to be able to stabilize that board, but Achik, just an incredible, incredible closer, especially when you can get your opponent's life total to around 4, 5, 6. If you don't have the way to kill the Achik, it's just over.
It makes the math very, very easy. Super powerful stuff over there from Luna as well. That Autarch Mammoth came down and had a major impact on the game. Moriyama was able to deal with it eventually, but not quite enough.
Yeah. He even played his best cards. He went count on luck into Boomobile, and it still wasn't close to enough.
Wasn't even close to enough. All right, that's going to do it for the draft portion here. We're going to take a small break. When we come back, though, we'll be back at the news desk gearing up for Standard. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Pro Tour Aetherdrift coverage here on day one of the Pro Tour live in Chicago, Illinois. We also have more than 17,000 people here playing Magic over at MagicCon Chicago as well. There is a live look at the Pro Tour floor right now. Wave! Hi, I see you, Greg. A look at the players as they come back in from their lunch break here at the Pro Tour. With draft now under our belts, we turn our attention to Standard. Speaking of Standard, Standard Showdown. Feel the wind in your hair and your foot on the gas at Standard Showdown now through April 3rd. Update your deck with new Aetherdrift cards and face off against your fellow racers each week for your shot at glory and sweet prizes. Weekly winners will take home a Lightning Strike promo card while supplies last. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Maria Bartholdi, Mani Davoudi, and Riley Knight. And we are done with draft for the morning, and it was very exciting stuff. Riley, give me a wrap-up of what went on the top tables.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's get into it and have a look at how things went on our feature tables. Here, of course, we've already seen some of our 3-0 drafters in the feature match area, but we'll remind ourselves of what we saw. Draft board number one, unfortunately, our world champion and reigning player of the year off to a 1-2 start. Javier Dominguez, not the start that he wanted. Martin User, the Hall of Famer, dispatched in our 3-0 match, in our trophy match there. To the young David Frischer. Frischer, the freshman, just 17 years of age at his first Pro Tour, off to an absolute flyer. And I was very impressed by this bloke, not just by the way that he played, but also by the way that he conducted himself. I got the chance to catch up with David after his win over Martin User in round number 3. I'm in with David Frischer at his first Pro Tour, a clean 3-0 in the draft portion. David, you must be very, very happy with this result, mate.
Yeah, I'm definitely very excited about that one, for sure.
Talk us through how it felt to not only play in your first Pro Tour draft, but be featured in a pod with Martin User, with Javier Dominguez. What was going through your mind as you walked out into the feature match area for the first time?
A bit nerve-wracking, I won't lie, but mostly excited. Just felt like a dream. Been watching these guys for years, so just very excited.
Well, it ended up being a pretty good dream because not only did you face Dominguez, not only did you face User, you beat both of them, 2 Hall of Famers already that you've put away. So what a start to your first Pro Tour.
Yeah, you know, I sat down and miscounted the people across from me, and so I was like, oh, phew, not playing Javier in round 1. And then I was like, you're playing Javier in round 1, and I'm like, oh no. But yeah, I was able to take it down. Feeling great.
Yeah, it's really, really good to see the confidence that you have coming in here as one of the younger players. You're only 17, but a great Pro Tour debut so far. Are you looking forward to Standard? How are you feeling about the constructed rounds?
Honestly, I'm not feeling as good as I had hoped to be. I kind of tried a lot of stuff and like just really nothing was really clicking. But I had some friends who were working on a deck. They were working on Green-White Cage. And so I ended up just playing that and kind of copying their homework. And I feel like it's doing a powerful thing. So, yeah. All
right. Well, we all know how far you can go in life by copying other people's homework. We'll see if it pays off for David Frischer. David, congratulations on the performance so far, and best luck in the following rounds.
Thank you so much.
What a fantastic start to the tournament for David Frischer. Seems like a really cool guy, too. 17 years old. What a way to start off your first PT. So, Mani, talk to me about the colors around this draft table. Where did they go and who got them?
Yeah, so taking a look at our draft table again with the records, this time we're going to show you what each player drafted. Coming into the pod, of course, what we expected was green was going to be the best color. And as you can see, it is the most drafted color here, appearing in 5 of the decks. Blue is the most drafted, appearing in 6 of the decks. But the green decks really did show that you can't have that many people vying for the same color. As you can see, overall, on the negative side there with Andrew, Javier, and Tingwei Tan all going in a negative record. But what we see is the blue-red strategy for David was absolutely able to dominate the table. And I think that is one of the things that we are going to be seeing throughout the course of the limited rounds tomorrow as well, is you have to find open lanes when green is being so heavily contested. If you look at David's seat, to both sides of him, 2 green players to the left, 3 green players out of 4 to the right, and that means he just perfectly chose his lane.
Wow, incredible stuff there, looking at the colors of draft pod number 1. Let's turn our attention to our pods 2 and 3. Riley, talk to me about what happened there.
Yes, indeed. Well, we saw Draft Pod 2 wrapped up with the trophy match between Luna Eason and Masahiro Moriyama. And I tell you what a clinic from Luna Eason. A surprise to no one. I imagine anyone who's followed her career will not be surprised to see. Round 1, wham. Round 2, bam. Round 3, thank you, ma'am. 3-0, a draft trophy for Luna Eason at the highest level of competition there. So terrific stuff from her. But good to see Corey Burkhart with a positive winning record there, 2-1, as indeed, of course, Moriyama dispatched by Luna in the final there. Ken Yukihiro also on 2-1 as well. So plenty for them to still to get done as we head into our constructed rounds. Moving on now to our third featured pod here, and it was Simon Nielsen who picked up the dub in round number 3 to round out our third featured pod here. A trophy going to Simon Nielsen, who, of course, has been in terrific form for about the last decade or so. This bloke just does not lose. Nicole Tipple, however, top 16 at her first ever PT. She'll be looking to put together more wins, even after being dispatched by Simon Nielsen. No shame in going down to a player of his caliber. And Nicole, I'm sure, has got plenty left to say for herself across the
fun
weekend.
fact about that table, all the 2-1 players, their only losses were Simon.
Right.
Yeah, so
he's just put
they're
people away.
basically undefeated if you think about it. Because
if we look at those,
does losing to Simon even count?
Yes, there should be. We need a full. We have the win-loss draw bracket.
Right.
Then we have the losses to Simon Nielsen, which somehow should be ameliorated.
We'll figure out what that counts for in the
More
final
news as that comes to hand.
Absolutely. Hey, let's check in on our players who made a top 8 in our last season and find out where they are here after 3 rounds of draft. How did they do? How important is a good start in draft? Well, we had 48 top 8ers. Of that, 45 of them finished with a positive record. That's unbelievable. So draft, so important to get it under your belt, and a good positive record here starting off the tournament. Turns out, if you're good at draft, you're good at Magic. Check it out here. There's our top 8 players from 2023 and 2024. Let's turn our attention now to our leaderboard and show you this for the first time in our tournament. It's always a very exciting moment. We're going to find out everybody who started the tournament 3-0. And there you see Simon Nielsen at the top of the race here, starting out 3-0. Paul Rietzel, Hall of Famer, also starting out 3-0. Shota Yasuoka, another Hall of Famer, starting out 3-0. So some pretty big names here at the top of our standings. Let's take a look at our 17th place player and take a look at some more 3-0s, Monty.
Yeah, definitely still in the 3-0, so that perfect start to the tournament, feeling great. Hall of Famer Willie Adel, Marcio Carvalho, many players consider him the best limited player in the world currently. Ben Stark picking up in a 3-0. Many players considered him the best limited player in the world 10 years ago. So definitely good to see these guys still able to get it done. And one name that I do want to shout out, Jacob Nagro there in 25th place, a player that has always had incredibly strong results.
All right, let's take a look at some more 3-0s. Riley.
Yes, indeed. So, of course, we have a pretty deep pool of undefeated players here as we head into round number 4. And it's good to see that right down the bottom of them, Mengu. There he is. Andrea Mengucci flying the flag proudly for Italy, of course. This bloke has been a powerhouse in Magic for a long time, and he's still got it. Put away the gloves and the detergent. This guy's not washed up just yet. But as we move now into the lower stages of our undefeated players, we've got, a couple of players who picked up draws. But now into the 2-1s, of course, I imagine, Maria, we'll be seeing more names, right, to keep an eye on as we head into the constructor.
How about John Finkel? Does that stand out as a name for you there? Johnny Magic himself with a positive record, 2-1 after draft. You love to see it. Corey Burkhart here on the Pro Tour once again. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, former world champion, also starting off 2-1 after draft this morning.
I just want to point out that of the 4 slides that we just went across there, I was assigned slide number 3, the only slide that did not have an Australian on it. So the production team is doing their very best to make me seem like I'm unbiased. I know what you're doing. I will gladly go into bat for the Australians that are here, and I'll get a chance to do it later on. I guarantee you that.
All right,
I guarantee you that.
You
Absolutely. Well, we're going to win the tournament at some way or another.
Okay.
So you just try to stop me.
Calling it now. Calling it now.
That's it.
Well, that's draft in the books for this morning. Let's turn our attention now to standard and talk about what sets are in standard. Riley.
Yes, indeed. So, of course, standard, a very deep card pool at the moment. Given the way that standard rotation has changed recently, we have seen just a huge number of sets remain in this format, which means that going all the way back to some sets that came out quite some time ago, you know, March of the Machine, the Brothers War Dominaria United, I should say, including Wilds of Eldraine, Wasp Caverns of Ixalan. But most recently, the update that we had from a set standard, the sets in standard, apart from Aetherdrift, of course, was Foundations. I love this set. I drafted so much of this set. This is the sort of nuts and bolts magic that got me into the game over a decade ago, and I've really, really enjoyed playing with some of these cards. Overshadowed a little bit. The overall power level of some of the Foundations cards is not necessarily the highest we've ever seen in the format, but it's good to see some of these cards sneaking into the best decks in this format. But the thing here is, the takeaway here is there are so many cards going back quite a number of years now that no matter what you've enjoyed over the last couple of years with the sets that have been released, you can still find a home for them in this format, and that I think has really improved the way that Standard plays and results in better gameplay, better tournaments.
All right, so a lot of possibilities in Standard here this weekend, but let's take a look at our metagame. Monty, talk to me about what the players brought and in what kind of numbers.
Okay, well, taking a look at our metagame breakdown for this weekend, the first thing I want to point out is throughout the course of the weekend, I think this metagame really needs to be looked at in two parts, because what I'm going to call the big three are those at the top. Gruul Mice, 19% of the field. Esper Pixie, 16.7% of the field. Domain Overlords, just under 15% of the field. These three together make up 50% of our metagame. They are the most played decks in the room. Then the rest of the field, they are the other 50%. They are the challengers. They are the ones that are trying to take down these decks that have just proven so good time and time again. Gruul Mice, an evolution of the Gruul aggro deck that was so popular at the World Championship months ago. Domain Overlords, the evolution of Domain Ramp that won in the hands of Ikawa a year and a bit ago in Seattle. So we see Standard really evolving, but also continuing to show the power of these cards that have remained in Standard. And going further down the list, these Oculus decks are what I have my eyes on.
Collector's Cage, let's go!
Huge.
High five, Riley.
I love this deck. Look at that. Rampant professionalism here at the desk. No, this is the deck that I used to prepare for this event as I was running the Standard Gauntlet. Highly recommend it. Very proactive. Puts opponents to the question, Maria, and also a little bit easier to play than some of the other lists as well. So that might have been why I picked that one up. Maybe. Well, I'll never tell.
Let's take a look at our feature match here for round number 4 as we turn our attention to Standard here in the building for today. We have Scott McNamara up against Matt Sicking Johnson. Both these players undefeated after draft. Demir Bounce versus Gruul Mice. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Scott McNamara qualified by getting second place at Spotlight Foundations. Congratulations on that finish. Got him here to the Pro Tour, playing his first Pro Tour on Team Rampant Growth, and just wants to requalify for the next event and hoping to do that here this weekend. But to do so, he'll have to get through Matt Sicking Johnson. Started playing in 1999. This is my brother from Minneapolis. Let's go, Matt Sicking Johnson. Won Grand Prix Seattle in 2019, qualified via a good 2024 performance, running on Team System Magic here this weekend. Those are the players. Talk to me about the decks, Monty.
Okay, well, we're going to start by taking a look at Scott's deck. This is the Demir Bounce deck that he played in Atlanta as well at Spotlight Foundations, where he finished in second place. And this is a variation of the Esper Pixie deck that we have seen pick up so much popularity. This deck does have the same shell of trying to play cheap permanents like Hopeless Nightmare as well as Storm Chaser's Talent, and then reuse them using cards like This Town Ain't Big Enough and Fear of Isolation. But by cutting the white, you both have access to a better, smoother mana base, and you get to just be a bit more reactive and introduce some of those cards of the old Demir mid-range decks, cards like Enduring Curiosity as well as Spyglass Siren, that just give you so much more card advantage to work with. The idea of the Bounce deck has always been that it is extremely good against Gruul specifically, because you get to use cards like Nowhere to Run, reusing your removal to keep their board clear. On the other side, Matt Sicking Johnson playing Gruul Mice, the deck of the weekend so far, as it is the most played deck. This deck is really trying to use the Bloomborough Mouse package of Heartfire Hero, Emberheart Challenger, and Manifold Mouse to get on the board quickly. But where this deck differs from other aggressive decks is just how much game it has. Between the Offspring mechanic, as well as Innkeeper's Talent, Emberheart Challenger, and Hired Claw, giving you more things to do with your mana, and those creature lands that you have access to, this deck feels like it can just keep coming back and back and back should your opponent survive your initial onslaught, which is a pretty big ask against a lot of decks, though not Dimir Bounce.
Which of these decks do you like here, Monty?
Well, Scott lost to Gruul Aggro in the finals of Spotlight Foundations, but even so, I'm going to go with the bounce deck. I think it has a bit of an edge in the matchup.
All right, well, we've been highlighting players this round who all did very well at Spotlight Foundations. You head to one of these Spotlight events, you can find yourself here at the Pro Tour. Alien Corey, take it away.
Thank you so much, Maria. It is indeed standard time here at the Pro Tour. Corey Baumeister alongside myself, Ailey Loney, here at the booth for you friends. And we're going to see basically a grudge match of sorts.
Yeah, kind of. You know, the finals, you know, Scott did fall to the Leyline version. Definitely a different deck. But yeah, the bounce deck should be favored against Gruul, so Scott looking to get some revenge for sure.
I would say so because, yeah, if I remember that finals correctly, it was a bit of a slaughter. So
it was.
Scott is going to do his best to find all the pieces of interaction that the desk were mentioning to try and kill all these critters before they kill him.
Yep, absolutely. And I talked to Scott, you know, I was talking to him at the player party yesterday, and didn't want to play Esper, just wanted to stay to his tried and true Dimir strategy, even though Esper is what he thought was maybe even better for his words, but just really wanted to play what he was, what he knows, and still thinks the deck is quite strong.
And if I'm not mistaken, it was him and his team who iterated on the bounce deck and basically decided, okay, no white cards.
Exactly. I think it was round 5 or something at that Spotlight Foundations where I saw his list and I was like, wow, this looks incredible. You know, he started 5-0. I was really, really impressed with it and ended up to do some great things and made quite the splash after this event for sure.
I mean, yeah, all these players that we're featuring in this matchup did very well at Spotlight Foundations.
Yep.
So if you want to do the same, come to the next Spotlight events. Go check out when they are, and hope to see you there.
It was a ton of fun.
It was
commentating that one with you. You know, we saw all 8 players obviously being so excited to make it to the top 8 there. Go straight to the Pro Tour.
Hell yeah. Spyglass Siren gets itself a counter. We have the Hired Claw down on the... Oh boy, that's a lot of lizards making their presence known here for Matt Sicking Johnson.
Yeah, that was an interesting play there because Matt could have just attacked with a Hired Claw and left up 2 mana, and then this Spyglass Siren was not going to be able to block. But instead, you get in 1 extra point of damage, but you lose a Claw. Yeah, so an interesting play for sure. But Scott on the other side does not hit land 3 after surveilling or after cracking the map.
It's not where Scott wants to be at all against an aggressive deck that seems to have a pretty good hand there if we take a peek at Matt Sicking Johnson's grip. Torch the Tower, Challenger, Overprotects, and Screaming Nemesis with a tap land. So if he can find an untapped land, then he's in business. Okay, Torch the Tower. Gonna try and take out the Siren.
So Scott now has the choice of This Town Ain't Big Enough, kind of the namesake card of this tournament that we're going to be seeing a lot of, and bouncing a Hired Claw, something like that. Not the best thing to be doing, so I agree with this. Get nowhere to run down and hopefully draw a land so Scott can start doing some tricks where he can bounce his own nowhere to run and start dealing with Matt's creatures.
So the lizard problem is being contained here by one Scott McNamara. And for turn... Where does he go? Over here. Gonna go with Storm Chaser's Talent. This combos so nicely with This Town Ain't Big Enough.
Absolutely.
And for players who have not seen the combo, Corey, how does it work?
Yeah, so whenever you have This Town Ain't Big Enough, you know, you get Storm Chaser's Talent down. If it's in the graveyard, you level it up to level 2, bring it back to your hand, then bounce the talent, a permanent of your opponent, or just 2 things of yours, and that will just continuously loop. It, of course, is a very mana-hungry combo, but it just leads to so much inevitability from these bounce house decks, whether it be Dimir or Esper, and it really shows the power of these 2 decks as you just never run out of something to do.
Yeah, it's crazy. And being the aggressive player on the other side, you kind of just get so frustrated because they just do the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult. And now we're going to see a big spell pierce here. With the Innkeeper's talent, there was going to be the possibility of adding ward here. Now, the one reason why cards like Overprotect, Snakeskin Veil, stuff like that has kind of fallen out of favor is the extra text on Nowhere to Run shuts down all of those abilities. So this is kind of the reason why this is a bad matchup. But Standard is so close, it's bad by like 5–10% at most, you know.
Your turn. You know, there's no overwhelmingly good deck in this format, and I think that's a wonderful, you know, compliment to the designers of each of these sets, because they've all kind of meshed nicely together. And we see a couple of cards from Aetherdrift make it into Ride's End, I believe, is the most played card from the set. And, you know, Spell Pierce as well, just helping out Matt Sicking Johnson there.
Yeah, Ride's End.
Helping out Scott Nakamura there.
Ride's End pairing with Up the Beanstalk is a match made in heaven, to say the least.
That card got snapped up.
I'm going to bounce the Challenger. And my
Town ain't big enough for the both of us. So let's get some removal back. Let's get that Challenger off the board, leaving just the Lizard there for Matt.
I'm going to take 2 here, or 1.
Deciding if Matt wants to pump to make it 3 here.
Yeah, okay. So 3 total, right? 3 total. Yeah, so I'm at 12. Okay.
Down to 12 he goes. Turn passes back now to Scott.
And I want to say Scott had a go for the throat as well, so had the option to just kill the Challenger.
Oh, man. I think it might be time to say goodbye to an otter. Nope. All right. Kaito. In hand, no 4th land to get Enduring Curiosity out there, so just deciding get rid of the threat on the board and get in for 2 with the otter.
So now Matt does have the option of using that Overprotect kind of aggressively here to get a trigger off the Challenger. And, you know, the Protect side of it is not that great with Nowhere to Run in play, but it does still protect it in the sense of if you give it -3/-3, and you give it, you know, in response you give it +3/+3, that'll protect it. But
there's at least one way to work around Nowhere to Run, which has been super impressive since Duskmourn's printing.
So now Scott has a lot of options. It's definitely in the driver's seat here. You know, always has the ability to level up the talent, buy back. This town ain't big enough. Keep that going. We're not going to see that with only 4 mana available, but I like this. Passing with Enduring Curiosity and go for the throat available.
Yeah.
If there's any shenanigans afoot.
Thornspire Verge. Now it seems like we're in the flood part of Matt's game 1 here, unfortunately. So
one thing Matt can do is animate this Soulstone Sanctuary and then have Overprotect available once it attacks.
Yeah.
Which could be a big deal if we have this Curiosity.
Okay. Right, gonna do exactly that on the mouse to make sure that
6, so 3 here. Sure, yes.
So 6 damage coming in.
Yes, I'm 4. Yep.
And the Curiosity goes away, but now it does enter the mode of just hanging around to be able to get some card advantage going.
That's exactly what it says on the card.
Yes.
Just hang around.
Just hang around. And the one thing about Matt's list that we were talking about, you know, in the intro is there's no burst lightning. You know, nothing like that to be able to have some reach here. Matt does have to win the game through these creatures.
Yeah.
Which I do like, to be fair. I think it is a good way to build these decks.
Having something to interact with Scott's board here would be ideal. Restless Ridgeline available for Matt. Sitting at 13, so he's at a very healthy life total, and Scott, not so much, sitting at 4.
Yeah, and here's the spot. You know, we have the Underground River, and Scott's mana base is still kind of painful here, as if he wants to go with Ninjutsu Kaido and go for the Throat Something, which is, you know, his only options right now. We'll have to take a damage for that. So, yeah, in a rough spot here for sure.
You know, and also hasty threats available from Matt too, so this is a tough spot for Scott.
Yeah, this is one of those games where it's like, okay, Scott can maybe hang on, and then if at any point Matt draws, you know, kind of the namesake card of Monstrous Rage, the game just ends on the spot.
Screaming Nemesis, you know.
Yeah.
Emberheart Challenger, any of these threats just winning the game on the spot. So.
And no matter what has a threat with the other creature land, so that go for the throat is already going to have to be aimed at that at the beginning of combat. And then Scott's going to go to 1 on board already. Or Kaito will fall depending on Matt's choice. So there is a brick.
Oh, sorry, the stun counter should be up.
Gruul Smash. We don't go Planeswalkers here, Corey.
Before we go to attack, so I'm going to take a point off on the ground river and go for the throat of the bridge.
Ouch. Ugh. Alrighty.
And I want to say, I don't think Scott drew a card from dealing damage there. I could be wrong, though. Could have missed it.
Off Kaito?
Yeah, off the Enduring Curiosity.
Oh, yes, right.
Yeah.
You may have missed that. If it's Drowner, okay.
A great draw.
That's excellent. Huh. We're still not at the position where we can bring back... No, excuse me, this town ain't big enough.
No, not yet. So I would think at this point, one of the main options is you can start by just attacking with Kaito and not pumping it. And just seeing, okay, if Scott were to draw like another Flood Pit Drowner, then you're like, all right, tick up. I feel safe, no problem. And if you don't find anything, you get to do some surveilling or tick up, you know. And it looks like we saw another talent out of those 2 cards.
Okay.
So right now, Scott can just drop 2 Storm Chasers talent, gets 2 Otter blockers, and have a Flood Pit Drowner.
Okay.
Or I guess it was a Spyglass Siren, but still great.
That's still good, yeah. A blocker, a Drowner, the ability to explore with a map, or get the talent down.
Yeah.
I'll map here.
And Scott knows that there's no, you know, way to deal damage to the face to just win straight outright. So I mean, this looks like Scott has every draw, you know, dealt with for now.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Play land for turn.
Jesus. That was a turn.
Great turn.
Wow. All right, Scott. Cool.
So like even Screaming Nemesis, you would think that would be your best draw, but you just get to drown that.
Just sits. It just gets made to sit, and there's, you know, 2 blockers for the Challenger.
Yep.
The land is dead. The creature land for Matt. Heartfire Hero. There's no way to sacrifice it. Before combat, Drowner is just going to tap down.
And remember that level 2 thing that's always hanging around? Well, it's available right now for the win. As that'll be 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. All you have to do is level up the talent. This town ain't big enough. Bounce the Heartfire Hero and anything else. And Scott's got game on here.
Just taps him down with the Kaito there.
Yeah, or this, you know, pick your way
your
to
poison.
win here.
How would you like to press the advantage even further?
Exactly.
Reef, Mill, Drowner, Siren, Otter, everything just swinging in. And Scott McNamara at 1 pulls it out the bag there. Jeez. That was cool.
A nice game for sure. You know, Scott definitely fought back. That Overprotect was really awesome, getting over the Curiosity and just creating a bunch of damage. But I was just about to say we'll probably see those taken out, but we see one in hand from Matt. Values the +3/+3 and trample more than the little bit of awkwardness with nowhere to run.
Yeah. Paw Patch Hero to kick things off here for Matt Sicking-Johnson. Is going to look for an explosive start with Emberheart Challenger in hand. It's going to curve out quite nicely on the other side of things. Scott McNamara also starting things off very well indeed with Storm Chaser's talent.
Yep, ideal starts for both players. Paw Patch is such an annoying card to deal with when you're playing against it. You know, the fact that it even triggers itself when you go to kill that one. So it's a really tough one for these Dimir decks to deal with.
It's a good way to web it.
Yeah.
Otter getting frisky. And that's just going to take 1, passes the turn back, holding up 2 mana, has the Drowner in hand, as well as this town ain't big enough.
Yeah, an aggressive attack, but I guess when you have Drowner, it's not so bad. You really don't want to drown too much, though, as that will grow Matt's creatures.
I hear you can only drown once, Corey.
Yeah.
After that, it's a little touchy.
That's fair, that's fair.
Oh, boy. Emberheart Challenger number 2 hits the board. And, you know, we could just see a tap 1, block the other. I assume Matt wants to get in
this
here.
one, so this one will end up with a stun counter. I'll have a paw patch trigger. I'm going to target this. I'll get a Valiant trigger.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty brutal there.
Yeah, never mind. It's a bigger boy now, so
Yeah.
gets him for 3 free damage and gets to see extra cards.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can do with Drowner there that would have been great unless Matt attacked with everything. You could let Matt attack, and then you could drown the Paw Patch. But you have to target one of their things, so no matter what, they're getting a counter. So it ends up being pretty awkward no matter what.
Yeah.
I love Underground Rivers.
Aside from him.
He's like, I love Underground Rivers.
That
Has
tickles
drawn a
me.
lot of them.
I'll take a point. 14.
I love watching how different people play Magic. It's just wonderful.
Absolutely.
Oh, nice.
That's the one with the counters on, right? Yes. Those stuns, okay.
Curse
so I'm going
thing.
to put the counter.
This is one of the new additions that Scott added. Didn't have this when his team initially kind of broke this for the Spotlight Series.
Vanity. So destroy a critter, and then makes a food, and then can make a Wicked Roll token. I mean, it's kind of just a 2-mana kill thing.
Yeah, but you know the one thing that is kind of spicy with it is you can get that food for Chapter 2, and then if you this town it back, now not only are you bouncing a removal spell like Nowhere to Run, but you're getting that food that lays around. You know, and if you keep that kind of thing going over and over, it ends up being quite strong.
Yeah, that is actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and perfect against the aggressive matchups where they typically don't go over 2-mana creatures.
Exactly, and you know some of them have reach. We don't see a ton of that. There's one Burst Lightning in the sideboard, but anytime you can kind of get out of range of some reach spells, once you've already gained control of the actual battlefield, then you feel really good against these Gruul decks. But yeah, this is a matchup we're going to see a lot at this Pro Tour, is these either Esper or Dimir Bounce House decks up against different Gruul variants. And the thing is, yeah, they might be the 2 most played decks, but they are incredibly awesome. It's an incredibly awesome matchup. You know, it's always very close.
It's nice seeing all the tiny little decisions and inflection points in this matchup as well. As Matt deals with the Drowner on board. Courtesy of Torch the Tower, gets some more damage. So Scott down to 11. Matt's sitting still pretty comfortably at 14.
Yep, absolutely. And now I know we had land 4 and another Underground River. Gotta love it. Scott's absolutely loving his pain lands here against Gruul.
Absolutely.
And then a
Good thing he's got
couple.
food, huh?
Exactly. And then a couple this town ain't big enough, you know, so you do have the option of, you know, this town ain't big enough, bounce a challenger proactively, bounce your vanity, replay it, kill the other creature, or you take it a little slower and on Matt's turn, you can play 2 this town ain't big enough, bounce your 2 enchantments and the 2 creatures.
I'm going to target Paw Patch Recruit and Witch's Vanity.
I like this.
Trigger. So my paw patch trigger will target this, and then I'll have a Valiant trigger.
Okay.
Okay, exile, another Torch.
And so let's see.
Giving
Your
back
prowess trigger
a
will be
Paw
underneath
Patch
the
with
stack of my triggers, right? So
Offspring kind of hurts.
I don't know.
on his turn, right, his prowess trigger will go on the stack underneath my paw patch trigger. Then my paw patch trigger is all the small distances.
Yeah, yep. I would think that is correct.
Correct.
Yeah, so yours go on the stack first.
Okay, so this is still a 1/1 with the prowess trigger on the stack.
Yeah, so you play this, that trigger goes on top of this, then this trigger went on there. So you-
Yep.
So, yeah. Well, he's
that
asking
is
if this was
important.
revealed while this is still a 1/1, right? Okay, great. Okay.
That is important. You know, Scott doesn't have a 1-mana spell to play anyways right now, so it's not going to be relevant, but Matt will torch the
So is this
tower
prowess trigger still in
with
stack?
it on the
It's still on the
stack.
stack, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, considering torching in response, obviously.
Yeah.
Out.
So nothing's targeting the Emberheart Challenger. That's going to get large.
Well, the challenger is going to die to this
Correct.
Vanity right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna have to take a pain for it for Scott with all these
take a point.
his favorite Underground Rivers.
Bye-bye.
Now the one kind of cost to this is Scott did bounce a 1-mana 2/1 that can now Offspring, and it gets even more annoying. So it's brutal, but the Challenger is low-key the best creature in these Gruul decks and maybe just in the format right now. The value you get from a 2-mana 2/2 hasting prowess creature that also pseudo draws you cards is just phenomenal.
Yeah, and he's been able to trigger his ability, the Valiant ability a couple times now, but still hasn't found, like, I don't even know if he's playing them, the lands that target, like the repeatable target spells every single turn. But he's gotten so much value off of that card in both games.
Yeah, and that is just the name of the game with these Bounce House decks. It is just value, 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 and it's if Matt can make things awkward for him enough that he can, push the advantage here. And there's really no card that makes your game plan awkward like this rabbit, like Pop Hatch Recruit.
Yeah, it's like, I would like to, know where to run this creature, but now it's suddenly 2 things larger.
Yeah.
I'll get 2 counters here. Sure.
So here it is, 2 counters there, bounces it, replays it, and we're really seeing the power of this Witch's Vanity as, like, if this was a nowhere to run, it would have done the same thing as far as killing these creatures. Actually, maybe it wouldn't have even killed the challenger at one point. But look at these food that are left behind.
Yeah.
So Matt, with 5 mana here, is going to be able to eventually have some extra mana laying around, and will be able to just gain 6 life.
Pick a Manifold Mouse and play an Innkeeper's Talent.
Okay. Mouse, Innkeeper's
Put
Talent.
a counter on the original mouse.
There's our repeatable target.
Putting it on the original to play around this town ain't big enough, so you don't lose the token there.
So, a little bit of tax now on the mice if Scott wants to target them. 6th land for a turn.
And Drowner and Enduring Curiosity. So it looks like, oh, easy, play these 2 cards, right? But with food, with the Storm Chaser's talent, you have so many options all the time.
2 cards in my hands.
Now, the one thing that's scary is the Witch's Vanity. I was just talking it up, how great it is. The fact that it's not nowhere to run right now, and your opponent has an Overprotect.
Oh, that would be brutal.
It is pretty scary here. Things could work out very good for Matt with a gigantic attack.
Dramatic effects.
Soulstone Sanctuary.
I mean, yeah, this
That's
could
an extra
be
attacker on board.
This could be with the Innkeeper's Talent, putting a counter on this Manifold Mouse plus the Overprotect. You can just, make this a 6-power double striking trampler.
It's got the reef down there. Does have food as well to pad the life total.
Yep.
I think a Screaming Nemesis had to show up now.
Yeah.
What food? Big thing here for Matt.
Let's see how Matt wants to play this. It seems like when you have this much mana, you want to get a creature land going. But you can also boost up the Innkeeper's Talent. And this kind of forces the action now, as now this mouse does have ward.
Sure. Your triggers are going to go on the stack, yeah. What are you going to do with your triggers?
So, counters.
So,
we'll go...
beginning of combat.
Target this here, and then they'll each... target themselves.
Okay, so you're going to
double
put the counter here?
Or...
Okay. And then I'll let these triggers resolve. What are you going to choose?
The counter's going to resolve first.
The counter's going to resolve, yep.
Okay, so check.
Counter's good.
Okay. I'll choose double strike for both.
You're going to choose double strike for both.
No need to trample over anything that's not there. Hey, Corey.
Yep.
One card.
One card, and it is about the scariest card it could possibly be in this situation.
You can go to combat.
So looks like Scott is trying to block with one of these Restless Reefs or get the Enduring Curiosity in front.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to be a reef jumping up here.
And it's not going to work out well for Scott, I'll tell you that.
It's really not. Oh, no, it's going to be the cat. So Enduring Curiosity joins the battlefield.
Now we'll see. This could work out. We all have perfect information watching this where, oh, Matt just plays this, perfect, But Scott has a card in hand. Matt doesn't want to get blown out here, so this could easily just be, yep, you do your thing, save that Overprotect for a little bit later, even though that would have been a game winner.
That was very, very disciplined from
It was.
Because in most situations, I would say the majority of players would have just jammed and been like, cool, let's see what happens.
Yep. Now, that being said, there's always the flip side of it. You know, if you play too coy and then Scott catches up, but with Matt having those 3 creature lands and the overprotect, eventually, you know, he's not really running out of gas either, similar to the Dimir Bounce House never running out of gas.
Yeah.
So I like Matt's play a lot, even though it wasn't the quote-unquote correct one with the perfect information we know.
Which is Vanity hits the graveyard. Another Storm Chaser's Talent brings out another little otter friend. Ooh, Manifold Mouse number 2? Oh boy. We've got a rodent problem here, Corey.
Yeah, great draw. Now we'll just see if we want to play that or if you want to get a creature land going. No matter what, the Innkeeper's Talent's always going to be getting 2 counters on something, so eventually this is going to take over. And one of the kind of techie things from Matt's list as well is the 4 Innkeeper's Talent. You know, that is usually not the most stock amount. You know, 3, 2 definitely can happen, but
it's just nice how it does provide the snowbally effect.
Yeah.
As you know, as it stands, it looks like Matt is going to win this, and we'll get to see a game 3 between these 2 lists.
It is looking like it. Yeah, and the cost of these Innkeeper's Talent, they are great against these Bounce House decks. They're good in the mirror. They're a lot worse against Domain. So that's kind of your exchange as you go a little bit slower against these decks that are trying to Sunfall you and do those kind of over-the-top things. But in the mirror, in the Bounce House matchups, they end up being pretty nice.
And then I'm going to move to combat.
Sure. I want to say we kicked this Manifold Mouse, but no, it's an offspring. Gets a little buddy.
Obviously, all the Manifold Mouse triggers may as well trigger this.
Bring your baby to work day.
So all the triggers, so it's going to have Trample, Double Strike, and be 5 power.
Crikey.
And you don't control nor to run, right?
Surprise!
There it is.
Overprotect, there you go. And you saw Matt checking. You don't have a nowhere to run, right?
Yeah.
Just checking, because that would be a pretty unfortunate situation there indeed. Let's go to game 3.
That was really well played by Matt. You know, we look at that one turn where he could have won a turn earlier, but why risk going for it there when he had it locked up no matter what over time? So a disciplined play, and Matt's an extremely great Magic player for sure. Always a good consistent gamer. As what, he went 10-6, 9-7 at the 2 Pro Tours last year?
Sure did, yeah. Made day 2 in both of them. Both of the 2 out of the 4 that he played in, so. Or he played in 2, and in those 2 went 10-6, 9-7.
Yes, absolutely.
So, excellent consistency. We hope to see him do well, as well as Scott McNamara. You know, we want to be able to say, hey, look how well our Spotlight Foundations gamers did.
Yeah.
That's, you know, the Pro Tour.
Not the best thing to be bouncing back, but, you know, got to do what you got to do. The curve out of going Storm Chaser's Talent into Fear of Isolation is amazing when you're trying to be proactive, but you don't always have it. And the Hopeless Nightmare plan against Brule, not ideal. You do sometimes still leave it in. But, you know, especially with seeing Obstinate Baloth in the sideboard of this deck, and probably a lot more decks that we're going to be seeing throughout the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
You sideboard that card out quite often.
We've seen a couple of Obstinate Baloths in places you wouldn't expect to find them.
Yes,
so.
yes. Sideboard of non-green decks,
yes,
that's for sure. Yeah.
That just shows you how much of an impact this bounce deck has made. You know, whether it be Esper Pixie or the Dimir list or the Paragon list that we see the players from Sanctum of All playing.
Absolutely. Not as many Underground Sea or Underground Rivers this time, so Scott's got to be hyped about his chances here so far.
Chipping away here. Getting some damage done, so might just be a good old face race here. Storm Chaser's Talent go for the throat. Fear of Isolation in hand here now.
And can just pick it up. I mean,
jeez, nice.
This is a who is the aggro deck here.
Yeah,
as Matt's about to play a card advantage spell, and Scott is just going off here.
He's going ham.
Yeah, and that's the one way to play good defense is by playing great offense. And this is kind of the brick scenario in air quotes of questing druid hitting 2/2 drops.
Yeah.
When you're going into turn 3, you only get to play one of them. So this is the cost of the card. You can't always hit land 3 and a 3-drop or whatever. There is a cost to it.
Yeah, cards won't always play nice when you want them
Exactly,
to. So
yeah.
tough choice here for him. What would you be leaning towards in his position?
You already have a challenger, so that makes it pretty tempting for the Innkeeper's talent, but you also need a blocker. That being said, the Otter's the only ground creature right now, so I think I would lean the talent and then look to torch the tower something, but it is close.
So talent it'll be. The other Emberheart challenger goes off into the abyss.
And with Torch the Tower being a little awkward here, you can get rid of your own talent to deal with a fear of isolation. That doesn't feel great, so I wouldn't be too shocked to just see Matt proactively torch either the Otter or the other 1/1 flyer. Being patient has its costs.
Yeah,
for sure.
Man, that is tricky. Doing this, he gives himself options.
Yep.
See where Scott goes with his turn here. Oh, nowhere to run.
Yeah.
Drawn off the
Great
top.
draw.
Still Chaser's Challenge. We've seen that one. And go for the threat available.
And I mean, this is incredible. Has the ability to go for sure talent. That's going to be played no matter what. And now it's what do you want to cast? It's almost for sure going to be nowhere to run because there is Ward 1. Or I guess no, it's not leveled up. So there's not Ward 1. But.
So in response.
Yep.
To the cost, kill the little guy.
Prowess trigger on the stack. I like that he got a different Otter. You got to...
Yeah.
So now has the option to proactively kill the creature. It doesn't matter that much as there's no ground creatures coming in, but yeah, get it out of here before there's any overprotect to protect it.
That's correct.
11 now is Matt Sinking Johnson's life total. Finds a mountain. As a rock-faced village, lands aplenty. He needs to not have any more of those from this point out, you'd think.
Yep, and here's kind of the combo. I get to draw 2 cards every turn while progressing my battlefield, essentially, making your creature bigger and bigger. But now it's going to be like, okay, do you got to hold back your challenger to block Otters?
Yeah,
that feels bad. And there's a 4/4 creature land ready to go from Scott if he top decks a land. So all the advantage and the momentum in Scott's favor right now.
Absolutely. So Dimir Bounce doing what it is intended to do against this kind of aggressive deck.
Yes.
And Gruul Mice. So Scott's going to be pretty happy with this.
Yep, that's the ideal thing from these bounce house decks, whether it be Dimir or Esper. You want to get onto the battlefield early and then back it up with removal spells and tempo spells. If you're just answering the Gruul's creatures, as they come into play, but you don't have a battlefield, eventually Gruul has the ability to draw out of it. With questing druids, with the Valiant triggers off Emberheart challengers, it's not your granddad's Gruul deck, that's for sure. It has a lot of play to it.
Back in my day, we used to play giant spiders.
Exactly. It had reach and we liked it.
Looks like we're going to be leveling up our class here and getting in some damage. A paltry 3, though, unfortunately, so Scott goes down to 17.
Yeah, and really nothing in hand here from Matt besides this torch. The torch is great, but not amazing by any means.
Respond to you fast with the torch on the Otter.
Okay, so Otter taken care of once again. These birds, they just look like they're going to fly away with the game here.
And there's no fear of being isolated here as these 2/3s are flocking together.
Boing,
and
boing, boing.
What an incredible draw. You get another 2-mana 2/3 and a removal spell.
Jeez.
Big game.
Absolutely smashed it. It's Scott McNamara with those pigeons.
Like
yeah.
I know they're not pigeons, but damn, they did an excellent job there of closing it out. And like you mentioned, it's just about getting pressure and reactive spells.
Yeah.
Keep them on the back foot, and that is not where the Gruul deck wins from.
Yeah, and you know, when I was talking to Scott, he was like, okay, it is a little bit of a cost to play Dimir, as in the mirror match against Esper Pixie, it isn't necessarily favored because those Esper Pixie decks can go so wide. But up against Gruul, you do get a little bit of an advantage. You get more removal instead of, you know, the Pixies and the Scavengers and stuff like that. So, yeah, good deck choice so far from Scott.
Well, we'll be excited to see how it serves him for the rest of this tournament. We're going to take a very short break, and when we come back, it will be Grey Pain versus Lou. See you soon. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Aetherdrift here in Chicago, Illinois. It is cold as heck outside, so I'm very glad to be in here, nice and cozy, in the booth, alongside Corey Baumeister, while everybody else out there gets to go and have fun and do cool magic on stuff, and I'm a little bit jealous, so I won't be too salty about that. How's it going, Corey?
Indoor fun, though.
Indoor fun. Yes.
It is cold. You are right.
Indoor fun, endorphins.
There you
There's
go.
a joke there somewhere. The next players, however, my friends, are no joke because, again, these two players we're going to be showing you, Grey Pain and Yu Chen Liu, both did excellently in, or excuse me, Grey Pain did excellently in our Spotlight Foundations, making the top 8 and absolutely crushing it. And this Domain Overlords deck is probably one of my favorite, Corey.
Yes, yeah, it was so fun to watch her make the top 8 of it. Played Domain at that event as well, so you can definitely tell so far our two gamers from Spotlight Atlanta keeping true to their deck and, of course, making some changes for the metagame. And yeah, I'm excited to watch her play this deck again.
Yeah, this list is so sweet. Like, I love the Overlords.
Yeah.
Up to Beanstalk doesn't seem like a fair magic card. It's just gotten some new tools to play with. But interestingly enough, in Grey's list, no Ride's End.
Yeah, that is interesting. That seemed like the kind of slam dunk card that would be put in here. But she decided with some other cards, Pest Control, there's Ancient Cornucopias, as well as Day of Judgment. So one thing that we're going to see a lot from this standard metagame is this big 3 that Monty was talking about at the desk. It is this somewhat rock, paper, scissors, you know, where it is kind of one deck is favored against the other. And Domain does struggle a little bit against Gruul, but kind of beats down on the Bounce House list. Bounce House beats the Gruul. Of course, such minor differences, and the cards that are changed within their list can very much affect those. That's kind of the broad stroke thing that we're going to see.
As things get started here, Yu Chen Liu is on to a pretty good beginnings of the matchup, as we have a hard claw now with a 1-1 counter on it, courtesy of Innkeeper's talent.
Yep. And there was the pass. There is 3 Elspeth Smite in her main deck, and this is, of course, an open deckless tournament, so I was like, you know what? I don't want to risk it. And who knows, if she had it, it would have been awesome. I was like, no, I don't have it. I just want to play this Plains, just to keep you guessing.
Love it. Now let's see, do we have the ideal turn 2 play of Up the Beanstalk?
Yep.
We sure do. So Grey Pain is going to draw a card, and from this point on, anything basically, the overlords, whatever in this deck, are going to start drawing cards. And that's the reason also why it's so good against the hand disruption decks.
Yes.
Esper Pixie and the like.
Absolutely, yeah. If you're discarding to Hopeless Nightmare, but you're drawing 2 cards or 3 cards a turn, you're like, yeah, I got extras.
I didn't need this anyway.
And she did have the Elspeth Smite in hand, so a great play to not attack in there. And now if you boost up these creatures, you know, over the course of the next 2 turns, they can both get to 4 toughness, so excellent play.
This is going to be pretty tough indeed now, because one thing that this Domain Overlords deck does pretty well is gains a bunch of life courtesy of Zur the Enchanter. Excuse me, Zur Eternal Schemer. But Screaming Nemesis is no.
Yep.
So, let's keep that in mind, friends.
Yep, absolutely.
I don't know if we'll get to a Zur activation of an Overlord, but hey, one can dream.
If we get there and there's not a Screaming Nemesis emblem essentially on the battlefield, the game usually ends on the spot, but we'll see here. So not the best start there for her turn 3. Just getting this. Yeah, you can have, even if you have a couple Elspeth Smites, it's just okay. I saw a Leyline Binding in her hand as well, but not able to cast that as that. Well, it would cost 5 right now because there's only a plane, so a rough spot so far here from Gray to start.
Yeah. Passes the turn back to Yu Chen. Going to level up the class, so Innkeeper's Talent, now providing ward to everything with 1 counter on it.
Yep, and a nice play from Yu Chen to force the action now. And we do have some things available. Get Lost is probably the card that seems to be represented right now. Because if it's just Elspeth Smite, there's right now nothing Gray can do to this attack with the ward 1. Otherwise, you could double Smite or something, but as it stands, it's just going to be a huge beating right now from Yu Chen.
Yep. Too much toughness on these critters, so there's a lot of damage going to come through here now for Gray.
Yep.
Takes up.
Ooh, that hurts. Bye-bye off my life total. Ouch.
Just 7.
Just 7.
But now Day of Judgment can come down, and you know, things can definitely be.
Oh no! We got a Witch Stalker's Frenzy after combat, hitting the Nemesis and dealing the final blow to Grey Pain. That is a sick interaction.
Yep, it's a beautiful interaction because you can wait until the damage is already dealt and then end of combat. And by the way, that's a one of fun of. Why play more when you just draw the 1?
It's the pro tour, okay? Not the amateur.
Yeah, very true.
The pros get their one-ofs.
There we go.
That was sick.
That was awesome.
Alrighty, game 2. Gray is on the play. So, sideboards, what do we change here for this matchup?
Yeah, so Gray's matchup will get better. You get to get out some cards you don't want. You get to bring in Elspeth Smite, maybe Pest Controls if you want to go down that avenue. Split Up, as well as there's a couple of Obstinate Bayloss. And then 2 Authority of the Council. So has some good upgrades, but her list is pretty geared towards being good against aggro already. But, you know, all that being said, it is still a bit of a tricky matchup to begin with.
And there's a Nemesis in hand there for Yu Chen. That's rough.
But no 1-drop. That was kind of the main thing. So Gray's got to be feeling great about that.
Deciding where to go with turn 2 here. Heartfire Hero hits the board.
Right on time.
You cheeky little mouse. You're supposed to be my 1-drop, man.
Yeah, the combo of that into Manifold Mouse or Innkeeper's Talent
so brutal.
Getting it going is great.
Hey, Overlord number 1 of this matchup so far. Overlord of the Hauntwoods going to help ramp Grey Pain into some ridiculous turns, no doubt.
Yeah, and the green Overlord is basically the glue that holds domain together.
Absolutely.
Because there's so many times where your Leyline Binding is going to cost 4 or 5, and then you get Overlord of the Hauntwoods down, and when it costs 1, it really changes the game. And wow, just a monstrous rage.
Monstrous rage, nice.
That's aggressive, but when you are, that would tell me if I was on Gray's side that, well, you know, my opponent is flooded with monstrous rages. At least has one. You know.
You can never have too many rages, apparently. Land for turn here for Yuchen Liu and Innkeeper's Talent to just make this little mouse not so little after all.
Yep, and Yuchen did have the option to either play Screaming Nemesis or get this bounce here. This is 1 less damage, but it's not overextending into a Sunfall or a Day of Judgment.
Yeah. It's kind of a tricky game you have to play as the aggressive player. You know, you can't overcommit to the board, but you also can't go all in on one creature. So you have to find this, you know, little balance here.
Yep,
trying
absolutely.
to predict what your opponent is going to kill your stuff with.
Absolutely.
How many cards in hand?
4 cards in hand. One of them's a Nemesis. Got a couple lands there, I spied.
And both of these players playing in their very first Pro Tour, which is very exciting. Luchin did qualify through an RC top finish, so big congratulations on a perfect start for both of these players.
Absolutely. Hey, and your buddy doing super well too.
Yeah,
taking down Hall of Famers left, right, and center.
I 0-3'd my first 2 drafts at my first Pro Tour.
Hell yeah. Hey, you know what? You go to the Pro Tour.
Yeah,
It's a step above most of us.
Magic's hard.
Ooh, pest controlling. Uh-oh.
Okay.
So you take 5. I believe so. I just want to double check. Since the Monster Vault token dies, it would be reduced to 4, but they're dying at the same time.
Yeah.
Doesn't trigger. Is the question.
Yeah, that's an interesting interaction. I think it's still 5, but I'm not 100% sure either. So I believe it checks last known information. But I would have called a judge in this situation as well.
Me too.
Judges are your friends. So if you ever have any question, of course, double check how things work. And, you know, then you get to learn throughout the tournament as well. This is a very strange corner case situation for sure.
Destroyed at the same time, so it will look at the last known information of the creature when it left the battlefield.
Okay. So it would be 5 damage, and I'll get it at 10.
Still, that's a very painful removal spell, but at least
I will move that step.
the hero is dealt with.
Yeah, and that's the difference of pest control versus a Leyline Binding there.
Yeah.
You know, like save 5 damage.
Oh,
save
yeah,
a
yeah.
fourth of your life total.
Well, that could be crucial. And
Very
now,
much,
if
yeah.
Yuchen follows up here with the Screaming Nemesis, like, Gray doesn't even have the backup plan of, I'm going to gain some life soon, hopefully.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if Gray, you know, has another way to deal with this. Like a Get Lost would make a lot of sense that Gray would want to start with the pest control. And with the, yeah, there we go. Wow, okay.
Interesting, okay.
Yeah, I guess she is valuing having that instant speed interaction
For sure.
in case something like this happens. You know, I mean, it did end up being the same amount of damage that she would have lost. It's just the only difference is instead of a Screaming Nemesis under there, it would be the Heartfire Hero.
Yeah. Where's Zarin?
Woo!
Where's Zarin? Yes. I love this part. Watch, Corey, watch.
I bet Gray loves this part as well.
We get land, we get life. This is wonderful. I'm so happy right now.
She is someone who has pointed to Zer's ability many times, as we saw it a lot in Atlanta.
You got to think this is a pet deck at this point, right?
I mean, whenever your pet deck is also one of the best 3 decks in the format, you got to just be like feeling great, and I wouldn't want to change my deck either.
Hell no, that's so cool. All right, now Zer can get chucked under the bus here if needs be.
But the damage is done.
Yeah, damage is done. Is there any creature in hand? Yeah. Okay, a questing druid. Where do we go from here? Seek the Beast. Do we have a land 4?
Yeah, so there's Paw Patch, the destroy target enchantment card. I can't remember.
Seiju? Or oh no, Paw Patch Formation.
Yeah. So that has the ability to take out an enchantment, but with Hexproof here from Zer, you don't have the ability to do that. So that is why Zer is so good. Is you have to deal with Zer and then whatever it animated, and most of the time you're just too far behind to be able to do that. So, yeah, that's trouble.
With a capital P. I mean, I suppose killing the binding to get the Nemesis back.
You can't.
No.
You can't, because it has...
Oh, yeah, because you animate that too?
Well,
it's
yeah.
a creature,
just,
right?
Yeah,
Enchantment
just has...
creatures.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just enchantment creatures, so she can animate the Leyline Binding, just didn't have the mana for it this time around. But is going to go seeking some beasts. And what do we find? I think we've found land. Okay, Paw Patch Formation going to take care of a flyer, so that's the first and easiest way to deal with this nonsense.
Yeah.
So Zer's off the board, no more lifelink on the Hauntwoods, Overlord of the Hauntwoods, but still a pretty big threat to deal with.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's the brutal part, is like it's step one, you got to deal with Zer, because Zer will create many more problems for you.
I will attack trigger.
Whee! And it stays a creature. That's the coolest part about
Gotta
Zer.
love it.
You know, a lot of effects are like, until end of turn. Nope.
Not Zer.
They didn't have enough
Zer is
space on the card to type that in.
okay. Yeah, Zer is incredibly powerful. And you see that counter on it, that is
another one.
An impending counter, you know, that will go away. It's not a 7/6 right now.
Oh, that is such a sick version. I opened the glitter one like that.
Yeah, those are
so
nice.
Oh, man, Yuchen is in a pickle here, as I believe we're going to wrap up this match at 1-1 here very soon.
Yeah,
this
and the
game, I should say.
The Gruul deck doesn't play that well from behind. You do have 3 Paw Patch formations in Yuchen's sideboard, which I'm sure they all came in as they're great against Leyline Binding and Zer and all these Overlords. But yeah, when you got to deal with 2 threats still and you don't have a single piece of interaction in hand right now, it's going to be brutal. You know, we might have to just seek the beast to try to find one. And otherwise, Gray is just at too high of a life total where Yuchen can try to be like, all right, hasty threat, monstrous rage it, put a counter. You know, like, we're just not at that point yet. And Yuchen's facing down that lethal attack next turn.
Is that a Sunspire Lynx in hand, I think?
Looks like it,
So there's critters. There's also, you know, questing druid, not questing beast. Questing druid, there's the lizard in hand, so he's got blockers, but not a lot going for him.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the Sun Spine Lynx is, like, you can put that counter on it from the Innkeeper's talent, but then it just goes to 5 toughness, still trades with one of these 6/5s, but it might be Yuchen's best option here anyways, but then if Gray just has any piece of interaction, the game would end on the spot.
So one of the Overlords is a 6/5, the other is a 5/5.
Yes.
So you would be able to kill one of them and not die.
Yeah, exactly. If you can deal with one of them, you know, that's great, but it's not guaranteed because Gray can just, you know, cast some removal spells, push through.
Yeah.
And even if she has one removal spell here, we're pretty much done. Yuchen just has to really kind of think, okay, I can't play around too much. I just have to hope you don't have it type of scenario.
Sometimes you just gotta get lucky.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't play around anything, and you have to accept that.
On your end stuff. I'll flash in a late binding.
All right.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad, huh?
I will trigger War.
Binding on the druid.
Oh, yeah.
That was on chapter 2, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't on the card, so missed there.
Ooh, that is
unfortunate for Gray.
Yeah, really brutal as the Ward 1 there countered it as that 2 dice was represented there, so slight misstep there.
A little unfortunate indeed for Gray, but shake it off.
Yep.
Move along.
Move to combat.
Sure.
I'll attack with both triggers.
Some more everywheres.
We're fully everywhere up.
Oh, yeah.
Now we'll see if she has a follow-up here.
Yeah,
if not, you know, Yuchen can stabilize here over the course of 2 turns if that was Gray's only piece of interaction. So that ward definitely could change this.
Yeah. In that situation, had she seen the second chapter or second unlock, going for the lizard would have been the play then.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think it was just the dice was above it, didn't...
just didn't register.
Exactly, yeah.
Block like this.
So, 1 block apiece. Yuchen preserving his life total. 1 red mana is going to be tapped with Monstrous Rage on the stack. What does Gray have in response?
So has the ability to now trade, but then has the smite. Excellent.
Nice. So we'll exile it. Trigger again, pay for it this time with mana up. And that's nothing that Yu-Chen can do, so...
Yep, and that works out perfect.
Nice.
You know, this should be plenty to force a third game here. Now Yu-Chen still in the same rough scenario. This next turn having to deal with 2 of these things, and that's if Gray doesn't have a follow-up here, which it looks like she's got something to go here.
Nice. Ancient Cornucopia, the only player playing this card here this weekend.
Oh, really?
It is
Okay.
Sweet, yeah.
Yeah, really awesome.
So, quick read for anyone who doesn't know what this does, because we need to read it. Whenever you cast a spell's 1 or more colors, gain a life for each of that spell's colors, only once a turn. And it's also just a mana rock, so just another really good way in this list that's playing all the colors.
Yep, absolutely.
To pad your life total.
Any Niv Mizzet gamers and Pioneer are going to know that card very well, as that's a nice one there.
Afforded the Mistmoors.
Yeah, so a couple more flyers. Really nothing Yu-Chen can do to come back from this. So we are going to see game number 3 between these 2 players.
Yowza.
16.
Ouch.
And just Yu-Chen just covering all the bases. Is there any way to be able to survive? And it doesn't seem like it.
Does he? The Sunspine Lynx does damage when it enters, equal to the number of non-basic lands a player controls.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anywhere near enough. But yeah, I mean, that is, you know, that is something that gets to be pretty large.
Imagine if it said to each creature. That would be
Yeah,
disgusting.
that would be good.
I bet that's many wishes that's what it said right now, but not going to be able to get the job done here.
Yeah, I think just double checking, making sure there's no outs.
5, 6, yeah, 6.
And without any kind of sweepers, you know, that is really no way to come back. But now the biggest test, you know, for Gray Pain is being on the draw against Rule. You know, this is the game where it gets as lopsided as it can be in this match. You know, the play is so important against these 2 decks specifically.
Just want to shout out the artist of that Yargle sleeve. It's phenomenal.
I do love it, yes.
All right, Claw to kick things off. Temple here for Gray. And does not like what she sees.
Okay. Do see the green Overlord in hand for sure. So you have that really strong turn 3 play, but when you're on the draw, sometimes it is just not enough.
Trigger 2 damage.
Yes.
So this will be a big turn. I think, you know, if you can choose between interacting on 2 or playing up the Beanstalk when you're on the draw against Gruul, I think you would most of the time want to interact. So going to be a lot of pressure on her hand to have one of those Elspeth Smite, which I think she has 4 post board. Yeah, so I mean, that's the card. Oh, that's a nice one too.
Authority
Yeah.
consoles. Haste be damned,
Yep.
Gray Pain says, as every creature now is going to give her a point of life.
So there is the Nemesis. So no matter what, it soaked up a good chunk of damage here. There's also Innkeeper's Talent I saw and Monstrous Rage. So Yu-Chen's hand is very strong, but this Authority is going to put a bit of a damper on at least the hasty 3/3's plan.
Oh, yeah.
But if Yu-Chen wants to play that 3/3, this is the turn to do it, where Gray can untap and play Day of Judgment or Sunfall. So, you know, this is a tough turn. This is really the big turn of this game. Do you want to get the battlefield even more wide, and then after you have 3 creatures, then start going tall, then start boosting up your Heartfire Hero with the Innkeeper's Talent? Or do you just want to start boosting them up now and be okay with 2 creatures? It is not an easy decision, that's for sure.
Innkeeper's Talent alongside a tiny mouse and a little lizard. So Yu-Chen off to a pretty decent start here with a Monstrous Rage in hand as well.
Yeah, so now Yu-Chen just deciding, do I want to get Ward? Does that even matter? Or do I want to aggressively Monstrous Rage? You know, Yu-Chen can deal 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage this turn if he wants to fire off the Monstrous Rage and then diversifies the threats. You would definitely want a Monstrous Rage on the Claw, as the 1/1 counter can go on the Heartfire hero. I guess you can switch those. Either way, you don't want to put both of them on one.
Yeah. This is a don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Exactly. So now this is on the Heartfire hero for sure.
Gets 2 counters, courtesy of its Valiant ability.
Yep. So 5 damage coming in.
17, then
And also 3, 4.
4.
So I go to 13.
13.
Down to 13 goes Gray. Yu-Chen tosses the turn back.
Put on.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep, you can definitely just put that on the card. Avoid any confusion. There's another Authority in hand. That's kind of a brick.
How many cards in hand?
3.
It's a lot of pressure coming in here from Yu-Chen's side of things, so big thing for Gray.
Definitely.
She's just going to pass a turn back, and now Yu-Chen, where do you go from here?
Yeah, so as far as basics goes, it looks like we have 3. So Gray does have the ability to play Leyline Binding, but can't pay the ward. So that's an option. Get Lost, Elspeth Smite. A lot of cards, but I think if Gray had like Split Up or something, you know, she would have slammed it. But
any consideration for binding the talent itself?
Definitely a consider. If that's what she has and that's her only piece of interaction, I would do that before combat. But not the best use of it.
Yeah.
And like if she has a Get Lost, I think I would rather Get Lost the Heartfire hero with the Innkeeper on the stack type thing, but it's all contextual to what she has.
Big thing here for Yu-Chen Liu. Both players trying to advance and maintain their undefeated record here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. It is round 4. We've had 3 awesome rounds of limited.
Such a great format. I love it.
This mouse is getting rather large.
So this was the land hitting the mouse.
Okay.
And the Innkeeper's talent presumably going to Hired Claw, and Yu-Chen very much representing boosting up the Hired Claw with its ability here.
Gotcha, yeah.
But yeah, the binding before we go to combat.
Yep, just keep some damage off there. Down to 12.
And 8 damage coming in here, putting Gray down to 5.
5, 7. Show the 5.
5.
Jeez.
Go.
Do or die time now for Gray. Needs a board wipe.
Yeah, and even a Day of Judgment, which is the kind of on-curve one here, is not great because you just fall to 1.
How many cards?
3.
I know we had the Overlord, so if you have something like Overlord Land Binding, it's okay, but this Hired Claw is dealing a lot next turn as well, so a rough spot for Gray here.
Definitely. Like, blockers are necessary at this point. Like Overlord of the Mistmoors, maybe? Is that in hand? Is that another Authority of Consuls in hand?
I think that was in hand as well, yeah. Overlord, Green Overlord, White Overlord, Authority. That's the ones I saw for sure, and it looked like a cavern, but none of those really solved the problem.
Play a Cavern of Souls named Human.
Human.
That's reserve.
And I mean, that's great if she can get to next turn.
But there's a Screaming Nemesis in hand, isn't there?
But with the Authority to negate that, that's not going to be a problem, but we'll see if there's any direct damage. Oh, the creature land there.
Creature land.
Yep.
Hiding in the lands. Pounced on top of her. But yeah, Yu-Chen Liu doing an excellent job there. Played it, you know, extremely well, extremely measured game there to pick up the win with the Ghoul deck. And it's kind of funny. We've heard a lot of pro players say, I don't want to play the Ghoul deck because there's too many decisions to make. And you could just see that from this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, it is a very difficult, aggressive deck to play. A lot of things you can do to it. But if you're going to play against Domain over and over, which, you know, it's 15% of the metagame, that is one of your better matchups. So I think Yu-Chen is going to be like, all right, keep putting me against Domain and winning the die roll. You know, sometimes you need both, that's for sure.
Yeah, if you can't be good, be lucky, or be good, unlucky. I don't know.
There you
Something
go.
to that effect. We've got plenty more action after this break, so we will see you shortly.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Aetherdrift live from Chicago, Illinois. There's a shot of the bean right now here in town. It is cold, but we've got lots of awesome magic going on in here inside the convention center. More than 17,000 people sitting down at MagicCon Chicago as well to celebrate the greatest game of all time. Drivers at the ready. Commander Party events are rolling in February 21st to 27th and March 14th to 20th. Immerse yourself in the world of Aetherdrift with a special rule set that brings some of the set's high-octane fun to Commander. Go for the gold at one of these events and receive a Rishkar's Expertise promo card for participating. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi and Mani Devuti. We've played 4 rounds of Magic here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift, and we are turning our attention now to Standard here. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at after 4 rounds of play. Who has a good start to their tournament? Let's take a peek. Matt Nass starting off 4-0. Very good to see him up there. 13 Grand Prix top 8s and 5 wins to his name. David Frischer, first Pro Tour, saw him demolishing in the feature match area earlier today, starting out 4-0. Derek Davis also starting out 4-0, has only missed a single day 2 in the last 8 Premier events, so no surprise to see him doing so well here today. And check that out in 16th, Andrea Mengucci starting the tournament out undefeated, your Mythic Invitational 2019 champion. Taking a look at some more standings here, Mani.
And Maria, we see the end of the 4-0s going down to 21st place here. And all importantly, 4-0 means you are coming back for day 2 at the very least. You have guaranteed those 12 match points you need. Now time to double it up. We also see Simon Nielsen falling to teammate Daniel Sondijk over there in 20th place in the Convoke Mirror. He's a 3-1. Hall of Famer Ben Stark at 4-0. And we see Thierry Ramboa there in 28th place, sitting at 3-1.
There's a look at our standings here as we get ready for round number 5. Some very exciting stuff already happening in the tournament. Well, one of the most important decisions when you sit down for a game of Magic is, of course, whether to keep or mull. And a lot of those decisions are pretty complicated here for our players this weekend. Monty's here to talk us through some of those right now.
Okay, so we're going to be looking at opening hands for decks this weekend. And we're going to start, of course, with the most played deck in the room, Gruul Mice. So for this exercise, we are Anthony Lee. We are playing Gruul Mice. Anthony and some of the members of his team brought this most played deck in the room. And taking a look at this hand, this is the dream hand. This is the type of hand that you look at and you just marvel in its beauty. You have the Heartfire Hero and Emberheart Challenger. You have Questing Druid for more gas. You have Innkeeper's Talent to start getting your Valiant triggers. And you have 3 perfect lands to work with. This hand is an absolute dream. But what are we up against? Because in an open decklist event like this, what matters in our opening decision is our opponent's deck list. And for this exercise, we're against Corey Burkhart, Esper Pixie, second most played deck in the room, and notably not the best matchup for Gruul Mice. There's a lot of recurring removal here. So now we go back and we look at a different hand, definitely keeping in mind the idea that we're playing against Esper Pixie. This hand is quite a bit worse. It would be great if we were playing something like the Gruul Mirror, where those 3 removal spells could be useful, but it's not really what you're looking for against Esper Pixie. Ideally, against Esper Pixie, you'd like to have more pressure, not removal. Just a Heartfire Hero, even backed by a Rockface Village, isn't the most exciting. However, even this hand is a keep. And talking to Anthony, one of the benefits of having a great team like Team Cosmos backing you up is you have a lot of preparation. And one of the primary preparations that you may be doing when bringing a deck like Gruul Mice is talking about, well, what do my opening hands look like? And in the Esper Pixie matchup, what they actually do is they look at every keep and say, okay, this is my keep. What's the card I'm discarding to Hopeless Nightmare? That is part of the keep mulligan exercise, is making that decision. So suddenly you're looking at this hand, and the most interesting thing to me, once I realized, okay, we're keeping this hand as Gruul Mice, is what are we mulliganing as Gruul Mice against Esper Pixie? What would it take for Anthony Lee to mulligan a hand? Well, let's look at a hand that Anthony Lee would mulligan as Gruul Mice against Esper Pixie.
Okay, yeah.
I think what it boils down to is, as the Gruul Mice player, you're basically keeping any hand that has a semblance of playability. If it's 0 lands or if it's 7 lands, you're probably shipping it. But otherwise, the wide range of the spectrum, you're looking at keeping.
All right, there's a look at some hands and some very interesting analysis there from Monty with the Gruul Mice, the most played deck here this weekend. Well, let's get ready for round number 5 and find out who'll be watching in our feature match area this round. We got 2 players who are sitting undefeated in the tournament so far. Derek Davis up against Scott McNamara. Domain Overlords versus Demir Bounce. Let's get to know these players, starting with Derek Davis. Qualified via top 24 finish at World Championship 30, has top 8s in Digital, in RC, and at a Pro Tour. That's Pro Tour Phyrexia in 2023. Season goal, make a top 8 this season. Versus Scott McNamara, just wants to requalify for the next event. This is his first Pro Tour from Austin, Texas. Got second at Spotlight Foundations to come here and play this weekend. Those are the players. What about the decks, Monty?
Well, we're going to start by looking at Derek Davis's deck list. And Derek is playing Domain Overlords. He's no stranger to this type of deck. His breakout performance at Pro Tour Phyrexia, where he made a top 8, was with Enigmatic Fires, which very different deck, but same idea of playing multiple colors and trying to do powerful things. This Domain Overlords deck is my personal favorite deck in Standard. It just does everything you want to be doing. You have the card advantage engine of Up the Beanstalk alongside the quote-unquote overcosted overlords that all trigger Up the Beanstalk even when you cast them for their impending cost. But the real power of this deck, the real punch, comes from combining those overlords with Zur Eternal Schemer, being able to turn the impending creature that you've cast at a discount, maybe drawing a card, getting their effect, turning it into a hexproof lifelink creature.
So beautiful.
It really does get out of hand very quickly. And the fact that this deck can just be backed up by removal spells like Leyline Binding, which again, extremely discounted, but also drawing you a card, and Ride's End gets very exciting. And this is the type of deck, because of the impending mechanic, that can make use of board wipes really well. And this deck is just a thing of beauty. I absolutely love it. On the other side, we get to take a look at Dimir Bounce from Scott. We've already seen this deck in action. He was able to get the job done in the previous round against Gruul Mice. This deck is all about taking advantage of the resources you have, bouncing cards like Storm Chaser's Talent, Hopeless Nightmare, and Nowhere to Run to whittle down your opponent's resources. You're also trying to amass more resources using cards like Enduring Curiosity. The big issue for this deck is you're trying to target decks that have smaller creatures, decks that you can keep in check. That is not Domain Overlords. And when you're trying to play a resource battle against the deck that is all about never running out of resources, oftentimes it can feel like an uphill battle.
All right, those are the decks. Monty, which one do you like here?
I can't go against Domain Overlords. And in the hands of Derek Davis, a player that has shown so much proficiency over the last 2 years with this exact type of deck at this playing field, I'm going to go with him.
Yeah, the deck is so very sweet. It's time for round number 5. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul with our next round.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we're into the standard rounds now. Draft well behind us. We've got a round of standard as well behind us. So we're about to jump in to what looks like an interesting matchup, Scott McNamara versus Derek Davis. We saw that Monty preferred the big hitter, the more powerful option out of the two. Do you agree with this, Paul?
Yeah, we kind of have a mild rock, paper, scissors metagame going on here with Domain Overlords, the various Dimir and Esper bounce decks, and the Gruul Mice decks. Basically, the Domain Overlords is slightly favored against all of these various mid-range bounce decks. However, it is a small dog against the Gruul aggressive strategies. So going into this, you have to favor the Overlord side. However, it's not a massive edge. We're talking about somewhere between 55 to 60% at the most is kind of what we're looking at here. And I did have the chance to talk to Scott yesterday and was just asking, hey, you're playing a Dimir version, which is very different than the vast majority of folks who's playing Esper. Does that help you against this matchup? And he says, yeah, I think it does help me a little bit, but he still feels like he's the dog here.
Okay. Yeah, that's a steep hill to climb. And if you've never seen this Overlords deck in action, you're in for a treat. Derek Davis, a very capable pilot with just such a deck, and it is capable of some absurd things.
I'll play talent.
Yeah, Derek's bread and butter is just green-based ramp strategies. He has had a ton of success. First top 8 with a very fun, I believe, enigmatic incarnation deck that was all kinds of colors, and just kind of doing the same thing here. So one of the better Domain players you will see. Just if there's a good Domain deck, Derek's usually on it.
Play a Fear of Isolation.
A great aggressive start here from Scott. This is exactly the type of start you want in this matchup. You don't want a handful of those black removal spells that basically have no targets in this matchup.
-3,
exactly.
baby.
Nowhere to Run is basically a mulligan in this matchup.
Yeah,
it has no real good matchups, so no real good targets, rather. So definitely want to avoid that. You just want to just get as aggressive of a start as possible and just kind of hope that Derek doesn't have a Day of Judgment to kind of clear the board.
Yeah, he surveilled one away on the first turn, but Scott with the 1-2 punch here. Storm Chaser's Talent makes an otter, and then he picked it up with Fear of Isolation, so he's got an Otter ready to go and a prowess trigger on it, plus the 2/3 flying, so that's 4 damage coming across to Derek.
Look at this.
Wow, and he's just continuing to do the exact same thing. So now a pair of Otters and a pair of Fear of Isolations. I mean,
this is a
Day of Judgment starting to look pretty nice here. Maybe a little too slow, that first one from Derek. I don't know if I'm Scott what I take from it, but he put it in the bin, and then also he kept on top the last time.
Yeah, there's a pest control in Derek Davis's
He has a main deck.
hand, so
Yeah.
he does
and
have
it's
that
his
main
hand.
deck.
Yeah.
So could use that to possibly just clear out the tokens, just to minimize the damage here. But going for the Ride's End here instead. Really nice addition here. It's an exile-based removal spell to kill Heartfire heroes, but also it's a 5-mana card, and Derek Davis is playing Analyze the Pollen. Right? Analyze the Pollen is a card with Collect Evidence. So you get to play this 2-mana removal spell, but it counts as a 5-mana card in your graveyard, which is not only good with Up the Beanstalk, but also allows you to search for whatever creature you might need with Analyze the Pollen.
Yeah, this deck does play somewhat of a combo finish, at least that's how it feels.
And then after box, Kaito here.
Okay, so Kaito's coming in as well? This is going to be what? Yeah.
So Day of Judgment won't actually get the Kaito off the battlefield here.
Derek Davis with a typically Tapland heavy opener, but maybe paying the price here.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage here. And Scott does have a follow-up here, right? You can still just go Spyglass Siren, Fear of Isolation, pick up Stormchaser's Talon, and replay it even through a Day of Judgment here if that's what Derek chooses to run out.
I mean, that has to be here just to survive, but even then, you can't really like Derek's chances going forward.
Now, there's also a Leyline Binding in Derek's hand, which currently costs, it looks like 3 mana.
Yeah, he just played Cavern, so that's
not
2
mana, excuse me.
Okay, well, at least he found an answer
Okay.
for that,
Oh,
and then
it
he can
killed
clear off
everything.
everything. Wow, so it took 2 spells to get rid of the board, but he did so. Pest Control is going to clean up the Otters.
Yeah, and now Derek is fully stabilized because he also has the back of Day of Judgment in hand. So Scott, the only play, there's no playing around anything here. You just play everything you have. So he's just going to play as many flyers here as possible. Derek can then follow that up with a sweeper and then enact his game plan of just all the heavy hitters he has.
Well, that worked out nicely.
Yeah, I mean, this was... Pest Control really, really well positioned in the current metagame. And one of the best cards to help combat these very, very aggressive starts that, you know, the Esper Pixie deck or even the Gruul decks can have.
He's going to lead with Spyglass Siren. He can follow that up with Fear of Isolation, pick it up, and then replay it. I'm not sure if that's what he's going to do. But you saw him almost play the Fear of Isolation first before deciding, nah, I'm going to get the Siren down.
Oh, bouncing the map here.
So he wants to keep up 2 mana for something?
Does have Go for the Throat here, and maybe doesn't want to get Zerd into Animate Leyline Binding, attack you, right? And you can take the damage, but you don't get the lifelink if you just go for the Throat the Zerd.
Right. Yeah, Scott's willing to take a bunch of damage, but 6 lifelink, not so much.
Also has This Town Ain't Good Enough here. This Town Ain't Big Enough, rather, which is quite strong here.
Big sigh there for Scott. This is a tense situation, no doubt about it. These players are both 4-0, 3-0 in their draft and winning their first round of Constructed. Analyze the Pollen now from Derek.
Looks like he's just looking for a land here.
Just going to grab a basic.
Probably then just looking to play a Day of Judgment here. You do that, Scott can then, that'll tap him out. You can bounce Leyline Binding and save one of your own creatures if Derek goes for the Day of Judgment here. And then you can get another Kraken with the Kaito and then maybe Surveil, try to find some answers. He also has Overlord of the Mistmores, also an option.
Pinned Avatar, or Pinned Overlord.
You can bounce
I'll get
a token here. Not close to lethal here. You can also pay the full price here and pay 5 mana to just bounce both of the opposing tokens here. Because this town ain't big enough, what do you want to bounce on your side, right?
This town is going to... hit the cheapest creature plus the leyline binding. And
Sure.
yes, Derek is tapped out completely after
And-
playing the Overlord of the Mistmores.
Yeah, and you can tap down a creature and go for the throat something, and that's 5 damage.
Not quite enough.
Just even something like a Hopeless Nightmare, just to kind of
Yeah.
get you low enough, at least put yourself in position to potentially top deck Hopeless Nightmare for the win is pretty nice.
Nice.
Right, very aggressive then. Oh, you could also Spyglass Siren here, use the map, and if you go for the throat the token, you can get Derek down to 2 here. If you hit a spell off the map, right?
Yeah.
Because that's, then we're looking at 6 damage here.
Yeah.
Oh, and this town ain't big enough on top here for Scott McNamara.
And he left it there. Okay.
Come back.
Okay, no go for the throat. Gonna hold that one. Yeah, you absolutely do not want to get Zerd here and have Derek gain a bunch of life.
Yeah, Derek, I mean,
Yeah.
I think that Scott's assuming that if that were to happen, that it would just be GG if the Overlord of the Mistmores got to hit for 7, lifelink it up, and make more flyers.
The issue is the Overlord will still be able to attack because it will have Hexproof, even if you kill the Zur, and you get 2/2/1 blockers out of the deal still.
So even if it doesn't have that lifelink swing, everything else is still.
But you kill the Zur, Overlord attacks, you don't gain the life, you get the 2 tokens left over, and then if Scott's top decking This Town Ain't Big Enough, you can just use that to kill the 2 blockers and potentially attack for lethal here. So Derek has to be really careful here. I think if he goes for the Zur line, that might not be enough.
And he could leave himself wide open.
And he knows it's on top.
That's right.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, he's going for it.
Oh, he doesn't know about go for the throat, right? So
right.
Comment.
He's going to find out shortly, though.
Where are you attacking?
Here, sorry.
Oh, where are you attacking? Kaito. So he'll block and then go for the throat Zur.
Right, but this is going to be lethal here, right?
Yeah,
you
that
just bounce
is.
both cards,
That
both
is
tokens.
lethal.
6 down.
Yeah. What do you got?
I'm at 5.
5. I'm going to combo 2 things.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he had the line. Scott
Wow.
McNamara picks up game 1 in a tough matchup.
That is
barely,
huge.
Barely got there, too.
Barely. And game 1, I feel Derek has the bigger edge there because you kind of blank all of your opponent's removal spells, right? Just based on how the deck plays out. Scott can then now replace those removal spells with more relevant, counter spells or hand disruption cards that could be good in this matchup.
Interesting. Scott's on 6, and Derek has mulliganed to 5 here on the play.
I'll play a talent.
And it's going to be talent here for Scott McNamara. He's going to get an otter, pass a turn back.
Derek does have pest control. So if Scott finds a draw with just a ton of 1-mana plays, then you can use the pest control to just kind of stabilize here.
Spyglass.
Okay. So pest control is going to be great here.
And I'll use a map.
You'll be able to basically wipe out the entire board.
1.
He used a map and hit a swamp off of it. Gets in for 1 with the otter.
Right. It is pretty tempting here to just fire it off, although you can just impend the Overlord of the Hauntwoods just to get your mana going. It's the other option here. And then next turn, you'll have access to 4 mana, which will then give you access to pest control plus a removal spell. But after sideboard, it gets a lot more difficult because your opponents can just have counter magic.
Right.
So oftentimes, if you have the ability to just kind of get a 2 or 3 for 1 in this case, you just fire it off.
Yeah, that did do good work. Pest control clears the board.
Sure. I'm going to Tidebinder the land trigger.
Counters the land here, very strong.
Yeah, that's huge. It also erases the text.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the Overlord there.
Impending ticks down. Enduring Curiosity.
2 cards.
First Scott's hand, so he might just run it out here. He doesn't have any counter spells. Just draw the cards.
Get a card off of it,
Yeah.
right? There it is.
There it
Enduring Curiosity, attack, draw a card.
Yeah.
Down to 16 falls Davis. Scott takes a quick look at the top card of the library, puts it in the pile, and says, your move.
And all Derek has right now is a couple of interactive spells. Oh, great draw there, because you have the Ride's End as well. So now you draw a card here, you use the Ride's End when Enduring Curiosity attacks, draw a card, get that threat off the battlefield, you exile it, it's huge. Now I wonder if you're on Scott's side, do you maybe not attack with Curiosity? Is that even a consideration?
Nope.
Nope.
But he is going to get punished here.
Before blocks. This trigger piece.
Give us
Sure.
just a second.
It doesn't hit enchantments. Or like it hits enchantments, but it doesn't turn off enchantments.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's only artifact creature planeswalkers.
Artifact creatures, planeswalkers that lose the ability. That's right,
There's
Derek.
an enchantment.
Okay, so before that trigger resolves,
Yes.
I'm gonna go for the throat.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You want to keep
kill his own Curiosity.
Yeah, you want to keep that as an enchantment in play just to draw a card when the Tishana's Timebinder deals damage.
It will
I'm currently
still
at 16,
let Derek
he's
draw a
at
card
20,
off of
I'm about to take
the
3
Beanstalk.
Right.
Trigger.
But now he's going to take 3 and draw a card, so Scott adding to his stockpile here.
Yeah, and Derek has a Get Lost, which you can use on the Enduring Curiosity, I suppose. But actually playing it slow, look at his hand. He has a Storm Chaser's talent and a Fear of Isolation, but choosing to play around a sweeper, and now it makes a lot more sense. He's got another Tishana's Tidebinder in hand.
Okay.
So if Derek has a Day of Judgment or a random spot removal spell, you can just play the 3-2.
Tidebinder that trigger.
All right, slows down the Impend here.
Still needs to.
So that's just a delay.
Right, and now Derek's, killing the Curiosity, recognizing that that's going to be how Scott just pulls further and further ahead with his cards, allows him to maybe draw the negate that's in his sideboard.
A couple of maps for him and a pair of Tidebinders.
Yeah, but these maps are nice too. It's not an irrelevant card here.
Ooh, there's Kaido.
Seems like one of the stronger cards you can have right now.
Yeah, it's going to stick around.
Yeah, got to keep it.
Now does he activate it again for more damage?
He's going to spread the counters out, or
yeah.
Hasn't changed.
Hasn't changed.
It hasn't
down to
changed.
5.
It's a big attack.
Go.
Derek has nothing. Just needs to draw a sweeper or something to be able to stabilize here. It's a big board.
His Overlord's scoring a little too slow thanks to the Tidebinder.
Leyline Binding, certainly a great card here.
Oh, wow.
Kill a creature, draw a card. You get a redraw here.
Sure, that resolves.
That's incredible.
Okay, so not dead here, unless there is a Sanctuary in play.
Okay.
So I think Scott just has
here?
it. Yeah, if he just activates the land and attacks, that's an attack for lethal. That's
and that
7.
is exactly what he's going to do. And all Derek can do is sit there and stare at a land in hand. An upset here from Scott McNamara. Yes, it is.
Wow.
A 2-0 win. And Derek looks pained by that. You can tell he's like, ugh. And that first game was so close.
Yeah, that first game was extremely close. And then in that second, I mean, coming into this tournament, when you are this domain deck, this is the type of deck you want to play every single round. That doesn't guarantee you a win, but that is why you brought this deck, and it's always going to sting a lot when you do lose to this matchup.
Especially when it's a player of Derek's caliber.
Yeah.
That's a tough loss to take.
Absolutely.
I think Scott's going to be quite happy to come away with a victory.
Yeah, I mean, what a start here for Scott McNamara. This is his first Pro Tour. Now, for a lot of you folks who play maybe a lot on Magic Online, he's played a ton. He's one of the grinders. You'll know his account name is Oaf McNamara. He's done really, really well. I mean, even when he did well at the Spotlight event, he was the runner-up. I was going to play I was like, oh, that deck looks cool. I'm going to play it. I just literally messaged him. I'm like, how do I sideboard with this deck? So this guy, he was one of the guys who was part of the team that really helped innovate the Dimir version of this deck, and he did well with it. If it isn't broken, why fix it? And he's certainly proving his worth here in this tournament so far.
He's 2-0 with it right now and looking forward to the next round. We've got more coverage from this round, though, coming up for you. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have Ben Stark versus Daniel Sondike. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Aetherdrift. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon. We are in Chicago, Illinois. It's properly chilly outside, but here in the convention center, we've got MagicCon happening. Literally thousands of players coming out to battle and partake in all the events that we have going on here, but we're focused on the Pro Tour here. That's Paul Cheon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us. We are in Standard, and we've got undefeated players. Ben Stark, maybe you've heard of him.
Stark?
Yeah, he managed to 3-0 his draft, which is something I've said countless times here from the booth, but he's also picked up his first win in Standard. He's playing against Daniel Sondijk, who has done the exact same thing, 3-0 the draft and then pick up a first win in Standard. Two very, very different decks, though, here. We have Orzhov Pixie, kind of a grindy, cheap cards kind of deck, versus Jeskai Convoke, which is, I mean, it says Jeskai, but there's a lot of white cards in that deck.
Yeah. I mean, Daniel's just playing the classic go wide strategy, and Ben, really interesting. Of the bounce variations, Ben is just choosing his own color combination, because oftentimes people will say blue is the best cards for bounce because you play Storm Chaser's Talent and this town and big enough. But Ben actually just going, you know what, I don't need the blue. I'm going to play Orzhov Pixie instead and just try to play a mid-range strategy and just have really the Pixie as the only way to pick things up.
Yeah, so many cheap, grindy cards here. Also, one of his favorites, Liliana of the Veil, is making an appearance.
Which is very bad against Jeskai Convoke, right? Using Liliana's minus ability to make them sack a random token. Daniel's playing cards like Nesting Bot and Gleeful Demolition.
It gets worse. Ben also has 4 copies of Momentum Breaker in the main.
Yeah, and those cards are good against Gruul.
Definitely.
Right? Because Gruul, you know, they're playing, every creature is very relevant, but here, they don't really this deck is just capable of producing 2, 3, 4 tokens, and so these Edict effects are very, very weak. Now, there is a card in Ben's deck that's extremely powerful in this matchup. He's playing 4 copies of Temporary Lockdown Main, which is absolutely incredible against Jeskai Convoke.
Yeah.
And I'll activate the Warden.
You also can see he's got Grim Bauble. He has 4 of those, too.
Yeah, that certainly helps. Sweepers are the absolute best thing you want to be doing in this matchup.
Yeah, Ben's going to have to set up for that, but a lot of action already for Daniel. Look at this board.
This is turn 2.
Warden of the Inner Sky already up and running. He's got Nesting Bot sitting there.
Start your engines. Didn't think we'd be seeing too much of that in the constructed portion.
No.
Pass. Bottom.
And this is after Ben killed something on turn 1.
He did. And there's the
guy. Yep.
Momentum Breaker.
Momentum Breaker that we just talked about.
Yeah, kind of embarrassingly bad in this
really
particular
bad.
matchup.
Yeah, I can see this though against the Gruul Mice deck. I mean, this seems awesome. Like, look at this opener from him.
Right.
Is Ben going to get his engines started as well?
I mean, if Ben does have Temporary Lockdown in hand, that just completely turns it around, right? And he does have 4 copies of that, so that's what Ben's going to be hoping for here. One card that Ben's playing that basically nobody plays anymore.
He just noticed it now. There it is. Start those engines.
4 copies of Unholy Annex Ritual Chamber. Oh. That has all been hated out because of This Town Ain't Big Enough being such an important card in this format. Nobody plays this card anymore just because making a 6/6 demon token, it's just so easy to kill that card. But Ben needed another card to kind of grind people out and chose to play 4 copies of it.
That is the engine that fuels this whole cheap interactive strategy. And there it is, the Temporary Lockdown.
Okay, that is huge.
Good.
Woo!
What was that, a 5-for-1?
Yeah. He got his own Momentum Breaker out of there too, but
so if Daniel finds some way to kill it, then
he'll get one back. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Jeskai Convoke deck really doesn't have a great way to come back from this type of sweeper unless it has a draw that includes Knight Errant of Eos, right? You go creature, Knight Errant, refuel. But if you don't do that, I mean, this was just a devastating turn. And he didn't even play anything this turn, probably representing Resolute Reinforcements.
Yep.
And there it is. The Unholy Annex.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
He just has nothing?
Wow. That means just now, if you're Ben, you're just kind of playing the game of what does he have in hand?
Checking for 3, I take 1. I go to 18. You go to 12.
Justin Imadane's recruiter.
Okay, but with no friends.
With no friends. Probably, possibly a case of the Gateway Express. That could be another type of card that, that Daniel has. Demon time?
It is. Let's do it.
And you know what? This Jeskai deck doesn't have a lot of ways to kill a demon. It's got case of the Gateway Express, but we are not even close to having 6 creatures in play to be able to kill the demon.
No, and after that lockdown. Yeah, big sigh. There it is. Is this too late is the question.
Feels that way. Ben's going to crack in for 6 and drain Daniel for 2. Assuming Ben has any sort of interaction in hand.
Which he almost certainly does. There's Grimbauble. Edict you as well. So that's going to wipe the whole board. Jeez. That game turned around very quickly. Ben Stark, temporary lockdown. It ended up being a permanent lockdown as he picks up game number 1. Once that spell resolved, it was over.
Yeah, that is just the one card that is just so brutal, especially game 1. Now, after sideboard, things get better for Daniel. Has access to some counter magic and can even possibly bring in Destroy Evil as a way to kill enchantments. And you can kill the demons as well, so that could be a card that Daniel could consider bring in this matchup.
Spyglass Siren for Daniel Sondike on turn 1 here. Tap land from Ben. Yeah, temporary lockdown so important to this deck build. It has so many ways to kill individual big creatures, but you have to clean up the mess.
Your turn.
Big hit with that land here for Daniel. Kind of a slower start, right? You usually kind of, when you see the Jeskai Convoke deck, when you see it play out, usually it's 1-drop into double 1-drop or Resolute Reinforcements. But Daniel taking a more measured approach here, recognizing that Ben does have access to a ton of sweepers in the temporary lockdowns.
I heard Daniel sigh there. He's like,
Yeah, this is tough. Ben even brings in 2 copies of Beza, the Bounding Spring, which in a token matchup, you're just always going to have a 4/5 that gains you 4 life and makes you 2 tokens.
Right. Did Ben break it?
I don't think so, but he has good.
Still going to face down.
Look, if he plays Jeskai Convoke every round, maybe.
Yeah. There's Nesting Bot.
Was this after attacking?
I start my engines.
Yes.
Huh,
and that's
interesting.
That's perhaps why he mentioned that with a little bit of resignation in his voice.
Oh,
there.
you, sorry. I'm not trying to steal it.
Could be a 2.
Yeah, I wonder if Daniel had something like Protected Negotiators, maybe.
Don't you think it was just a mistake?
Very, very likely.
Get lost this time.
Okay, so I get 2 more maps.
All right. Get lost the Siren. What does that mean?
Temporary lockdown? Nope. Unholy Annex. Could counter that. Protect the Negotiators. Would have forced Ben to pay 1 mana. There is a creature in play. And Ben is at 18, so you can't really let Ben draw a bunch of cards here.
Have to do it.
Yeah. But Daniel needs to gas up. Just a single Nesting Bot is just not going to do it here. That is one way to get it done.
Well, you said he needed to reload.
Right.
This is how you do it.
Yikes.
Knight Errant of Eos.
He whiffed because given that he convoked, so you can only get 1-drops.
That's right. Fair
It
enough.
shuffles the whole thing for some reason. I don't know why.
I believe you. Yeah, it's very strange.
They were thinking maybe you would just have to shuffle the ones that go to the bottom, but it does say then shuffle.
You got like 3 cards in hand.
So
they probably just ran out of room on this, right? No.
Yeah, and not the most explosive turn here from Daniel, right? Just 4 mana play a 4/4, and you didn't get to attack.
No.
So if you are fans of the Hall of Famer, Ben is seemingly in a pretty decent spot.
Maybe a little 5-0 start?
It's on the table. This is the event where you will likely see the most number of Hall of Famers, right? It's the first Pro Tour of the season, and the Hall of Famers all do get an invite to the Pro Tour, so.
I have seen many of them.
Yeah.
John Finkel's here.
Yeah, Finkel's here. Paul Rietzel is here.
Rietzel's here. I haven't seen him in a while. It was great to see him.
Ben Stark, Martin Yuza.
I'll put this on an adventure and get to 2-2 knights.
Yeah, it's going to go for trained troops here.
By the way, go ahead.
Okay. You get 2-2 knights with vigilance.
I wonder if Ben has a follow-up temporary lockdown here, just because he fired that one off to just get some map tokens and a nesting bot out of the way. Now, even if he does play another lockdown, if Daniel just runs out the Imidane's Recruiter, that's still an attack for 8 with the current board, and that doesn't include a potential extra creature that Daniel could play out of his hand, because Imidane's Recruiter gives your entire team haste.
Yeah, that's just the recruiter doing the recruiter stuff.
Right.
Like all contained within one card.
Just incredible, incredible army in a can effect. This card was so powerful, he was even played in, older domain decks out of the sideboard.
It was also the mythic uncommon for that set in draft. It's had a big impact in kind of everywhere it's been, which is surprising, I think. I think if you just read it straight up, I don't think you'd predict that.
Oh,
nice.
Cards.
Yes.
2 fish, a treasure,
Everything.
and 4 life.
Is he getting all the things?
How is he down a land in this exchange?
No kidding.
Wow. Just think about what just happened here for 4 mana.
You at 19, 18,
You're
14.
Right. You're right.
Yeah.
It just looks like a 6. Yeah. It's not. And then I get the fish and a treasure. It's just like, thank you.
Oh my gosh.
So he got a fish, a treasure, 4 card, and 4 life, and
I would say that was a reasonable turn here for Ben Stark. Above average.
Card? What the?
That was insane.
He must have just been trying to see, am I actually getting all of this?
He didn't draw a card, I don't think.
Oh, he didn't get the card.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's the best part. I mean, I'm not even impressed anymore.
Play a nesting bot. Sure. I'll take a pain. I go to 19.
Nesting
Warden.
bot.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll,
you can get something going here with the Warden, maybe.
I'll activate the Warden.
Get some scries, look for something. And the evasion could be very relevant if Ben doesn't have a way to kill the Warden. No good attacks here, though. Unless you play out the Recruiter and just attack with the Knight Errant for 5. But then Ben can simply just chump with a fish token.
Yeah, 3 cards, 4 cards?
3 cards.
I think Daniel's down to, what, 1 card, too?
Yeah, I see that one sitting there. I think that's it.
Go.
Yeah, no
You're
attacks
on
at all.
2 cards, 1 card.
1 card.
1 card. Thanks, Ben.
Yeah. So Ben, if he doesn't have his own card draw engine, though, he needs to figure out what his game plan is going to be too, right? He's officially stabilized, but Daniel is the one who, currently speaking, has a little more inevitability, right? You can kind of smooth out your hand with that Warden of the Inner Sky, and eventually you put enough counters on that thing, and that can just win you the game by itself, as it will be a giant flying vigilance creature. I wonder if Ben cited out all of his momentum breakers.
Probably.
Attempt another lockdown.
Ooh.
Okay, so he's going to fire off the lockdown. Yes, you did see him use a treasure there, by the way, because it would have also gotten...
Yeah, uses fish, but recognizing that Warden of the Inner Sky is really, really important here.
Oh, and he did keep Liliana in, so this is going to be another board clear.
Right, and given that Imidane's Recruiter is exiled, do you just keep the Beza back just so that the Recruiter doesn't kill Liliana?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not me.
Right.
I would have missed that and just attacked.
Is that Ben?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the vigorous card flicking?
That's him.
It's the Kibler's not playing.
No. Kibler's more about speed.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was more
number of riffles per second. It's Kibler all day. But if you want power...
It's a power play.
It's Ben Stark.
All right, so now Ben has his win condition, right? You've got the Unholy Annex, or the Ritual Chamber here, rather. And this is a very serious clock, and I just don't see how Daniel can come back from this point. The Convoke deck has to be explosive with some counterspell backup. That's how you win. Once you get to this point in the game with Ben at 18, it's nearly impossible.
And Ben's just been able to sequence this out both games where a well-timed temporary lockdown with an edict effect to back it up left Daniel with effectively nothing.
Make two twos.
And then the card draw engine comes online for Ben Stark, and all of a sudden it's over.
Oh, pass.
These recruiters could be scary, but Ben can just leave back at least Beza. Imagine it'll untap at some point.
Not optional, but there we go.
So, I mean, this is basically, this is a 2-turn clock here, right? You hit them for 6 in the air with the demon. You drain them by casting the Unholy Annex portion. So that's effectively 8 damage. Daniel goes down to 7, and then you do it again. And you still have a blocker left back, and you're at 18 life. Even if Daniel goes recruiter, you know, everything gets +2, +0 in haste, but that's still not enough.
I'm gonna plus it.
One mana. Oh.
Castle.
There's the namesake card for the deck.
Okay.
The Nurturing Pixie.
Just clearing the board here, it seems.
What did he pick up?
He picked up Liliana. Still attack for 6. Get Daniel down to 9. You attack for 8 in the air next turn, and then you activate the Unholy Annex still. And that will get Daniel dead unless you draw something.
Yeah, that's going to do it. Ben Stark with an impressive match there, and also improves to 5-0. 3-0 the draft, that's kind of par for the course for him, but getting the job done here in standard as well.
Yeah, Jeskai Convoke kind of coming in, not something you necessarily expect to play against too much. But I will say, Ben's deck looks really, really well set up with it. 4 copies of Temporary Lockdown isn't very commonplace in any deck. And the fact that he had it and drew it when he needed it in this matchup was huge.
Right, and you can see how this works, right? The Temporary Lockdown sweeps away all the little stuff, and then the edicts take care of the big things. And that's the name of the game for his deck, and he was able to show us that both games.
Yeah, and then you just find a way to win. It looks like his deck isn't the best at just kind of closing out the game, which is why he chose to play the Unholy Annex. Even though other decks are looking to play bounce effects to kill the demon, it's still a card advantage engine, right?
Yeah.
It still draws you cards. You have some ways to gain life with the 4 copies of the Momentum Breaker, which hopefully buys you enough time to find multiple copies of the Unholy Annex to win you the game.
That's right, and you know, there's a lot of cheap cards there, a lot of 1- and 2-mana spells. It feels like Ben gets to do things every single game. You know, putting a player of his caliber where he has options and, you know, isn't waiting around for something expensive every game. Hey, that's a good thing for him.
Yeah.
We're going to get a chance to watch Game 3 between Andrea Mengucci and Tony Portolan here.
That's not Mengucci.
Oh,
I don't recognize him at all.
No glasses?
No glasses.
I think he's got him on here.
Yeah, okay.
He does. Yeah, that's interesting. So they're both 4-0 coming in as well, and you see it's similar here. Domain Overlords, like we saw in our first match, and then Esper Pixie, which this is the more popular option.
Yeah, this is the one that most people chose to bring. You know, it's got a lower mana curve than the Dimir bounce deck, so you can have more aggressive starts, and it actually is pretty good against the Dimir version of the bounce decks as well. But in this particular matchup, you generally want to be on the domain side.
Mengucci with his signature glasses, ready to go for game number 3 between these two.
And Tony on the play here, which is good. Optimistic Scavenger turn 1. Okay. If you can follow that up with some...
It's got potential.
Storm Chaser's talent, that's kind of the ideal thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I wonder if Mengucci's playing any Baloth-type effects in the sideboard. Doesn't look like it. A lot of various green decks have been choosing to play that as an option against specifically Hopeless Nightmare.
Which is, by the way, another card that Ben had. We didn't actually see one, but...
Right. One of the best things to bounce. Beza being discarded here by Hopeless Nightmare. Yeah, so Tony's got something going here. Needs to probably put a little more pressure here on Andrea's life total. We've seen when Scott McNamara, he would have hands with 5 flyers in play by turn 4.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's kind of what you want in this type of matchup. Even after sideboard, you just go, hey, I'm just going to curve out, play a bunch of things, keep up a counterspell, and hopefully that's good enough. Get lost here on the Pixie here, so slowing things down. Andrea just knowing, look, if I can just get to the late game with a reasonable life total, I'm looking pretty good. But this, I mean, this is what the bounce deck does. Hopeless Nightmare, bounce it. Hopeless Nightmare, bounce it.
Pick
Hopeless
it up,
Nightmare.
Replay it, yes. And that is chewing up Mengucci's resources quite quickly. You could say he's already got 2 cards discarded to it in the yard.
Oh, and this is big, though. Overlord of the Hauntwoods here, giving Andrea the opportunity to ramp. Still at 15 life.
3 cards in hand, as you can see here for Mengucci.
So if you can follow this up with maybe a Zur or an Overlord of the Mistmoors, something along those lines, that would be just the perfect way to kind of get back into this game.
This is good news here for Mengucci as well.
And usually
using maps.
Yeah, and usually when this town ain't big enough is on top, you typically keep it on top. You get to deal with whatever permanent Andrea plays out. You can bounce her on Hopeless Nightmare, get some extra damage in, and the damage from Hopeless Nightmare just it's actually kind of insane because you know, discard effects are already good enough to the point where sometimes people play cards like Tiny Bones joins up, but this one just deals damage on top of that. You bounce this thing a few times, that's already 6 to 8 damage by itself. Are we making a 4-4 here? Is that the consideration? Nope. Okay, Storm Chaser's Talent. This is a nice little board. Andrea does need to find a decent answer here at 12 life. Pest control would be really strong here.
It's going to be up the beanstalk for Mengucci, perhaps just continuing to dig for what he needs.
Yeah. Great card in the matchup as long as you just don't get completely run over.
Right, he's on the verge of it.
Yeah, he needs to have a removal spell here. Now, granted, after sideboard, he's very likely to have one here, but he absolutely needs one here. Get Lost, Leyline Binding. Looks like an upkeep. Yep, Leyline Binding. This is great. You draw a card off the beanstalk too. Still have two mana available, so there's a real shot that Andrea has another interactive spell here too. Potentially, if, for example, the Otter just becomes a 4/4 this turn.
Right. Yeah, we've seen these combos with Up the Beanstalk where you play cards that cost 5 or 6, but you don't actually pay that much for them.
Yeah,
you get the card back out of it without having to do the mana investment, and it's very hard to overcome.
Yeah, Beanstalk is this is such a good Beanstalk deck. It's just incredible. The synergies with Leyline Binding, Ride's End, and the Overlords. The game it's just a totally different game once you get the Beanstalk in play. All right, big turn here for Mengucci, down to 9. There's a Scavenger in play as well. I believe the Overlord should be at 2.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah,
yeah, he did do it last time.
This looks like a Mistmoors maybe. Yep, Overlord of the Mistmoors. Draw a card, make 2 2/1s. Great stuff here.
Yeah, this is adding up very quickly here for Mengucci. Good start from Tony, but is he going to be able to overcome this? We haven't seen the big finisher like Zur come down and kind of close the door, but we're getting there.
Right. Thing is, once you just play the attrition Beanstalk game, that's also just by itself good enough to win the game too. Now, if Tony does have some interactive spells, might just be interested in getting these tokens off the battlefield. That's what we saw Scott do to kind of beat Derek Davis. This town ain't big enough, bounce a token, bounce one of my things, and he's doing just that here. How much damage has that one Hopeless Nightmare dealt? 10?
No kidding, yeah. 8, something like that. Is it going to get nabbed here?
Is he going to take Hopeless Nightmare, or is he going to get the Pixie?
That's what I wonder.
Yeah,
he's had enough. He's had enough.
No more.
Mangu's going to draw the line right there. He does tick down both of the Overlords before passing back.
It is a lot of damage. The Optimistic Scavenger also in play, so now the Hopeless Nightmare is 2 damage, 1 counter, and a card.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And there could be worse down the line, too. So stemming the bleeding there and definitely makes sense here for Manguchi's side.
Can Tony push through enough damage here with Andrea sitting at 9? But every time Andrea just plays something, he just keeps drawing cards.
This is game 3 between Andrea Manguchi and Tony Portolan.
Oh, look at this. We are just fighting for...
Wait, is he getting the Hopeless Nightmare back?
You know what card is busted? When you are fighting. You are using expensive removal spells to get back Hopeless Nightmare into play.
Totally. Wow.
Oh my gosh,
and
this
there
Hopeless Nightmare.
Again.
This thing's dealt like 12 damage.
No wonder they're fighting over it.
With that Scavenger in play, this is so much. Now Andrea's down to 5.
Yeah.
This is a lethal attack now.
So
Andrea has to chump. Now he can still come back. Like if he just slams Azure and attacks, it might just be over. But wow, what a turn here from Tony. Now even if he just picks up a Hopeless Nightmare here and plays it again, that's just game.
It is just game. Yeah, no, this is the big turn here for Manguchi because he has way too many things that he needs to deal with. And I think he is in that situation that you described where it basically has to be Zur because he can't kill both creatures and the Hopeless Nightmare, right? I mean, one of those creatures or the Nightmare is going to happen next turn.
I see a Ride's End. So we're going to do that.
Okay, draw a card.
Draw
it's
card.
Tapped.
You could still draw Zur if you have a land in hand and play it and activate. Oh, that was an Analyze the Pollen, so you can use it to get Zur, but you don't have the mana to play Zur and activate.
So then this is hope you can't pick up Hopeless Nightmare?
Or deal with, well, the Overlord of the Mistmoors, I believe, not Overlord, Overlord of the Hauntwoods will be a 5/4 creature, and it will be a lifelinker. So if Tony doesn't have any removal spells, it's kind of hard to...
Oh, there's Beza!
Okay.
All right, how about up to 6 life? That's a lot more comfortable.
That is big.
It would be very difficult to get the Hopeless Nightmare 3 times this turn.
Now, Storm Chaser's talent can be leveled up. You can use that to get a spell back from the graveyard.
Is there anything good?
This town ain't big enough, right?
Okay, that's good.
You can possibly do that.
But with...
You need 6 mana, though.
Fish, Beza.
Yeah.
And the Overlord.
So Tony is relying on the flying from the Pixie here to try to get in for some damage.
But then Mangu can pollenize.
Get Zur, activate, attack, assuming Tony doesn't have
removal.
Multiple removal. I guess he just needs the 1 removal. Like if you just kill the Zur, then Andrea won't gain the life.
Right, but then you'd still get to activate up.
You still get 2 flyers.
Mistmoors. So
yeah,
like
Oh.
Hello.
So that's 3 damage.
Halfway there.
Oh,
so close.
Yeah, and then if you pick up the Hopeless Nightmare, you get him to 1.
Get him to 1.
If you find another Hopeless Nightmare, maybe?
Yeah. Also, does Mangu just have the 1 card left in hand? Because if it is just that Pollen, then, he'd be cold top decking.
Oh, yeah, you just get that out of the hand, right?
If that's his only card, I can't quite tell if he's got another.
It looks like it might be 1. If it is 1, you just go Pixie, pick up the Nightmare.
Yeah.
Put Andrea down to 1, and he has to top deck.
Yes, because he's not getting the Overlord of the Mistmoors here. Oh, this is so close. Okay, he did not do that.
I wonder what Tony has. Does he have an interactive spell?
Does seem like it could be the case.
He had a way to pick up the Hopeless Nightmare, right? I thought he had a Pixie in hand.
I thought he did too, but I'm not 100%.
Right, it could have been a Destroy Evil or something.
Yeah, that's the thing. It may not have been.
Andrea's like, all right, well, there's an active Kaito. You can probably kill the Kaito if you want to attack with your 2 big creatures, right? You just have both of them swing into the Kaito, the 4/5 and the 6/5. You probably want to do that anyways. You don't mind just chumping with some fish tokens. But Andrea thinking, do I just go search for Zur, play Zur, activate Overlord of the Mistmores, and then try to go for... Because if that thing connects and Zur doesn't die, you're super likely to win that from that spot, right? You're just gaining 6 life here.
Exactly.
And also the Overlord of the Hauntwoods. It's already activated, so that one also would gain you a ton of life.
So you're gaining 7 plus 5? Is that right?
It's... No, I believe they're both 6 power, so 12.
But if you Zur them, they're like equal to their mana cost or whatever?
Oh, sure, sure. Yeah, you would gain a ton of life.
So 7 plus 6 then, yeah. Yikes. But it doesn't look like he's doing that.
Just looking to try to kill the Kaito here. Will Tony let that happen?
Yes.
Okay. Because if Tony's hand is this town ain't big enough nurturing Pixie, then he's got it, right?
Yeah.
You just play the Hopeless Nightmare twice. You could analyze the pollen for another Beza just to gain 4 life. Yep.
Yeah,
right.
there it is.
There it is.
Because that's a more or less guaranteed way to get the life.
Exactly.
Like you don't have to count on anything.
You don't have to count on Tony like having some kind of interactive spell to mess you up.
That's a sweet play from Mengucci.
Right.
And he gets to have a Beza back to block.
He does.
Now he is ahead on creatures though, right? So he won't get.
He doesn't get the fish,
but he's already got the other 2 fish, so he's in an okay spot there too.
But he goes up to 7. That's big.
7 feels.
And there's no
like Tony can't get him from 7 to 0 next.
And there's no evasive creature on Tony's side.
Right. So 3 blockers here from Mengucci as well. Yeah, that's a nice line. I like that.
And an Overload goes to 1, so next turn it just turns on by itself as well. Great sequencing here from Andrea, looking at all the lines, making he's not going for the highest risk, highest reward line. He's going for the, look, I still feel like if the game just keeps going on, I have the edge. I have the Beanstalk. I have Overlord. I just do not want to get burned out by this 1-mana enchantment.
Sometimes you're forced to do a combo finish, and sometimes you have other lines, and Mengucci's a true master at finding the exact correct one, particularly in positions like this. You know, this mid to late game, he just always finds it.
So what? Oh, Fear of Isolation?
Yeah.
Okay. But I don't think Tony will actually be able to connect. That's the problem.
Right.
Here.
And even if he does, even if he had a way to do it again, he's still going to be at 3 as Mengucci. So, and he passes the turn back.
Ooh.
Yes. Super stable here for Andrea Mengucci. Now, if he has a way to find Zur, it's kind of a shut it.
You can just draw it.
A way to find it? How about just cold rip
Off
it?
the top here. And remember, that Leyline Binding has nothing underneath it.
Oh.
So that's kind of safe, too.
It's available. But maybe it's just the Overlord. Maybe it's both.
Well, the thing with the Overlord is if Tony bounces the Overlord, it's kind of rough. But I guess he can't because it currently would have hexproof because you need to deal with the Zur first.
Right. Yeah, right now Mengucci has priority.
The thing is, yeah, no matter what, that Overlord will come into play at the end of this turn. But he just needs to be concerned about the flyers, right? Just because that Fear of Isolation is representing potential lethal here.
Well, Mengucci's just going to attack again.
Yeah, so if Tony bounces or kills the Zur, Andrea doesn't gain life here. But then Andrea, does he have the mana here? I believe he can just replay it if he wants a blocker for the Fear of Isolation.
Right, as a flyer.
But if Tony draws land number 6, could level up Storm Chaser's talent, get this town ain't big enough again, maybe get Zur off the battlefield, but not quite enough to get lethal still, given that the Fear of Isolation is 3 damage, not 5.
Yeah, you'd need another Nightmare in there.
Yeah, just no matter what happens here, Andrea absolutely cannot connect with a life-linking Overlord of the Hauntwoods. Because if he does, he is effectively just stabilized here. go up to 11.
And the board state as it stands
Right.
will not work for Tony going forward. So
I think you just have to, yeah, this is
Very
a tough
likely-
spot. He's just like, I think I just have to cast this. I don't want you to gain life. I'm just going to bounce Zur and my Hopeless Nightmare probably. And then just take 11.
yikes.
Yep.
You could see Tony was not happy about that. This was a forced play in many ways. And he's still taking a chunk of damage here, by the way, because the Zur thing really only took, yeah.
There
it
are no
gets
flyers,
replayed.
though. If you can somehow deal with Zur, don't you
Yeah,
win the
I
game,
think
right?
He has a pixie in hand.
Because you have Hopeless Nightmare.
Yes.
Put you down to 3, pump up the Fear of Isolation.
Yes.
But he needs to find an answer. And if he has the Pixie, he has Fear of Isolation. Excuse me, he can cast the Hopeless Nightmare twice, put Andrea down to 1.
Oh, down to 1.
But you can also force the chump block on the Zur, because when you play the Hopeless Nightmares, you pump the Fear of Isolation. And
Okay.
Andrea is going to be down to 1. So that's one way to kill the Zur, and then Andrea has nothing left.
Well, except for Tony has to
next turn.
survive next turn.
That is right. That is
yeah,
right.
he is facing down 2 Overlords in that scenario. So can he
yeah.
finish the game now? Like this turn?
This town ain't big enough would do it if that's what he has in hand. That would just be lethal, right?
Mengucci's...
No, that doesn't quite do it.
Yeah, I don't know. He
But
must
that
just
does-
be talking.
That does give him another blocker, though, right?
Yes.
Andrea's at 3?
But Zur's surviving here?
No, because the Fear of Isolation is already a 4/5.
Ah, so it's chumping.
So it'll have to block here. Yep, force block.
So
Oh,
if Tony can't kill Mengucci right now, then it's can Mengucci kill him?
Right.
Like on this turn.
Well, but he has 2 blockers, and he's picking up the Hopeless Nightmare.
So the answer is no.
So Tony has lethal next turn. Can Andrea kill Tony this turn?
That's what I'm
with
saying.
some sequence of removal spells.
No!
No!
He found a land off the top.
That's 3 blockers. Only the 2 fish can get through. That puts Tony down to 5.
And that's the hand extended there. So close, this one. But Mengucci was not able to get over the finish line, and Tony Portolan picks up a super close game 3. And Mengucci gives him the handshake.
He better frame that Hopeless Nightmare after this game. That was the MVP.
That was one Hopeless Nightmare. I want that one framed.
Somebody in chat, just tally it up. What was that, like 14, 16 damage?
Crazy.
Andrea gained 8 life off the Beza. Did everything he could. He played it so well that game to just give himself the chance to come back, but just turn after turn, Tony's just like, bounce my Hopeless Nightmare. Oh, you kill my Hopeless Nightmare? No. I kill your Leyline, but I got my Hopeless Nightmare back so I can burn you out. And he just looked like he was just playing an Esper burn deck, and he was able to get it done.
Off of one Hopeless Nightmare.
One.
That thing was like a ping pong ball on the battlefield there. But yeah, he does get the job done and hands Mengucci his first loss of the tournament. But they will play on, as will we here from Chicago. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll be back at the news desk getting set up for the next round. Don't go anywhere.
They've moved the thing.
Can I say?
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Aetherdrift live from Chicago, Illinois. 348 players battling it out here on day one of the Pro Tour in Standard and Draft, and more than 17,000 people here in the building for MagicCon Chicago, enjoying all things Magic this weekend. Get behind the wheel in Aetherdrift, available now on MTG Arena. Crew your ride and ignite your engines to start earning achievements and experience new mechanics like max speed and exhaust today. Log in now to get 3 packs in your inbox. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news. That's Mary Bartholdi, Monty DeVuti, and Riley Knight as the sun starts to set here in Chicago. We've got it coming in across our news desk here. We might have to hide our faces during this segment. And we have played a lot of Magic today, 5 rounds to be exact. And Riley, you're being a bit of a historian for us here on how the last 2 years of Pro Tours have shaped up as far as how the top 8 was doing at this point in the tournament.
Yes, indeed. Very uncharacteristic for me to get stuck into the
Yes,
history of
indeed.
anything ever. But we're going to do that here and have a look at how some of these players went based on their previous performances in events where they made the top 8, right? We can compare their performances at this point in those events and get a sense of what their path was like towards their respective top 8s. So after round 5, the 48 players who made top 8 events, who top 8 events in 2023-2024 seasons, 11 of them undefeated.
Wow.
One of them, 12, I guess, technically. All the nerds are immediately jumping on the keyboards. No, 4-0-1's technically undefeated. Yes, but you can see a lot of them 5-0, 4-0-1, or 4-1. So it's really, really obvious to see that getting off to an early start, getting off to a bunch of wins early in the tournament sets you up in terrific stead to make it towards the top 8. And indeed, you know, you might think that this sort of stuff is pretty self-explanatory and pretty self-evident, but the fact that you're in that winner's circle, the fact that you're building that momentum, getting early wins, improving your tiebreakers, it gives you the best chance you have when the wins start to get harder and harder. This is something we see particularly later on in the tournament towards those towards the point where it comes down to crunch time, right? Those wins are harder and harder to get. So it's unsurprising to see players who have made the top 8 historically getting those wins early, getting the 4-1, getting the 5-0 starts to their tournaments. So keep an eye on the players that are right now here in Chicago at 5-0, at 4-1, because these are the names that we'll need to remember when we get into tomorrow, making our way towards that cut towards top 8.
Absolutely. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out who is indeed at 5-0 and 4-1 and having a good start to their tournament here this weekend after 5 rounds of play. Plenty of undefeated players here left in the building. Among them, Matt Nass, check that out, currently sitting at 5-0, 13 Grand Prix top 8s to his name. Ben Stark, 5-0. The last of our 5-0s, 27 Grand Prix top 8s to his name. So some Grand Prix crushers here, currently starting out undefeated in the tournament. David Fischer sitting at 4-1. We saw him earlier this morning dispatch Javier Dominguez and 3-0 that draft pod at his very first Pro Tour, just 17 years old. So congrats to him on a good start to the tournament. Let's move along and take a look at some more of the records here at the top of the pack. Derek Davis, Jacob Nagro, you can see they're sitting at 4-1. Andrea Mengucci at 4-1, as well as you knew you were going to see his name on this leaderboard at some point. Simon Nielsen, former player of the year, currently sitting at 4-1. We'll see if he can continue working his way up there. Luna Eason, saw her on camera earlier today as well. A crusher in other games, sitting at 4-1 here today. There's a look at our leaderboard. One of those players who's currently sitting undefeated is none other than Scott McNamara, who got second at Spotlight Foundations in Atlanta and converted that here into a Pro Tour berth. Let's hear from him right now.
I'm with Scott McNamara, who is fresh off a round 5 victory. Scott, congratulations on this win. But before we talk about this event, I want to talk to you about how you got here. You came second at a recent Spotlight Series. How did that go for you?
That's right. Yeah, the first ever Spotlight Series was in Atlanta earlier in this year, and I got second in that event. So just, quick turnaround about a month ago, and now I'm here.
And this is your very first Pro Tour, and you're off to a 5-0 start. It must be a dream come true.
It's pretty surreal, yeah. I mean, I've been playing online forever, but this is the first time I get to show up in paper for one of these things. I've been watching people play this feature match area my whole life on YouTube, so it's really cool to just show up here, be in the camera matches. It's just a dream come true.
Now people are watching you, my friend. That's it. So tell us about your deck. You're playing Demir Bounce. Obviously, it's doing pretty well for you so far. Do you feel like you made the right choice picking Demir over, say, Esper?
Yeah, it was kind of a difficult decision. I played Demir at the Spotlight Series as well, so that was part of why I was already comfortable with the deck. Needed to focus some of my preparation on Limited, so that was part of the reason. And then if you compare it to Esper, for example, I like it because it's a little bit more consistent. It's a little bit less powerful. It's like a classic cut a color, have a higher floor and like a lower ceiling, less powerful, less explosive draws, but you more consistently will just do things, cast your spells, not get mana screwed, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, consistency is the name of the game with you, my friend. 5 wins, 0 losses. Congratulations on the performance so far, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks, Riley.
Well, we've been talking about the importance of opening hands and whether to keep or mull. It's not often an easy decision, and Monty's been breaking down some of the trickier ones for us here this weekend. What have you got for us this time, Monty?
Okay, so let's say aggro isn't quite your flavor. You're not opting to bring Gruul Mice. Well, let's say you're Andrea Mengucci. Let's say that you have brought Domain Overlords this weekend. Your opponent, none other than Anthony Lee on Gruul Mice. Now, not the best matchup for Domain Overlords, but if you've got a hand like this, well, this is the absolute dream. You've got a Surveil land with the Shadowy Backstreet to start things off, and then you have perfect mana leading into that Overlord of the Hauntwoods on turn 3. Turn 4, you have a Leyline Binding that is completely discounted. This is the type of hand that you dream about because it really does feel like it can beat absolutely everything. But again, you're not facing absolutely everything. You're facing Anthony Lee. Let's take a look at his Gruul Mice list. Pretty standard, I would say. There is a bit more card advantage coming out, but Gruul Mice has always preyed on the slowness and inconsistency of Domain Overlord. So let's take a look at a bit of a different hand from Andrea. Let's take a look at a hand that you're keeping, but you're not excited about. And the reason you're keeping this 5-land hand with a Pest Control and a Beza is just because of the matchup. Knowing in this open deckless format that you are against Gruul makes this hand that you couldn't really keep in the dark, because if Pest Control or Beza or both are dead in a matchup, you are just so absolutely far behind. Because you know you're against Gruul, this hand converts to a keep, and while it's a little sketchy, while you are going to need to get a little lucky with your draws, it's still good enough to keep. But what kind of hands are you not keeping? Well, here we go. This is the type of hand that on a surface level actually looks pretty good.
Two up the bean.
Yeah,
keep Monty.
I'm keeping this hand.
Bear with me. Bear with me. I know. I'm asking Magic the Gathering players to give up card advantage, but 2 up the Beanstalks and an Overlord of the Mistmoors, even on the play, are not going to get the job done against Gruul aggro. Those mice are going to kill you.
They will kill me with 7 cards in hand, and that the moral victory in that case.
Well, Riley, the good news here in this specific scenario is you're not Riley Knight. You're not sitting at the news desk. You are Andrea Mengucci, and you have discipline.
Yes.
So when you look at this hand with 2 up the Beanstalks and an Overlord.
And that's the only reason I'm not there.
Yeah, that's the only reason I'm not there. But you are Andrea Mengucci. And Andrea Mengucci says, I'm mulliganing that hand.
Well, let's
take his word for it.
Yes.
He's probably a little bit better. Just a little bit better at Magic than I.
Maybe. We'll see. Remains to be seen. All right, everyone, let's take a look at our feature match here for round number 6. Let's find out who will be watching do battle this round. We have Brad Robinson up against David Frischer. Both of them currently sitting at 4-1. Bant Gearhulk versus Celestia Cage. Very excited to see this deck on camera. Taking a look at Brad Robinson here, qualified at a DCRC Pioneer, playing Boros Heroic, and tested for this tournament with a bunch of friends, which is very cool. Started playing in 1999. David Frischer has been having one heck of a tournament, just 17 years old. 3-0'd Pod this morning, qualified also at that same RC in Washington, D.C. Wants to play in all 4 events this year. There's a look at the players. What about these 2 decks, Monty?
Well, Maria, we get to experience a new flavor for this round. We get to experience some decks that have really been enabled by Aetherdrift, starting with Brad Robinson's deck. This is Bant Gearhulk, and it is all built around Bright Glass Gearhulk. This is the card that really makes this deck tick, having the 4-mana 4/4 that goes into your deck as a search effect, backed up by a bevy of cheap creatures, but also one of tutor targets, means that this deck is creating an aggressive Buddycorn-backed card advantage deck. And one of the coolest things that this version of the deck is doing is using Bright Glass Gearhulk to go get Mockingbird. And then Mockingbird can come in as another copy of Bright Glass Gearhulk. And each time you're netting an extra card out of it, whether that card is protection, whether it is one of those targets like a Haywire Might or Dust Rose Reliquary as removal, using Bright Glass Gearhulk in this way means that you have a pretty robust deck. Now on the other side, we're still going with Bright Glass Gearhulk. It's starting to not sound like a word. But this time is Celestia Cage. Bit more rampy, bit more token-oriented. You are trying to go wide, and the key card in this deck isn't actually the Gearhulk, even though you are playing 4 copies. It's Collector's Cage. Collector's Cage, a really powerful card from the big score, struggled for a while to find a home in Standard, but it is in this type of Celestia tokens deck that is going wide where it's found a home, and a big reason for that is Overlord of the Mistmoors. Finally having a truly powerful payoff for this hideaway effect that we haven't seen in Standard for a very long time, being able to enable that very quickly and then have things like instant speed Overlord of the Mistmoors is incredibly powerful. And again, Gearhulk has really given this deck its extra push, and you do see in this deck very much is a way to just get these silver bullets. You see Dust Rose Reliquary, a single nurturing pixie for that pick up and continue going effect. These decks are really cool, and they are 2 flavors of the same idea.
There's something really important as well to note about this list, and that is that it plays Llanowar Elves. This is a card that does not get enough respect in 2025, and this is a deck that shows off the power of the original, not the best, but the original Mana Dork, being able to ramp into big players, 3 drops, 4 drops a turn earlier. It's important, particularly when you are playing a deck that maybe doesn't have the same power level, the same flexibility. You want to get on the board early, play big threats, and put your opponent to the question. Llanowar Elves, a key card in this deck, and it's certainly one to keep an eye on as the match plays out.
Both these decks are very, very cool, and I can't wait to see them. Some good, honest magic. Green-white, let's go. Alien Corey, take it away here for round 6.
We'll do our best for some good, honest magic here, Maria. Welcome, everybody, to the Pro Tour feature match area. We are very excited to get into this matchup because, Corey, we haven't seen this Gearhulk in action as of yet.
No, not really. And, you know, it's not the most commonly played card by any means, and the fact that we get to see 8 of them in this match is going to be really, really exciting. Both decks look really sweet as well, so, yeah, this is going to be a great match.
If you had to pick one of these lists, which would you go for?
You know...
Celestia or the soggy version thereof?
You know, I think I would probably go with Celestia. I think Cage, like Monty was saying, the Collector's Cage is going to be so big. If you can just really go way over the top and sneak in an Overlord, I think you can go really wide on this Bant Gearhulk list. But, I mean, I can't really turn down the value of Bright Glass Gearhulk to get Mockingbird, and then the next turn just keep Gearhulking every single turn. I mean, that's really sweet. Plus, you can get the Dusk Rose Reliquary to be able to deal with the Cage. So both decks have a lot of game to them, and should be exciting to see.
Do it that. So super keen to see how things kick off here, and it starts with a classic in Llanowar Elves.
Yes, absolutely. Gotta love the Llanowar Elf. It really is the best Llanowar Elf deck. Being able to go 1 to 3 in these Celestia Cage decks ends up being very, very good.
Basilisk Collar hits the board here for Brad Robinson. And I know somewhere Brian Kibler's senses tingled because a Llanowar Elf was played on turn.
100%. Yep, absolutely. Brad very much wishes that was going to be a Llanowar Elf instead of the one of Basilisk Collar. You know, when you play that kind of toolbox deck of being able to Gear Hulk and have a bunch of options, you never really want to draw the one-ofs. So not ideal.
So Cage following the Llanowar Elf. Pretty good start here for David.
Yep, absolutely.
Looking to add a couple extra creatures to get that card out for free. Warden of the Inner Sky hits the board alongside the Duskro's Reliquary, so that takes care of the Cage on David's side of things.
Yeah, that's kind of the big thing here to start with, is controlling the Cage from David. David
does that come
can really do a lot of things. Yeah. And that should be how that works.
Go ahead.
As it will be exiled, but then when it comes into play, it'll get a new card. Big draw step here for David if we can get land 4, and we did hit it. So being able to go get a Gear Hulk, or play a Gear Hulk and go get a couple of things, and then you can deal with your opponent's Duskro's Reliquary as well. So a big draw. It does have Ward, you know, which makes it a little difficult, but not impossible.
It's a good old toolbox, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And also quite a formidable force, especially if, you know, one of them on this battlefield starts flying.
Yeah.
Brad Robinson will be doing that sometime soon, hopefully.
Yeah, and I think David there kind of picked up the Cage, signifying like, okay, it still does come into play. It's not when you cast. So being able to get rid of that Reliquary at a timely spot. Ideally, David wants to set up a play where he can get rid of that, get the Cage back, use it, and get the card he gets all in one turn. So there's no time where Brad can re-exile it.
Nice. So a couple of handy 1-drops found. Insidious Fungus, serving multiple purposes. You know, great little card. You sacrifice it, either go fetch a land or draw a card, or, you know, blow some stuff up.
Yeah, blow up an artifact is probably the mode we'll see on that.
Huntsman's Redemption, a card I don't think anyone else is probably playing this weekend.
Yeah. Only a one of as well, so a little one of fun of. But a very powerful card, you know, baseline 3 mana, 3/3. You know, sign me up. I'm already good to go with that. And then being able to get some extra value out of it, of course, is pretty strong.
Yeah, could get a land or a critter, you know, and just keeps putting things on the board, which, you know, the bunny cares a lot about.
Exactly.
We haven't seen the bunny yet, have we? Where is he? Virtue of Loyalty, another absolute beater if this board goes wide enough here for Brad Robinson. On the other side of things, Novice Inspector, Insidious Fungus, excuse me, Duskro's Reliquary, and Paw Patch Recruits. So pretty powerful 1-drops here. Where does he want to go first?
Yeah, so no ability to get rid of the Reliquary and activate the Cage is 1 mana short, because would also have to play one of the creatures to then sacrifice. So if David were to find 1 more mana, is able to get that value going. So next turn, we will probably see it. But just developing the battlefield for now, getting some extra creatures on the battlefield, and then try to blow up the artifact soon.
Doesn't have a clue, but has one now. I see what you did there, Brad Robinson.
Sure. Pass.
Yes.
Brad's heavily disappointed there.
Dad jokes are strong with the Brad Robinson at the table here. Huntsman's Redemption, Chapter 2. Are we going to see a sacrifice of a critter?
Cards in here?
2.
Fungus and Reliquary.
Has the Gear Hulk with the waste, is able to cast it? No, actually is not. Doesn't have double green at the moment, so Brad's mana not really agreeing here.
Sure.
Could have found land, though.
Yep, and I guess is sacrificing to figure something out here. Not ideal, you know, when you give away the front part of your saga here.
Yeah, it's not the best, but I think over time, this Warden of the Inner Sky represents a lot more value, so...
Yep.
Much more than the 3/3. So go get the land, get this mana base fixed up. It is a 3-color deck, so...
Yeah, there's definitely a cost to Brad's deck.
Save you the time.
Yeah.
There's definitely a cost to Brad's deck's mana base compared to David's. David is definitely the more streamlined deck.
Green, green, white, white. Good.
Yeah. What do you mean by trigger twice?
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Trigger, get 2 things.
Get
sorry.
2 things. Understand.
Apologize.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, all good.
So it gets to go and find 2 goodies. There's a couple options in the list. There's a Shard Mage's Rescue, a single copy of. There's a Ghost Vacuum, the Reliquaries ×4, Collar, and then a bunch of 1-drop creatures that we can go fetch.
Yep. Seems like step number 1 in Brad's version is there's got to be a Mockingbird, because then you just keep that value going unless you're really far behind.
Which doesn't seem to be.
Yep, definitely not. And with David's setup here for next turn, has the ability to go Duskrose Reliquary. I feel like we're going to be saying that a lot this match.
The DRR.
Yes.
That's not easier.
Be able to play that, sacrifice a creature, pay the ward to get rid of the opponent's Reliquary, and then activate the cage, maybe find an Overlord underneath it. That's like the surface value play for David, and it seems like a good one to me.
All right. Draw for turn. What does David find? Oh, another Gearhulk. Does that change things up at all? Doesn't look like.
Definitely tempting. You know, as David is going to want to be pressuring with his Gearhulks, as Brad wants to save his Gearhulk so he can Mockingbird them. So Brad is incentivized to keep some of these Gearhulks alive.
These Gearhulks don't have ward. So that is handy for one little insidious fungus.
Yep, absolutely. So gets rid of it straight away, is valuing getting some damage in with this. But the problem is Brad does have a 2/3. It just kind of brick walls everything but the Gearhulk.
Gearhulk smash. That's what we want to see in this matchup. As the Duskrose Reliquary gets the Warden of the Inner Sky Gut. So combat, turn things sideways.
So no, David's not valuing the cage, kind of putting his game up to chance at all, because if you just cage and you don't hit anything great, then it's less than ideal. So
when the Llanowar Elves start swinging, you know you're in trouble.
That's fair. That is fair.
Love it. Oh, the life swing potential in this matchup is quite high.
Definitely.
Alrighty, Brad Robinson, what do you have? Novice Inspector, Mockingbird, Duskrose Reliquary, and Virtue of Loyalty. So that's a surprise blocker, if needs be, with Ardenvale Fealty being the instant side of things.
Yeah, definitely still has the ability to just Mockingbird the Gearhulk on the other side.
Yeah,
and get going with that. No play is super exciting.
For 3 copy Gearhulk.
Yeah.
Nice.
Search for 2 things.
This is sweet.
It is kind of cool.
Mockingbird is usually
rude.
Yeah, Mockingbird is usually, you know, not necessarily for this value, but the Gearhulk really unlocked a new element with this, and now, of course, this is a flying Gearhulk.
Flying, first strike, trample. Why not? That's pretty sweet.
Now, David does have the follow-up of a Gearhulk, but there won't be any cage shenanigans unless, of course, he just draws one naturally, as this Reliquary did take out the Warden to be able to push damage.
So, Novice Inspector ×2, Mockingbird again.
Inspector, get a clue.
Turns out Brad Robinson has a clue.
And there we go. There we go. Came prepared.
Gearhulk.
So Mockingbird on the battlefield is a Gearhulk.
Yeah, and this is definitely putting the pressure on David, because this Mockingbird Gearhulk plan every single turn. I mean, Brad's never going to run out of steam. And all right, David's not either with another Gearhulk.
Wow. Okay.
I think we need a tally of how many Gearhulks come into play. You know, how many triggers from
like real
a bright
Gearhulks
glass
or
Gearhulk? No, any kind of copies. Yeah. Already up to 4.
Nice. So, double Gearhulks on David's side. 1 Gearhulk here for Brad. His is flying, though, so slight advantage there.
Now, David can just get another Reliquary here to deal with the opposing Gearhulk. Sacrifice a Llanowar Elf, and then there's only 1 blocker. You know, David is definitely putting the pressure on here, so see what we found. David is playing 2 Dusk Rose Reliquary.
Parting Gust would be nice to find if the top of the deck plays nice.
So there is that play. Also picks up a Nurturing Pixie, which is sweet, being able to pick one of these up again. Man, both decks are really awesome.
7 to 20, correct?
That's right, yeah.
And if you Reliquary a Mockingbird, it doesn't. If it gets destroyed, it doesn't come back as a Gearhulk. So that kind of well and truly deals with it. So nice play here from David so far.
Tis but a Widow Boyd.
Okay, got to block the 2-1 pop edge.
Sure.
Take 6.
Jeez, good one.
1 to 20.
Woo!
1
All right.
to 20, not what you want to be really hearing, that's for sure. And now it just seems like Brad is just far too far behind here.
Does he make him draw a card? Because split up might be the only out here.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if that one's in the main.
I believe it is for Brad.
Oh, okay.
I think he's got 2 of them.
Power and toughness.
Yeah, just in the side.
Oh, sideboard, yeah. Boo. Fine.
What's up?
It's like the Sequel Plus return, right?
Yeah. I just don't think there's anything I can do here.
I would agree with you, Brad. This is looking brutal here. If that was an untapped land, maybe, as you would have the ability to Mockingbird, a Gearhulk, and maybe sack of food. Nah, it still wouldn't be enough.
So thinking of every possible out he can find here. I mean, this was just like a battle of resources between all these 1-drops. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, really, really awesome deck. And it was just the fact that David played this like an aggressive deck.
Yeah.
And, you know, had the momentum, had the tempo, had the start with Llanowar where Brad just started with a Basilisk Collar. You know, that already is a huge disadvantage when you're on the draw.
And did that Basilisk Collar even get attached to anything?
No, just sacrificed immediately
Yeah.
to the Reliquary.
First strike, Death Touch, Lifelink, Trample. Sure.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Kicking things off here with the Warden of the Inner Sky and Llanowar Elves for David once again.
Yeah, and here's what the dynamic of this matchup. We see speed versus like resiliency.
Yeah.
But speed usually wins in these kind of matchups. I was just going to say, Brad's not playing any Llanowar Elves, but he is now.
I see your Llanowar Elves, and I raise you mine. Cool. Warden of the Inner Sky, then tapping all the critters.
There we go.
Counter to itself. 3 counters needed to get it flying and vigilant, and also getting Scry off of that, so...
And the big problem here, though, is Brad does not have another land. So if that Llanowar Elf gets dealt with and we don't find a land or anything like that, it ends up being pretty brutal here for Brad.
That's what I've heard.
On the other side, we have the Cage. We have an Overlord for next turn or Virtue. So the real decision is basically, do you want to play a tap land, say go with Virtue, or play a Cage, maybe play an untap land, and start getting the Llanowar Elf bigger? I would think tap land Virtue seems better to me.
Jeez.
Or you could get a, and try to do some parting gust shenanigans, but.
I'm just looking at Brad's hand and like, whoa, that's a lot of Gear Hulks and only 2 lands.
Yeah,
split up.
Split up off the top has to be about the worst draw you can get.
Yeah, because it's can't cost that one.
Yeah, I mean the nice thing with split up though in Brad's deck, which is pretty cool, is the Warden. During a during a board stall, Brad has the ability to tap all his creatures sideways with Warden and then split up untapped creatures.
That's very cool.
Which is pretty spicy.
Scry.
I do like that interaction with that and with like crewing vehicles or mounts or whatever.
Yeah.
It's pretty sweet.
Split up with vehicles can be pretty good, that's for sure. So kept it on top, so it's 100% a land.
Yep.
Possibly a white source.
Ooh, in response.
It's still a 3/4, so the Virtue doesn't do anything too spicy.
Gift a fish.
Okay.
Get a free fish out of the deal.
There we go.
Yeah.
Can't complain.
Is it a tap fish?
It's a tap fish,
Yeah.
I wonder what kind of fish it is. Has anyone ever asked it?
Yeah, undetermined.
Could be a tuna.
A 1/1.
It is
That's
a 1/1,
all we know
that's
for
for
sure. So that was interesting to deal with the Warden there. It was becoming a threat, but it wasn't an immediate threat. But I think David's just valuing, I'm not going to be dealing with it next turn because this feels like the Overlord turn.
I have a question to ask away from the table.
Okay.
Question for the judge away from the table.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
So the one thing David does have going on right now is you can play that impending the Overlord, get two 2/1 flyers, and then next turn go Cage, boost up one of those 2/1 flyers, and get whatever is hidden underneath.
Yeah.
That just seems like the baseline, pretty nice play
Were you
that
just
David has
around the
available.
venue, or did you get to go to the game?
I did go to the game, and I got far away from it because it would take 5 hours to go across the state.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Unless you're walking.
Yeah, it's faster to walk.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But I'm very happy I won.
Oh
It's the only time I've ever rooted for a Philly team in my life.
I don't mind the Chiefs, but having
Gotta do some sports chatting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Woo, sports ball. Do they not know this is a hall full of nerds?
Generally pretty
Gamers galore.
Gamers gonna game.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, Philly is decisive. You either hate them or you love them. Right now, I love 2 of them and I hate the other 2. So I'm a true Philly fan.
Sure. I'm a humongous baseball guy. So,
Same. I can't wait for spring training.
Looks like David's judge has gone off to ask his question to another
my
one.
best friend.
Yeah, I
is
wonder
literally in my
exactly
wedding.
what
He
it
was
would
born in
be.
Atlanta,
Everything
so he's
seemed
a
pretty straightforward here.
Yeah.
But nothing wrong with double checking with a judge.
Doing it and stuff, it was great.
Just like taking so much time off.
Yeah, I heard of both.
And the judge comes back. Here comes
I just showed next week.
David, and we shall be back underway here.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, it seems like just a slammed impending Overlord here.
It has
Hard
been
to deny
impended.
that.
Here come the 2/1 flyers.
Pass a
Next
turn, I'll
turn.
go take this down to 3.
Cage.
You got to think Brad has an untapped land here. It would make a lot of sense with keeping it on top. And then, has these Gear Hulks ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
A perfect land off the top. Green-white fast land.
Who says standard can't have good mana?
I don't think anyone said that for the last like 3 years, honestly.
Yeah.
Trigger.
To be fair, Brad's deck doesn't have the best mana, but
Hey, look, it's doing its best.
there you go. There you go.
The amount of fetching done with this list, you think you had the fetch lands.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like Mockingbird and getting a Warden. So, okay. We're trying to set up, we still need another white source to make something like this happen, but Brad can set up a nice little play of being able to go Warden, if we find third white source, tap your 6 creatures, because we have exactly 6, and then split up the untapped one. So something that will be available if we're able to line that up.
It's a Mockingbird, Warden of the Inner Sky, fetched. Split up in hand, as you mentioned, and the Bright Glass Gear Hulk, number 2. So plenty more coming down the pipe here for Brad Robinson. David Fisher gets to untap with his critters. Let's see if we do some cage nonsense.
Yeah, and this is the power of the deck. Collector's Cage is really what makes these Celestia decks really tick. And this deck kind of came to be as it was a very good deck against the Dimir decks. So that's kind of what David wants to be playing against, is these Bounce House decks over and over. But of course, you're doing some powerful stuff. You can, you know, kind of cage into Overlords against any deck, and it looks pretty impressive.
I do like us a good Overlord. Let's see what's going to come out to play here from underneath the Collector's Cage. This card was an absolute beating in the limited format.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's like, oh, you have the thing straight away? Cool. You're dead.
Yeah, and just being able to add a counter every single turn, that was a good one.
You know, it's kind of like a Perilous Snare in the new set.
There you go. So it doesn't seem like anything to slam dunk, which just gotta mean, you know, no Overlord.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, David just thinking out all of his plays here. Played next to him and against David plenty of times on the SCG circuit, and he's the real deal. He's an incredibly good Magic player, so it's nice to see him kind of break through and make it into the pro level here.
That's awesome.
Ooh, mystery card.
Gifting a fish.
Another fish.
Woohoo! This one can be a carp.
Yep.
Have another fish.
So we'll see now if these flyers want to get in there.
I would think so.
I would think so as well. David will have to have Split Up on his mind, but you know, even if Split Up deals with these 2 insects, it's still a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
Not even fully a 1-for-1 as the Overlord's still hanging out.
Oh yeah, he's going to come back and cause some mayhem shortly.
Exactly.
2 more countdown timers on it.
So David does have the Virtue available as well to have just another great follow-up. David's able to go make a 2-2 at end step, and then next turn can play the Virtue, untap the Llanowar Elf, and then activate the Cage as well.
Whee!
While still being able to play Restless Prairie. So that's kind of the nice sequence that David has set up. We'll see how Brad can best time the Split Up. That really seems like the best thing that he can be doing here.
Yeah. Is he worried too much about his life total right now? Is it being pressured enough to pull the trigger on it? Or are we just going to, you know, get a flying Sentinel in the name of the city, for example, which could block one of these for the time being, but we'll see.
Yeah, definitely wants to just get more value than we have now with this Split Up. So I wouldn't imagine we see that. But when in doubt, if Brad isn't doing something like destroying creatures on the battlefield, it's probably triggering a Bright Glass Gear Hulk in some way.
Gear Hulks are, you know, not all of them are as good as each other, but they make for some really, really fun games in the limited format.
Absolutely. And Brad does have the Haywire Might for the Collector's Cage, but, you know, David very correctly timed that well. There was no mana available. And Brad just, you know, had no option, had to play a Gear Hulk last turn, otherwise didn't have a good proactive play to do it all.
Combat.
Off to combat we go. Sentinel and Fish getting in there.
Yeah.
So 3, 4, 5. Oh, this. No, it's fine. It's fine for now.
We have an on adventure.
Ardenvale Fealty will create the 2/2. Killing off a fish.
All right, that'll be there for a second. And a 2/2 Knight. Thank you.
So 2/2 Knight, it's on an adventure. David's deck has pretty much all the tokens you need in Standard. Got to be prepared for this one.
15, correct?
Yep, that's what I have.
So at least one critter dealt with. Down to 12. David Fisher goes. Brad still has a hand chock full of stuff to do. So Warden of the Inner Sky, post-combat. Not much else he can do with this turn.
Yeah, not much else. Brad really wants to set up a spot. I mean, it's easier said than done, but set up a spot where he can get a flyer on the battlefield to pressure David into holding back all the creatures. And then getting a full valued split up. But that being said, this Virtue could actually work against David because it's forcing all these creatures to be untapped. So this could lead for a very juicy split up next turn. And David really doesn't have any other option but to play that or do nothing, so.
Yeah, like he's not playing any Wardens of his own, so can't tap in response.
Yeah.
Can only tap the Llanowar Elves, so that would be the survivor of that calamity.
Exactly. Or the only casualty, though,
or,
where you look at it.
You know,
probably not. Yeah. But the Warden being able to have exactly 6 creatures, that's perfect for split up.
Yeah.
You know, if you have 7, it's fine too because you have a Llanowar, but you do need to tap exactly 3. You can't just over tap or anything like that.
It'd be interesting if that's on David's mind here, if his attack signifies that, you know, he's got split up on the mind.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say Brad did anything this game so far that is like overly like just screams I have split up.
Yeah.
Just kind of played normally, attacked where he could, is behind on the battlefield right now, so doesn't really want to get too aggressive. But it is an open deckless tournament. That is a 2 of in Brad's sideboard, so you do got to be a little wary of it from David's side.
Like Brad's pretty happy if this Virtue of Loyalty comes down anyway, because you've got the Haywire at Might to deal with it.
Yep, yep. Can't deal with it this turn, so we'll still get the value, but I think Brad did that on purpose. Like, was just like, I want to let you know this Virtue's good to go.
Yeah, just do it, it's fine. What could go wrong?
Exactly. And that's the problem. If David doesn't keep progressing the battlefield, Brad's just going to Gear Hulk every turn, so it's kind of a, you know, a rock and a hard place scenario here.
That's the Virtue of Loyalty.
A rock and a Gear Hulk, more like it.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going for it. Untap counters on all the things. Well,
so that is great. You know, the one thing that David kind of has going for him is the Overlord is not in play yet. I think that would be kind of the most brutal thing. But this looks too juicy of a split up here.
Right?
I think you probably got to do it, and then you can sack your Haywire Might to deal with the Virtue as well.
Or keep all your creatures, chump block. Everything will be untapped again the next turn, and then you can blow up the entire board and get the Overlord.
Yeah, no, it is a thing for sure, but the one problem with that is there's not really any meaningful flyers here besides a Flying Mockingbird. There just can be a lot that can go wrong where David could win the game next turn. If Brad was at 20, I would probably try to get a little greedy, but the way it stands here, I think you just have to do it, but
keep it.
Okay. Nice. Tapping the map tokens.
So
scry on the counter on the Warden.
Seems like a pretty just easy play of like tap all your creatures, split up, and then Haywire Might, you got a lot of options, you know? Like you have 3 different targets here. You probably just hit the Overlord before it becomes a creature.
Has it changed? Did it change this time? How about now?
Targeting untapped creatures.
Tap that elf. Tap that elf.
Yeah, I would think tap the elf. Oh, okay.
Oh, just
David's just like,
yeah. All right.
I mean, that was a complete blowout here.
There was a Sandstorm Salvager. I mean, like, I suppose there was enough pressure in the air.
Yeah, I would think that's a little bit of a premature scoop, but once again, you know, clock could be a consideration here. Yeah, so plenty of things.
Well, game 2. Let's see which Gear Hulk shines brightest.
I also believe I spot underneath that Llanowar elf. I think that's a Frank Karsten token as well.
I was going to say, that
who's
looks
also
very
here,
familiar.
probably right behind him. So
yeah.
Yes, excellent. Brad's got good taste.
Judge pandering to our spotter.
Yeah, there we go.
Hall of Famer / analysis statistics god.
It's cool with me.
Yeah.
Frank's the best.
He is.
So Collector's Cage to get this going to start, but no Llanowar Elf this time for David, and that is kind of the biggest advantage from this Celestia Cage deck is you just really have that ability to be faster than Brad. And if you're not faster, you know, Brad has more, you know, kind of meat and potatoes in the deck, like more very powerful individual cards rather than more synergy, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
Besides the Gearhulk Mockingbird synergy, that's through the roof.
Hey, the bunny's here. Woo!
There we go.
Okay, now we have a game. It wasn't one until this point.
Okay.
The Regal Bunnycorn has arrived.
I have myself at 19 and you at 20.
Yeah, Brad's deck does kind of feel a little similar to like these Azorius aggro decks that were kind of popping up that never really had amazing results, but they were okay. Ended up being just the Pixie decks were stronger, kind of pushed that deck out. But this is kind of blue-white that just splashes Gearhulk essentially. And that kind of, you know, and then that leads to the power of unlocking Bunnycorn and Mockingbird.
Sandstorm Salvager, that's another mouthful to say 10 times over. Brings 3/3 Golem friends along with it. Oh boy, yeah. Its activated ability is pretty sweet too. Counters and trample.
Yeah, another great card.
I'm not that familiar.
Oh. Same map.
Good banter in our feature match
Exactly.
area. Love
They're
to see
having
it.
fun.
Yeah.
Hey man, if you have kids, you've seen Dora the Explorer.
I was gonna say, if he's a dad, like his dad jokes are on point.
There you go. Yep, absolutely.
He's well trained in the art thereof. Bet you he hums Baby Shark inadvertently.
Who doesn't? Yeah, absolutely.
Novice Inspector twice, and Warden of the Inner Sky, as well as Shard Mage's Rescue. The one of that was in the main deck for Brad Robinson. Gearhulk and Split Up on the other side of things.
Yeah, it's Split Up on the other side, so now we'll see how much Brad leans into it. You know, Brad heavily took advantage of Split Up from his side, but, you know, as great as Warden of the Inner Sky is at helping out your Split Up, it's also really bad at setting yourself up. And here we go, Brad did exactly that. Set himself up for a huge Split Up here. It's a hard one to deny.
You're gonna do it.
He's like,
There's
have you
gonna be a
seen
big
this
old
one?
kaboom, yeah.
Have you heard of this card?
I have a couple of those.
Don't split the party.
Yeah,
Does
so
he know anything about D&D?
So Split Up has been phenomenal
It's
for
been
both
so
players so far.
This is such a sweet removal, piece of removal.
Yes.
I love it.
So now David has set up a really sweet line where he has this take 5, great, that's all fine and good, but has land 5 and is able to go Gearhulk next turn.
Oh, yeah.
And you have to actually boost up the Gearhulk with how this is all spread out.
Sure.
But then activate the cage as well, so.
Oh, that's sick.
Gonna be sick if Brad doesn't have any way to interact with it, and he does not.
He doesn't. He's going to come up the battlefield here quite a bit, and won't have to worry about trample if David takes the line you're talking about, Corey.
Yeah.
So now it's just a big think. What can I put on the board here with just 1 white mana so far?
Yeah, and I mean, there's what Brad was exactly kind of joking about earlier. It's
that's a lot
the
of
mana
white
base. The mana base is not that great in the Bant deck for sure.
So Critter, get a clue or something. Map token, try find a land off the top.
I mean, yeah, I think
Gotta
you just
find a
go.
planet.
I think you just go Inspector, crack the clue. It's kind of the same as sacking the map, you know, because you don't need the extra mana anyways. But this is reasonable as well.
Okay.
And a tapped white source.
It's just tapped. It's fine. Don't worry.
All is fine.
Razor Edge Thicket. Land go.
Now it's just going to be a gigantic
it's
turn
gonna
for
hurt.
David. David knows for 1 green or 1 blue, there's nothing that Brad can have. You know, Spell Pierce is the only thing that's available, and that doesn't interact in any way. So David just gets to go off. If that's an Overlord underneath, you know, we're pretty much done here.
That's the best part, isn't it?
Yeah. Only
Just
David knows.
Overlord and he's not. So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, no point to do it now because you have to boost up the Gearhulk anyways.
Yeah.
So you're not getting in any extra damage.
Yeah, pre-combat doesn't matter. So target that. He did have a land, yeah.
Yep, he did.
Okay.
I thought he had a plains as well, but maybe our graphic was wrong there. And if that's the case, this turn is much less explosive.
Yeah.
But maybe we were just not caught up to that. Still great for David, regardless if we don't have an untapped plains here.
On the plus side, it's a llama land.
Llama land, gotta love
We are
it.
happy with llama lands.
It's a powerful land in this green-white deck.
It is.
Oh my. Yeah, all the creature lands are pretty balanced these days, but the llama land, as you call it, is well and truly better in this specific deck.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Than pretty much any of them.
You know, the amount of tokens and go wide that this deck is trying to do, it just this Lord effect for everything with attack, sick.
Sometimes animating this and attacking represents like, 12 damage,
Yeah.
you know.
It's like out of nowhere sometimes you forget that it's there.
So Brad is gifted another turn here.
Okay, so 2 white sources. Did we find a third?
You were on the play. Yeah. You're good.
I'm good.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
I was just making
double
sure.
checking to make sure he didn't play a land. I believe he did not, so should be good. And yeah, nothing special picked up here from Brad. Split up is once again the card you're looking for.
Dig, dig, dig.
Or dealing with the cage.
Yeah.
That would be great as well, but so far just the little creatures here.
Expect to make another clue.
So many clues. So Warden could do some tapping.
Trigger this guy.
Have a scry.
Get some value going, but yeah, with Brad down to 10, this is going to be looking really brutal, as Brad's whole plan here is to just sack a clue, say go,
Keep him on top.
and then David just gets to go off. Has the Dusk Rose Reliquary already.
Nice.
That we searched up from the Gear Hulk, so can get one of the blockers out of the way.
Parting Gust too.
Yeah.
Not too shabby. Lots of value in these green-white base decks.
Yes, and I think we're up to 8 Gear Hulks cast so far. I've been keeping track, so. Okay, Dusk Rose Reliquary was the best draw that Brad needed to have a chance in this game, as now you're able to clean up something.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's fine. Novice Inspector will still allow this cage to get cast.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, the biggest problem is if you just Dusk Rose Reliquary the Dusk Rose Reliquary.
Yeah, that's what I was
pay the
thinking.
ward, go get more Dusk Rose Reliquaries.
Oh, gosh.
Tongue twister.
Yeah. This is like turning into some Inception kind of thing going on here.
There we go.
Bag of holding and a bag of holding.
All that being said, you can also just animate the creature land. With an untapped land, that was reasonable, but probably not going to happen here.
So many options.
Yep.
Okay. Where does David go? Playing in his first Pro Tour here, by the way, everyone. 4-1. Took down 2 Hall of Famers in the limited portion.
Yeah, no big deal.
No biggie. Novice Inspector hits the board, and shenanigans are afoot with whatever's under the cage if he so chooses.
Yeah, his play is very much dictated by how good that card is underneath. And I think this is the spot where David is going to be slowing down to think like, okay, how do I lose? And it's almost always by a brutal split up. So he's going to be very much diversifying his threats between tapped and untapped as much as he can for this game. As, well, both players have been kind of blown out by split up. I don't think either of them wants to happen again.
Yeah, one good split up deserves another.
I guess so.
All right. He's thinking about it. Going for it, yeah. Targeting. What's that, the Golem?
The Golem, yep.
Yep.
So makes a 4/4, 2/2, 1/1, and there is the Overlord.
Nice.
The card you always want to be seeing. So now David is going to try his best to turn those creatures sideways. It's not the worst, as the Salvager can turn itself sideways, but you definitely want to attack with the Golem and try to mitigate from a possible split up from Brad.
Just
to be his best card.
Just a free 7-mana 6/6 that puts, what, 10 power on the board?
Yeah, no deal.
No briggy.
Pretty reasonable card.
Good grief.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
This card's sick.
For 4.
All the Overlords are just so good.
I love them. I mean,
Yeah,
the
I think
design of
they're
them
rad.
is really, really good. Great job, Wizards.
Good job. You make good Magic cards. Don't know if anyone's told you that.
Yeah, not enough. We haven't told them enough how great their cards are, that's for sure. All right, so now it really does come down to split up or bust. Split up with untapped creature is pretty solid. but Brad will also have to tap his creatures, which he can do, but then the shields are down, so all that being said, if all that stuff happens, the Llama Lounge ready to go, and it's not there.
That is going to do it. David Frischer picking up the victory there. Just an endless stream of resources coming his way. You know, just that deck looked so good there, Corey.
Yeah, looks great. You know, both players are already into day 2, so, you know, both of them doing great with their different Gear Hulk brews. I gotta say, I mean, David's deck, we've seen it before. It looked awesome, but Mockingbird on Gear Hulk over and over again.
So cool.
I'm a fan. Chef's kiss.
Awesome. All right, friends, we are going to take a short break, but when we come back, we are going to have more magic here for you. It is going to be Helena Jackson versus Jacob Nagro, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to a frosty Chicago, Illinois Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Has drifted into action here this weekend, and looking to warm things up here a little bit, Corey. You know, maybe burn some rubber and get some people a lot of money, perhaps.
Was it supposed to be about snow drifts? I thought that wasn't the... Because there's a lot of snow drifts here, that's for sure.
Drift, I don't know. Anyway, Aetherdrift is where we're at, and it is the Pro Tour, of course. And I'm Ailey, this is Corey, and we've got more magic for you, friends. We're going to jump straight into our next feature match. It is Helena Break of Team Sanctum of All playing Esper Paragon, their new innovation, up against Jacob Nagro playing good old Gruul Rodents.
Yep, good old Gruul Mice, which we've seen this list before. It's the 4 Innkeeper's Talent, 2 Overprotect is kind of the spice, I would say, but the real spice is across the table with Helena's list, and it is awesome. It is a very strange take on Esper. It's still got This Town Ain't Big Enough. It still has Pixie to get some value, but you don't have the Storm Chaser's talent. It is really revolving around Sarah Paragon and the value that card brings. And, you know, when we were going over these kind of decks, her deck looks awesome as Sarah Paragon doesn't really die to the -3 effects. So it looks like it's very much attacking the metagame in a different way. So I'm very excited to see this deck in action.
Yeah, I was chatting to a couple of members of Team Sanctum last night. You know, just be like, okay, tell me a bit about this deck.
Yeah.
You know, innovated by Claire Reinhardt and Jason Yee.
Okay.
And basically, they figured Esper or the Blink decks were going to be pretty prominent, and
Yep.
they wanted to figure out, okay, how do we beat this? And this turned out to be one of the best ways it could, and they also say it's pretty good against the rest of the field, so they were quite happy with it.
Awesome. Well, I mean, this play was great, being able to kill both creatures and leave yourself with a Pixie laying around. You know, the interaction with Grim Bauble being a 1-mana way to do this instead of Nowhere to Run being 2 mana ends up being really huge. So, yeah, I mean, Team Sanctum always prepares, always brings the spice, and they originally had that spice of Storm Chaser's talent. This town ain't big enough in the Otter deck here at the World Championship. So for them to not be playing it now, even though it was kind of the thing that they had going on,
there it goes.
Really says something.
We are in game 3 here. Both players have picked up a game apiece, and a paw patch formation from the sideboard taking care of the Paragon this time around.
Yep.
So no value off of our Angel this time.
Yeah, very important, as the Paragon just really is unreal. Being able to bring back Fabled Passages as well, but here's the Momentum Breaker.
Yeah,
does still do something if there's no creatures on the battlefield. They do discard a card.
It's kind of like a Tithing Blades replacement.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
force a sacrifice.
It's Hopeless Nightmare and Tithing Blade combined, which...
Yeah, except you get the life later.
Yeah, and you gain some life. Momentum Breaker is a phenomenal card. We even saw, you know, Ben S. was playing 4 of that card in an earlier round.
Not too shabby.
And animated the creature land to be able to get some pressure going, but that is one thing Jacob is very much lacking at the moment.
Yep.
Notably, a mouse.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a mouse and a ninja and a lizard for whatever it needs to be.
There you
in whichever
go.
deck it finds itself.
Yeah, it's very important in this deck for sure.
Sorry, I have a thing for cats. Helpful Hunter brings a card, and it's also a great thing to bounce and replay.
The cats have a thing for mice as well,
They
so
do.
they're excited to see this matchup.
It depends on the size of the mice, though, because like my cats would definitely run away from certain
There you
mice
go.
if they had that many counters on them, for example. Questing Druid, Seeking the Beast, looking for some action on top of the library there for Jacob Negro.
So the Nowhere to Run now to be able to deal with presumably the land, but yeah.
Yeah, get that out of there.
And everything going Helena's way so far.
Questing Druid, comes off an adventure. Heartfire Hero joins the battlefield. Counter on the Druid. So just coming up the board here, going to target the Heartfire Hero and getting for a little bit of damage.
Still relatively high life totals, so very much trying to find maybe another Sarah Paragon.
Yeah, that would be sweet.
To just really start going over the edge. And yeah, if you can ever Sarah Paragon and even getting back something like a Helpful Hunter, like the value there is great. You get a body, you get an extra card. So that's kind of the thing that everyone on Sanctum is kind of trying to line up. Play Sarah Paragon on turn 5, bring back a land, or get some value immediately in case it dies. But, you know, as I look at the removal sweep from Gruul, from Esper Pixie, it's hard to kill. The floor toughness is really, really strong. So I would bet this version struggles a little bit more against Domain, which is already kind of rough. But I bet it has a big advantage in the Esper Pixie and Gruul list. So a nice innovative take, as per usual
As we'd expect,
from this team.
you know.
Yep.
As we've come to expect and enjoy from Team Sanctum, as we now have Restless Ridgeline getting frisky, targeting the Heartfire Hero.
So getting the counter on. Pretty sure we already put on the counter, but that will be a 5-power creature here. Looks like just chump blocks.
Yeah, and, you know, fill up the bin for Paragon. If it shows up, it's going to have some options.
Yep, absolutely.
Bobble now being utilized to try and shore up the draws here for Helena.
Yeah, and Helena has a decent amount of sweepers. This isn't, you know, the Esper Pixie list that's not trying to deal with a lot of creatures game 1. There are sweepers in the main deck. Day of Judgments, temporary lockdowns, plenty, and there's a pest control as well.
Nurturing Pixie hits the board once again. What comes back? What would you pick here, Corey?
You know, it's kind of the same between Momentum and Nowhere to Run. if there's a specific... Yeah, I guess it's just always nowhere to run, because then you get to pick which creature you kill.
Yeah, you don't want to give your opponent agency.
Exactly.
Nope. I choose.
We'll see. Jacob's really got to start doing something.
Yeah.
As Helena's just been picking apart Jacob's creatures.
It's a lithomatic barrage, I see.
Yep, and you know, that hits the Pixie. It's all fine and good, but it is a Sarah Paragon killer, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That's what it's there for. Just get some
Absolutely.
collateral damage to Pixie here.
Spells like this would kill a Lyra and bring it back in my day.
Back in my day. So here is a little bit of the dangerousness. Yeah, one Monstrous Rage here is able to protect that. So that was a great exchange for Jacob.
Yowza.
Yeah, so that had some risk to it, for sure.
All right, well, things turn out well there for Jacob. Helena in a bit of trouble at this point.
Yeah, and the good news for Helena is, you know, the mouse cannot give that double strike questing druid, so just a little bit of damage here, but yeah, and Helena is hellbent right now, so yeah, that was a big deal.
Not where she wants to be. Oh, man.
Ooh, is that a Paragon off the top?
Yeah?
Oh, bees.
Oh,
okay, so that's great as well.
nice.
Doesn't get the creatures, gets the life, gets the card.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Stabilize a little bit, you know,
Yep.
big beefy 4/5 in the way as well.
Just an incredibly powerful
I
card.
know it's not a cow, it's an elk, okay. Yeah, that's a good body.
And now at any point can gain 3 life with the momentum breaker, but you don't want to sacrifice it if you don't have to.
Still no cards. Oh, 1 card in hand for Helena.
Yep,
so-
drawn off the Beza. Now, you know, she's just definitely saying, all right, 1 more Paragon, come on.
Oh man. Paragon only gives, you know, like the 1 extra card a turn, but it could start a chain of, you know, chain reaction of things.
Definitely. I mean, there's also other great draws, you know. This is also a 3 Overlord of the Belmerk deck as well. Would look incredible here, but this creature does need to be dealt with. It is large.
Yeah.
Good old
Yeah,
6 power trampler.
A bounce or something. What could take it out of its
Yeah,
here?
Day of Judgment, temporary
Temporary
lockdown,
lockdown, yeah, that'd be
probably the
sweet.
best thing right now. Let's see what we got.
Can she find it?
Oh, okay. That was the Legions of Ash.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
Legions to Ashes. Nice. Cool. It's good for token decks, which we've seen quite a few of this weekend.
No, that was a great draw. Now you just have 1 problem to deal with, and then you basically have this game all wrapped up. But, you know, Jacob does have a pretty aggressive clock there. There is a creature land ready to go, so this is an attack for 8 trample. And the yeah. Oh,
nice.
Beautiful there. Bouncing the questing druid, which is something you don't want to do often.
But in this case, yes.
Yeah, in this case, it was, well, not dying to the amount of trample.
Yeah.
As
that was a sick play.
Yep. And now gets to replay it. And now we'll get the treasure and the life, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Even if we were able to get rid of that last card from Helena, Jacob could just, you know, cast
Yeah.
the Seek the Beast, and it wouldn't have worked anyways. But
No, this is cool. And also has the mana available to cast Nowhere to Run, so...
Okay, but Jacob with a great Seek the Beast here into another Seek the Beast and an Innkeeper's Talent, so...
Jeez.
So
Rage
all those have to be
land.
cast this turn.
Yeah. And the Innkeeper's Talent's available, so... Jeez.
And yeah, and you might as well rage it up as well.
You like value? Here. Blech.
You can tell Jacob has played his deck a lot. This is
Oh,
very
yeah.
smooth movements for sure. It's like, I know, I've done this a few times.
Yeah, no hesitation at all with those plays.
And that was great. Jacob
was awesome.
put a creature land into play, put the Innkeeper's Talent, a Sentinel, and got it boosted up. You know, the Monstrous Rage was definitely the least exciting hit out of all of those. But
Excuse me.
hey, I know. I
fine.
shouldn't be
You're fair.
saying any bad words about Monstrous Rage. One of the best spells in Standard for sure.
Oh, yeah.
If not the best one.
Best combat trick, I'll say. That's
Oh,
for sure.
whoa, 100%.
Wow. All right, so a very close game here between these two lists. You know, playing and attacking from totally different angles, but still just going toe-to-toe with each other.
Yeah, this is a great game. And in game 3, must have been a phenomenal match as well. This town with the classic mode of actually bouncing 2 things your opponent has, which then cost 5. But there's the pressure. 6 damage coming down. Jeez. Really aggressive line, but with another nowhere to run in hand, you know.
Lena's going to be feeling pretty
yeah, she's
pretty
trying
safe.
to close this game out.
No more fun for you. I don't want another turn like you just had there with 2 Seek the Beasts and like, what, 5 plays?
Yeah, that was impressive.
Crikey. Alrighty.
So now can just play all these creatures.
Okay.
And I would assume we're just playing Innkeeper's Talent and Sentinel. Otherwise, you'd play the Questing Druid first.
Before the red spell.
Yep.
Ellen wants to take a look at the graveyard quickly.
Yep, and looking to nowhere to run now in response to not have any shenanigans. She does have perfect information on the hand. So knows that she can wait for a bit.
Okay. And there's the Innkeeper's Talent.
Yep.
Enough to level it up.
Could, but is definitely going to want to play the Sentinel.
Okay. -3/-3 prevents any damage coming through, but her life total is sitting pretty at 13, so...
Okay, another this town and this town off the top would be lethal.
That was very quick. I wasn't sure what that was.
I think it was a pest control.
Yeah, it looked like...
Yeah, that's a cycle.
Okay.
So now this town wouldn't be enough. But even if you just have 1 removal spell here, it would be excellent because she could attack with both creatures, force a chump block, so another nowhere to run, a pixie. Anything like that. This town would be... Well, this town actually would be lethal now because you can bounce the nowhere to run and a creature of your opponent.
Yeah.
As it stands, she's just getting in there with the pixie, and then Jacob has to find an answer to the flyer. So her attack, her aggressive attack last turn ended up being awesome. As it's not trivial to deal with that flyer from Jacob's side here when he's in top deck mode.
Okay.
Okay.
Bees is getting in there as well, so...
You basically have to double block if you're Jacob. Like, I think he's going to come to that conclusion. Unless he wants to just try to chump with the Questing Druid and then, does the math of, can I win with Sentinel, the creature land, and the Innkeeper Talent, plus the maps? And right now he's just assuming, hey, you don't have anything in hand because if you did, I was dead.
Yeah,
so,
pretty much,
you know, Jacob gets to kind of clear his mind in that way and just know she can't have this town. She can't have a removal. She could have a nowhere to run, I guess, but... So that's pumping with the map. So he's thinking, what if I hit twice off the map? So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... 8 damage, 9, 10, 11. I'm counting like 11.
Yeah, I think he's just short.
Yeah, I mean, you give yourself the out of like if you top deck Monstrous Rage, I guess. Yeah. So he is going for that line.
The land's a 3/4, gives 2 extra power.
Okay, and I mean, if he didn't draw a removal spell, he has to just go for it.
Yeah.
And just hope for the best anyways. But I think without like a Monstrous Rage, I don't think it's there.
So leveling up. Are we leveling up? No, it doesn't look like it. Big things here for Jacob Nagro.
Yeah, doing the math if he has a chance here. So I guess the other option is you Innkeeper's Talent, get it up to level 3 and start cracking maps to get double counters on it. But I would think the creature land being animated, that represents 5 damage already. So you would think that, you know, that other strategy of leveling it and map wouldn't be enough.
I don't think he's got enough mana for that anyway, because it's 5 to get the land up. You can't tap that.
Yeah. I think that was a land. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, not enough.
Alrighty, that's going to do it. Helena getting aggressive, becoming the beatdown, and picking up a victory there, improving to 5-1. So excellent stuff indeed.
Yeah, really cool deck from Helena and the rest of the Sanctum team, and really nice disciplined play by her, and knowing when she was the aggressor with that this town ain't big enough. That was really nice because, you know, you are the control deck in that avenue, so sometimes you want to just try to play that, but she recognized her role had to shift. That was nice stuff.
Very cool indeed. We are going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll have more Magic for you from round 7 of the competition. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Aetherdrift live from Chicago, Illinois. 348 players battling here in standard and draft for a $500,000 prize pool. We also have more than 17,000 people visiting us here in the Convention Center for MagicCon Chicago as well. Cosplayers, panels, live events, artist signatures, a whole bunch of awesome stuff. Well, live now in MTG Arena, enter the sealed event and win 6 matches before losing 2 to win the grand prize. An Aetherdrift collector booster box shipped directly to you. Enter and win as many times as you want while this event is live today through Sunday. For more information, check out our website for terms and FAQs. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news. That's Maria Bertholdi, Riley Knight, Mani Davuti with you here on day 1 of competition of the Pro Tour. We've had some amazing stuff happen so far. 6 rounds of Magic under our belts. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we're at in our tournament. Excuse me, a bit under the weather today, but I'm here with you now. Take a look here. We've got 6 undefeated players left in the building. Yu Chen Liu leading the pack here at 6-0. Dawson Corson, Matt Nass, Adam Brace, Tony Portalon, and Ben Stark all at 6-0. Yu Chen Liu has a Pro Tour top 8 in 2017. Matt Nass, a Grand Prix killer. Ben Stark, once known as one of the greatest limited players of all time, sitting at 6-0 here on day 1 of competition. David Fischer, just 17 years old, playing his first Pro Tour, sitting at 5-1. There you can see him in 9th right now. Let's take a look at some more players, starting with 17. Kenta Harana, congratulations, great start to the tournament for Kenta, sitting at 5-1. Eli Kassi, sitting at 5-1, says he wants to get back to the World Championship and win it this time around, while putting himself in excellent position here in this tournament, starting out 5-1. And check out this little bit here. Simon Nielsen, Martin Yuza, Adam Adelson, all sitting at 5-1, and Matt Costa at 5-1 as well. An excellent start to the tournament for them too. Well, David Fischer, I mentioned, just 17, first Pro Tour, doing so well here today, sitting at 5-1. Second time talking to Riley, so you know he's got to be having a pretty good day 1 of his tournament. Let's find out what he said.
I'm here in the feature match area with David Fischer. Another winner interview for you. Dave, you're going to have to get your frequent flyers card out, mate, if we're going to be catching up like this all the time. You've just picked up a win in Standard with Selesnya Cage. We caught up about this deck off camera, but you had some really interesting points to make about how you think this deck is positioned in Standard at the moment. Tell us why you picked this list.
Yeah, so I think overall the deck just has a very proactive, solid game plan. The creatures are big. It's got a good nut draw with the Llanowar Elves into all of our 3-drops. I think it's positioned really well into the Esper Pixie and Dimir bounce lists, where they have a really hard time beating a turn 2 Paw Patch Recruit. I feel good about my red matchups. I think my creatures are just bigger than theirs, and I'm allowed to block instead of using removal, which is quite good. And yeah, there's a little more domain than I'd like to see, but I feel like it's pretty well positioned.
One thing that's really struck me meeting you this weekend and just seeing how you've played across the first day of this Pro Tour, you seem so at ease. You seem, it almost feels like you really think you belong here. This is your first Pro Tour, but how have you managed to come into this event feeling so relaxed and so like taking ownership of this feature match area? Yeah, well, to be honest, my testing process for this event didn't quite go as I planned, so I came into this event with very low expectations. So I'm just mostly happy to be here, happy to be playing my games. I've been playing Magic for forever, so yeah, I think my mental's good. So I'd certainly agree with that, Dave. It's been terrific to watch you play so far. With just 1 loss so far, you're in terrific shape as we head towards day 2. So thanks very much for joining us here, and the best of luck to you for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, Riley.
We're going to take a look now at some cards that have been shaping Standard here by set, some of the all-stars that are really making a splash out there in the Standard format and have been for a while. Let's take a look first at Dominaria. Riley is going to talk to us about all-stars from that set.
Yes, indeed, Maria. The Standard format at the moment, very, very big, right? We have a huge number of sets, an unprecedented number of cards legal in the Standard format at the moment, going all the way back to sets like Dominaria, United. And there are some key cards that we can identify as being mainstays, not just in the Standard format right now, but they've been around for quite a long time. When you look at cards like Sheldred the Apocalypse, when you look at Leyline Binding, these have been pillars of the format. Is that fair? They've certainly been very heavily played cards for quite some time. But more recently, we're seeing cards like Zur, Eternal Schemer, get up and about, making a real difference in the new form of the Domain deck, right? With all of the Overlords, we've seen cards that have been sort of waiting in the wings to try to find their position in the Standard format, finally burst onto the scene, have a huge impact. Sarah Paragon, another example of that in that Esper deck that Sanctum of All, some of the members of that team are playing. And Plaza of Heroes still hanging around the place, a little bit less of a role right now compared to how it was, but this old set's still having a big impact in Standard.
Absolutely. Same can be said here for the Brothers War. Plenty of these cards still seeing play here in Standard. Gix's Command cast it this morning.
Oh, baby.
No big deal. Also cast Bushwhack. That's right. I
think we were playing the obliterated deck.
Yes, Haywire Might came to us from this set, as well as Go for the Throat and Lauren of the Third Path. So making an impact, the Brothers War. All right, Monty, you're up next.
Well, Phyrexia All Will Be One is the next set we're looking at, and Glissa Sunslayer, a huge piece for the Golgari mid-range decks. Jace the Perfected Mind has fallen in and out of popularity depending on how much players are trying to target the specific domain deck. Lethal Demolition, a key piece of the Convoke decks. Atraxa was a major role player in the domain decks for a long time, and of course we have to highlight the first set of fast lands, Seachrome Coast and Ilk. They have really helped shape the current meta base of Standard.
What about March of the Machine, Riley?
Well, firstly, a truly iconic card, of course, in Fairy Mastermind, representing Yuta Takahashi's World Championship win. But then Sunfall is in an interesting position. It is such a strong sweeper in that it exiles creatures and then creates a threat of your own, but it's challenged at the 4-mana slot by Day of Judgment from Foundations. So there's a little bit of interesting tensions to exactly which sweeper you want to play. This one from March of the Machine still having an impact. Invasion of Arcavios, of course, played, I believe, in that Omniscience list that looks to cheat out the enormous 10-mana enchantment. Knight Errant of Eos, still doing what it does best in little low-to-the-ground aggro decks. And then Tranquil Frillback as well, a card that is offers a lot of flexibility without really wanting too much from you. So we've seen cards from across the entire Standard format, all these sets, Maria, still maintaining relevance in an ever-changing format landscape.
Absolutely. Let's check in on some of our teams here this weekend and find out how the players within those teams are doing here in the tournament after 6 rounds of play. First check-in is Handshake, Moxfield, Mani.
Yeah, Handshake, Moxfield on both extremes, really not pushing things. No 6-0 players, 3 players, of course, of 5-1. Pro Tour champions, all of them, Alan Wu, Ilya Kisiz, and Simon Nielsen, but also no players that are at 4 losses, let alone the 5 that would be eliminating them from day 2 contention.
All right, what about Cosmos Heavy Play, Riley?
Well, Cosmos Heavy Play here you can see, again, sort of floating around the middle, right? We've got 4s and we've got a couple of players at 4 and 2. We've got a couple of players at 2 and 4. So no one out of it just yet, but I know that the Cosmos Heavy Play team won't be looking at this and, you know, circling the room, high-fiving each other. They will, I think, been hoping for slightly better results.
Let's take a look here at CFB Ultimate Guard. We've got an undefeated player in this batch here in Matt Nass. Plenty of 5-1s. Really good records here from CFB Ultimate Guard overall. Remember, we can't have more than 4 losses to come back and play in day 2. What about Moriyama Japan?
Yeah, Moriyama Japan also, again, not really pushing the extremes, but 3 players at 5-1, Kenta Hirane, Ken Yukihiro, and Kenta Masakado, but also Pro Tour champion from last year, Yoshiko Ikawa at 4 and 2. Unfortunately, they do have an eliminated player. Rei Hirayama is at 1 and 5 and will not be coming back for day 2.
All right, checking in here on a newer team, Riley, System Magic.
And they'll be very happy to see Adam Brace up right at the top of things here. 6-0, Connor McKenzie in hot pursuit at 5-1. And look at all those 4 and 2. So System Magic have come here to play Magic, and they're doing a really, really good job of it. These are rock solid results. Of course, unfortunately, down towards the bottom end of those standings. You know, there is one player knocked out, Mitchell Tamble, unfortunately. But overall, great stuff from System Magic.
Take a look here at Sanctum of All. This is such a huge team. We couldn't fit them all on the screen. Some players we couldn't fit, of course, not having the best tournament, but a lot of good results here nonetheless. Tony Portolan leading the charge here, currently sitting at 6-0. We have 3 players as well, sitting at 5-1, and then a handful at 4 and 2 on Team Sanctum of All. So a good start to the tournament for them as well. Well, we're getting ready for round number 7, lucky round number 7 here of Standard. Let's check out who'll be watching in the feature match area. Coming up, doing battle. Check it out. We've got Matt Nass, the GP killer, up against Tony Portolan, Domain Overlords versus Esper Pixie. Both of these players undefeated. Matt Nass started playing in 2004, qualified at a Vegas 100K Open, 13 Grand Prix top 8s, and 5 wins. Felt like this guy could not lose a GP back in the day. Tony Portolan started playing in 2003, qualified via top 16 at Arena Championship 7 on Team Sanctum of All, leading that team as we just talked about. Those are the players. Tell me about these decks, Monty.
Okay, well, we're going to start with Matt Nass's build of Domain Overlords, going against the grain of the majority of Team Channel Fireball, who are on the Jeskai Oculus deck. Matt is coming in with a deck that is more his type of deck, and this build of Overlords, not too different from what we're used to seeing. One of the highlights for me is 3 copies of Temporary Lockdown, but again, the whole idea here is to get an impended Overlord down on the battlefield, then use Zur Eternal Schemer to turn that Overlord into a life-linking hexproof creature and really swing the tide of the game. Overlord of the Hauntwoods does a lot of heavy lifting in this deck, not just to fix your mana, but also the everywhere land tokens, giving you full domain immediately, allows you to use cards like Leyline Binding for just 1 mana. Leyline Binding and Ride's End are really the engine with Up the Beanstalk that fuels this deck's survival. On the other side, fortunately for Matt, unfortunately for Tony, is Esper Pixie. Now, this is the resource attacking deck of the format. What this deck is really trying to do is deplete your opponent's resources using cards like Hopeless Nightmare, like Nowhere to Run, combined with Nurturing Pixie, Fear of Isolation, and This Town Ain't Big Enough. You're reusing this effects to great value, and you're trying to run your opponent out of cards. Now, as stated before, one of the big downsides for the Esper Pixie deck is you're trying to make the most use of your removal, and you're trying to attack resources, getting your opponent to run out of them. That's not something that happens to the Domain Overlord deck typically very often, so it is a pretty rough matchup. Now, we've watched Tony already overcome this matchup against Andrea Mengucci previously. However, Matt Nass has also overcome the matchup on his end. So it is favored for Matt overall, but both players have overcome in the past.
Sure. All right. Well, let's find out what happens. One of these players is going to remain undefeated. I'm going to send it on over to the booth for round number 7.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Marshall Cycliffe with Paul Cheon. And we're getting our way through day number 1 here, Paul. Just a couple of rounds to go, but these are big, important rounds, especially for these players who are in the feature match area right now. They're both sitting at 6-0. Perfect start to the day. And I figure you have to start kind of thinking about, oh, what if I could, 8-0 coming out of day 1, like that put me in a good position. But don't get too far ahead of yourselves here. Domain Overlords versus Esper Pixie is going to decide who's still undefeated after this round. Paul, who do you like?
I think just generally speaking, if you just asked a bunch of the players, they all kind of favor Domain Overlords. But again, it's not by a significant amount. I would say it's maybe 5% edge. And depending on how you build your Esper Pixie deck, maybe you can change that 1 or 2% as well. You see Tony Porterland playing cards like double Spell Pierce in the main, where if your game plan is curve out aggressively, keep up Spell Pierce just to make it so that your Domain opponent can't cast Day of Judgment on time, that might be enough to kind of put it over the edge.
All right, looks like we are underway here.
This is a matchup we're going to see a lot of over the course of this weekend. Obviously the top 3 decks being Esper Pixie, Domain, and the Gruul Mouse deck here. Matt winning the die roll, huge. Just not having to worry about being on the back foot. And Tony this time does not have that Hopeful Nightmare that we saw deal 20 damage or something like that against Andrea Mengucci.
That thing basically went the distance.
Oh, actually did, but keeping up Spell Pierce for a potential turn to Up the Beanstalk from Matt Nass. And now choosing to play the turn 2 Storm Chaser's talent to put a little bit of pressure instead of choosing to run out the Hopeless Nightmare immediately. Now you can still run out the Nightmare and you pump up your Prowess token as well, so you can get in for 4 points of damage this turn.
Cards 4. 5.
5 cards in hand for Matt. Played a couple of tap lands early. Liked what he saw.
Yeah, Matt's still at 20 life, has plenty of good options here, has Ride's End to potentially even. I wouldn't be shocked if Matt just decides to fire it off on the Otter. The Otter can just, the damage can pile up out of nowhere with that card.
If he does want to do that, it would be now.
Yeah, especially now that the Otter's attacking for 2. Although, interestingly, Matt is the one at the higher life total. So if you, for example, runs out of Beza next turn, you won't actually gain any life.
That's funny.
Excuse me, both sides are at 18 here. So it wouldn't be able to gain the life. Does Matt Ness have something he can... Oh, discarding, excuse me.
He's going to take the 2 here as well, so...
Yeah, this makes sense. You just take the 2, play the base, and just go back up to 20.
Right.
Then Tony deciding, do I need to add more to the board here? Do I just hope you don't have Day of Judgment and just run out Fear of Isolation just to add more pressure to the battlefield?
And the answer is yes. And interestingly, has a choice on what to pick up. Going to go with Hopeless Nightmare.
Now, Beza got even better here, right?
Oh, there was Day of Judgment, by the way.
Oh, wow. So a lot of great options here. If you run out the Beza, you get two tokens here.
I have 3.
And you gain 4 life.
Draw.
Wow, and a card.
Oh, my goodness.
Gain 4, to 20, and I get 2 fish.
It was like cruel ultimatum.
Beza has just been unbelievable so far in the games that we've seen it.
It has. Now Tony has to work through all of these speed bumps, and then his reward for finally doing so is going to be Day of Judgment.
Right. Now he does have the Spell Pierce. He does have the Spell Pierce, so Matt Ness does need to be mindful of that and try to play around it to the best of his ability. But the only pressure that Tony has right now is just the 2/3 flyer. And Matt can also attack back for a decent chunk of damage with that Beza. Also found an Overlord of the Mistmoors. So if you want to play around Spell Pierce, you just Overlord of the Mistmoors instead of run something out like a Day of Judgment.
That is a stacked hand for Matt Ness. Look at that.
Cards. 3.
Backup Wrath as he's discarded the Day of Judgment. So Sunfall remains in hand, and then, well, the combo.
Yeah, the combo. Although unclear if he's got the black mana for the Zur just yet. But does have the ability for Overlord of the Mistmoors, plus if he just finds a land, he can run out the Sunfall. And actually discarding Day of Judgment and choosing to keep Sunfall.
Right.
Yeah.
16.
Interesting, because if you want to play around Spell Pierce, it's a little bit better to try to keep the Day of Judgment in your hand, because it's harder to pull that off with the Sunfall. But for the time being...
that did look like a black source. Shadowy Backstreet off the top. Did you see how he slow rolled too? He's like,
It's a tap black source, but still has a perfectly fine play here of just running out Overlord of the Mistmoors and just racing. I mean, Tony's attacking for 10, Matt's getting in for 4, and also putting a pair of 2/1 flyers in play this turn.
I mean, these are the best type of decks, right? The ones that have a good baseline but can do kind of broken-y stuff when the cards come together if left uninterrupted. The real clincher for these type of decks as well are if your opponent is forced to respect that you may do something and feels compelled to leave up mana or bring in stuff out of the sideboard. When you can just do this, you're just like, here.
And here's the issue with the Spell Pierce. You can't counter the Overlords. They're all creatures when you cast them.
So you take
Sure, so Tony's going to go ahead and
the insect dies and nightmares back in your hand.
bounce.
Okay.
One of the flyers with this town ain't big enough plus.
Yeah.
Does he have a second cup?
To get both cards out of hand?
Oh, Kaito. That was a pretty strong draw. If you can get that one to connect. It does look like possibly a second copy of This Town Ain't Big Enough, so you could possibly use that to bounce talent, get the flyer out of the way, maybe even get Kaito in.
He's going to test the waters here and see if Matt Ness feels like chump blocking to not get Kaito.
Yeah, no blocks. 14.
Wait. All right. No Kaito.
16? 16, yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Awkward timing,
So
but
take
it'll
3
work.
down to 13.
Okay.
That'll work.
Yep. Gets in, and then now what do? Do you just tap down a Beza? Do you can look to find some cards here. You can emblem, get it up to 5. The Otter can chump block the Beza, and it won't necessarily die next turn with what's in play right now.
but it'll go down to 1.
And no, Tony doesn't have a discount ain't big enough, it looks like. So, you know, if Matt decides to go for Zur, it will work, right? You can just play the Zur, activate your Overlord of the Mistmores, get in, gain a ton of life, and it's going to be tough. I mean, Matt doesn't need, and if Tony just chooses to go for the Hopeless Nightmare plan, you just discard your Sunfall. You have a better board at this point. You always have to feel good when your opponent surveils both cards into the graveyard.
That's
just
right.
a totally random card there. And yeah, nowhere to run. One of the worst cards in the matchup here. Oh, and the coast is clear.
And now this is tapped out Tony Portalon.
Right.
13. E13, U12.
Trying to set up for next turn.
Yeah, this is going to be
with Fear of Isolation, but now Matt Nass has the green light. He's known as a combo player. This isn't exactly what we mean when we say that, but it works.
I think that was a temporary lockdown. I mean, you just go for the Zerg. You just gain so much life. You have such a huge board. You get 2 flyers.
That's the problem, is that even if this doesn't last for more than 1 turn, the life swing is so huge.
Yeah, this is absurd.
Tony gives a nod of resignation there.
And Beza and the Overlord can get in here.
And then there's Trigger.
Oh, getting spicy here. Maybe just attack with everything. I mean, you will go up to, what, 20 here?
Yeah.
And you have 3 blockers. You're not really in danger of diving.
There's also, are there any Kaito attacks?
Right, because you just, if you don't care about actually winning, you're just going to win with this board, right? So maybe just go for a Kaito.
Yeah, it's not like Portalon has a way to.
Do you go both at Kaito then?
Both at Kaito.
Yeah.
So then Tony has to block with both, just chump block here to keep the Kaito alive. And then he's just left with Kaito versus all of this.
All of that. And Kaito doesn't really do that much. One activation of Kaito is not going to get the job done.
Yeah.
So Tony's just going to let him go.
Oh, it's 7-7 also.
So back up to 20.
With 3 2-1s and 2 fish. There's just nothing Tony can
and
draw
Tony
here.
just doesn't have the tools to get out of this.
No, absolutely not.
He's supposed to be ahead.
Right.
Just information's sake. I mean, you know the deck list, but why not?
Sunfall.
Yeah.
Sunfall not looking
that
great
would not
for
be
Matt
ideal
Nass on
here.
this board.
Yeah, maybe just pick up the Nightmare here too. Get some extra cards here, but Matt just doesn't need anything other than what he has in play right now. Tony doesn't have a way to kill the Overlord here. Could even temporary lockdown here. You lose all your tokens, but
combat.
Tony loses the 2/3s and the Otter.
And you just get him with the big things.
Yeah.
It is actually lethal.
Right. Now, Tony could, of course, have this town ain't big enough or something.
Yeah, just something stupid where you're like, why did I do that? You have an absolutely dominant board position here.
Shrinking the Beza here.
Nowhere to run.
Yeah, you're just moving in the wrong direction here. I get you can turn to Beza.
Well, that's a 7/7.
Oh, sorry.
Right. Turns off hexproof, of course.
Yeah, you can still target.
Okay.
Oh, 2/4, and then the trigger. Okay.
Right. So it's a 4/4, and you can kill a Fear of Isolation. Still hit for 4. And Matt
it only
still
costs you
gains
your whole
4 life.
board state.
Right. And Matt still gains 4 life off of that exchange.
Right.
I'll play a Surveil and I'll keep it on top.
Oh.
GG.
Right.
Yeah, and yeah, Tony says, I know my list, and there's nothing left in here. So we're going to go to game number 2. Matt Nass with a convincing victory. He kind of got to do all the things. Not only did he get to activate Zur, but he also just was casting, you know, the stuff at full price.
Yeah, and that's the thing with this domain deck. You don't need the Zur to win, but if it ever goes off, you just win on the spot.
Just win on the spot. That once that thing got activated, this game was done.
Right.
Looks like they're just underway here with 7 cards in hand each. This is Matt Nass playing for 7-0 at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, Matt Nass qualifying for the Pro Tour through the limited event at the World Championship, actually top 8ing the 100K limited event. And then...
is that the one that Paul Rietzl won?
I believe that's the one, yeah.
Man, that's a nasty top 8.
It was a pretty insane top 8 for sure. Little delayed optimistic scavenger due to the restless anchorage from Tony Portland.
Some polite magic being played here. Tap, tap, tap lands, tap lands.
Yeah, but if you play that game plan, you have to put the huge advantage towards the domain player.
Right.
No enchantments either here, just one.
Yikes. How is that possible?
Oh, geez.
What?
Are we just picking up
Nurturing Pixie just a
2/2
and
flyer?
Can't even replay it?
Right, yeah.
What?
The mana is being a little bit awkward here.
Oh, this is a little early, but this feels like desperation already from Tony.
It certainly buys Matt Nass a lot of time. So if his hand is remotely reasonable, you have to like his chances here, because I feel like Tony's best option, quick start, burn you out with Hopeless Nightmare. We saw him actually use that as a way to defeat Andrea Mengucci. But right now, we're just looking at a 2/2, and Matt Nass has an Elspeth Smite in hand to get that off the battlefield. And take a look at his hand. He's playing, by the way, his list, the Channel Fireball list, 3 Obstinate Ballots in the sideboard. So if you want to kind of go nuts with the Hopeless Nightmare strategy, then Matt Nass can turn the clock around and have a big 4/4 in play. And then Tony has that interesting position where you go, do I even keep the Hopeless Nightmares? It's one of the best cards in the matchup, but when they're bringing in the ballots, what do you do?
Totally.
Right?
I mean, they become actively bad for you somehow.
Right. Or you have to kind of wait before you play. You don't just play it out turn 1, because you just lose if you play it turn 1, and your opponent just gets a free 4/4.
Right. And if that's the case, I would have a hard time keeping those in.
Wow, no attack. Tony playing around Ride's End, possibly even Elspeth Smite here.
He's protecting his 2/2 flyer.
He is.
Maybe hoping to strand some mana on Matt Nass's side. Is he just going to Pop Hatch formation it?
I'll destroy a flyer.
Yeah, he is.
So it's destroyed, right? Destroy target creature with 5.
He has. This town ain't big enough. He can just pick up his flyer plus Storm Chaser's talent. You can pick up 2 things. This town ain't big enough. There's just so many options, infinite options. If you have a bunch of things on your side, you can pick up multiple things on your side. But Matt just has to utilize his mana and just fire off and just eat through whatever tricks Tony might have. So just had no option there other than to run that out.
That was a good play from Tony not to attack. It forced Matt to do a little bit of a subpar action there.
Yeah, Matt's hand really isn't particularly strong. It's got a bunch of lands and a handful of removal spells, but none of the heavy hitters, none of the Overlords, the Zur, up the Beanstalk. Those are some of the most important cards in this matchup.
Yeah, in game 1, we saw the big hitters come down for him, and his hand was stacked up. It was all sweepers and bombs.
Right.
Now it's like, sideboard cards.
On the Otter.
Yep. So the Otter is a 3/3. Oh, excuse me. He just played it this turn, so it's just...
Okay, so now Tony's going to attack with both.
Right. Okay. It's a nice, cheap, efficient removal spell there.
Yeah, that worked nicely. But wait, there's more.
Does have a Leyline Binding.
I'll take 3 with this.
Okay. Choosing to hold the Binding. Can cast it for 2 mana.
Okay.
All right. Well, Tony is doing the bounce thing. And now, Tony has a bunch of mana. And if he runs out of action, you can always just level up the Storm Chaser's talent, put some extra pressure.
That Scavenger should be exiled there, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Oh, with the Elspeth Smite, right.
Maybe those are both exiled?
I don't know how you would exile the...
Yeah.
This town ain't big enough.
No, I don't think it is. I think it's just they forgot.
A good draw here for Matt Nass. Really big draw. Overlord of the Mistborn.
We were just talking about how this hand just was kind of lacking the big hitter bombs, and then he found the biggest hitter bomb he has.
Yeah, just uncounterable, puts 2 things in play. Although, hey, Tony's following it up with a great play of his own. Top decked Kaito Bane of Nightmares here.
Can he get that going right now?
Well, Matt's not going to want to block the 3-3 otter, probably.
Right.
So Tony can potentially just attack with both of his creatures, but just one of them. Okay.
Matt says no blocks. That's a committal.
Well, picking up a 3-3 at the same time, like you can just have Matt take 3 and then just, you could just hard cast
just
Kaito.
cast the thing.
But you also have to be mindful of a potential Zur in Matt's hand. You have to respect that, right? So I think Tony wants to keep up Go for the Throat and Destroy Evil here.
See, this is exactly what I was just talking about, right? The combo threat.
Right.
Like, Matt doesn't even have it.
He doesn't.
And Tony would have been much better to just like continue to develop his board, but he just feels he would lose on the spot effectively if Zur plus a land came in.
Yeah, absolutely. He could have just run out the Kaito if he knew Matt's hand.
Right. But these type of decks will operate just fine without it, but they just threaten the win.
I think it's time to just hard cast the Bailoff.
Take your medicine.
All right. It's still fine.
It's
4-4.
still okay.
It blocks the otters pretty well.
Obstinate Bailoff still going strong.
It is. And bouncing that thing doesn't really accomplish too much, but Go for the Throat certainly does. And choosing to not actually play it on his own turn, because that would have pumped the otters.
3.
Yeah.
Because he has the Kaito and Destroy Evil still.
Okay, Tony's going to get aggressive here, attack with all 3 creatures. Matt has still at 17.
He's like, all right, what can you have? What can you have?
Force the issue.
Now, Tony can use Destroy Evil to kill the Overlord of the Mistmores, which would then pump the Otter, and would mean that basically his entire board lives, and you can get in for a little bit of extra damage and not have to worry about a potential Zur off the top.
That's got to be tempting from Tony. I mean, you can tell that he's very, very aware.
Right. Which is why Matt's even considering blocking the 1-1 Otter, because then if Tony goes to Destroy Evil, the 2-1 still trades with the 1-1 Otter.
Right.
Yeah. Heads up. Ooh.
I'll do like this.
All right, it's Kaito time.
Does have to pick up an Otter to do it. And in that case means it's gone forever.
Sure.
Yeah, but you do get good value here. Kaito, of course, hexproof on Tony's turn, so Matt Ness cannot fire off the Leyline Binding here until his own turn.
This is right.
So the boards effectively trade off, but when the dust settles,
and he's going to be
there's a
digging here.
Kaito.
Yeah, he's digging. That's a Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah, and a land. He doesn't want it.
Okay.
He'd rather have a random card.
Cards. 3.
And still keeping up that Destroy Evil, so he can't lose on the spot to a Zur. If Matt Nast plays Zur, you can actually just kill the Overlord of the Mistmores in response, right? Because it would have hexproof. Now, Matt Nast does have the answer here. Has multiple Leyline Bindings here. So he can go Leyline Binding, Tony goes Destroy Evil, and then you just go Leyline Binding again.
Right.
Target Kaito.
He's going to target Kaito. And Tony says, okay.
Go ahead.
And then passes the turn back.
And,
so
but he has no clock here, so do you just run it out end of turn here? He sure does. And I think
Destroy Evil, but here's the question: does Matt respond and
You
just
have
do it
to.
again? Yes,
You have
he
to.
does. Yeah, you don't want to give him priority with Planeswalker. So this is good news for Matt Nass.
Yeah, I mean,
he's
there's
stable again.
There's an Overlord coming in next turn.
Yeah, that's the only relevant permanent currently.
Did find a Hopeless Nightmare to strip the last card out
so
of
he
Matt's
does still
hand.
have it.
Still has it, yeah.
But he successfully waited to draw it until the Obstinate Bailoff was hard cast, so he's good there.
Now, he does have a Destroy Evil in the graveyard, so you can upgrade level 2 Storm Chaser's talent to get the Destroy Evil back to deal with that Overlord of the Mistmores. And I imagine that's something you're really interested in, because that is 14. The only threat on Matt's side of the battlefield.
Right, yeah.
And it's the biggest threat.
Right.
So, yeah, let's take care of that problem. And he missed.
I connected, right? Something from the...
Yeah, let me double check, but I think so. Card opponent reveals their hand, you choose an artifact or creature, then choose an
And
artifact
then
or
you
creature
get one from their graveyard
exile.
too.
Does it?
Yes.
Does Matt have any recursion?
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Get back, destroy evil is my guess. Yep. Now, if Matt just top decks a Zur here or something, that would just be ridiculous.
That's a cruel joke if he does that.
Is that a Zur?
What? Come on, Paul.
What? No way.
What's your deal, man?
No way. Come on,
And he
Matt
can actually
Ness.
activate
With
both
the
of
ley
them,
line
too.
And this is after casting Dreams of Steel and Oil. Oh my gosh.
You think Matt Nass is a nice guy.
Unbelievable.
13, 27 to 7.
What? That's unreal.
Oh,
Tony played this game really well, too.
Take 13, I make 2 flyers.
Oh my gosh.
Come on.
Now what? It's like the enchantments have
Oh.
hexproof. He did find both destroy evils. You gotta kill the Zur first, and then you kill the Overlord, but you're still dealing with the 6/6 and 2/1 flyers.
Literally lethal.
I think that's just the game. What a rip from Matt Nass.
I don't know if you caught it, but Tony just had a head shake there, just like, God, not that one.
That was
anything
the
but that
perfect one. I mean, of course, Matt has a lot of great draws, but that was just the best one.
It's your fault, Paul.
I
Cast
guess
your
I
curse on
guess
that
I
one.
did call it.
Is there
Sorry, you
anything
want the
Tony can
underground
do?
or
We've
Jeff?
seen
Okay.
consistently that this
No.
deck just doesn't have the tools to come back.
It's good at dealing with things one for one, but when there's this much pressure in play and you're this far behind, there just isn't.
Okay.
Okay, you get the Kaito, and then I suppose you
and
can
then
freeze the
lock down
Overlord.
the Overlord.
Okay.
So I think
But then the Kaito still dies.
Right, but you lose one of your
They lose
your
one.
spirits. Okay,
Yeah,
that was
you
a
know
good
what?
turn.
You know what?
That was a good turn.
Maybe Matt needs a little more.
Well, the Overlord comes back in a couple of turns here. Like, Tony's still not out of it here, right?
Man.
And Matt just drew, oh my gosh, that's an Analyze the Pollen.
Seriously?
And he has enough to just get whatever creature he wants here.
So lose one, but trade off for Kaito.
Do you just get,
And
you just
Tony's
get another?
just like, sure.
Yeah, what do you get? You just get another Overlord here? Can you just hardcast one?
6 mana.
Just seems like it's hard to just beat an army of Overlords, right? Yeah.
I don't think anybody's ever beaten an army of Overlords,
Right.
especially Mistmores.
Back to back. He went Zur into Tutor for Overlord.
And he did have the 7 mana, not 6. So
Right.
Welp.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good turn from Tony to try to get back into it. But now
I'm at 7, right? You 7, me 27.
you have to deal with the Overlord plus the other Overlord.
Well,
Maybe you can make him discard it.
He
Okay.
did. He dealt with it. He actually dealt with it.
Right.
But the leftovers
But they're
are
still
going to take over.
Right. The Overlord has only 1 stun counter on it. That one's live next turn.
What's the life? Me 25.
You were at 20. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he was just at 27 and took 2.
Yeah, and Matt probably won't attack here unless he finds an answer for the Fear of Isolation. And certainly Tony's not attacking.
Go ahead.
I will say, Tony just doing everything in his power here.
Fighter.
Right? Dealing with that Overlord, but still has an uphill battle to climb here. Now remember, Storm Chaser's talent is in play, so he can just go get more things. He needs to find, he can go find another way to kill this Overlord. So Matt might need to top deck another thing to close the deal. Oh my gosh. But Tony needs a land to be able to get.
He just passed the turn.
To be able to get the Destroy Evil back and recast it needs 6 mana, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was so happy about that.
Got
land.
it too.
Okay, so now, I mean, he's dealt with all the Overlords, and now there's only 3/2/1 flyers.
This is really impressive from Tony.
Wow, okay.
Matt Nass has a land in hand.
This is incredible.
No blocks. Sure.
Just kills that right away.
And kill
Sure.
that.
Go.
The Matt still has
Get
lots of
your
great
prowess
draws. Oh,
that was up the
Beanstalk.
Beanstalk. Okay, that could be the start of a beautiful thing here
man.
for Matt Nass.
Another one?
Uh-oh, chain him.
So just anything big now, you just draw 2 cards.
Any binding.
And he's at 23.
Yes.
Still has such a huge advantage.
And it was
Day of Judgment.
Day of Judgment. Attack with everything. Day of Judgment. Draw 2. No, it doesn't work like that. You got to have a 5-ball, right?
It's not even clear that you fire off this Day of Judgment.
I don't think you do.
I think you just hope that Tony runs out another creature and then run it out.
That becomes your backup plan at some point,
But now all Matt just needs is just anything that costs 5 or more. Ride's End, Leyline Binding, any of the Overlords. If Tony doesn't draw anything, probably goes to the max level here on Storm Chaser's Talent. Draws a land here. Could potentially Surveil with Hopeless Nightmare too. Still a cheeky attack. Can't block the flyer. Okay.
Sure.
All right. This is precarious still, though, for Tony. One removal spell.
Instant sorcery, you got Otter.
Yep.
Ride's End if it's around.
Leyline Binding. Oh, it's a land. Okay. So Matt is whiffing, but it's just
He's
inevitable.
Got so much
here.
time, though.
Right. And he still has 3 blockers. If Tony strings together a couple of spells in a row, Matt has the Day of Judgment here. Got the Upkeep Surveil. Does he find a spell? Oh, excuse me, Scry. There is a Restless Anchorage in play as well. Okay, a 1-drop. Okay. Now you have, did Tony play a discounting big enough this game?
Yeah.
Because if he does, now he has that mana sink engine where he can just start bouncing tokens and then bouncing his Storm Chaser's Talent, and then you also get Otters out of the deal too. So if Matt whiffs for a couple of more turns, it's crazy to say, but it's possible Tony could potentially come back here.
Don't even say it. Is it true?
Okay, Matt Nass did find Get Lost. Probably. Ooh, this is interesting. You can either kill Storm Chaser's Talent or the 2/3 and gets Tony down to 1.
Kill the 2/3.
Storm Chaser's Talent is also really scary here.
He's going to shut off the engine?
Yeah.
Okay.
But this does give Tony a lot of extra looks with the map tokens. But Matt has to think, look, if the game just keeps going on, I just need anything that costs 5 mana, and I'm just going to run away with this.
That's right. He's totally right.
Players: Jim Davis, Ray Zhang, Alex Peterson, Justin Chin.
Okay, it looks like a 1-drop here. Oh, we got the map, of course.
Please verify your map before the game.
Probably putting that in the graveyard.
He's even putting him in the graveyard, yeah. I like that.
Oh, the map token.
Yeah.
Couple lands here for Tony, so not ideal. Really needed to find some action this turn. Okay, get an extra map here. Now, if Matt Nass wants to kill the Anchorage, you do need to double block, triple block, sure.
Take 2 blade. No spells, right?
Yeah, 2 damage. Matt's still at a pretty healthy 18 here. But Tony has a reasonable board here. 3 creatures and that map token. Going to use it again.
Okay.
Targeting the big one.
Churning through this library.
Another land.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, they got through those cards at least.
Big turn. What is that? Another
up the beanstalk.
Another beanstalk. Wow, just anything big here now.
Dude.
That's not big enough, but it's still a fine card on this board. That's a Beza. So Matt's going to be able to, I guess, just make 2 tokens, right? Because he's got the life advantage here. But still just gives you plenty of blockers.
Day of Judgment.
Okay.
Day of Judgment.
And I'll play Beza.
Just playing a 4/5.
And a card.
Right, because just play the last card out of the hand. Okay, that's not good for Tony.
Yeah, that's exactly why Matt wants this game to continue.
Oh, he's got a Leyline Binding.
It's a Leyline Binding and a land, but the binding's such a blowout here.
1 mana, draw. Wait, I guess he doesn't have a. It might be 2 mana. 2 mana, draw 3 cards,
2 mana
kill
and
something.
Stressful Recall plus Swords to Plowshares. How do you like that?
And this is just going to be game over at this point.
Yeah, there's no way that
it's just
Tony's
so hard
going to be able
miss.
to come back. This is what Matt was playing towards this whole second half of the game.
Right. Oh, he can just... Oh, there's an Overlord of the Mistmores too. Geez, you also have Zur. You can just animate all your Beanstalks and just try to go for the win this turn.
That is lethal if you get 2 of them up. And that's going to do it. Matt Nass improves to 7-0 with a hard-fought victory over Tony Portalon. Wow, Tony made that very interesting. Like, that was way closer than you'd think.
I mean, there were multiple turns, especially after Matt played the Zur. You're like, okay, well, it's just over.
Yes.
And Tony finds a way to kind of stay back in it. And you're like, oh, Matt needs to draw something. Matt draws something, and you're like, okay, well, it's over. And then Tony just continued to find ways to deal with 3 Overlords and put himself in a position where if he could have top decked a little bit, he could have actually gotten there, which was really, really impressive. But of course, if you just talk about which decks have better late game, which deck has better top deck powers, nothing's going to beat the Domain deck in the late game.
No, and we saw why, especially with Up the Beanstalk sitting there waiting. Okay, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we have more standard action. Dawson Corson versus Yu-Chen Liu. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Aetherdrift. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We are in Chicago, Illinois. Yes, there's a MagicCon happening just outside of our broadcast booth. Thousands of Magic players congregating here in Chicago for good games and good times. For us over here, though, we're on the hyper-competitive end of the spectrum over here. We've got the Pro Tour going on, and we've actually got 2 undefeated players sitting down here, just like we had in the last round. This is going to be Yu-Chen Liu playing Gruul Mice, facing off against Dawson Corson on Esper Pixie. You mentioned it before, big 3 decks in Standard. We're going to be seeing these two, and then the deck that Matt Nass is playing as well, facing off a lot. How does this one play out on average?
Again, small margins, but I think kind of coming into this, if you're the Gruul Mice deck, you kind of want to be playing against the various bounce decks, Esper Pixie or Dimir. The Gruul Mouse deck wants to play against Domain, but in this particular matchup, the Esper Pixie deck is slightly favored because it has so many cheap interactive spells, right? Nowhere to Run, and a variety of other removal spells that you can bring in out of the sideboard.
As you can see, we're joining our two competitors here in game number 3. They've split the first 2 games, and we're going to get a decider now to see who's going to remain undefeated. We know that Matt Nass is undefeated. And then one of these players will be as well. They have a chance to play against Matt in the last round here in day number 1, but there will be another undefeated player as well. So
right.
We've got a pretty big field this time around.
Yeah. 350 players or roughly something along those lines.
The last few PTs weren't quite this big, so there's more undefeated players a little later into the day.
Both players with reasonable 1-drops here. It looks like Yu-Chen did mulligan here. Nowhere to run, turn 2. Excellent curve here from Dawson. Getting in for 2, killing the pesky mouse.
Yeah, the Heartfire Hero is going to go down straight away. Who's the aggressor now? What is the follow-up here for Lu Yu-Chen?
Ember Heart Challenger, I believe, was off the top here for Yu-Chen, so that would just be a nice way to just continue applying some pressure here. I can't imagine on turn 2 the Gruul Mouse deck just going Challenger go, right? It's going to turn sideways. It basically enters the battlefield tapped.
It never, ever was untapped.
Right. But Dawson finding that nowhere to run. So if he does have a cheap way to bounce the nowhere to run, that's huge. But can also just have a really explosive, aggressive start. These otters can get gigantic. Oh, wow.
And this is going to really slow things down now. Dawson Corson.
Just look at the number of permanents in play on turn 3.
They're also cheap. They all cost 1 or 2.
Exactly. And this is why you play this deck. You can just keep up with the explosive curves from the Gruul Mouse deck. Yeah, being on the draw, down a card with the Esper deck with this kind of a draw, it is so, so tough. Okay, now Paw Patch Recruit, very, very good card in the matchup here. Dawson going to rely on a lot of spot removal effects, but when you use a spot removal effect, you can distribute some counters to pump your other creatures, which just makes it super annoying to play against.
Let's see if Dawson can continue to grind down the board state of Yu-Chen Lu.
Dawson does have the life advantage here. Just curious, Dawson, just if you can find anything to just pick up one of those enchantments. This town ain't big enough, right? You can use this town ain't big enough to bounce the token. Then you can bounce the nowhere to run or momentum breaker to kill the other creature. That would work.
I'm sure
this yeah, this is just the ideal.
Oh, and he actually has it.
He does have it, and this is just the absolute ideal start here for Dawson here as the Esper Pixie player. Now, does Dawson have land number 4 here is the question. Untap land number 4, and that would be pretty tough.
As it turns out, no. So there is a window here for Yu-Chen Lu to try to build up a board that'll get around that momentum breaker.
Yeah, Yu-Chen really wants to at least put another creature in play. If Dawson has a removal spell, at least a targeted removal spell, you can distribute a +1/+1 counter elsewhere. I see a Lithomantic Barrage, which, you know, the Optimistic Scavenger is a nice target for that, just to make sure that the +1/+1 counters don't get out of hand. There's a Questing Druid, I believe, as well in Yu-Chen's hand, but that's the type of card you kind of want to fire off at the end of your opponent's turn, just to make sure that you can get the value off that card. But doesn't really have any other great plays outside of that, so this is kind of putting Yu-Chen in a very tough spot. Dawson just has kind of everything going here. Yeah, might just have to desperation run this out and just try to hit a couple of spells you can cast this turn. Oh, that's a Burst Lightning.
Okay, good start.
Certainly can use that to kill off the Optimistic Scavenger. Did he play a land this turn? I think he might have.
I think so.
Probably didn't decide on the Questing Druid play until kind of a little too late, and now might not be able to play the land.
14.
Yep, just killing everything.
but was not able to add another creature to the battlefield here. So
Momentum Breaker is going to get the 4-3.
going to be nasty.
Jeez, this is just so much here. And
Relentless from
Dawson just has 3 mana sinks in play too, if he does end up finding land number 4.
Go ahead.
No chill from Dawson Corson. And remember, this is game 3. So if Yu Chen Lu is not able to develop something very quickly and get some forward momentum, it is going to be Dawson who remains undefeated.
That might be a Sentinel. All right, it is a Sentinel.
That has to be one of the bigger threats he can have.
Right, so now if Dawson doesn't actually have a removal spell, then you know, that thing kind of just gets in the way of everything.
Yeah. Does Dawson have it all this game, or is it finally going to be a proper speed bump?
Shoot the Sheriff. Oh,
Shoot
wow.
the Sheriff.
Okay, getting in for 4 as well. We're at max speed now, I believe. Or I don't know if Dawson may have missed it.
You do have to remember that part. You're not allowed to forget the initial.
Yeah.
But it's an optional, I mean, it's viewed as an optional trigger.
Okay, found actually the best land to hit, right?
Yes.
You do have a 3/3 now that can block, but Yu Chen's just kind of out of gas, and Dawson with 2 Otters, 3 Storm Chasers Talent, and you draw land number 4, you can just get more removal spells back to the graveyard.
Turning through it. Just infinite to do. I mean, it's hard to imagine a bad draw now for Dawson, right?
Yeah. And
Nurturing Pixie, that's even better.
Nurturing Pixie here. You play another thing, you pump your Otters, you force Yu Chen to sacrifice either the Sanctuary. Oh, no, excuse me, bounce to nowhere to run. So you can just kill either the Questing Druid or the Sanctuary.
Yeah, Dawson's just going to sit on it.
Yeah.
If you want to dump 4 mana in and have me kill your land, then great.
Oh, and saving it here goes, if you want to end up turn sacrifice, can just kill that too.
Jeez. He says,
all right, just lets it resolve, okay. Now you leave yourself a little bit vulnerable to a potential monstrous rage.
Right.
There's a Rockface Village, I believe, too, and I think he top-decked Emberheart Challenger, so you can get a little bit of value here. You can target your Challenger, try to hit an extra spell. So even if Dawson has a removal spell for this.
And we're going to see a response, though. Dawson keeping his options open at a little bit of risk.
Right.
May pay off here.
Do you want to kill? Okay, just killing
he's
the
going to take the potential long-term threat rather
than
it's
this town ain't big enough, actually. He had a this town ain't big enough.
So he has both.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow, lots of options then for Dawson.
Great hit, though, for Yu Chen. A torch to tower. Helps you stay alive. You can kill the Pixie or the Otter, depending on which one you feel is a little more threatening. Pixie has flying, so it's kind of tempting to kill that, but okay, killing the Otter.
Get in for 3 down to 11.
Yeah.
Yu Chen Lu trying to find some way.
Putting up a decent fight here, but down to 7 already.
Notable that Dawson still hasn't even hit land number 4. There it is.
There it is. And remember, still has Storm Chaser's Talent plus nowhere to run in hand.
That's right. So there's the talent.
I imagine the Flyer gets in. I wonder here if you just run out your removal spell right away. Nope, being patient once again.
I guess you do also maintain a prowess trigger here by waiting.
Yeah, oh, Yu Chen with another Emberheart Challenger.
Really?
Look at how this deck's able to just grind, even when it feels like you have absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, gonna hit another card here. Oh? Wow.
It kind of just keeps going.
Yeah.
Could comment.
Attack with both.
This has to draw out the removal spell now, right?
Yeah, there's the Questing Druid. So the Emberheart Challenger is effectively a 4/3.
Sure. 4 damage. Sure. Trigger prowess.
Okay.
Oh, targeting the Sanctuary. So now you can fire off that Questing Druid. You can tap the Sanctuary plus a land. Okay.
And
can you
try to find an some way to interact here.
Is there like a Monstrous Rage or something still left in Yu Chen's deck? I'm not sure if he keeps it in after sideboard. Lithomantic Barrage, okay, can fire that off on the Pixie.
Damage, take 4. I'm at 7.
He's been fighting the good fight here.
Really has been.
Might kill the Otter. Killed the Otter last time.
Yeah, but now look at that life total dropping.
Right.
Yeah, you see,
this is just far closer than I thought it was going to be based off of Dawson's start.
Yeah, the Rockface Village plus the Ember Hearts off the top have been doing work for Yu Chen Lu. And Dawson finally just hit land number 4 last turn, but it was a tap land. It was Concealed Courtyard.
Right.
So that's also been kind of holding it up a little bit, but I would have thought this was over.
So Yu Chen effectively at 3 here. But Yu Chen does have the Rockface Village. I don't think there's any creature lands in play, but that at least turns the Emberheart Challenger into 3-2, plus you get a redraw. Now remember, Dawson does have Momentum Breaker. That's gain 4 life. So that also affects the race here as well. Now you're at 3. He just played a Restless Anchorage. That is technically a lethal attack next turn.
It is. And it's going to be very difficult to get in for 7 here, especially through the Momentum Breaker. That's going to make it impossible.
What are we looking at here? Maybe like a Manifold Mouse to give it double strike. And then if you have maybe some other way to pump this, that might have been an Innkeeper's Talent in hand as well.
It's not enough, though.
Right. Or you could just find a removal spell.
Depending on what you find.
Right.
Yeah.
You could. So far, Yu Chen's just been revealing shocks off the top with the
kill a
Emberheart
Pixie
Challenger.
and that's no longer lethal.
All right, here we go. Oh, and if you have Innkeeper's Talent, you don't need to Rockface Village, right? You can just play the Innkeeper's Talent, unless you want to try to get in for more damage.
That saves you a lot of mana.
Right. Yep, and it triggers Prowess as well, so that's 4 damage. Rockface Village is 5 damage.
Yep.
But Dawson's effectively at 11.
Effectively at 11 here. So there's just no way you kill them. So what you really are looking for here is a removal spell for the Nurturing Pixie.
Yeah, that's because that saves you from lethal.
Exactly.
Yu Chen Lu is fighting.
And then now it's like, should I have killed a flyer? Right? That's something you could have been considering because
he did choose to kill the Otter.
Right, because if I kill the flyer and you hit ground creatures off of this, you could have lived and just played ground creatures. So we got a Prowess trigger here. Emberheart Challenger currently sitting as a 3-3. And this is big. Yu Chen needs to find a removal spell here to stay alive. And join Matt Nass as the undefeated player. And I think that's probably it, unless Dawson doesn't go for it next
Right, if Dawson talks himself into not going for it for some reason, I expect to see Dawson proactively use the Momentum Breaker. You don't want to get yourself into a situation where you take damage and then...
Yeah, I don't think Dawson has any cards in hand, right? So the only play here is to just sack Momentum Breaker in game 4.
That's it.
Yep.
It's just a matter of when. And the answer is now.
Yeah, a nice little upgrade. You know, previously the Esper Pixie decks used to play Tithing Blade. Now you have a Tithing Blade that gains you life.
It adds up.
Right.
Players, please verify that your matches are being recorded in Melee.
Questing Druid. Pump this up, but two lands. If Dawson just attacks and goes for it, he's going to join Matt Nass as one of 3 undefeated players so far.
Yeah, 1 card in hand here for
going for it.
Lou, and he's just going to fire it up. This is the play. And that is undefeated 7-0 for Dawson Corson, winning a narrow victory there over Lu Yu Chen. Very hard fought. That was one of those ones where, you know, if I'm in Dawson's seat, I think I'm on cruise control. I got this thing. And then you go, uh-oh.
Yeah, Dawson just had
falling apart.
Yeah, Dawson had kind of like the perfect hand for this type of matchup. Your opponent mulliganed. You have a million things to play. You have plenty of interaction, and somehow it was close.
Yes, very close.
Right? And that just shows the kind of the resiliency of the Gruul mouse deck. It is never out of it. It is an aggressive deck that can still grind you out and win turns 12, 13, 14 of a match, which you don't usually see in aggressive decks, which I think makes this one of the best aggressive decks we've seen in quite some time.
It is. It is extremely resilient, extremely consistent, and extremely fast. It just wasn't quite enough this time. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be back at the news desk setting up for our last round here from Chicago. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Aetherdrift, live here from Chicago, Illinois. We've got one round left to play on day one of competition. By the end of the weekend, somebody will be hoisting that trophy with the title of champion. 17,000 people as well here for MagicCon. Very exciting stuff. Prove you're the best the multiverse has ever seen with standard constructed matches at your local game store, March 8th through March 30th. Participants will get a Deep Cavern Bat promo card. Top 8 players will receive a Preacher of the Schism promo card, and the store champion will take home a full art promo Virtue of Persistence while supplies last. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Murray Bartholdi, Monty Devuti, and Riley Knight getting ready for the final round of competition here on day one of our tournament. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out how everybody is doing here after 7 rounds of play. Well, we've got 3 players who are undefeated. Dawson Corson in his first Pro Tour of Canada there, Monty.
Canada.
There you go. Congratulations to him. And then check this out. Matt Nass and Ben Stark are the other 2 undefeated players. Is it fair to say, what year is it, Monty?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, great. Because these players, excellent players, but haven't had some top finishes for a while now. So very cool to see them here once again at the top of the standings. Ely Cassis currently sitting at 6-1 as well. Kenta Harana over there too. Let's take a look at our ranks 17 through 32 here.
I'm not going to sing the Australian national anthem.
Yeah, there you go, Riley.
But it is so good to see old mate Judas up at 6-1. Leonard Barker as well from 5-2. A grueling flight over the Pacific to get here to Chicago, particularly as it is so freezing bloody cold outside, and it's a beautiful Australian summer back at home. But pleased to see some Aussies get amongst it here and swing the willow about.
Absolutely. Reed Duke sitting at 5-1 too here on our standings. Well, one of our players who's currently 7-0 is none other than Matt Nass himself, who we just talked about. Talked to Riley after his big win last round.
I'm here with Matt Nass, fresh off a 7-0 7th victory here in the feature match area. Matt, congratulations on the 7th win. You must be very happy, of course, with how your Pro Tour has started so far.
No, it's been horrible.
Okay, very good. Well, we weren't expecting that. What could have gone better for you today, Matt? Honestly, 7-0, not good enough for you. But no, the deck, you're playing Domain Overlords. It's been performing well. Is this what you expected to get out of it?
Yeah, I will say you asked what could have gone better. Probably playing a cooler deck would have been more fun, but I do think it's a good one. It's been going really well for me. Some small tuning changes. Our team went up to 4 Rides End, and I think really improved the mana base. You want lands with types because of Leyline and the Verges, so I'm not playing any Caverns. No one's really playing counters except Negate anyway. So lots of small tweaks, but it is a pretty stock deck.
I know that you're a person famous for playing very decks of a certain kind, can we say? There's no Krark Clan Ironworks, obviously, in Standard, unfortunately for you. Well, this is what I wanted to ask you. Was there a Matt Nass deck that you sort of had your eye on, but in the end weren't able to bring to the Pro Tour?
Yeah, so I tested a little bit with the new Krark Clan Ironworks, the Radiant Lotus. Didn't quite get there with that. I tested some with artifacts with the new Birthing Pod artifact. I tested some green-black roots. And then I tested Cauldron with Loot a lot, kind of like the Red-Green Delirium deck with that. So I tested lots of stuff, but none of them seemed to really get there. And at the end of the day, this is my first Pro Tour since COVID coming back, and I'm really excited about it. And I wanted to give myself the best chance to win and stay on the Pro Tour, and I felt like Domain did that.
Maybe Chef Matt Nass has to get back into the kitchen and check in maybe next time for the next Pro Tour, which we'll hopefully see you at with a 7-0 start. You're off to a flyer here, and quite seriously, you must be very happy to be doing so well after returning to the big stage.
Oh yeah, it's huge. Yeah, I need a 3-6 from here to recoup for the Pro Tour, so that's in really good shape. But obviously, at this point, I really have my eyes on that top 8, which I probably need about 5 more wins for. Yeah, it's really awesome. I'm super excited. My game is coming out on Monday called Zoominos, and so I've been working on that while doing this, and it's really cool to be able to balance that and still put up a good finish so far, although there's a lot of work to do.
Well, despite how busy you've been, the results are speaking for themselves. Congratulations, Matt Nass, 7-0 so far in our feature match area.
Thank you.
Very cool to see Matt Nass back at the top of the standings here at this Pro Tour. Well, let's take a look at some of the all-stars that we're seeing in Standard. Standard is huge right now with a lot of sets contributing to the format. First, we're going to kick it off with Wilds of Eldraine. Manny, what are the superstars here?
Well, you really can't look past Monstrous Rage. This is the one that is fueling this Gruul My stack, Questing Druid as well. But all of our top decks really benefiting from Wilds of Eldraine. Hopeless Nightmare for the Pixie decks, Up the Beanstalk for the Domain decks.
As we have a look at now the Lost Caverns of Ixalan, a huge reprint in Cavern of Souls, which has been doing really well. But we haven't seen a huge amount of the Oculus decks. Helping Hand has been pretty ridiculous in bringing back the big 6/6 from the battlefield. Sorry, 5/5 from the graveyard, but still very relevant.
All right, Murderers at Karlov Manor here, bringing some heavy hitters. Novice Inspector, my favorite one off of this list, but then again, I would. That's a look at the heavy hitters from Murderers at Karlov Manor.
Yeah, next up we go to Thunder Junction, where this town ain't big enough, but combined with Nurturing Pixie, they have made quite an impact. Slick Shot Show Off in the mono-red aggressive decks, and the most played sideboard card of this weekend, Rest in Peace from the Big Score.
Finally, my favorite set in Standard, Bloom Burrow here with a 3 Blind Mice. Well, I tell you what, they're getting stuck in this weekend. Hardfire Hero, Emberheart Challenger, Manifold Mouse. These are standard defining cards with how important they are in the Grillmice deck.
Well, let's see how they run here. We've got Baze on Storm Chasers Challenge along with Fountainport. Other all-stars from Bloomborough really have made a huge, huge impact. You cannot overstate it in Standard.
Next up, we go to the House of Horrors, where it is pretty horrifying between Screaming Nemesis and Abhorrent Oculus for their respective decks. But my favorite, of course, has to be Overlord of the Mistmores, alongside the whole Overlord cycle and Nowhere to Run, really defining how Standard looks.
Finally, Foundation's bringing some absolute all-star classic cards back. Lana Orel's the standout here for me. I love this card. It goes all the way back to the first ever set that was printed, and it's still good all these years later. Foundation, some iconic cards in Standard, and it's great to see some of Magic's best still getting it done in 2025.
Absolutely, and we'll take a look at the impact of Aetherdrift on Standard on Sunday. Well, Monty, you've been walking us through some opening hands, teaching us how to play the game a little bit. This time we've got Esper Pixie up.
Yeah, so for this opening hand exercise, we are going to put ourselves in the seat of Corey Burkhart. Corey Burkhart bringing Esper Pixie this weekend. And as we always do, we're going to start by taking a look at the dream opening hand. What do we really want to see? And for Corey, he asked me, well, what matchup am I against? I said, what matchup are you most afraid of in the big three? He said, the mirror. I'm like, okay, tell me about your dream hand in the mirror. Hopeless Nightmare ×2. Nurturing Pixie ×2, 3 lands.
Rude.
Nice and simple. He wants to go fast. He wants to attack those resources. And this hat is extremely powerful at doing just that. Just seeing that this hat is immediately representing 4 cards out of your opponent's hand is absolutely terrifying. But now let's change it up a bit. Let's take a look at the opponent's list, which is Esper Pixie. This is Corey's teammate, Dominic Palercio. So in the mirror, let's talk about a different hand. Let's talk about a hand that we want to keep, and we probably will be keeping, but we wish it was against a different deck here. So taking a look at the second hand that is available. 2 removal spells, Kaido Bane of Nightmares, 4 lands. Really wish we were playing against Gruul. This hand would be absolutely excellent. But as we've heard in the past, this is a matchup where it's about attacking resources, and you really don't want to mulligan that much. So even though this hand isn't ideal against the Pixie Mirror, this is still in the range of keeps that we would want, just because you don't want to get into a sketchier territory. But what about a hand that maybe you can't really keep? Well, in the mirror, if you just replace that Kaido with this Storm Chaser's talent and take away all the pressure that you have, this hand becomes a lot more questionable. It's really close to a mulligan. Maybe you're still keeping it, but the difference of that one card just going from what is a threat in the mirror to not makes all the difference, as this hand would be a mulligan for Corey.
All right, a very cool look there at opening hands in Esper Pixie. Let's take a look at our feature match here for round number 8, the final round of Swiss on day 1 here of competition at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Ben Stark on Orzhov Pixie versus Dawson Corson on Esper Pixie, 2 of our 3 undefeated players. Ben Stark has been playing the game forever. Started in 1994, Hall of Famer, 27 Grand Prix top 8s, including 2 wins, winner of Pro Tour Paris in 2011. Last top finish was a top 8 at Players Tour Online in 2020. There's a look at Ben Stark versus Dawson Corson, started in 2012. First Pro Tour for Dawson here, qualified at a Calgary Regional Championship on Team Rampant Growth Heavy Play. Season goal is to play in all 4 events. There's the players. What about the decks, Monty?
All right, well, we're going to start with a unique one, and I say unique because Ben is the only player in the room playing this build of Orzhov Pixie. Really differed from what the rest of his Team Channel Fireball chose to bring, and this Orzhov Pixie deck is really cool. As you can see, of course, the Hopeless Nightmare and the Nurturing Pixie elements are there, but one of the things that I really like that Ben has brought is 4 copies of Temporary Lockdown. Extremely strong against a deck like Gruul already, but also the ability to use Temporary Lockdown with your own permanents. Pick it up with Nurturing Pixie and reuse all of these enter the battlefield triggers that your own permanents have attached to them is a very cool and unique take on the deck. Ben has been the only player playing a certain deck in the field many times over the past few years, but this is one of the most successful and one of the coolest, which is not surprising considering how much he has had success with 1/1 white flyers in the past. On the other side, Dawson Corson bringing Esper Pixie. Now this is the more typical build of Pixie. This is the deck that we really expected to see, having access to Fear of Isolation from your blue mana, giving you even more bounce effects, and of course this town ain't big enough, plus Storm Chaser's talent rounding out the deck. This is definitely a deck that is more tuned to try to attack the other decks in the field. And I'm a little worried for Dawson because so far Ben's played against Esper Pixie twice and he's beaten it 2-0 twice.
Wow, very cool deck choice from Ben Stark here this weekend. Let's find out what happens. Time for the final round of Swiss on day 1 here. I'm going to send it on over to the booth.
Thank you so much, Maria. We are indeed going to watch a Pixie off here. Corey Baumeister alongside Ailey Loney. That's me, by the way. And I'm keen to see what happens in this matchup because I was looking at this list from Ben Stark, and he always tends to bring something off meta.
Something spicy.
That was played, possibly 3 iterations ago.
Sure. Yep.
But somehow it just works.
Yeah, it's barely a Pixie deck, too. It's really an Orzhov control deck that plays Pixie as a good value engine. But, a really interesting take. And so far, anything that's been trying to attack Ben with a bunch of small permanents, these lockdowns have just been absolutely incredible. So,
yeah, I think we saw, a 5-for-1 the last time one of these came down.
Yeah, against Convoke. And, it's going to be interesting against Esper Pixie as there is a interesting dynamic where if there is a lockdown that gets all of his opponent's permanents, at some point, a lockdown on Ben's end step, this town ain't big enough on Ben's end step, can unlock those permanents, and then you can get in a big attack. So, the lockdowns aren't the catch-all, be-all here, but they are still going to be very, very good.
Dawson Corson from Canada. Qualified in Calgary, my hometown. So
there you
I'm
go.
super excited here. Hopefully he can maintain his undefeated record as we get things underway. Just copying each other with the lands. Concealed Courtyard into Hopeless Nightmare, and Ben Stark ditches a Plains.
Yeah, and a pretty slow hand here from Ben as it's just 3 drops. Being able to get that going. Liliana is okay in these matchups. It can definitely have its spots where you're able to eat the only creature, and that's going to be valuable. But the Unholy Annexes can be a liability if there's enough pressure going on.
Nice. So, bounce begins as a Nurturing Pixie once again forces a discard, bouncing the Hopeless Nightmare, and dinging Ben Stark for another 2.
Yeah, this feels like the perfect window for Liliana where you can deal with a creature. There's not another creature to attack back. And this is really just trying to prepare yourself for Kaido. You do not want to get hit by Kaido next turn by playing an Unholy Annex. And now this is great news for Ben. He's got to be super happy to just jam an Unholy Annex. And then we'll see if Dawson wants to fire off to this town. Ain't big enough on the Hopeless Nightmare and the Annex, which does feel pretty good.
Ben drawing a piece of interaction and get lost. So if there were to be a creature in the near future threatening one Liliana, that would be dealt with. But decides, nope, I'm going to ditch it. And we're going to get Unholy Annex down on board.
Yep, and deals with it straight away here. Good tempo play, as well as that Hopeless Nightmare to be able to have Ben discard another card. I know he has 2 Annexes in hand. I think that's it. So he's going to be getting rid of one of them.
Overlord of the Baelmerk. Nice. Okay.
Great draw.
Excellent draw there. 2 lands in hand with nowhere to run and this tiny big enough. So just looking at the hands currently, Dawson is looking pretty darn good.
Definitely. And Overlord this is a 2 of in Dawson's list, and it is, most importantly, not able to get temporary lockdown. So whenever Dawson wants to diversify his threats a little bit, being able to just pay 5 for the Overlord is going to be great. So now Dawson can just go Hopeless Nightmare, pick it up with Pixie.
I'll go to 19 to cast it.
And really put the pressure on Ben's hand.
Unholy Annex, second copy thereof. ditched. And, oh, gross. Ah,
Beautiful
Pixie
little
bouncing.
combo.
Oh, yeah. Bouncing the Overlord, so that's just going to get extra value in the bin. Dawson should just chuck a Paragon in there. Imagine how much value I'd be getting off of that Overlord.
Why not? Combine
Yeah.
all the tech,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Just make an amalgamation of these Esper-colored decks.
So now Ben has the nice play of just being hellbent, so Liliana tick up forces, you know, to even the field a little bit and force Dawson to discard. And Dawson leaving nowhere to run instead of land 5 to be able to slam Overlord here. That's a real cost, you know? And nowhere to run does not look great right now, so I'm kind of shocked by that decision.
Ben, you know, doesn't have that many creatures. Sure, there's 4 Pixies and only 2 Lorana the third path, so there's not going to be that many targets for it.
I guess giving him the out to be able to draw a second one to deal with this demon is perfectly reasonable.
Sure, but this town ain't big enough to deal with it. So
This,
I don't know.
This is actually pretty nice. Now, Scavenger was a great draw because now you can attack with the Pixie and you basically have to block. And then there's the nowhere to run to put a counter on the Pixie and shrink the demon to get rid of it.
Nice.
All right, great play by Dawson, as we were saying that entire turn. Yeah,
absolutely spotless play there. Yes.
Now the Annex to be able to draw some extra cards. Has the Momentum Breaker. Oh, this is perfect. Momentum Breaker to force the only creature away, unlock the Annex, tick up Liliana. Both players are hellbent, so that's not the biggest deal, but...
So you go to 14?
Now Ben doesn't have the demon, but has the demon land in the Soulstone Sanctuary to get that value going whenever he wants.
That's pretty sweet. It's a demon, it's a ninja, it's a lizard,
I'm an
it's a fish. I mean, what else is relevant this weekend?
All the things.
It's a mouse.
Ben's deck is really sweet. This is not
cool.
like any deck I saw when preparing for this event. And Ben always does kind of just play whatever. Usually, you know, has been kind of testing with himself the last couple years and stuff, and always brings something great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of funny. I have noticed, you know, Grim Bauble was making everyone go, ooh, this is cool. This is a nice inclusion for the Pixie decks. And no one would play more than like 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah.
He's just jamming all 4.
Jamming all 4, yeah. Ben's deck is much more controlling. Like, this is labeled as Orzhov Pixie. It's an Orzhov control deck. You know, it really is. When you're playing 4 Bauble, 4 Monumental Breaker there.
Yeah, Momentum Breaker.
Momentum Breaker, excuse me. You know, you are very much ready to kill creatures as early as possible.
And Liliana's just going, yes, rise, my minions.
Yeah, Liliana is looking great so far. You know, when you're on the draw and your opponent's going turn 1 Storm Chaser's Talent, turn 2 Fear of Isolation, you know, turn 3 another Otter or whatever, it's going to look really bad.
Yeah.
But in this situation where Ben got to be on the play, got to eat the one-of creature, just looked awesome this game.
Yeah, and now he's got the Soulstone Sanctuary. Ooh, a temporary lockdown. Drawn off of the Unholy Annex. Storm Chaser's Talents. Okay, that's handy. But we need to be able to do something meaningful in one fell swoop. Otherwise, Liliana's just going to be like, all right, get rid of it.
Yeah, Liliana's ultimate is a real thing for sure. And the temporary lockdown, not exiling lands is great too, so the Soulstone gets to hang around, plus the Annex, plus the Liliana. And you don't care if the Momentum Breaker goes away. Like, you're fine with if Dawson ever does have this town ain't big enough to bounce it. You get to at least get a free Edict effect.
Versus Anchorage getting frisky. Ben Stark goes down to 9. Dawson sitting at 13. What joins Ben's hand here alongside the temporary lockdown? Nothing exciting, just a swamp.
Just a swamp, and the lockdown's really not needed right now. I mean, the best thing it hits is the talent, and talent getting back this town ain't big enough is great.
Yeah.
And as I look, there are 3 this town ain't big enough in the yard, so you know Dawson can only draw 1 to get it. So yeah, it actually does look pretty good right now.
Still a big think here for Ben, because he does have the option of animating the land as well if he wants to go that route. I mean, how much damage is he pumping out here? Not a whole lot.
Yeah, it would be a solid 6, essentially, but yeah, it's hard to deny just attacking or just temporary lockdown to start and then attack. Play the land, tick up Liliana, threaten the ultimate. Could sack the breaker first to gain some life.
Did you reveal the top card?
Yeah, it was a Storm Chasers, and then I
you put it
breaker.
there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Big think here for Ben.
Yeah, tough thought, but it really seems just great to gain 2 life, lockdown, attack for 3, draw a card, tick up Liliana. Ben's looking like he's just trying to maybe pressure Lethal a little bit more, maybe.
Yeah, trying to make it a 2-turn clock here, perhaps.
Sorry.
I'm at 10.
In comes the Soulstone Sanctuary.
So Ben was probably just thinking, is there any way if I attack he doesn't block? Because he wanted to do the play anyways, and the block would have quote-unquote punished him.
Sure.
So this was Ben's big think here, is these minor things. And, you know, this is why he's a Pro Tour champion. This is why he is has the resume like he does. 27 Grand Prix top 8s as well, like Maria was saying.
No biggie.
Really impressive.
You're going to 8, you're going to 14?
Hall of Famer, limited master, and, you know, doing pretty damn good and constructed here this weekend as well.
Absolutely.
Dawson in a bit of a pickle here on the other side of things. His very first Pro Tour, so an excellent storybook start to it.
Oh, yeah.
7-0,
you can never complain about that.
Hopeless Nightmare. Gets rid of the land.
Gets the land to get going, so this is 4 damage. You pretty much have to tackle Liliana here, otherwise...
Game over.
Yeah, the ultimate on Liliana still does some good work.
Yeah, she might not look like super impressive, but if you ignore her, oh boy.
Yeah.
She is gonna make you very, very sad.
And here's the creature land to come in. There's 6 damage, and then the draw card will finish it off.
There you go, game number 1.
Wow,
Made it
Ben's
look
deck,
easy, huh?
Ben's deck is sweet.
It is cool.
This is really, really cool. I can imagine, you know, if Ben gets paired up against, let's say, Matt Nass, you know, there was 3 7-0 players.
Yeah.
If Ben got paired up against Matt, it would have been a lot rougher of a matchup.
Yeah.
Domain is not, it can't be a good matchup, you know, that's, I would imagine at least, as all these lockdowns are basically dead draws, but the rest of the metagame, you know, if Ben has a good matchup against Pixie decks, and Bounce House decks and Gruul decks.
And he gets, I mean, that's most of the field.
That's where I'd want to be at.
Avoid domain.
Exactly, that's where I'd want to be at for sure.
Did we get a hit? We did. Tashana's Tidebinder.
Yep.
Very cool alternate art thereof.
Yeah, a nice little ability here.
Counters activated abilities and shuts something down. So good for Liliana if one makes an appearance. Land go from Ben Stark. Passes the turn back. The hands, what do we think of them so far? We've got this tiny big enough, destroy evil, fear of isolation, and a couple lands.
Yeah, I like Ben's hand a little bit more right now. Just being able to slam Enduring Innocence after Enduring Innocence looks great here.
Yeah.
You know, there is the ability to bounce them, and that's all fine and good, but they seem like great plays right now. And if Ben ever starts falling too far behind, has the Biza to start doing some catch-up, or Bizas, I should say. Yeah, it really looks like Ben's deck does not lose to a Gruul deck. You just have a bunch of Bizas, a bunch of lockdowns.
You know, I would like to petition for Beza's title to be the Bouncing Spring, considering how many times we'll probably see this card bounce this weekend.
Sure.
So if I could get that set up and signed, that'd be great. Okie dokie. This town, getting rid of the lamb.
And the Overlord, this nice little combo. I think this was kind of the newest addition. You know, Esper Pixie lists have looked very much the same.
Yeah.
And have not changed too much, even with Aetherdrift. You know, we have a couple upgrades here in removal spells, but the Overlords, being able to put 1 or 2 into the main, those are kind of the big changes we've seen in the last, month or so. And I love the 2 Overlord lists. I think they've looked really, really good. Adds an extra layer of attack to the deck.
Hopeless Nightmare hits the board here for Ben Stark. Did he draw a third Enduring Innocence?
Probably.
Crikey.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, lady.
Whenever Liliana gets these kind of boards, no creature lands on the other side, gets to eat the one creature. Ben's deck seems very, very good at drawing cards, so Liliana's uptick usually hurts the opponent more than it hurts Ben, so.
No more lies. Some permission there drawn from Dawson. He's got the Pixie. It's going to kick things off here, though, with Fear of Isolation.
And just holding up No More Lies or Destroy Evil or this town. So plenty of options.
Everything, barring the Pixie.
This Liliana, though, will you know, be able to do some work unless Dawson can set up a turn, which he's pretty poised to do, of being able to counter whatever big spell Ben plays and then just attack down Liliana. So that's what Dawson's hoping for sure.
Tick up here. Both players discard. So this town goes bye-bye, and the second copy of Beta hits the bin for Ben.
So if Ben, I mean, Ben's a player who's been playing for a long time. The best play for Ben to do here is to play 2 spells. I didn't even have to question if he was going to do that. Of course he doesn't want to walk into a potential counter spell here, and just has a great turn to protect Liliana here.
Yeah.
17.
And almost seemed Ben was not surprised by that counter spell at all.
I don't think much shakes players who've been playing for over 20 years.
Yeah.
At this point, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's one thing I've always admired is the composure of the pro players who've been at this for however long they have.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I mean, even the new players to the Pro Tour, they've all just seemed so cool, calm, and collected.
Absolutely. Yeah, Ben won his Pro Tour in Paris playing one of the most famous standard decks of all time, Cobblade. Yep.
Oh, yeah, it's where you gave a bird a stick, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
Squadron Hog. You gave it all kinds of goodies. It's an incredible deck for that tournament. I played it. Didn't make day 2. So.
Boo. Overlord of the Belmerk returns.
Plethora of
Get
options
some more
now.
stuff in the bin, yeah. One thing I love about the Overlord is it doesn't make you pick from the cards that it mills.
Yes.
Anything in the bin.
Incredible
you can get
aspect
back,
there. And Dawson is just slamming these Tishana's Tidebinders. You know, they seem okay. Of course, Ben does have a lot of abilities, but it's interesting to me to just absolutely slam them and just think, this is the card I want against this kind of matchup.
Yeah. And if he's able to keep it on the board and protect it, you know, doesn't have to worry about the Liliana if that's what he chooses to counter the activated ability of.
If you can ever counter the ultimate on that, then we're online. Then sign me up.
Yeah. I don't think Ben's going to walk into that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
2.
So it does look like Ben is trying to set up a nice Biza turn to be able to draw.
Gain a life, gain 4
and
lives.
get creatures. Like, if you can ever get 3 of the modes with that card, I mean, it is just unbelievable.
That's pretty sweet.
If you can get 2, it's good.
Yeah.
You have 2 cards, right?
It's pretty great when these cards that have like multiple options and you can tick them all off.
Exactly.
You know?
That usually means you're very behind.
Yes.
You know, that's kind of how these stabilizing cards work. But, you know, Ben isn't even super far behind. It's just Biza is that good.
Yeah. Did he draw his card?
Yeah, drew the card. Drew the Tiny Bones, a card that we have not really seen a lot of. And a nice little sideboard card here for
Shouldn't you
Ben.
have drawn 2 cards? Or is the Lamb exiled?
Exiled, yeah.
Exiled,
No more
right,
lies.
yeah,
Yep.
sorry, It was not the one that deaded. It was bounced. Okay.
Yeah, Tiny Bones is a card we do not see a lot of as well, but a really powerful one. We'll see if Ben wants to actually play it. I like holding it back until you get this Enduring Innocence, but... Oh, maybe this was Tiny Bones joins up instead of Tiny Bones the Pickpocket.
Yeah, no.
I believe Ben has both in his deck, so... Ah, there we go. All right.
Tiny Bones, Tiny Bones.
Yeah, it's kind of a Ragavan-esque card. Being able to cast non-land permanent card from that player's graveyard.
Yeah. So yeah, the Pickpocket's in the sideboard.
Yep.
Tiny Bones joins up in the main deck.
Yeah, Tiny Bones joins up is just basically Hopeless Nightmare number 5 in this deck.
Go to combat. I'm going to attack Liliana.
Liliana getting attacked down. So she'll hold on to 1. I do love the distraction that Planeswalkers provide.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
It's like, aha, I took no damage.
Yeah, you most of the time just have to deal with the Planeswalker first, and then you go on and try to figure out another plan. There's the second fish.
Fishy, fishy, fishy. Momentum Breaker, Tiny Bones, Pickpocket, Enduring Innocence.
And the face-up card, I guess I thought was Tidebinder. No, but we lost that. So this town and Destroy Evil has some ways to interact, but pretty tempting from Ben's side to just go Enduring Innocence into Tiny Bones and then give yourself the option to cast the Momentum Breaker. The Momentum Breaker is not great here.
No, it's kind of poop, honestly.
But if you do go Enduring Innocence into Tiny Bones, draw a land, you can play Momentum Breaker and then tick up Liliana, which is pretty nice as you don't have to discard a card and your opponent does.
Yeah, that is pretty sweet. So Enduring Innocence hits the board. Tiny Bones.
So now Dawson has the option to this town, the Enduring Innocence to prevent that value. And it doesn't feel great, that's for sure, as this is just, you know, putting a Band-Aid over the problem, essentially.
Please verify that your match has been boarded. Chris Baroni, Jean-Philippe Goyette, please verify that your match.
Take one from the Painlands. This town ain't big enough.
What are the targets? The Innocence and Tower.
Innocence and...
Now, this does make it a lot more interesting if Liliana even gets activated now. If Dawson had one card, I think you would kind of snap it off, but...
Yeah.
And you still might do it because the Momentum Breaker is not amazing here, but you're definitely keeping that Enduring Innocence around.
Destroy Evil in hand there for Dawson, so... Where do you think that's going to be aimed at?
No thing to do right now. You can hit Biza, which eventually you're going to have to. Dawson does not have a ton of life here. So I think the automatic play here is Pixie to Liliana. You have to do that.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the Otters really have to stay back. If Tiny Bones connects, I mean, this game is over.
Yeah.
The value you can get off that would be quite strong. Okay.
I think Tiny Bones would prove to be the greatest thief in the multiverse if that happened.
I guess so.
Okay.
Overlord has been getting whiplash for sure. It's been going to hand, back to the battlefield over and over.
I'm pretty sure he's over the height restriction needed to be on this ride.
There you go, there you go. Gets another Pixie this time. Didn't go for the automatic Tidebinder this time. And now bringing it back, so now if Dawson draws land 5, being able to just slam it as a creature seems good, but then again, it's been safer as an enchantment basically this entire game.
But the Pixies now, that's a pretty big Air Force he's assembling.
Yeah.
Enduring Innocence and Swamp in hand here for Ben.
Now it'll be interesting to see how aggressive Ben wants to get. I would think for sure attacking with Biza, but if you attack with the Soul Stone, you know, maybe Ben doesn't, or Dawson doesn't want to double block with the Pixies. If you can represent a removal spell, you'd have to play your land and then leave up a Black-White Verge or something. But if Ben does go for that and you get the double block, trading your 3/3 for your opponent's 2/2 is not ideal.
Yeah, it's tricky. Like the battlefield's very gummed up here at the moment. Dawson able to block. Doesn't have any mana up to trigger prowess on the 1/1s, but these Pixies, they're doing some good work.
Yeah, still a very, very close game as this, no matter what, Dawson has a good turn next turn of being able to go Overlord Impending and Destroy Evil on the Biza. Dawson takes this, goes to 8, and then just kind of plans to not take it again, essentially. And Ben, you know, still has a decent turn here, is able to go Enduring Innocence, crack the Hopeless Nightmare, and try to find something good. Doesn't play the land, though, or maybe already played one. I don't think so.
Maybe he did. I'm not entirely sure. Darkslick Shores. Okay, there's land number 5.
But a tap land, so not ideal. I would imagine Dawson still goes to impending this.
6.
Combat first and foremost, 6 in the air at the Hall of Famer, followed up here by another Overlord. So what do we bring back this time? Okay. Planeswalker found. I think that's the second Kaito we've seen bin.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Can't bring back an Avatar. So
Yeah, would be doing that all the time, that's for sure.
That would be gross.
That was good design to not let that return itself. But I mean, look at this value that this Overlord of the Belmerk has been doing. Like every single time finding a way to bounce it, and then you just, no matter what, you have this ability to play it, grab something that bounces it, play it again, or actually hard cast it for 5. Like, it makes sense Dawson hasn't wanted to hard cast it.
Yeah.
He's been getting way too much value by doing this impending bounce trig every single turn.
Turns out the Overlord is an avid bungee jumper.
There you go. There you go. All right, we're getting busy here.
Yeehaw. Turn things sideways.
Okay, so this kind of leads me to believe Ben did not draw anything. Yeah, just another land and just realizing I'm going to lose eventually.
Yeah.
Got to get busy.
Currently at 8.
Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attackers? Tiny Bones being one of them?
Tiny Bones has got to get blocked, that's for sure. Then it's where does Fear of Isolation want to go?
To end of turn.
Yes. Actually, it might be immediate. Cast you a non-permanent card from a player's graveyard and mana. It doesn't say 20 turns, so I think.
But you have. Oh, it's just permanently.
No, like when it hits, that's a trigger, I think.
Oh, you can just like cast it. Gotcha.
Not a card often played.
Yeah, no, not really.
In metagames, so.
But yeah, we've seen it in like Golgari mirrors, where you can play Tiny Bones and then your opponent's always on edge. If you have a removal spell, and then you attack with Tiny Bones and you get some value.
It is just a 1/1, so easily dealt with.
Yeah.
Okay, so tap this for mana, but will that drain like when?
It'll be when combat's finished, right?
Yeah, and it would.
Yeah.
And then if I resolve combat damage, I can't tap it for mana during rest. So there's no like beginning of.
There are 5 steps of combat.
Phase anymore or anything. And there, I think there was at one point.
Ben's just like, it used to work this way.
Where damage would resolve from combat. Can I do effects?
Any reconnaissance gamers out there are going, well, actually.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, that's there's no like priority or effects.
Back in my day, damage went on the stack.
Yeah.
You could then bounce your creatures and damage would still go through.
Yes.
Yeah, I would think what Ben's asking here is no. Like if you go to float
there's
mana.
There's no priority. There's no priority before that. There's priority after that inside that it happens made. And obviously mana drains from now, but so whatever. I'll tap.
So Ben didn't play a land, so maybe that was a real cost here.
Sure.
That will die.
I'm going to take 5.
Because, yeah, you're still holding on to the 2 lands in hand.
Yes. I'm at 3, and you were at 16.
This is going to go up 1.
Dawson still needs a way to either A, gain some life, or B, kill some stuff.
Yep. Now Dawson has the ability to Overlord again, get another Fear of Isolation, and drew a tap line. That was actually a really brutal miss here, as I don't think there's another Pixie in the yard. That would have been ideal, to be able to go impending Overlord, Pixie, pick up the Overlord, and then either play it again or destroy evil. But this feels like a turn where you just kind of have to impending an Overlord. And then one option you could do is Fear of Isolation picking up a land and then replaying the land to destroy evil.
Yeah.
But then you kind of miss out on the value engine you're doing.
Okay, so going for the straight cost, not impending.
Yep. And would have hit the Pixies, so his impending play,
that would have been there.
Bouncing it actually would have been pretty strong. But I totally agree that it wasn't necessarily the right play.
Okay, gets Kaito to hand. Blockers aplenty, 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4 attackers. 5 attackers, excuse me. Tiny Bones sticks around. Was it not blocked?
The Tiny Bones was not blocked. Did connect.
Okay. But there was no mana available to cast anything.
So you could have targeted something, but then couldn't cast it immediately.
It's on your upkeep? Yeah.
It's not like a Gonti style effect where it gets exiled and you can have access to it at any time.
Yeah, I was wondering that as well, but it's not a card we see a lot of. But it is just you can cast it. It doesn't say until end of turn, but it also just doesn't say you have to cast it now. So
yeah.
Either way, it's not going to be connecting anymore here, as an Otter is going to be jumping in front of it.
Well, yeah, rulings for it. You choose whether to cast the target non-land permanent as its ability resolves. If you do, it's part of the resolution of the ability. You can't wait to cast it later.
Makes sense.
Timing restrictions based on the card's types are ignored. So
makes sense. Yep. A huge draw here from Ben, though, being able to Lauren down the Overlord and draw a card. Should be drawing a card.
Yeah, off of the Enduring Innocence.
And did draw a card there. That's the last mystery card. We just haven't seen it. Yeah, and that was huge.
Nice. All right, so things looking pretty good here for Ben. Dawson looked like he might be clawing his way back in, but Ben's slowly starting to close the door here on this match.
Yeah, whenever the Pixies had to stay back, it's kind of brutal here. And now the 3 Pixies can get in front of the Biza, and then, you can kind of just let Tiny Bones go again as Ben is tapped out, but Ben really did have to tap out here.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see he just wants to get this match or this game over and done with.
Yep. Yeah, Ben Stark really, really close to being one of the maybe 2 8-0 players. And I think, if it does come down to Matt winning as well and both players being 8-0, if they do play, right in the morning, Ben's going to be pretty happy that it's limited instead of constructed, so he doesn't have to play against Domain right away.
You betcha.
So I gain 2. This will come back upside down. It's I lose this. This red clock. Yeah. You don't take any damage. Nothing goes up.
No damage. He gains some life. Oh boy. What can Dawson draw here to get him out of this pickle?
I mean, it's usually Storm Chaser's Talent. That's the best draw, pretty much always. Overlord would be great as well. And now you do have Destroy Evil for the Biza.
Sure.
And then you have Kaito to be able to either tap something down. And it was Storm Chaser's Talent.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is the best draw. But is it enough?
It's 4 attackers. You can take 2 damage from the fish and not die. You have to block and kill Loran and Biza.
Yeah. So I would think Destroy Evil. I'm not sure if we had a land as well.
He gets an Otter out of that.
Yeah, just that and Destroy Evil is all Ben is going, or all Dawson is going for here. And you get the Prowess trigger for the Otters so that you can eat one of the fish. And Liliana off the top is quite good as well.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he wants to deal with a creature. It seems pretty juicy to do so. And now just the Pixie. You can Destroy Evil the Biza. Pixie can block the 2-1, and that'll put Dawson down to 1.
Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen here. 4 damage. Destroy Evil gets rid of Biza.
Now Ben does have the choice to each player draw a card, but Ben's too far ahead here. Doesn't want to do that. And now 2 lethal fish coming down. And Dawson does not have them covered at the moment.
Looks like Ben Stark's going to be 8-0 at Pro Tour Aetherdrift.
With a brew, I mean, with an absolute brew. And this deck looks awesome. Looks awesome to me.
It seems very well positioned here this weekend.
Yeah.
And there is the GG from Dawson, taking his first loss of the tournament from none other than Ben Stark, who goes to 8-0, Corey.
Yeah, you cannot complain if you are Dawson at your first Pro Tour, going 7-1, losing to a Hall of Famer, losing to a Pro Tour champion in the last round. I think dinner is still going to taste pretty good there for Dawson. And Ben, doesn't even really seem phased. He's been here before. He's like, well, there's still plenty of work to be done tomorrow.
All in a weekend's work for Ben Stark, who is our 8-0 player. We still have to find out if we're going to have another one. So let's take a quick break, and we'll come back for more action. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Aetherdrift here in Chicago. We have an awesome MagicCon happening alongside plenty of awesome things to see. Cosplayers, events, you name it. They've probably got it. I haven't had a chance yet to walk the floor. I'm dying to, but we'll have to wait until tomorrow because we're approaching the finish line here of day one of competition. Corey Baumeister.
Yeah, it was exciting stuff. The cons are really cool. I think there's game nights going on right now as well, which always brings in a lot of stuff. And we're, of course, heating up to the best part of day one. That final round to see, who's going to be undefeated, who's going to crush it towards the end of the day.
We have more Magic to show you from round number 8, our last of the day. So let's take a look. See, it is Sean Goddard made the top 8 of Pro Tour Thunder Junction. 5-2 at the moment, playing a sweet Azorius Omniscience combo deck up against Anthony Lee, playing good old Gruul Mice.
Yeah, and Sean made the top 8 of that event in the standard event, playing a really cool combo deck. It was the Teamer Analyst deck at the time. So Sean, definitely has a style of deck that I would say he prefers. Playing the Azorius Omniscience deck, which is really cool. And Anthony Lee, no stranger to a standard Pro Tour top 8 as well, playing the tried and true Gruul Mice deck.
Yeah, absolutely love it. So both players pretty much as far away from each other globally as you can get.
Yes.
Sitting right next to each other, and that's, what the Pro Tour will do for you.
Absolutely.
So this is Azorius Omniscience deck, Corey. It's a combo deck.
Absolutely.
Can you give us a quick rundown of what Sean's looking for?
Yeah, so you're trying to Abuelo's Awakening to be able to bring back your invasion. You can invasion for... and then get Omniscience into play. Then you go and get Seasons of Weaving from the sideboard. You bounce it over and over again while creating copies of Omniscience, create infinite creatures, and then winning the game from there is quite easy as you get to draw cards while you do it as well. You stock up some counter spells. You stock up bounce spells. So when Sean does the thing, the game's over.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we might get there. Moment of Truth, not yet, but that's the card that's being played. Sean sculpting the hand, trying to make sure that what you just explained is exactly what he can do.
Yep. And You know, it is a combo deck that it's on paper is very good against this Gruul deck.
Yeah.
If you do the thing, you bring it back on turn 4.
Nice.
Great. GG.
There you
But it is a deck that kind of defeats itself sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, you need to find these cards
So-
in the right order.
Aggressive mulligan from the deck?
Definitely. Yep. I would say that. But when you have cards like Temporary Lockdown,
Yeah,
sometimes
they
you get to
help.
play as an Azorius control deck as well.
So, definitely keeping the pressure off there. Pelagi Archaeologist. Gonna go digging. And returning a non-creature, which is... Oh, and Pelagi again.
Okay. So
3 lands?
you heard a
Oh, no, there's
darn.
omniscience.
You heard a darn from Anthony Lee.
Yeah, that's enough.
It was all scooped up. He had the Abuelo's Awakening, and the players know what's going on here, and that was Sean winning it very, very quickly.
Blink and you'll miss it.
Exactly.
Come on, Anthony. Just let us see him explain the thing at least.
These players know what's up.
We're visual
All right,
learners.
with
Show us the
silver.
cards. Anthony on the other side of things now needs to, I don't know, just not let Sean do anything and try and kill him in 3 turns.
Yeah, you got to be really aggressive. So step 1, try to go as fast as you can. And then there is some ways to interact. You know, you can have Paw Patch formation, which can maybe deal with the Omniscience at an opportune time. But Sean does have plenty of ways to interact once the combo goes. So this is the classic combo versus aggro deck. And it's usually the spot where if you don't kill the combo deck fast, they'll do the thing, and it'll be too much for aggro decks to overcome.
Yeah, in the format, unless you're really like hyper all in on the like Leyline Gruul deck, there's no way to kill anyone in 2 turns.
Yeah, nope. Yeah, that is, and basically no one's playing that version. You know, it once again has not been that popular, but it would be much better positioned against this Omniscience deck than this traditional Gruul deck.
Archaeologist finds some goodies, finds the Abuelo's Awakening for Sean, so 1 piece of the puzzle in hand.
Yeah, and we saw this deck at the Spotlight event in
Yeah, we
Atlanta, you know, and it looked awesome. It really looked
really
awesome.
cool.
It came up a little short at the end, but that was kind of where it debuted.
Yeah.
It, you know, it was making some waves on some Magic Online events and stuff, and then it just really, really blew up at the Atlanta event.
So you take 1 here. This is going to be
Monstrous
3,
Rage.
4, 5, 6. So you take 9 here and 1 here. I'm at
Okay,
10.
cool, great. You need to do that again.
Just 10, so it's going to be a big thing. Does Sean have the temporary lockdown?
Yeah. That is a big, big ask here now for Sean.
If not, just pointing this Manifold Mouse at the Heartfire Hero, giving it double strike.
Yeah, boom, boom.
Is pretty
Die.
much enough.
Yeah, Pelagi.
Pelagi once again, it's at least a blocker.
Got the counter at least.
Get his counter.
Yeah.
And now Anthony has so many cards that would win him the game here. Sean doesn't have many ways to interact, but not 0. The Dispersal.
The Fara's Dispersal, yeah.
The Fara's Dispersal is a way for Sean to interact here. And with
Scary
Anthony
blue
Lee
mana.
not doing anything there, I thought there was going to be a Seek the Beast.
It's always scary when there's an island untapped across the table from you.
Exactly.
Even if they're hellbent, you're always just like, what could happen? Alrighty.
Come back.
Ember Challenger. Zoom, zoom.
Okay.
Okay. Paw Patch.
Double strike.
Not ideal.
Yep.
Throwing
So
the Archaeologist
4
under the
and
bus.
5 if you don't have a thing. Oh, no, I should attack that one.
Yeah, if Anthony doesn't have anything to do against the combo and didn't go all in there.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
Paw Patch?
Yeah. So draw a card, make a food.
Okay. Yeah.
Food?
There's another mode on that card.
Yep, exactly.
Not often used, though.
Yeah,
Now,
I
Sean
don't think it
doesn't
matters very
have
much.
the combo. If he has the Abuela's Awakening, it doesn't,
Yeah, man.
you know,
If
do
he
anything
plays a big
right
enough
now.
Abuelas, I might need to gain 3 life.
Ah, yes, against an infinite army of 1/1 Omniscience.
Yes. So doesn't have the ability to bring it back right now. So once again, needs a sweeper here. Otherwise, this battlefield's going to be tough to overcome from Sean.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Of course, yep, nope, nothing going there for Sean.
Just two super close games.
Yeah.
You know, looked real close here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, the play is very important when it comes to these two types of decks. It is very much who can interact their game plan first. And when you're on the play, of course, you got that advantage. Looks like Anthony on the mulligan here.
Sean happy with the opening hand.
Bravo.
So hopefully some interaction for any aggressive mice he might face.
Yeah, you got to feel real scared when Sean keeps 7 on the play.
Oh,
like, you got to assume you at least have a good setup, or you just, of course, have it. You know, I think the dream is just chart a course, discard Omniscience.
Yeah.
Turn 3 lockdown, turn 4 Umbrello's Awakening, and just win.
Whee! It's really gross. It seems so easy to assemble.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Got it. Missions in the bin.
Reminds me a lot of the God Pharaoh's Gift style decks of the past. Oh, there it is.
Alrighty. We're cooking. Here we have Abuela's Awakening in hand.
That's everyone's favorite 10 drop heading to the yard.
just 10 mana.
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And
Lizard, turn.
This is a great play, but there's just no way he can present a lethal attack next turn. So this is all barring that Sean doesn't have the nut draw, which is lockdown now, and then the Umbrellos. So
Even
you don't
then,
have pressure on you.
Even then, like he's not dead. Like you can just chill this turn.
Yeah.
Just find 4 mana and Abuelos and you're golden.
And it looks like Anthony does have Screaming Nemesis. So I mean, next turn 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8 damage, great, but
cool. It's not gonna help you. Yeah, lockdown. That's gonna foil any of those plans that Anthony may have. Draws a card, dumps a land down, and probably goes and screams into a void if I were to guess. As Sean is gonna wrap things up here, question mark.
We'll see if it's there.
Yep, there we go. Alrighty.
Now we'll see. You do still have to have some other stuff here. We need an invasion, but now you get to find a bunch of options here. And it's not over once you bring it back. It's just now your whole deck is free and you have a bunch of things going on.
That's Falaji.
Oh boy. Okay. Dig. There's the invasion. There's the lockdown, and that is the win for Sean. Rockin' combo.
Okay, I see. It was not a slow roll.
It was not a slow roll.
Did not have a very good hand there. That was pretty bad. That was just 2 more of the ways to bring it back.
Yeah.
So that last archaeologist had to hit. Otherwise, it was just say go. I have a 1/1 flyer that's also an Omniscience.
Yeah.
And then probably was in a lot of trouble.
This is fine, right? But yeah,
that's a strange matchup. Strange matchup for sure.
A little odd, but super cool to see Combo doing its thing. And Sean Goddard now sitting in a really good position going into day 2, 6-2. That, from what we understand, is on track for top 8 if he continues winning out. So
yeah, X and 4 is kind of going to be that line where, you know, some people could make it, some could miss, you know, so it puts you in a good spot. 5 and 3, you got to do some winning. You got to have quite the day 2. It's always brutal to have to win basically all your matches.
Well, you know, it's been done before.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to do it from us in the booth. We're going to send you back on over to Maria at the desk, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Hi, thank you so much, Ailey and Corey. Wrapping up day 1 of competition here at Pro Tour. Aetherdrift, Mir Berthaldi, Mani Devuti, and Riley Knight with you here at the news desk. Let's check out our leaderboard after 8 rounds of play. Where are we at? We have 2 undefeated players left in the tournament. What year is it? It's Matt Nass and Ben Stark. Old school grinders here sitting at 8-0. So very, very cool to see. The 9 players following them up on 7-1, including Pro Tour champion Alan Wu there. Reed Duke is leading the charge at 6-1-1. Let's keep working our way down the standings here at the end of day number 1. Scott McNamara kicking things off in 17th at 6-2. Nicole Dubin also sitting at 6-2. She's from Wisconsin. Ely Cassis at 6-2. Matt Sperling at 6-2, Ken Yukihiro at 6-2, Paul Rietzel at 6-2, Adam Adelson and Luna Eason also at 6-2. Some huge names here starting off the tournament in very good form. Well, we not have only have awesome players doing well here this weekend, we also have some cool decks that we want to show off. Monty, what do you want to talk about?
Well, first I want to start with what is my deck of the day, which is Domain Overlords. We see Matt Nass going 8-0 with it. But of course, we also see plenty of players within those top of the leaderboards doing extremely well. Not only is it my favorite deck in Standard coming into the weekend, but to see it succeeding in a field where they said, okay, our Gruul matchup may not be that good, but we're dominating Pixie and some of the lesser played decks, and it's working out for a lot of players this weekend. Now, a deck that really surprised me, even though it's no surprise to have it here now, is the Orzhov Pixie deck that Ben Stark brought. He tested alone and is the only player that ended up on this very unique build of the deck, and he has had massive success with it so far, making it look very impressive. And a deck that I was really hoping for more from. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it succeed that much today, but some players still in day 2 with it is this Esper Paragon build that Claire Reinhardt and many of the other members of Sanctum have all brought. I'm really hoping that maybe we can see some of the players on this team turn it around tomorrow and really bring this deck back.
All right, there's 3 decks to watch. What about players to watch? Who do you have your eye on, Riley?
Well, very obviously, Maria, with a couple of players finishing 8-0 undefeated. These are the players that we want to highlight for their terrific efforts across day number 1 here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Kicking things off with Ben Stark in the Hall of Fame. This bloke playing solo, as you say, testing by himself, coming up with this incredible list that has got him to an 8-0 finish at the end of day number 1. Fantastic stuff from him. Orzhov Pixie will well and truly be on people's radar now that he has come to rumble with this very inventive build. Also on 8-0, Matt Nass. His first Pro Tour back since the COVID break, and he has done terrifically well to finish undefeated as well. His season goals make a top 8, and he's well on his way towards doing that. So well done, Matt Nass. But we want to remind you that there are plenty of other players who we actually really haven't got a chance to see across today's action. Sam Pardee in the thick of things. He's at 5-3, so still well and truly live for a great finish here. We'll see him back tomorrow in day number 2. But we just wanted to remind you that out in the trenches, doing the hard yards, not making it necessarily into the feature match, are still some massive names in Magic. And I know many fans of Sam Pardee around the world will be hoping that he gets up and about tomorrow as he moves into day number 2, making the cut, 5-3.
I think one of his best friends, Matt Nass, being 8-0 is going to be a nice motivator to push him forward. I'm not saying there's any competition there, but, you know, just maybe wanted to catch up a little.
Well, the winner has to pay for dinner for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So that's on the line. Definitely the most important thing. Well, Ben Stark is, of course, also our player of the day, sitting at 8-0. Let's hear from him right now.
I'm in with Ben Stark, a Hall of Famer who has finished day 1 at Pro Tour Aetherdrift, undefeated at 8-0. Ben, you must be very, very happy with how things have gone for you today.
Yeah, I could not have run hotter today. Like, top decking in close matches. I got virtually all good matchups, dodged my bad matchups, drew well with my aggro Boros deck in draft. I mean, anybody who ever went 8-0 day 1 of a PT and doesn't tell you they ran hotter than the sun is lying. I don't know if they're lying themselves or you, but they're lying.
Somewhere along the line. Things did go pretty well for you. I know you've played some very, very close matches, but you must be very happy to be, you're an old hand at this game. You're a storied veteran, and after all these years being here at the end of the day, undefeated, does it still feel the same as it did years ago?
I mean, it doesn't feel the same as, like, your first good run, like when I was 20 back in PT Kobe and I top 8'd for the first time. But it still feels as good as it did 10 years ago when, I was just a top platinum pro or whatever and, did it a little bit more regularly than I do in my old age, It still feels like that, for sure. I mean, things have to just break your way so much to win all your matches. So it feels good.
Let's talk about the deck that you've brought here. A little bit different from the traditional Pixie build. Talk us through the process that you went through to select this deck or to tune it. What went in to bring this deck together?
Yeah, well, I mean, these days I mostly work alone. I, obviously I talk to friends sometimes, but I'm not part of any big team or anything. And I just tried to play a little bit of Standard before the new set came out, so I would know what the previous decks were. I honestly didn't play that much. But I have a flexible schedule, so once the set hits Arena, and I've got that like last week or two, then I jam really hard usually and try and like tune something. I mean, obviously by now most people know I like to metagame, I like to brew. And like, it's an interesting thing because people will then go, was the deck good? Was the deck not good? And the whole point is you're brewing something for that weekend because you feel like there's something exploitable. Because, you know, a lot of times in, you know, today's Magic, you can predict what people are going to do pretty well. Now, people are going to do the right thing and the good things, right? So, like, it's not easy to metagame well, but it is very predictable. So my process for this was basically, I was like, you know, from day one, I was like, people are going to play red aggro and Pixie. Like, that was obvious, and not because I'm a genius. Like, I'm sure everybody knew that or whatever. And so I was like, well, what's good against that? And then I started to come across Lockdown, and I was like, well, this card is awesome. Like, it exiles, you don't take extra damage, it's 3 mana, so it's great against the super fast red deck. So I was like, how do I use Lockdown the best, you know? And I think maybe there's a great control deck, but I didn't find it, like a pure control deck. But it has great synergy with the enchantment kills. Sometimes you blow up your own Lockdown in this deck and then bring back all your discard enchantments and stuff. Also, you have Pixie, bounce your Lockdown, replay it, re-wrath them. So, you know, ultimately, I was trying to figure out kind of a Lockdown control strategy. And I settled on the Demon Enchantment, which is one of the most powerful engines in the format, but like all those other demons are terrible. That like that's why you don't see the Black Demon deck here, is because it's not because the enchantment isn't good. The enchantment's great. That's why everybody tried to build around it. But you don't want to put 4 mana 2/4 flying demon in your deck or whatever. Even the 4 mana 6/6, like this is not a good card in Standard right now. So, you know, you have Pixie, Secret Demon, right? Make a demon, they kill it, play Pixie, bounce your Demon Enchantment, play it again, make another 6/6, right? And like, even if you have to kill it yourself sometimes, like get lost it in the late game, get 2 maps, map up your creature land, you've already drawn a couple extra cards off it, but you're at 6 and you don't want to die to it, it's not that bad to do. So I just figured let's do the control card advantage engine with the Demon Enchantment, with Pixie and like get lost in good cards to support it, and lock down the best sweeper, and put this black-white control together.
Well, it's gone really well for you so far. 8-0, undefeated. Congratulations, Ben Stark, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks. Definitely still going to need it. Got to win a lot more matches.
That's our player of the day, Ben Stark. But what about our match of the day, Monty?
Well, for match of the day, we're going to go all the way back to round 4, our first match of Constructed between Scott McNamara and Matt Sicking Johnson. This really highlighted 2 of our top-ish decks. Matt Sicking Johnson on Gruul Mice playing against Scott's Dimir bounce deck, and it was really a back and forth match, but ultimately it was Scott who was able to kick things off here with 3 copies of Fear of Isolation, just continuing to whittle down the board for Matt. And it really did set the pace for maybe Gruul not performing quite as well as we may have expected, as that was the first loss that it took today on camera.
All right, that's a look at our match of the day as we wrap up day 1 of coverage here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Everyone be sure to come back tomorrow because, of course, we're working our way towards our top 8 here in the building, which is going to be so exciting. Rounds 9 through 16. Tune in at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Central, excuse me. Coming up here is Chicago time tomorrow to find out who makes our top 8. We'll see you all then.
Well, that's it. That's who she wrote today, sports fans. That is day number 1 of Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Almost 350 players braved the freezing cold here in Chicago to face off across 8 rounds of limited and constructed, revving up their engines and burning down the track as they seek the fame, the fortune, and the riches that come with being named a Pro Tour champion. Against the backdrop of MagicCon Chicago, where thousands upon thousands of people have gathered to celebrate the game we all love so much, Pro Tour Aetherdrift, it's a little bit of everything so far. We've had thrills, we've had spills, we've seen new up-and-comers unseat established champions, we've seen storied veterans continue their years of dominance at the highest level. From a limited format that still had some surprises up its sleeve to a standard format where decks of all stripes have flourished, we've had an action-packed day of Magic the Gathering, but it only gets better from here. The race has only begun. We'll be back tomorrow to do it all again, and we hope to have your company as we do.
On behalf of the entire broadcast team here at Magic on Chicago, thanks for being with us today. And we'll see you back here tomorrow to get across day number 2 of Pro Tour Aetherdrift.